He is the proud and infatuated king of the demon realm, while she is the mischievous and adorable fairy of the celestial realm. Their love story spans 3 lifetimes, entwined in endless complications. He once caused a stir in the underworld for her, earning the fearsome title of Ghost Woe in the realm of death. She endured countless trials, yearning for the day she could become his demon queen. Just when she believed their trials were finally over and eagerly anticipated their wedding, he instead presented her with a letter of refusal. Enraged, the little fairy stormed into the 3 Lives Hall of the demon realm. Bai Nuo Cheng, do you dare not marry me? The demon king gazed upon the one who had pierced his heart with longing, finally shedding all pretense and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Little did you know, my love for you is a well-planned ambition. Chapter 1. Born to Suffer, rescuing the demon king on a rainy night in the celestial palace at the Cloud Garden on Lake Heart Island. The Empress Xishuan, draped in a dark robe and purple attire, adorned with a golden hairpin in her raven locks, reclined languidly on a brocade couch, her hair in disarray, holding her breath in anticipation. A multitude of celestial maidens knelt before her, poised and ready. Suddenly, her breathing quickened, causing the maidens to hold their breath in concern, casting worried glances at the couch without daring to utter a word. Accompanied by a resounding wail, the god of fate, Ming, stepped forward, kneeling before the couch, and gently took the wailing infant girl into his arms. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor and Empress. You have been blessed with a princess. Ignoring her pain, the Empress's lips quirked in a slight smile, her tone solemn, yet commanding. Issue my decree. The Princess Xinger is born with a troublesome fate, unfit for great use. She shall descend to the mortal realm to undergo 3 lifetimes of tribulations, after which she shall return. Empress, what do you mean? Ming felt a chill at her words. Why endure such hardship? Had it not been for the engagement with the Demon King Bai Nuo said a millennium ago, I would not have to resort to this. A millennium prior, the Celestial Emperor and the Demon King Bai Nuo had forged a pact in dire circumstances, promising that the first princess born of the celestial family would wed the first prince of the demon family, thus solidifying an eternal bond between their clans. Yet, unbeknownst to them, 500 years after the birth of the demon prince, the celestial family finally welcomed their first princess, who, unfortunately, was born with a troublesome fate, hardly capable of fulfilling the role of a demon queen. Thus, the celestial emperor and empress resolved to send the newborn princess to the mortal realm to endure 3 trials, hoping to temper her character and ensure peace between the demon and celestial realms for eternity. Ming arranged the harshest fate for her. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon this person. She must first endure hardship, labor her bones, and starve her body. Empress, the figure on the couch exhaled slowly. So be it. She then closed her starry eyes, seeking rest. Ming replied. Understood. That single word lodged in his throat, choking him with emotion. Poor little princess, born to face tribulations. I shall do my utmost to protect you. With that thought, Ming waved his hand decisively, sending the little princess down to the execution platform. Let her first experience the pain of losing her loved ones just as her current circumstances dictate. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed in the mortal realm. On June 8th of the 21st year of the new capital, a summer night arrived. Storm clouds gathered ominously, and a fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck Mount Shumi, unleashing torrential rain that poured down like a massive waterfall, sweeping across the entire new capital. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating like an earthquake. The resounding thunder terrified 5-year-old Tang Xingyao, causing her to cry out in distress. Master, I beg you, please keep Xinger. I can forego my own meals for her. Get away from me. If you dare bear another daughter, you won't have food to eat. Tang Yunli, a 7th-rank official in the new capital, was pressing down hard on the pleading woman at his feet. Mother. Wu, mother. The woman beneath Tang Yunli was his concubine, Auntie Dong, and also the mother of Tang Xingyao. Since Tang Xingyao was born a useless, illegitimate daughter, even when she grew up, she would find it impossible to marry well to her paternal family. She was of no value, merely consuming rice without contributing anything. Given Tang Yunli's meager salary, Managing to support such a large family was already a struggle. Thus, the most efficient outcome often required the simplest solutions, reducing the number of mouths to feed. Wu, mother. Tang Xingyao stood in the corridor, weeping incessantly, calling out for her mother. Her siblings had long grown accustomed to Tang Yunli's terrifying demeanor, but it was the concubines who suffered the most, enduring Tang Yunli's violent outbursts. This wretched child is driving me mad. Hurry and throw her out. Tang Yunli exploded in rage, and even the housekeeper was not spared from his wrath. The housekeeper, Uncle Yi, found himself in a dilemma, witnessing Auntie Dong nearly gasp her last breath from the beatings. Filled with pity, yet afraid to speak, he could only pick up the wailing Tang Xingyao and flee into the downpour. Tang Yunli's intent was clear, for Uncle Yi to strangle Tang Xingyao and bury her on the mountain. However, Uncle Yi had watched this clever and understanding child grow up. He could not bring himself to commit such an act. Uncle Yi carried Tang Xingyao through the torrential rain until they reached the foot of Mount Shumi. The night was dark, the wind howled fiercely, and thunder rolled overhead, illuminating the night sky like daylight. Setting Tang Xingyao down, Uncle Yi tearfully said, "Second miss, this old servant can only bring you this far. Your fate is now in your own hands. Whether you live or die, do not return." With a final glance at Tang Xingyao, he turned and vanished into the relentless rain. Soaked by the downpour, Tang Xingyao struggled to stand, yet her innate intelligence led her to seek shelter from the rain. The mountain path was slippery, and her small footprints were quickly washed away by the rain. She pressed on through the storm, searching for a place to take refuge. She walked and walked, with no knowledge of the distance covered, when suddenly an open area appeared before her, devoid of trees. The last thunderbolt struck nearby, the wind began to subside, the rain lessened, and her vision gradually cleared. Tang Xingyao noticed something lying on the ground, and, as she approached, exclaimed, "Oh, poor little puppy." She crouched down and gently stroked the creature's white fur, now drenched and matted against its skin. "Oh, little puppy, are you hurt?" Tang Xingyao wiped away the blood at its mouth. "Do not fear, little puppy. I will take you with me." With great effort, she lifted the furry creature and continued toward the mountaintop, where she recalled there being a temple from her childhood visits with her mother. Bai Nuo Cheng, the creature she carried, felt most uncomfortable in her embrace and was furiously indignant at being called a dog. Bai Nuo Cheng thought to assert his regal presence, intending to howl defiantly, but found himself utterly immobile, every movement sending sharp pain throughout his body. In the end, he could only emit a faint whimper. "Oh, little puppy, do not fear. We shall soon arrive." Tang Xingyao comforted, stroking his head. "You must be in great pain." "Oh, if being a dog is what it takes, then so be it. I lack the strength to argue with you now. But once I recover, little brat, I shall frighten you to tears." The mountain path was treacherous, and the journey was already uncomfortable, compounded by his internal injuries. But by the time they reached the mountaintop, Bai Nuo Cheng felt as if his very brain had been rattled. Tang Xingyao suddenly tightened her wrist with excitement and exclaimed, "Xiao Gogo, look, we've arrived." "Ha!" Tang Xingyao hugged the Xiao Gogo tightly and staggered as she hurried towards the temple. Bai Nuo Cheng remarked, "You little rascal, I can see. I'm about to be choked to death." "Whoa, whoa, Xiao Gogo, you are also very happy, aren't you?" Regrettably, this place, due to the lack of incense offerings, had long been abandoned. However, at least it could provide shelter from the wind and rain, making it a truly exquisite refuge at present. As soon as they stepped into the temple, Bai Nuo Cheng felt the mixed atmosphere around him. The true Buddhist statues had all retreated, leaving only a few idle little demons occupying the statues to cultivate. Bai Nuo Cheng. "Run, swish! Bai Nuo Cheng is here. Run!" Some little demons, fearing Bai Nuo Cheng's power, quickly retreated. A few remaining little demons had no grievances with the wolf clan. Fortunately, everyone maintained a peaceful coexistence, and there were no conflicts. On this rainy night, with nowhere to go, the remaining little demons could only huddle in corners, leaving the main hall to Bai Nuo Cheng. Tang Xingyao gently placed Xiao Gogo on a cushion and thoughtfully covered him with some cotton cloth to keep him warm. "Oh, whoa." Upon seeing her turn around, Bai Nuo Cheng immediately bit on her pant leg. "What are you doing, Xiao Gogo?" "My pants. What if you ruin them?" Tang Xingyao hurriedly crouched down, trying to pull her pant from his mouth, but Bai Nuo Cheng would not let go, and his grip tightened. Oh, whoa. Who told you to call me a dog? How do I look like a dog? With no other option, Tang Xingyao decided to let him be and walked over to kneel in front of the Buddhist altar with the remnants of Bai Nuo Cheng still hanging from her pant. He wondered what this little girl could possibly be asking the Buddha for. What could a child so young understand? Yet, seeing her earnest demeanor, he fell silent. Tang Xingyao knelt with her knees on the ground, closed her eyes, and recited fervently, Ba, may the Buddha bless my aunt to be safe and sound, so she will no longer be scolded by my father. She then bowed 3 times to the statue, each bow executed with sincerity. Chapter 2. The bird demon turns into roast bird. The demon king takes shape. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xingyao turned to Bai Nuo Cheng and asked Xiao Gogo, I made a wish to the Buddha. What about you? What did you wish for? Bai Nuo Cheng paused. This Lord never believes in others. I only believe in myself. Oh, so you don't even want to share your own wish? What a mischievous little dog. Bai Nuo Cheng replied. If I spoke now, wouldn't I scare you to death? Tang Xingyao continued to smile at him, suddenly asking, Xiao Gogo, are you hungry? You must be very hungry, right? Let me get you something to eat. With that, Tang Xingyao stood up and took out a piece of osmanthus candy from her sleeve, placing it by Bai Nuo Cheng's mouth. Xiao Gogo, look what this is. Bai Nuo Cheng glanced at the candy and ignored it. He despised sweets, and his expression revealed his disinterest in the osmanthus candy. Tang Xingyao, undeterred, continued to offer it to him. Then let me feed you. How about that? Bai Nuo Cheng still did not respond. He stared at the soaked osmanthus candy as if it were regurgitated matter, feeling his stomach churn. Ugh! Ugh! Tang Xingyao hurriedly grabbed her handkerchief to wipe the smudges from his lips. I'm sorry. I forgot you're a little dog. You can't eat sweets. Bai Nuo Cheng was utterly furious. How long must I be called a dog? Where had that Ajuan fellow gone to assist this lord? He had yet to arrive. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Xiao Gogo, shall we find a place to rest? Tang Xingyao could not bear to see him in such distress, constantly whimpering. This lord needs to rest. I truly require rest. As soon as Bai Nuo Cheng's words fell, he felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and with a thud, he closed them and lost consciousness. Tang Xingyao picked him up and gently placed him on the soft cushion. Xiao Gogo, I won't let you go hungry. I'll wake up early tomorrow to find you some bones. She gently patted his back as if offering encouragement. Wu. Wang Wu. That night, Tang Xingyao curled up beside Bai Nuo Cheng, feeling warm against his fur as she fell asleep. Bai Nuo Cheng remained in a deep slumber. The next morning, Tang Xingyao rose early, covering Bai Nuo Cheng with a thin blanket before leaving. When Bai Nuo Cheng opened his eyes and beheld a pile of bones before him, his face turned pale. What are these things? He pawed at the pile of bones. Did this girl really go out to find bones? Seeing that he wouldn't eat, Tang Xingyao looked innocent. Xiao Gogo, don't you love bones the most? Why aren't you eating? Don't worry, Xiao Gogo. There are plenty of wild delicacies in these mountains. I will surely find something you like. Tang Xingyao's chatter gradually grew quieter as she curled up like a ball beside Bai Nuo Cheng, unconsciously mumbling about feeling cold. Aunt, Xing'er is so cold. Upon seeing her like this, Bai Nuo Cheng realized she had a fever. Without hesitation, he picked up Tang Xingyao and tossed her on his back, heading straight for the back mountain of the temple. Nearby was a stone cave dedicated to various spiritual beasts, situated in a place of excellent feng shui, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It was an ideal location for both cultivation and self-cultivation. He had intended to seek refuge there after enduring his tribulations, but having emerged, he found himself gravely wounded and unable to move. In truth, Tang Xingyao was his savior. Bai Nuo Cheng believed in repaying kindness and avenging enmity. Upon entering the cave, Bai Nuo Cheng gently laid Tang Xingyao on a stone and then began to kindle a fire beside her. Tang Xingyao nestled next to the fire, feeling incredibly comfortable and warm. She adjusted her sleeping position and quickly drifted off to sleep. Bai Nuo Cheng sat beside her, closing his eyes to cultivate and heal his wounds. Sooner or later, a human has entered. Tell me, should I kill her? Suddenly, a bird demon intruded, disrupting Bai Nuo Cheng's meditation. The bird demon, confident in her humanoid cultivation, believed the cave was her territory Bai Nuo Cheng, irritated by the shrill voice, opened his eyes, his green pupils glaring. If you dare to harm her, I will annihilate your entire clan. Bai Nuo Cheng rose to his wolf form, shielding Tang Xingyao beneath him, baring his fangs at the bird demon, ready to pounce and tear her apart at any moment. Look at you, resembling a grotesque painting, with not a single good trait. How outrageous! The bird demon, infuriated, boasted about her vibrant feathers, her prideful asset that attracted many desperate men to offer their souls. She then sneered, but you are still heavily injured, not yet transformed into human form. It is uncertain who is truly the stronger. As soon as her words fell, the bird demon flapped her mixed-colored wings and lunged at Bai Nuo Cheng. Bang! Bai Nuo Cheng met her assault with a palm strike, resulting in a fierce shockwave that caused surrounding trees to sway and branches to fall. In the midst of the battle, Bai Nuo Cheng glanced back at Tang Xingyao, relieved to see she was still peacefully asleep. The bird demon was forced back a few steps by the power of Bai Nuo Cheng. I never expected this little wolf cub could actually injure me. Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed at her broken wing, tauntingly saying, "What does it matter if I hurt you? Eradicating your entire clan would be an effortless task for me." The bird demon smirked disdainfully. What arrogance! You are merely an insignificant little wolf cub, utterly unaware of your own limitations. With gritted teeth, she flapped her wings again and lunged at Bai Nuo Cheng. Bang! A sharp beam of white light flashed, and Bai Nuo Cheng forced the bird demon back once more to this moment. Bai Nuo Cheng was thoroughly exasperated with the bird demon and merely wished to conclude this battle swiftly. He concentrated his energy, igniting a flame within his dantian that I forgot to mention. I have just survived the heavenly thunder tribulation, and my power has significantly increased. As he spoke, the flame transformed into a ferocious fire wolf that howled from his mouth, soaring above the bird demon's head. Realizing the imminent danger, the bird demon frantically flapped her wings to escape. However, Bai Nuo Cheng had already anticipated her move. Despite her speed, she was still pursued by the fire wolf. With a sizzling sound, a wisp of blue smoke dispersed, and the bird demon was instantly reduced to ashes. Bai Nuo Cheng retracted the fire wolf, gazing at the charred ground, the cave filled with the pungent aroma of burnt protein. Humph! I initially thought your 1,000 years of cultivation were not easy to come by, yet you dare to call me a wolf cub. He then returned to Tang Xingyao's side and reached out to check her pulse. Still alive, continuing to lie beside Tang Xingyao to restore his consciousness, he suddenly felt a transformation occurring within him. His 4 wolf legs began to stretch infinitely, elongating and changing. His wolf snout also began to shrink, becoming smaller. Ultimately, he transformed into human form. He abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a deep, dark intensity, as if they could drip ink. He looked down at his feet, his pupils constricting sharply. I actually transformed into human form. Having reached the age of 500 and experiencing the heavenly thunder tribulation for the first time, he had indeed become a human, a testament to being the little demon king of the wolf clan. Bai Nuo Cheng incredulously lowered his gaze to his hands and noticed a ring on his left index finger, the very ring that held the power of the fire wolf, implanted in his body, since birth by his father. Yet he glanced at Tang Xingyao, then back at himself, finally realizing the stark difference between them. Tang Xingyao was fully clothed, while he was completely exposed. Chapter 3. Leaving without notice, Bai Nuo returns to the demon clan. Bai Nuo Cheng felt utterly embarrassed. He hastily covered his vital areas with his right hand, inwardly cursing, "Damn that oil-painting spirit. If it weren't for her causing me to activate the fire wolf power prematurely, I wouldn't have transformed into human form so quickly." At the very least, he could have waited until he returned to San Xingu. But now, as a newly crowned king of the wolf clan, he was forced to run naked before a child? What a disgrace! His teeth ground together in irritation. Glancing around, he noticed a few tattered old cloths hanging in the cave, which he reluctantly decided to borrow as makeshift clothing. With a flick of his left hand, the ring on his index finger suddenly shimmered with light, and a piece of cloth was magically drawn to him, wrapping around his body. He then fashioned another strip of fabric to tie around his waist and simply gathered his hair at the back of his head, his eyes sparkling with vitality, revealing the handsome visage of a youth. thus managing to cover himself a little. Tang Xingyao remained soundly asleep. She looked quite serene in her slumber, with long, thick eyelashes and slightly pursed red lips, as if lost in thought or trapped in a dream. "It's so cold. Annie, star is so cold," Tang Xingyao murmured sleepily. She then turned away from Bai Nuo Cheng, curling up with her arms wrapped around her knees. Bai Nuo Cheng felt a pang of compassion, so he gently draped the last piece of cloth over Tang Xingyao before departing. Having successfully passed the heavenly thunder tribulation and transformed into human form, he aimed to return to San Xingu as soon as possible, where his wolf clan people awaited him. Once Bai Nuo Cheng exited the cave, he swiftly transformed into wolf form and raced towards San Xingu. But in no time, he arrived at a dense forest, where the trees towered 100 feet high, their branches lush and abundant. Bai Nuo Cheng galloped westward, entering a mountain range. This mountain range, known as Shumishan Tianleifeng, stretched over 1,000 kilometers, forming the outskirts of the wolf clan's habitat, with San Xingu hidden within. He stood atop a colossal tree, gazing into the distance, where a towering peak loomed, crowned by a grand palace, the location of San Xingdian. Looking down, he saw that this area was rich in spiritual energy, with an abundance of spiritual herbs and rare fruits. Bai Nuo Cheng could not afford a delay for even a moment and immediately soared into the air, heading towards San Xingdian. He sprinted up a slope and leaped down, his form agile as a monkey, soaring over 2 zhang high and landing on another slope. His figure soon vanished, only to reappear atop another ancient tree. His speed intensified, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through numerous obstacles and arrived at the entrance of San Xingdian. He came to a halt, gazing up at the majestic palace complex, his heart swelling with excitement. This was his home, the root of the wolf clan. Standing at the entrance, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door. As the palace doors swung open, Bai Nuo Cheng felt a surge of emotions. Everything inside was just as he remembered it when he left. He couldn't help but recall the moment of his departure, a wave of sorrow washing over him as tears streamed down his cheeks. "Father, mother, your child has returned. I will surely restore the wolf clan and protect my people. This palace was constructed by our ancestors to safeguard the peace of the wolf clan." A voice filled with deep sorrow echoed in Bai Nuo Cheng's mind. "Though our clan is the king of beasts, we shall never allow the weak, sick, or elderly to be bullied, nor shall we consume human flesh or drink human blood." When his father uttered these words, he coughed repeatedly, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. That moment, the divine and demonic clans were locked in fierce battle, and the demon clan rushed to support the divine clan, with his father, Bai Jingting, serving as the demon king at the time. In his father's eyes, although humans were greedy, they possessed a strong sense of loyalty, as they valued emotions above all else. One of the reasons for the long-standing harmony between the demon clan and humans. Thus, protecting humanity became a shared mission for both the demon and divine clans, and Bai Jingting led tens of thousands of demons into battle against the demonic clan. Unexpectedly, the demonic clan was already prepared, laying a trap at the front lines, waiting for the demon clan to fall into their snare. Bai Jingting led the demon clan in a fierce fight, ultimately disrupting the demonic clan's formation. Yet the demon king, Bai Jingting, paid a heavy price. Poof! He was struck in the back by a spear, blood gushing forth. Turning back, he saw the leader of the demonic clan, the demon lord Chang Ye, standing behind him. Chang Ye, wielding a spear, smirked coldly. "Bai Jingting, you've fallen into my grasp. I will make you wish for life, but find no way to live." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 piercing sounds echoed, and Chang Ye's body suddenly trembled. Poof! His left arm was pierced, blood splattering everywhere. How could this be? Chang Ye turned in shock to see 2 young figures standing nearby, the Emperor of Heaven and the Empress of Heaven. The Empress held a long whip, while the Emperor wielded a sword, blood belonging to Chang, yet dripping from the blade, falling to the ground. The demonic clan was defeated, and Chang Ye was sealed within the demon suppression tower by the heavenly general Li Tianguo. With the demon clan leader lost, the Emperor and Empress of Heaven promised Bai Jingting that they would never send troops against the demon clan, thus forging a bond between the 2 clans. A frail, aged voice resonated slowly, echoing within the vast palace and pulling Bai Nuo Cheng from the depths of his memories back into the realm of reality. Bai Nuo Cheng turned to find an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, stooped in stature and clad in a gray monk's robe, standing at the entrance of the palace. It was none other than Elder Hui Mu. He hastened to the elder's side and knelt, his voice trembling. Elder Hui, Master, you flatter me. Elder Hui Mu extended his hand to assist Bai Nuo Cheng in rising. Now that you have taken on human form, there is no need for such reverence. Nuo Cheng cannot do that. Bai Nuo Cheng replied respectfully. Elder Hui Mu had been Bai Nuo Cheng's mentor during his childhood. His mother, frail and weak, had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. His father, preoccupied with his duties, often failed to provide the care he needed. Thus, it was Elder Hui Mu who had nurtured him, both as a teacher and a maternal figure, earning Bai Nuo Cheng's profound respect. Chenger, I have heard that you have recently overcome the heavenly thunder tribulation and elevated your cultivation. Is that true? Bai Nuo Cheng nodded. Indeed, Nuo Cheng has just transcended the thunder tribulation and has mastered the power of the fire wolf. Excellent, excellent. Elder Hui Mu exclaimed with delight. This is a momentous occasion for our demon clan. Soon, you shall inherit the throne of the demon king. After Bai Nuo Cheng departed, Elder Hui Mu approached the throne of the demon king, gazing at the chair once occupied by Bai Jing Ting. He gradually crouched down and extended his palm, gently caressing the chair. Your son, indeed as you foretold, possesses extraordinary talent. Every gesture and word reveals a brilliance that astounds the world. Alas, Elder Hui Mu sighed, had you not met with an untimely demise, perhaps your son's fate would not be as fraught with challenges as it is today. However, rest assured, now that Chenger has returned, I shall do all in my power to assist him in revitalizing our demon clan. Chapter 4. The millennial demon fruit and the demise of the concubine on a tranquil night. The stars twinkled brightly against a clear moonlit sky. A gentle breeze wafted into the cave, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Tang Xingyao awoke beside the flickering fire, the tiny flames swaying rhythmically, steadfast in their duty. Perhaps sensing the presence of their vigil, the feeble flames finally completed their task and gradually extinguished. Tang Xingyao rubbed her sleepy eyes with her small hand and glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling somewhat disoriented. She pinched her sore little nose, which was stuffed with mucus, and noticed that her clothes had dried completely. Where has my little dog gone? She looked around, unable to spot her beloved pet. That ungrateful little dog. After I just found it a bone, it ran off with it. At this moment, in the Bai Nuo city of Sansheng Valley, a sudden sneeze erupted. Who is cursing me? A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Tang Xingyao sniffed her congested little nose, searching around until she stumbled upon a gigantic roasted chicken beside a stone. Wow, this chicken is enormous. It must weigh at least 2 jin. She squatted down, licking her lips, and began to peel away the grass and dirt clinging to the chicken's skin, drooling at the sight of its plump drumsticks. The chicken was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with juices that released a mouth-watering fragrance. As her stomach grumbled in response, Tang Xingyao eagerly took a generous bite of the chicken leg, relishing the exquisite taste. Who on earth made this chicken? It's absolutely delicious. With all her might, she tore off a drumstick, the glistening skin yielding to her bite, letting the savory juices flow in her mouth, sweet and delectable. She was covered in grease, continuously swallowing the delectable morsels, her round, sparkling eyes fixated on the remaining roasted chicken on the ground. You naughty dog, see what you've missed out on. You deserve it. Back in Bai Nuo City, another sneeze interrupted her feast. What is wrong with me? Am I catching a cold? Just as she was enjoying her meal, a sudden noise erupted outside the cave. She considered stepping out to investigate, but was reluctant to part with her roasted chicken. Instead, she clutched the chicken tightly to her chest and stumbled her way outside. Another loud bang echoed, and brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, blooming in splendid cascades. Today was the Qixi Festival, a day when women prayed to the weaving maiden for wisdom and a blissful marriage. In the bustling town of Tongjia County, laughter and joy intermingled with the vibrant fireworks. The western sky erupted with dazzling displays, the fireworks flickering like stars, igniting a joyful dance that spread until it reached the summit of Mount Sumeru. It was her first time witnessing fireworks from such a splendid vantage point, almost as if she could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. Tang Xingyao couldn't help but think of her aunt. With this thought, she cradled the roasted chicken and made her way down the mountain, retracing her steps back to the town. The streets were crowded, bustling with people. Tang Xingyao navigated through the throngs, skillfully avoiding the encroaching crowd, ensuring none could shove or push her. However, the oily roasted chicken in her arms brushed against the skirts of many passers-by, and she feared their lamentations upon discovering the greasy marks upon their garments. Colorful lanterns illuminated the night, casting a warm glow upon the flowing river below, where men wore smiles and women radiated joy. The atmosphere was both lively and heartwarming. After a while, she paused at the entrance of a residence with crimson doors, guarded by two imposing stone lions that seemed to threaten her roasted chicken. With her round eyes blinking, she took a step inside. Second miss, what brings you back? The steward, Uncle Yi, was busy sweeping the courtyard, having only now found time to clear the leaves that had fallen from the trees after the heavy rain. Noticing the redness in Uncle Yi's eyes, filled with unshed tears, Tang Xingyao quickly tried to comfort him. Xing has brought back a large roasted chicken for you and my aunt. Please don't cry. Did father scold you again? She tilted her head, gazing at him with her big, round eyes, her chubby cheeks still holding a hint of baby fat, preventing her from looking too frail. Second miss, quickly. Let me take you out of the manor. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Yi scooped up Tang Xingyao and rushed towards the door, but they were intercepted by Tang Yunli. Stop! Tang Yunli's furious gaze bore down upon them, causing Uncle Yi to tremble in fear. Master, Uncle Yi, upon hearing this, hastily set Tang Xingyao down and knelt on the ground. This old servant deserves to die for failing to escort the second miss safely. Please punish me, master. Tang Yunli's eyes fell upon Tang Xingyao, whose lips were smeared with remnants of grease and whose cheeks were flushed from indulging in the chicken. An unusual feeling stirred within him. Take her away, he commanded in a deep voice. Obeying the order, Uncle Yi rose, bowed, and swiftly carried Tang Xingyao away. They arrived at the courtyard where Aunt Dong resided, only to find her absence. Aunt, I brought you something delicious. Tang Xingyao called out, her small voice filled with hope. Uncle Yi, unable to bear the sight of her hopeful expression, quickly turned his head, not wanting her to see the tears welling in his eyes. Aunt, what happened to you? Where are you? Though young, Tang Xingyao was not foolish. Second miss, you should go to bed. Uncle Yi forced a smile, wiping away the moisture from his eyes. I want to play with Aunt. Be good. Second Mississippi, wait until Aunt returns, and she will play with you. Tang Xingyao pouted, her eyes filling with tears. You're lying. Did Aunt leave? Where is she? Where is she? With that, she broke free from Uncle Yi's embrace, crying desperately. You're lying. Where's my aunt? Second miss. Uncle Yi sighed, tears streaming down his face. Aunt Dong. She has passed away. She was gravely ill and left us last night. Passed away? Yes, gone. Tang Xingyao froze, her cries abruptly silenced as she stood still, her strength fading. The roasted chicken tumbled far away, forgotten. Tears like raindrops cascaded down her tender cheeks. Second miss, please accept my condolences, Uncle Yi murmured, unable to remain. Such a young age, losing a mother. What sins did the second miss commit in her past life to endure such suffering in this one? On one side of the wall, the revelry and gaiety thrived. On the other side, despair and loneliness reigned. The separation was eternal, a lifetime apart, with no hope of reunion. The night was cool as a breeze swept through, stirring up dust that danced in the air. Tang Xingyao stood in the cold wind, lifting her face to watch the swirling dust, her heart heavy with desolation. She extended her small hand to wipe away the tears on her face, transforming it into a patchwork of sorrow. In the haze, she seemed to glimpse her aunt's smiling face, urging her, Xinga, you must strive to live well. Chapter 5. Receiving worship from all demons. Late night exploration of the Tang Manor in the Sansheng Palace within Sansheng Valley. Bai Nuo City's young lord sat enthroned, ready to inherit the title of Demon King and receive the homage of countless demons. Before him stretched an expansive realm, with towering trees rising like pillars to the heavens. Beneath these giants, multitudes of small demon beasts lay prostrate, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon the figure seated upon the high platform, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was none other than the youngest demon king, Bai Nuo Cheng. Beside him stood a man clad in black, his trusted aide, Ajuan. Ajuan grew up alongside Bai Nuo Cheng, a little black wolf. Later, when Bai Nuo Cheng was forced out of the wolf clan, Ajuan remained behind, always ready to convey news from the wolf tribe to the wandering Bai Nuo Cheng. Beneath Ajuan stood 3 elders of the demon clan: Elder Bai Chun, whose true form was a celestial crane; Elder He Feng, whose true form was an old eagle; and Elder Hui Mu, Bai Nuo Cheng's master, whose true form was a gray lion. These 3 elders were the most esteemed figures in the demon clan, wielding considerable influence during Bai Jing Ting's reign. Even Bai Nuo Cheng had to show them great respect. "Cheng-er, today you inherit the throne. You must strive diligently. Do not let us down." Elder Bai Chun waved his feather duster, appearing as a white-haired elder with a youthful demeanor, his eyes reflecting profound wisdom, regarding Bai Nuo Cheng as if he were his own child, filled with affection. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Bai. Cheng-er will surely keep it in mind and revive the demon clan." Words alone are easy to utter. Elder He Feng scoffed, shrouded in a black robe with only his piercing eyes visible, which sent shivers down one's spine. To become an excellent leader, mere cultivation is insufficient. Without adequate capability and fortitude, the demon clan may ultimately fall into ruin at the hands of certain individuals. "I shall remember your admonition, Elder He Feng." Bai Nuo Cheng leaned slightly forward, enunciating each word as if fearing Elder He Feng's advanced age might hinder his hearing. Yet, beneath his calm tone lay a subtle authority that startled Elder He Feng. After all, it was his eagle clan that had expelled the 200-year-old Bai Nuo Cheng from the wolf tribe, leaving him lonely and homeless. A glint of cold light flickered in Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Now that he had ascended the throne, he needed to stabilize his foundation and avoid provoking unnecessary conflict, biding his time until he was strong enough to exact revenge. LDVMU, observing Bai Nuo Cheng's humility, felt secretly pleased. He cleared his throat. "Cheng-er, you are the hope for our demon clan's future. We believe you can lead us to glory once more." The Sansheng was rife with tension. Some submitted, while others overstepped their bounds. Fortunately, the coronation ceremony concluded perfectly, and Bai Nuo Cheng successfully inherited the title of Demon King, stabilizing the leaderless chaos that had plagued the demon clan for 3 centuries. At this moment, the Sansheng was left with only a throng of maidens bustling about. Bai Nuo Cheng descended from the throne and returned to his chamber, inadvertently recalling the small figure that had brought him a pile of rotten bones. How could the dignified demon king lose face before a young girl? Being called a dog and nearly feeling nauseated? Thankfully, that little girl fainted. Otherwise, would his entire reputation have been laid bare before her? Bai Nuo Cheng found himself inwardly frustrated, feeling utterly humiliated. As night deepened, the sky transformed from deep blue to dark purple, with stars appearing one by one, like eyes gazing down at the mountains, rivers, valleys, and forests below. "Tang Xingyao, are you not weary?" Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly sat up, kicking the table over in a fit of rage. Outside the door, Ajuan, startled by the sudden noise, almost dislocated his jaw while stifling a yawn. Rushing into the chamber, he asked, "Your Excellency, what has happened? Why such fury?" The maidens all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. "Get out!" Bai Nuo Cheng bellowed at anyone who annoyed him, and the occupants of the hall fled as if granted a reprieve. "That wretched girl. She has occupied my thoughts all day. It has kept me from sleeping well. How infuriating." He threw off the covers and pulled on his clothes, striding out of the inner chamber. "Your Excellency, where are you going at this late hour?" Ajuan anxiously followed behind. Having noted Bai Nuo Cheng's sudden temperament shift, his irritability and unpredictable moods were a cause for concern for his close attendant. "Do not follow me." Bai Nuo Cheng snupped, and with a flick of his wrist, the door in front of Ajuan slammed shut. Unfortunately, Ajuan did not stop in time. and his wolfish face collided with the door, eliciting a mournful wail. At Tang Mansion, deep in the night, the moon hung high, and silence enveloped the estate. Everyone had retired, leaving only Tang Xingyao in the courtyard, washing clothes in the icy well water. She had not eaten all day, and her stomach grumbled, yet she dared not step beyond the back door. Her father had instructed the servants not to allow her to eat without working. If she did not finish washing the clothes today, she would not be allowed to sleep. Her little hands turned red from the well water as she scrubbed vigorously, even rubbing her wrists raw. She sniffled slightly, her nose still congested from her cold. Suddenly, she decisively tossed the clothes into the basin, placed her hands on her hips, and after pondering for a moment, turned and walked into the house. Moments later, she emerged carrying a dark object. What is that? Bai Nuo Cheng, perched on a wall, squinted to observe the mysterious object. What on earth is this girl planning? Tang Xingyao unsteadily approached the washing basin, pouring the dark object into the water, turning the basin's contents black. She seemed unsatisfied and removed her shoes and socks, leaping into the basin to splash about, adding more dirt. How fun! This is so enjoyable, she exclaimed, thoroughly delighted. Bai Nuo Cheng, unable to suppress his laughter, chuckled at the absurdity of the scene, realizing he could not comprehend her logic. Tang Xingyao splashed in the basin, her bare feet dancing in the water, her little arms flailing, appearing quite comical. Bai Nuo Cheng, leaning against the wall, burst into laughter. Upon hearing the laughter, Tang Xingyao turned her gaze towards him, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh no, I've been discovered." Bai Nuo Cheng quickly slipped away from the wall, determined not to let her spot him, lest she offer him that disgusting osmanthus candy again. Chapter 6, Stealthy Assistance. Tang Xingyao faces punishment. Who is that? Running away so quickly, just like my heartless little puppy, leaving without a word. Tang Xingyao, unaware of who had been watching her. Sigh, at such a young age, why burden herself with such worries? She suddenly longed for her aunt and her little white dog, wishing for just one companion by her side. Now, she felt utterly alone, with no food and no one to keep her company. Reflecting on this, Tang Xingyao felt a wave of sadness wash over her, and she squatted down. Bai Nuo Cheng, hearing the commotion, quickly concealed himself behind a tree. Seeing her crouch down, he sighed in relief, thinking he had escaped detection. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed Tang Xingyao pulling a white cloth from her bosom. She then sat on the steps, removed her feet from the water, and began to carefully wipe them with the cloth. After finishing, she held her little feet up to her nose, attempting to sniff for any foul odor. But finding her nose still blocked, she gave up. Tang Xingyao put on her little shoes, swaying as she stood up, and began to head back inside to sleep. Suddenly, her body betrayed her, and she stumbled, falling awkwardly to the ground. Bai Nuo Cheng, clutching his stomach with laughter, doubled over, nearly losing his breath at the sight of her antics. This little girl is truly amusing. He chuckled for a while, only to suddenly realize something, and immediately restrained his smile. It had been quite some time, yet that troublesome girl had yet to rise. "Hey, you little rascal, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Bai Nuo Cheng swiftly climbed over the wall to check on her, only to find her lying motionless on the ground with her eyes closed, her breathing faint. "This is terrible. Damn it," Bai Nuo Cheng thought to himself, hastily picking her up in a horizontal position. "Wake up, you little rascal." After placing her on the bed, he touched her forehead, which was astonishingly hot, while her body and limbs felt icy cold. He did not dare to delay, gathering his spiritual energy in his palm and infusing it into her body to expel the coldness within her. After a short while, he finally sighed in relief. "I've managed to drive out the cold." Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he then reached out to check her pulse. "Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, she might truly have burned her brains out. How will this silly girl get married in the future?" Bai Nuo Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Realizing the dawn was approaching, it was unwise for him to linger here any longer. He decided to leave first, quickly concealing his aura and quietly exiting the courtyard, ensuring to close the doors and windows behind him. Just as he stepped outside, Tang Xingyao opened her eyes. blinking innocently in the direction where Bai Nuo Cheng had vanished, a sly smile curving her lips. He, she chuckled mischievously. Thank you, my celestial brother. The following morning, a shrill scream erupted from the backyard, startling countless birds into flight. Madame Xia, clutching her throat, imitated the mannerisms of a courtesan while holding the clothes soiled by Tang Xing Yao the previous night, appearing utterly pitiful. My lord, look at what this wretched girl has done to my dress. Madame Xia displayed an expression of extreme grievance. You must stand up for me, my lord. This garment was newly made and never worn before, and yet she has ruined it. Woo, my lord, you must seek justice for me. The servants and house staff of the Tang estate wore expressions of sympathy. Though they wished to protect Tang Xing Yao, they felt powerless. Madame Xia, once the most renowned actress of the first courtesan house, had suffered from excessive consumption of contraceptive potions in her youth, rendering her unable to bear children. Yet, her unparalleled ability to please men made her the most favored concubine among the 4 wives in the Tang household, despite her childlessness. Tang Yunli sat at the table, already vexed by his official duties, and upon hearing Madame Xia's lamentations, furrowed his brow. How dare this wretched girl dirty your clothes? Let us see how I shall punish her. Though outwardly appeasing Madame Xia, inside he was lamenting the loss of his precious silver, knowing that each of her garments was costly, and he had a preference for her in elegant attire. My lord, you must fetch her at once. I shall teach her a lesson. Madame Xia cried, her tears flowing like rain. My clothes. Enraged, Tang Yunli commanded, bring the second miss to the front hall. Yes. Without delay, Madame Xia wiped her tears and cast a fierce glare at Tang Xing Yao as she was led to the front hall. In the center of the hall stood a long table, flanked by rows of servants and 2 maidens. Bang! Tang Yunli slammed his hand on the table. Do you even know your mistake? Tang Xing Yao, a small figure, knelt on the ground with her head bowed in silence, resembling a small frog. Aren't you going to admit your fault? Stubborn brat. You deserve punishment. Someone, fetch my whip. With a crack of the whip, Tang Xing Yao felt the sting on her small backside. Her delicate skin turned crimson instantly, blood seeping through her trousers, a gruesome sight. Tang Xing Yao gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out. Tang Yunli, seeing her defiance, became even more furious. You're just like your deceased mother, utterly unrepentant, he exclaimed, raising his hand once more to strike her back. One lash after another, blood began to seep through her clothing, yet she continued to bite her lip, refusing to beg for mercy. Tang Xing Yao trembled under the punishment, but she steadfastly refused to yield or admit her wrongdoing. Crack, crack, crack. Tang Yunli relentlessly whipped her back, consumed by rage, his vision clouded with fury as Tang Xing Yao's body became a canvas of blood. His anger reached its peak. Eyes reddened, wishing to tear her apart. Tang Xing Yao kept her head down, teeth clenched, silent. Tang Yunli, infuriated by her demeanor, kicked her in the chest. Puffed. Tang Xing Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning ashen. Speak, were you wrong or not? Tang Xing Yao could not respond, blood frothing in her mouth, her entire being racked with pain. In his fury, Tang Yunli kicked her again. Throw her into the backyard. If she dies, just bury her on the mountain. Less hassle. With a wave of his sleeve, Tang Xing Yao was dragged to the backyard. She was left there all day, with no one daring to intervene. Chapter 7. Furious return to Sansheng Valley. Spectators among the demons before dawn. The remnants of stars flickered in the sky. Bai Nuo Cheng dashed across the dew-laden grass, the sound of insects chirping rising like gentle rain beneath his wolf-like paws. At the end of the deep mountains, he gazed down at the vibrant lights below, twinkling like countless stars. Suddenly transforming into human form, he merged into the mundane world. Today he had brought fine beef jerky, intending to treat that troublesome girl. After all, she often complained about the inadequacies of her meals. This jerky would last her several days. He nimbly leaped onto the wall of the Tang estate, noticing the tranquility of the backyard. This little girl had indeed rested early today, which was commendable. It seemed there would be fewer clothes to wash today. Yet, he found himself feeling disgruntled, pondering how a dignified demon king like himself had taken to sneaking around a young girl's wall. What a disgrace. If this were to spread, what would Ajuan think of him? How would the little demons perceive him? How would he maintain his standing in the demon realm? But then he shrugged off these scattered thoughts, affirming, is it wrong to repay a life-saving grace? Certainly not. With that, he lightly alighted in the courtyard. Despite the brilliance of the front hall, the backyard was enveloped in darkness. Ordinary people would need to feel their way through, yet he possessed keen wolf eyes, enabling him to see clearly even in the dead of night. Bai Nuo Cheng stealthily made his way to the room where Tang Xing Yao had been sleeping the previous night. On the bed lay a small figure, her hair a disheveled black mess. Not wishing to disturb her slumber, he intended to quietly leave the beef jerky and depart, but at that moment, he caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Being of the wolf clan, he was highly sensitive to such odors. Stopping in his tracks, his heart began to race as he rushed to the bedside. Lifting a corner of the blanket, he was met with a horrifying sight. The sheets were soaked with large splotches of crimson, glaringly red. Upon closer inspection, he saw her entire body was marred by blood, her pulse weak and intermittent, as if she were on the brink of death. How could this happen? He had only been gone for a day. Seething with rage, he bared his fangs. How could they be so cruel? To harm such a small child. Had he not arrived tonight, she would have surely perished. Reflecting on this, Bai Nuo Cheng yanked the quilt, tightly wrapping Tang Xing Yao within it. She had lost all consciousness, her body limp like a rag doll, and even the slightest movement caused blood to seep from her lips. This is serious. Internal injuries. Transforming into his wolf form, he exclaimed, "Please don't scare me. Don't die on me." Bai Nuo Cheng hurriedly licked her wounds to staunch the bleeding, then swiftly took her on his back and fled the Tang estate. With a howl, he cried out to the heavens. The lights in the front courtyard of the Tang residence flickered to life as the servants meticulously searched the premises. Aside from the impending demise of the second young lady, there was nothing unusual. "Let us just sleep," Tang Yunli yawned, wrapping his arms around Aunt Xia as he made his way back to the bedroom. Bai Nuo Cheng, burdened with the unconscious Tang Xing Yao, raced towards the northwest, anxiety swirling within him. What should I do to save you? The thought of Elder Hui sparked hope in his heart. Elder Hui, over 8,000 years old, possessed not only profound magical abilities, but also remarkable medical skills. Surely he could save her. The mere thought of her death was unbearable. A white wolf, carrying a large bundle, galloped through the forest in the dead of night, finally arriving at San Shanggu just past dawn. Elder Hui's home stood at the entrance of San Shanggu, guarded by generations of lion spirits, ensuring the valley's safety. With a howl, Bai Nuo Cheng summoned countless nocturnal spirits, who rushed forth to pay their respects. "What is this?" A little squirrel bowed to Bai Nuo Cheng before leaping onto his back. "Is it human?" The gathering spirits were astonished. A mortal had ventured into San Shanggu. What? A human? The peacock spirit glanced at the blood-soaked Tang Xing Yao, quickly turning away, unable to bear the sight. "Oh dear, this child is too pitiful," she lamented. Elder Hui was awakened by the commotion outside. Upon seeing the figure on Bai Nuo Cheng's back, his expression shifted. "Your Excellency." This person Tang Xing Yao was at the brink of life and death. Elder Hui hastily carried her to his bed. After examining her, his expression darkened. "Alas, this child is gravely injured. I fear she may not survive." His hand pressed against Tang Xing Yao's chest, assessing her condition. How could this happen? The peacock spirit observed Tang Xing Yao with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, she has suffered severe trauma. Her internal organs are gravely damaged. If not for your Excellency shielding her with your inner strength, she would." Bai Nuo Cheng stood nearby, equally somber. "What shall we do now? LDV, please think of something." The peacock spirit turned to Elder Hui. "Perhaps this child is fated to live," Elder Hui mused with a wry smile. "Though her injuries are severe, she still clings to life. I have a healing elixir. If you give it to her, it should alleviate her condition. The rest is up to fate." He produced a shiny black pill from his robes and handed it to the peacock spirit. She accepted the elixir, gently propping up Tang Xing Yao and feeding it to her. Bai Nuo Cheng watched with deep concern. "Your Excellency, we should return now. Please rest early." Bai Nuo Cheng nodded. The peacock spirit and the other spirits turned to leave. He sighed, gazing at the unconscious Tang Xingyao, filled with worry and care. You must hold on. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on Tang Xingyao's face, bringing a refreshing sensation. She slowly opened her eyes, confronted by a pristine white wall. Where am I? She sat up suddenly, wincing at the pain from her injuries. Realizing she was in an unfamiliar place with ancient, thick stone flooring and a lantern hanging from a wooden beam. She exerted great effort to leave the bed and step outside. It resembled a simple rural courtyard, reminiscent of Aunt Xia's home, but far more beautiful, with a variety of flowering trees and exotic plants adorning the garden. Little girl, you're awake? A deep, melodious voice startled Tang Xingyao. She turned to see the source, her face lighting up with delight. She pointed at the handsome youth before her eyes wide in astonishment. Clad in a white robe, he exuded an otherworldly charm, unmistakably not of this realm. What is it? Bai Nuo Cheng, Divine Brother. Chapter 8. The Demon King's Indulgence. Tang Xingyao's First Affection. It was this exclamation of Divine Brother that filled Bai Nuo Cheng's heart with joy. And thus, Tang Xingyao settled into life at San Shenggu. The valley was rich in spiritual energy and nurturing soil, quickly transforming Tang Xingyao into a radiant beauty, adored by spirits and flowers alike. 11 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now at 16, Tang Xingyao had blossomed into a graceful young lady with a curvaceous figure and smooth, delicate skin, akin to jade. Her large, round eyes sparkled like crescent moons, illuminating the world around her, making it difficult to gaze into their depths. At this moment, she sat atop a hill, practicing swordplay with a peachwood sword. Though it was merely a guise, in her other hand, she held a green fruit. This ginseng fruit is truly delicious. Dressed in simple attire, her long, silky black hair cascaded like a waterfall, accentuating her flawless complexion, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll, both adorable and captivating. Noticing someone passing by, she pretended to practice, twirling gracefully, her movements elegant and skilled, creating a series of dazzling afterimages. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixed ahead. A figure in a flowing white robe stood before her, silently observing, with an inscrutable expression. What? Have you been sneaking ginseng fruit again? Bai Nuo Cheng smacked his forehead, realizing Elder Hui would soon seek him out for retribution. After years of growth, Bai Nuo Cheng had matured from his youthful innocence, now embodying a composed and restrained demeanor. His features had sharpened into a strikingly handsome visage, with thick, dark hair tied back, enhancing his regal appearance. His cold, exquisite face emanated an aura of immense authority, compelling admiration and reverence. Bai Nuo Cheng possessed a unique charisma, an indescribable noble essence, a kingly presence that commanded respect. He resembled a ruler descended from the heavens, each movement radiating boundless majesty and dominance, making others instinctively bow in submission. Yet even the extraordinary Bai Nuo Cheng faced challenges. Recently, spirits within the valley reported that maintaining human form was exhausting, while those unable to transform had to constantly remember not to speak in front of Tang Xingyao, fearing she might be overwhelmed by their true forms. Years ago, upon Tang Xingyao's awakening, Bai Nuo Cheng, moved by her tragic childhood, had insisted on raising her in the valley, even clashing with Elder He Feng over the decision. He endured punishment at the Cliff of Reflection to quell the murmurs that surrounded her presence. He sought to protect her from the terrifying forms of the demon world, imposing rules that spirits could not transform in her presence or speak human language until they had taken on human form. Thus, tales spread throughout the realms of how the Demon King, Bai Nuo Cheng, cherished his precious treasure. Initially met with skepticism, the truth soon became undeniable. The beautiful yet seemingly inept girl was the only human in their realm. Do you know? The Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng's affection for her is indeed profound, almost to the core of her being. However, as time passed, the voices of discontent echoed throughout the Sansheng Valley. where the little demons no longer dare to transform into human forms for fear of startling Tong Xingyao with their true appearances. After all, this girl is under the protection of a formidable demon king. How could these small demons dare to offend her? I still remember the year when the peacock spirit, with her loud voice, practiced singing in the small grove early one morning, only to have Bai Nuo Cheng pluck all her peacock feathers, leaving her bare for years to come. Tong Xingyao was oblivious to these happenings. She merely enjoyed her comfortable life in this small mountain village. Each day was filled with playful banter and bickering with Bai Nuo Cheng, relishing the expressions of defeat on his face, which brought her immense joy. Moreover, Elder Hui taught her to read, write, and practice swordsmanship, making her days feel exceedingly delightful. One day, while practicing her swordsmanship on the hillside, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the faint scent of fresh grass, a fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. This prompted Tong Xingyao to pause and look up. The sky was dim, with only a scattering of stars twinkling in the distant horizon. Clad in simple garments, her long, lustrous black hair danced in the wind like a graceful mermaid, rendering her exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. As she lifted her gaze toward the heavens, she was momentarily taken aback. Then a sweet smile slowly graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with happiness and joy. Suddenly, a vivid image appeared in her mind, a breathtaking scene, a strikingly handsome man dressed in pure white satin, adorned with a purple-black jade crown, stood beneath a pear tree, gazing at her with a warm smile that radiated happiness. In that moment, Tong Xingyao felt entranced, as if her soul had momentarily departed, fixated on him. Just then, a hand tousled her hair gently, and a familiar voice called out, "Girl?" Tong Xingyao snapped back to reality, looking at Bai Nuo Cheng with a hint of confusion. "Ah? What is wrong?" Bai Nuo Cheng, with a smile as radiant as in their childhood, pulled her into an embrace, saying, "Nothing, I just saw you dazed and wanted to call out to you." Tong Xingyao's heart raced at his cheerful grin, and in that moment, the only thought that echoed in her mind was male protagonist. This exhilarating sensation was new to her, causing her heart to pound relentlessly. "Girl, are you feeling unwell? Your cheeks are flushed," Bai Nuo Cheng remarked, pinching her nose and reaching to touch her forehead with a puzzled expression. Tong Xingyao quickly regained her composure and hastily replied, "I just suddenly remembered something unbelievable and got a bit excited." She swiftly changed the subject. "Let us go. I'm hungry and need to find something to eat." "Oh," Bai Nuo Cheng chuckled. "All right, tonight I shall treat you to something delicious." An hour later, Tong Xingyao and Bai Nuo Cheng arrived at the entrance of a restaurant in Tongjia County. "Wow, brother immortal, you actually brought me to a restaurant? Do you know how expensive the food here is?" Tong Xingyao exclaimed, staring at the sign hanging at the entrance. Bai Nuo Cheng frowned, tapping her forehead in warning. "How many times must I tell you not to call me brother immortal? Call me Bai Nuo Cheng, or no Cheng will suffice." "All right, I understand." Tong Xingyao rubbed her forehead. "But if you hit me, will you still marry me?" "Sure. What of it?" Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, casting her a nonchalant glance. "You little girl, I can afford to take care of you. So why shouldn't I bring you to a restaurant?" Izopozizo. Although this statement had an air of arrogance, Tong Xingyao felt her ears flush with warmth and a hint of delight. She stifled a smile, obediently following Bai Nuo Cheng into the restaurant. Bai Nuo Cheng had no choice. The little demons in the valley were lamenting, insisting that he take Tong Xingyao out for some fun, so he finally brought her down the mountain. The restaurant was not overly crowded, yet every table was filled. Bai Nuo Cheng led Tong Xingyao to a window seat. A young waiter approached them with a menu. "Esteemed guests, may I ask what you would like to order?" Tong Xingyao pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu, exclaiming, this one, and this one." The waiter glanced at Bai Nuo Cheng, cautiously inquiring, "Esteemed guest, are you sure you can finish all these?" Bai Nuo Cheng fixed his gaze on Tong Xingyao, affirming, "Order as she says, she decides." "Understood. Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly." Tong Xingyao sipped her tea, gazing out the window at the lively market below, filled with a plethora of small goods, while the fortress moat flowed gently nearby. "Brother immortal, the ambience of this restaurant is quite pleasant, and the view is splendid. Bai Nuo Cheng retorted. Did I not warn you to stop calling me that? Have you forgotten? Tong Xingyao blinked her large eyes, realizing she had slipped again, and quickly corrected herself. No, Cheng. Don't you think the restaurant's atmosphere is delightful? She even added a personal touch to her tone, causing Bai Nuo Cheng to sputter tea, his body growing weak, realizing he could not win against her. Forget it, just speak normally. Tong Xingyao stuck out her tongue playfully, embodying a spirit of defiance as she continued to sip her tea. Bai Nuo Cheng, defeated after all these years, perused the menu without much interest. Before long, the waiter brought Tong Xingyao the various dishes she had ordered, and as she beheld the exquisite spread, her mouth nearly watered. Without waiting for Bai Nuo Cheng to comment, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and sampled each dish, exclaiming, "This tastes divine, far better than Elder Hui's ginseng fruits." Across from her, Bai Nuo Cheng's lips twitched, and even his hands trembled as he asked, "How many ginseng fruits did you consume from Elder Hui?" Realizing she had let something slip, Tong Xingyao sheepishly counted on her fingers. Not many, just 3. 3. Bai Nuo Cheng could not even finish his sentence. Realizing that Elder Hui's efforts over the year would go unrewarded, and he would surely face reprimands upon his return, Tong Xingyao, unfazed, poured herself another cup of tea, leisurely enjoying her meal while gazing out at the beautiful street scene, reveling in her bliss. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the Kunlun mirror reflected Tong Xingyao comical visage as she devoured meat with abandon. The celestial beings, including the heavenly emperor, heavenly queen, and the god of fate, averted their eyes in disbelief. God of fate, do you not know your sins? The heavenly emperor suddenly shifted his focus, questioning the god of fate. The god of fate, bewildered, replied, "This humble immortal is at a loss as to what wrong has been committed." The heavenly queen, Zixuan, interjected sternly, "We entrusted you with sending the princess to undergo trials, yet she lives so well. How can this be considered trials?" The god of fate exclaimed, "Oh my, this is indeed a difficult position to be in. Is it wrong for my daughter to enjoy a better life?" She bowed slightly and continued, "Your majesties, I assure you that I arranged the most arduous fate for the princess. However, the interference of the demon king, Bai Nuo Cheng, has disrupted her destiny in the mortal realm. I believe they were destined to be together. Such a bond cultivated from childhood is surely preferable." Despite the gravity of her words, the empress, Tianho, slowly began to speak. However, the child, Xinger, was inherently unruly and of little use. If she were not made to endure some hardships, it would likely prove detrimental to her in the future within the realms of the demon world and the celestial clan. The little fairy comprehended this and promptly set about rearranging the princess's fate. After the Lord of Destiny finished speaking, he hurriedly departed. Once the Lord of Destiny had exited, the Empress, Zixian, immediately leaned closer to the heavenly emperor and inquired, "What do you think of our son-in-law? I find him quite pleasing to the eye." The heavenly emperor nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, not only is he handsome, but he is also brave and cunning. This is truly an exceptional match." Meanwhile, the Lord of Destiny lamented, "I truly wish I could resign from this position. Look over there. How beautiful." "Huh? What?" Bai Nuo Cheng followed Tang Xinger's pointed finger and gazed into the distance. It was early spring, and while the weather was still slightly cool, many people strolled along the streets, and various shops were preparing to open. At the end of the street stood a tall platform adorned with colorful silk, where a young man dressed in a red brocade robe with a delicate appearance held an ancient zither. Tang Xinger excitedly pointed at the youth and said to Bai Nuo Cheng, "Brother Xian, do you think that young man is handsome?" Bai Nuo Cheng looked at the people dressed in flamboyant attire and curled his lip in disdain. "Can he compare to my snow-white attire?" Puffed. Tang Xing scoffed. "But I think they look quite good." Bai Nuo Cheng. Bai Nuo Cheng issued a playful warning, turning Tang Xinger's face back to himself. "I warn you, in your eyes, heart, and mind, there can only be one man, me. Do you understand?" Tang Xinger gazed blankly at Bai Nuo Cheng's handsome features, her heart racing wildly. An ambiguous tension danced in their exchanged glances. Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes were deep as a pool, seemingly capable of drawing one into their depths. Her heart raced, and her face flushed as she quickly lowered her head. Oh no, I must be developing a heart condition. Why does my heart race so incessantly? Bai Nuo Cheng looked at Tang Xinger's shy and endearing expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This silly girl. Chapter 10. Long-planned schemes and the need for a secret signal. Bai Nuo Cheng rested his chin on one hand, using the other to wipe away the grease from Tang Xinger's mouth, saying indulgently, "My dear girl, after all these years of raising you, how could I allow someone else to take you away?" Tang Xinger winced as Bai Nuo Cheng pinched her cheek, staring at him with a pitiful expression. "Are you saying you don't want to marry me?" Bai Nuo Cheng straightened up, coldly gazing at her. "Not at all." Tang Xinger hastily waved her hands in denial. "I just thought that Granny Conque mentioned I'm 16 now, and it's time for me to find a suitable partner." Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng felt an even greater irritation. That chattering granny was indeed too much. "You want to find a partner? You've grown up in Sanshenggu. Where else could you possibly marry?" His voice rose in agitation. I haven't found the right person yet," Tang Xinger stammered. "Should I marry Brother Baozi? Or perhaps Ajuan? Surely I cannot marry Elder Hui. No way. Elder Hui already has a wife." "The right person?" Bai Nuo Cheng's anger flooded. "Tang Xingya, I will give you 3 seconds to think this over and speak properly. 3, 2. He feigned ferocity, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. "Wait. I want to marry you." At her words, Bai Nuo Cheng's lips twitched, suppressing a wave of laughter. "Very well. I shall reluctantly accept you, my dear girl." He pretended to remain aloof while walking away. Tang Xinger quickly grasped his arm, standing up. "Where are you going?" "To set off fireworks." "Aren't you fond of fireworks?" "By the riverbank." Tang Xinger gazed at the water flowing gently, creating ripples upon its surface. This area was not far from the city gates, and many vendors had gathered here, shouting to sell their goods. Bai Nuo Cheng purchased 2 bags of candied hawthorn and handed one to Tang Xinger. "Here is one for you." Tang Xinger took a bite of the candied hawthorn, savoring its sweet and sour flavor, feeling her heart swell with joy. She turned to admire Bai Nuo Cheng's handsome profile and suddenly said, "Brother Xian, you are truly handsome." Bai Nuo Cheng, placid. "Silly girl. Even without your compliment, I know I am handsome. Enjoy looking at me. So you want to be distracted by other men." Yet, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What do you like about me?" Tang Xing tilted her head in contemplation, forgetting to chew the candied hawthorn. Her cheeks puffed out adorably. She began to enumerate. "Well, you are handsome, have a good temper, are skilled in martial arts, and you always protect me. Also, whenever we argue, you never win against me." Bai Nuo Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to pinch this little girl. "This is how you praise me?" "Yes," Tang Xing replied boldly. With a loud bang, countless fireworks exploded on the opposite bank of the river, filling the sky with vibrant colors. Tang Xing glanced at Bai Nuo Cheng, noticing something different about him today. During their time in Sanshenggu, Elder Heifeng had always found fault with him, and others frequently brought him troubling news, which caused him to frown and even become angry. She had never witnessed Bai Nuo Cheng smile so joyfully. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with mirth, reflecting the beauty of the world, resembling the most radiant star, drawing her closer and closer. Feeling Tang Xinger's intense gaze, Bai Nuo Cheng looked down at her, seeing a stunning youth reflected in her eyes, one who wore a sincere smile, radiating happiness. Little did she know, to him, her presence was like a dazzling jewel, gradually melting the frost within his heart, filling it with warmth and drawing his attention increasingly toward her. Yet, Tang Xinger remained oblivious to the true meaning of love, even as Bai Nuo Cheng offered explanations that she only half understood. He wasn't in a rush. He was willing to wait for her to understand what love truly was. With a soft sigh, Bai Nuo Cheng thought, "Silly girl, you are mine for this lifetime." Bai Nuo Cheng took Tang Xinger's hand and strolled along the riverbank. The river was wide and tranquil, the water crystal clear. Various lotus pods floated upon the surface, releasing an enticing fragrance. As Tang Xinger beheld this scene, she suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. Once upon a time, she too had played by the river, picking lotus pods and later washing them with her aunt to make meals. Suddenly recalling the past, a pang of sorrow struck her heart. She shook her head vigorously, trying to suppress the rising bittersweet emotions and restore her demeanor to normal. Noticing her unusual behavior, Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow. "Girl, what is the matter?" Tang Xinger's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She felt an overwhelming sadness, a sharp pain radiating from her heart, causing her body to tremble slightly. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression changed in alarm. "Girl, don't scare me. What is wrong?" He grasped Tang Xinger's icy fingers, anxiously inquiring. Tang Xingyao sniffled and said, "I want to return to Sanxing Valley." "All right, we shall return at once." Bai Nuo City grasped Tang Xingyao's hand and headed towards the city gates. Tang Xingyao bit her lip and hurriedly followed Bai Nuo City out of Tangjia County. Their pace was brisk, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of Sanxing Valley. They needed to send a signal to the valley. Otherwise, the mischievous little demons would frighten her in their exuberance. As this thought crossed Bai Nuo City's mind, he raised his hand and fired a red flare into the valley. Inside Sanxing Valley, the demons were reveling in merriment, dancing and drinking, lost in their festivities. The red flare burst among the crowd, causing a commotion. "Quickly! The master and that troublesome girl have returned. Transform quickly. Those who need to take human form, do so. Those who should turn into demons, do that." In an instant, the valley descended into chaos, with frantic demons rushing to their homes. Pines were ensnared by snake demons. Peacocks were knocked aside by tigers, and even the great lion guarding the entrance lost track of its weapon. Chapter 11. The Master Cornered, the First Kiss Stolen. Tang Xingyao flipped over and over, sighing, "I must be ill." She rubbed her swollen head, filled with thoughts of Bai Nuo City gazing at her tenderly, which kept her awake. Shaking her head, she still felt a bit dazed. "Never mind, I shall sleep for a while first." She tightly closed her eyes, thinking, Bai Nuo City, just wait. I will make you pay." She threw her pillow into the air, wrapped herself in the quilt, and soon succumbed to slumber. In her dream, Bai Nuo City, clad in simple attire, sat atop a tree branch, a gentle and indulgent smile gracing his face as he looked at her. His lips parted slightly as he softly called out, "Girl, girl, dang xingya zon det wai." Before her were the soft pink curtains of her bed, and suddenly, a familiar scent filled her nose. Turning her head, she saw the dream figure sitting beside her bed, smiling warmly at her, just as in her dream. "Bai Nuo City? What are you doing here?" Tang Xingyao blinked in disbelief, her expression one of surprise. "Little girl, the sun is high in the sky, and you finally decided to wake up." Though his tone seemed reproachful, it was filled with affection. High in the sky? Was that dream from last night? Tang Xingyao swatted Bai Nuo City's large hand away. "Why have you been acting so strangely lately?" His recent kindness towards her felt unusually excessive. Bai Nuo City's hand froze in midair, his expression turning icy. "What? Do you no longer wish to be with me?" His words echoed in the now eerily silent room. Tang Xingyao, wide-eyed, froze momentarily before breaking into a smile. "No, how could that be? A gentleman's word is his bond." He finally relaxed, stood up, and draped the quilt over her waist. "In that case, where would you like to go today?" Tang Xingyao pondered, realizing she couldn't go anywhere. For some reason, her heart raced uncontrollably whenever she saw Bai Nuo City, and she felt the need to avoid him. Thus, she replied, "I want to go anywhere. I will stay in the valley and diligently practice my swordsmanship, so as not to disappoint Elder Hui." "All right." Bai Nuo City considered for a moment before nodding in agreement, finding her determination commendable. "Then hurry and get ready. I will prepare some food for you." "Okay." Tang Xingyao eagerly agreed, hiding behind the bed curtains to secretly observe Bai Nuo City as he walked away, his tall figure gradually disappearing from view. I must be crazy." She covered her head with the quilt, frustrated that she could not help but feel this way. "What is wrong with me? I must be ill." Bai Nuo City returned with 2 plates of exquisite breakfast. He placed one on the table and the other beside Tang Xingyao's bed, turning to her with a gentle smile. "Little girl, sleeping in this late, you must be starving." "Oh my." Tang Xingyao was momentarily dazzled by his brilliant smile. Nodding in a daze, she grabbed the breakfast and began to devour it, yet she dared not meet his gaze, fearing her emotions would be laid bare. Bai Nuo sat on a chair, propping his head with one hand, his penetrating gaze fixed on Tang Xingyao, who seemed a bit different lately. Suddenly, she paused mid-bite, looking up at Bai Nuo and forcing a smile. I'm done eating, you can take your time. Go ahead. Tang Xingyao quickly sprang up, jumped out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and left. Bai Nuo watched her hurried retreat, a smile flickering in his eyes. After sprinting 2 miles, Tang Xingyao confirmed no one was following her before stopping to lean against a large tree, gasping for breath. She pressed her hand against her chest, her heart still racing furiously. How could this be? How could this be? Tang Xingyao murmured, her head hanging low. She felt utterly disheartened, realizing she could no longer face Bai Nuo with her usual composure. Who would play with her and bicker with her in the future? Girl, come here and grind the ink for me. Elder Hui is calling for me. Girl, what do you want for lunch? I just ate, go ask Azhan. Girl, I have nothing to do today. Would you like to go to the market? No, I'm too tired. I want to sleep. Tell me, why have you been deliberately avoiding me lately? Bai Nuo caught Tang Xingyao as she attempted to flee, cornering her at the end of the Sansheng Hall. She had tried to escape, but he blocked her path completely, leaving only a mere 2 layers of clothing between them. Tang Xingyao looked up into his deep, shining eyes, her heart fluttering once more, and her heartbeat quickened. Or are you interested in some wild man again? No, I'm not. Tang Xingyao gunbit nevao sin. I'm not avoiding you. Why would I avoid you? The more she spoke, the less confidence she had, her voice growing softer. Tang Xingyao, listen to yourself. Your words are utterly insincere. Even you don't believe them. Then why do you run away whenever you see me? Tang Xingyao, trapped in the corner, felt like a mouse caught by a cat, stammering without a coherent response, her face flushed with anxiety, the breakfast she had eaten nearly escaping her. Under Bai Nuo's questioning gaze, she felt like an ant on a hot pan, her mind racing, and in a moment of impulse, she leaned forward and kissed him. You better shut up. Bai Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. This kiss was entirely unexpected for him. Both were taken aback, their soft, warm lips meeting, causing shivers to run through them. Her lips were sweet and delightful, akin to fine wine, carrying a subtle fragrance that intoxicated him. As Tang Xingyao realized what had happened, she attempted to pull away, only to find herself firmly embraced by him, deepening the kiss. Little girl, you've caused trouble and still wish to run away? Tang Xingyao's breath was stolen in an instant, a peculiar tingling sensation coursing up her spine, causing her heart to race violently, as if struck by lightning, rendering her utterly still. Her lips resembled the intoxicating allure of a poppy flower, rendering one unable to resist their sweetness. He indulged repeatedly in her flavor, as if entrapped by an insatiable addiction, refusing to relent. Their bodies were entwined, his legs closely pressed against hers, as they savored the exquisite beauty of their first kiss in the small corner of the vast Sansheng. Chapter 12. In the depths of the night, entwined. Unbeknownst to the return to the Guishu master, that insufferable black-wind elder has returned. Ajuan's boisterous voice echoed in Sansheng, interrupting the tender moment shared by the two. Tang Xingyao shyly pushed away Bai Nuo Cheng, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, alluring and irresistible. In a flurry, she covered her face and fled from Sansheng. Bai Nuo Cheng observed the flustered girl as hasty retreat, a subtle, mischievous smile curving his lips. He swallowed hard, suppressing the tumultuous desire within him, as a flicker of murderous intent emerged in his gaze. He stepped out from behind the hall and kicked Ajuan squarely in the rear, causing him to tumble to the ground, bewildered. Ajuan, clutching his sore backside, looked up at Bai Nuo Cheng with a mournful expression. Master, you are too cruel. It was Black-Wind Elder seeking you. Why take out your anger on me? Am I being cruel to you? Bai Nuo Cheng shot Ajuan a glare. Can you not be more astute next time? Understood. I shall go and send that bothersome Black-Wind Elder away. Return. Let him in. I wish to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Yes, master. Ajuan exited Sansheng, and shortly after, the Black-Wind Elder, clad in a long black robe, strode in with great fanfare. Though initially reluctant, he feigned formality and greeted Bai Nuo Cheng before speaking. Master, our clan's precious glazed vase was lost during the demon war many years ago. Recently, a radiant light has been observed at the edge of the East Sea in the realm of Guishu. It is likely that the glazed vase has resurfaced. As the leader of the demon clan, it is your duty to retrieve this treasure. Oh, how intriguing. Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that this old fellow was essentially sending him to his doom, fully aware of the dangers lurking in the Guishu realm. The glazed vase, a gift from the primordial celestial one a millennium ago, could hold the divine waters of the three lights, ensuring the prosperity of the demon clan's territory. This matter was of utmost importance to the demon clan, and thus Bai Nuo Cheng felt compelled to comply. Thank you, Master. The Black Wind Elder, having achieved his objective, made to leave, but not before allowing a smug smile to escape as he turned away. The Guishu realm was a forbidden land, fraught with peril, teeming with demons and monsters, as well as various demonic beasts. Throughout history, many capable individuals had ventured there, yet only a handful returned, often missing limbs, barely clinging to life. With his mere century of cultivation, I shall ensure Bai Nuo Cheng meets his end. Bai Nuo Cheng, seated upon the throne of the Demon King, crushed the cup in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. Adrian, witnessing this, instinctively touched his own rear, grateful that he had only received a kick and not a worse fate. In the chamber, Tang Xingyao lay upon the bed, her exquisite face flushed, sweat glistening on her brow. She cradled her hot cheeks in her hands, her heart racing. Just moments ago, she had shared a kiss with Bai Nuo Cheng in the hall. She licked her lips, recalling the passionate encounter, which sent waves of excitement coursing through her. She had been so lost in the moment that she hadn't heard the door open or noticed anyone approaching her. What's this? Haven't had enough kisses? Bai Nuo Cheng remarked, observing the dazed expression on her face, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Tang Xingyao snapped back to reality, locking eyes with Bai Nuo Cheng's teasing gaze. She sprang up from the bed, indignant, pointing an accusing finger at him, her expression a mix of anger and pride. To her surprise, Bai Nuo Cheng seized her little finger and pulled her into his embrace, leaning down to capture her lips once more. She struggled fiercely, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile, leaving her to endure his fervent kisses that blurred her senses. His original intent had been to comfort her, yet upon seeing her, he could not resist the urge to hold and kiss her. Especially when faced with her pouting lips, he found it impossible to refrain. As he prepared to venture into the treacherous Guishu realm, the only concern weighing heavily on his heart was this girl. Regardless of his role as a demon king, with 3 elders safeguarding the clan, she was his sole focus. He could scarcely bear to contemplate her future if he were to fail to return. Thus he resolved to come back unscathed. His kisses grew increasingly intense and fervent, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Tang Xingyao, unable to break free from his grip, resorted to pounding her tiny fists against his chest, desperately seeking a moment to catch her breath. Yet, her feeble strikes felt no more than gentle tickles against his robust physique, and he easily captured her fists, pinning them against his chest. Do not move, otherwise I shall not be so courteous. For him, Tang Xingyao's small punches were akin to a potent aphrodisiac, and he was determined to stop her, lest he lose control. Her face flushed crimson, whether from anger or breathlessness. She finally retaliated by attempting to bite him. The two remained entwined until the late hours of the night, with Tang Xingyao eventually succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep in Bai Nuo Cheng's embrace. He gazed down at her flushed face, gently stroking her hair before closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning arrived, bright and charming. The sun filtered through the dense forest, carrying with it a fragrant aroma, illuminating the dewdrops clinging to the petals. When Tang Xingyao opened her eyes, she discovered that Bai Nuo Cheng had vanished. Her mind lingered on the moment she had suffocated in his embrace the previous night. As she touched her disheveled hair, a peculiar sensation washed over her, sweet and delightful. After freshening up, she donned a light green gauze dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding a youthful and vivacious aura. After searching for him all morning, she found no trace of Bai Nuo Cheng. Peacock Granny, do you know where Bai Nuo Cheng is gone? According to Adrian, He has set off early with the master to the Guishu realm to retrieve our clan's treasure, Peacock Granny replied, her face betraying her concern. Chapter 13. Nuo Cheng ventures to Guishu. Rivals seek ascendancy, though Tang Xingyao was unaware of what the Guishu realm entailed. Upon seeing Peacock Granny's worried expression, she could surmise that it must be an exceedingly perilous place. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart, and after hastily bidding farewell to Peacock Granny, she made her way to the library. The library, abundant with countless tomes, was sure to contain clues related to the Guishu realm. As Tang Xingyao sifted through the rows of books, she hoped to uncover even a fragment of information about the Guishu realm. However, despite her exhaustive search, she found herself empty-handed. The Guishu realm was a forbidden territory, not lacking in records, but rather, those who had ventured there seldom returned alive, rendering it an enigma. You little girl, come into the library so early. You must be quite diligent these days. Tang Xingyao had just approached a bookshelf, eager to peruse its volumes, when a robust voice resonated from behind her. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld an elderly man with a head of white hair, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile as he regarded her. A moment of surprise flickered across her features before recognition dawned. Bai Nuo. Hastily, Tang Xingyao offered her respects. For Bai Nuo seldom ventured out, often engrossed in solitary cultivation, rendering their encounters rare. Yet, his ethereal demeanor was such that one could scarcely forget it after a mere glance. Bai Nuo nodded with a smile. Say, little girl, there is no need for excessive formality. Just the previous night, Bai Nuo City had sought his counsel, expressing his intent to journey to the Guishu realm in search of the Liuli bottle, fearing that his absence might lead to unforeseen turmoil within the Sansheng Valley, prompting him to emerge from seclusion to safeguard the demon clan. To suggest he was merely protecting the Sansheng Valley would be less than candid. It was evident he was there to watch over this girl, concerned that Elder He Feng might take advantage of Bai Nuo City's absence to harm her. Little girl, what are you searching for? Bai Nuo inquired, observing the disarray of the library she had created. Feel free to ask me anything. I possess knowledge of all matters. Is that true? Tang Xingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bai Nuo, do you know about the Guishu realm? Bai Nuo let out a knowing grunt. I anticipated you would inquire about this. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and his head slightly raised, he began to elucidate. The Guishu realm lies at the easternmost edge of the East Sea. It is said to be inhabited by numerous demonic beasts, abundant in spiritual herbs and teeming with rare creatures. However, it is also fraught with peril. Many formidable beings have met their demise there throughout history. Upon hearing Bai Nuo's words, unease settled deeper within Tang Xingyao. Why would Bai Nuo City venture into such a treacherous place? Bai Nuo, perceiving her apprehension, reassured her. Fear not, little girl. Since the master has decided to go to the Guishu realm, he must possess confidence in his abilities. Tang Xingyao frowned, still unconvinced. The dangers of the Guishu realm were too great, and she worried for Bai Nuo City's safety. After offering a few more words of counsel, Bai Nuo took his leave, leaving Tang Xingyao alone, disheartened, as she tidied the scattered books while fretting over Bai Nuo City's well-being. On another day, she found herself perched atop a small hill, one hand gripping her sword while the other supported her chin, absent-mindedly drawing circles. Her gaze fixated on a narrow path at the foot of the hill, lost in thought. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, snapping her back to reality, and she heard a teasing voice beside her. What is it? Are you missing your celestial brother again? The speaker was Ao Xiang, a rising star of the Lion clan stationed at the gate. He had long harbored feelings for Tang Xingyao, but Bai Nuo City's protective watch made it impossible for him to express his affections openly. Today he had specifically come to find her, only to stumble upon her alone, appearing somewhat melancholic, which piqued his curiosity about what occupied her mind. Tang Xingyao turned to find Ao Xiang's hopeful gaze fixed upon her, and she awkwardly averted her eyes, unsure of how to respond. Clearing her throat, she attempted to change the subject. Why do you have so much free time today? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate? Ao Xiang chuckled and replied, I came specifically to see you. Surprised, Tang Xingyao asked, You came to find me? For what purpose? With a playful blink, Ao Xiang feigned innocence, of course. I am here to bring you delicious treats. He then produced a box of pastries from behind him, presenting it to her. The fragrant aroma wafted into Tang Xingyao's nostrils, and she exclaimed, Wow, it smells wonderful. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly opened the box, and upon seeing the delightful confections within, her stomach rumbled in anticipation, nearly drooling. Without hesitation, she popped the most visually appealing pastry into her mouth, quickly followed by another, relishing the taste. Ao Xiang watched her devour the treats with amusement. Unable to suppress his laughter as he remarked, Eat slowly. No one is going to take them from you. Tang Xingyao looked up at him, cheeks stuffed, and smiled. Thank you. No need for thanks. She munched on the delectable delights, her eyes sparkling with joy. Internally, she mused how truly delicious the pastries were. Ao Xiang, content to observe her adorable eating habits, seated himself on a nearby stone bench, patiently waiting. After a while, Tang Xingyao finally swallowed her mouthful, patted her round belly with satisfaction, and exchanged a smile with Ao Xiang. Suddenly, a dreadful noise echoed in the distance, resembling a raucous commotion. Tang Xingyao and Ao Xiang shared a concerned glance and hurried toward the source of the uproar. As they exited the Sansheng Valley, they were met with a sight of chaos. Numerous individuals in the Shumi Mountain were felling trees, the robust trunks crashing down in rapid succession, leaving the forest in disarray. Tang Xingyao's heart surged with indignation at the devastation before her. Those trees had stood tall since her arrival at the Sansheng Valley, their lush foliage providing shade during the summer. Now they were being ruthlessly cut down. Unable to tolerate the brazen display of power by these individuals, she rolled up her sleeves and charged forward, delivering a swift blow to two of them. Stop this at once. With a fierce glare in her clear eyes, her voice was icy as she shouted, How dare you bully others at our doorstep? Who are you to meddle in our affairs? The group halted their actions, one worker brandishing a saw defiantly. Do you know who we are? We are cutting wood to construct a villa for the county magistrate. Opposing us will bring you misfortune. Their bravado was emboldened by her youth and femininity, as they threatened her with impunity. Tang Xingyao, already irate, flared up further upon hearing their intentions. I would love to see who will truly face misfortune. Chapter 14. Ao Xiang protects Xingyao. Identity of the demon clan revealed, seeing that Tang Xingyao was undeterred. They decided against further discussion and charged at her with their tools. Rather than retreating, she advanced, brandishing her peachwood sword with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, she was amidst the crowd, striking at one man's chest with her sword. With a series of muffled thuds, the man struck by her sword was sent flying, crashing to the ground, motionless. You dare retaliate? You are truly courting death, another worker roared, swinging his fist towards Tang Xingyao. She deftly dodged his attack, with Ao Xiang stepping protectively in front of her, resulting in a loud thud. Ouch, that hurts! The worker cried, clutching his head in pain, while another rushed to assist him. Brother, are you all right? The second man inquired. Of course not. My hand feels like it's broken. He lamented, rolling on the ground, his face twisted in agony. Witnessing their distress, Tang Xingyao couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Her laughter only deepened the scowls on the workers' faces, and they exchanged glances before lunging at her and Ao Xiang. With a cacophony of sounds, Tang Xingyao agilely maneuvered through the throng. Yet ultimately, her limited martial prowess led to one man seizing an opportunity and delivering a heavy blow to her back. With a sudden puff, Tang Xingyao was struck by the quilt, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xingyao! Ao Xiang exclaimed, rushing over to help her up. His voice filled with concern. Xingyao, are you all right? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Tang Xingyao managed to utter, I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Hardly had her words fallen when two men pulled glimmering daggers from their pockets, lunging toward Tang Xingyao and Ao Xiang. Terrified, Ao Xiang positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Xingyao, declaring, If you have the courage, come at me, but do not harm her. As the attackers continued to advance, Ao Xiang, in a desperate bid, leapt and transformed into a fierce lion, pouncing on the two men and pinning one down with his sharp claws. With a ferocious roar, he bit off the man's arm. A chilling scream echoed throughout the Sumi mountain, blood splattering and startling countless birds into flight. Tang Xingyao stared at the mangled arm on the ground, momentarily frozen. Ao Xiang has suddenly turned into a lion. She struggled to comprehend the situation. Only then did she realize why the peacock mama was called so. She was originally a peacock, and the others in the Sansheng Valley were also not what they seemed. At that moment, a commotion approached from a distance. Turning her head, Tang Xingyao saw a group of people rushing toward them, led by none other than her so-called father, Tang Yunli, who had nearly beaten her to death years ago. She had left the Tang family at the tender age of 5, but her remarkable memory had allowed her to retain everything taught by Elder Hui in the Sansheng Valley, despite her laziness in studying. Tang Yunli donned a purple robe, black boots, a golden belt, and a jade crown, his sharp brows and starry eyes exuding an air of arrogance. However, the reality was far less glamorous. Tang Yunli wore a disheveled official robe, shabby cotton shoes, and had a pair of shifty eyes, feigning an air of vanity. Upon spotting Tang Xingyao, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Whose child is this? How dare you act so recklessly here and injure my people? His guards, seeing their comrade trapped under a lion's paw, drew their weapons, preparing to confront Ao Xiang. With a powerful paw, Ao Xiang stood before Tang Xingyao, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to harm her. Observing this, Tang Yunli barked, "Stop right there." The guards paused their advance, but remained encircled around Ao Xiang and Tang Xingyao. A beast has harmed a citizen. It deserves to be killed. Ao Xiang's eyes blazed with fury at the insult, retorting, "A beast is better than some people. Some are even less than beasts." Gasps erupted from the crowd. The lion can speak. Tang Yunli's expression darkened, and he stepped back, exclaiming, "A monster! A monster!" With a roar, Ao Xiang shielded Tang Xingyao behind him. Tang Xingyao, feeling a surge of anger, hurriedly stepped in front of Ao Xiang, softly urging, "Ao Xiang, you should leave." Ye Xiaoxiang insisted, "No, I will face this despicable man with you." Realizing Ao Xiang had no fear of death, Tang Yunli coldly scoffed, "Then do not blame me for being ruthless." Ao Xiang countered, "If you dare lay a finger on her, I will ensure your demise." "Then let us see." Tang Yunli commanded his guards to subdue them. "Yes, my lord." The guards complied, rushing forward. Ao Xiang, though not highly skilled, possessed considerable combat experience from years of battles alongside the elders. With a furious roar, he pushed back the attackers, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated a brick to ashes. Tang Yunli's pupils contracted in disbelief at Ao Xiang's formidable power, a sense of impending doom washing over him. His expression stiffened, and he barked, "Charge! Kill them!" The guards surged toward Tang Xingyao and Ao Xiang. Together, they fought valiantly, pushing the guards back. The sound of clashing echoed as Ao Xiang shattered their weapons with a swipe of his paw, sending them tumbling. Witnessing the guards fall one after another, Tang Xingyao felt the situation spiraling out of control. "Ao Xiang, enough. Just go." Ao Xiang, amidst the chaos, replied, "No. We leave together. You go first. I must protect you." Realizing the casualties among his men, Tang Yunli decided to retreat. "Withdraw. Quickly." He fled, the remaining guards following suit, with him leading the way. Exchanging glances, Ao Xiang and Tang Xingyao chose not to pursue, instead returning to the Sansheng Valley. Chapter 15. The return to the ruins of Nuo City, chaos in the valley. Upon learning of the massive debacle caused by the two, Elder Hui was furious and promptly imprisoned Tang Xingyao and Ao Xiang in the reflective cliff. "You two are utterly reckless." Elder Hui glared at the children who had created such chaos. "Do you realize how much turmoil revealing your true forms before humans can cause in the Four Realms? We understand our mistake, but they were indeed excessive," Ao Xiang pleaded, "yet they had truly stirred up great trouble. You both acted far too impulsively. Contemplate your actions in solitude here until the master returns," Elder Hui declared, angrily sweeping away. Tang Xingyao, usually chatty, sat quietly in a corner. overwhelmed by the enormity of what had just transpired. She struggled to comprehend that Ao Xiang was a lion. And what about Bai Nuo City? Ao Xiang. What is the true form of Bai Nuo City? The Master's true form is actually a wolf, Ao Xiang replied solemnly, concerned that Tang Xingyao might not accept the truth that the family she had depended on for so long were all animals. Anyone would need time to process this. He cautiously approached Tang Xingyao. Will you be afraid of us from now on and no longer wish to live with us? Tang Xingyao looked at Ao Xiang, tears brimming in her eyes. You've all worked so hard for so many years. It dawned on her why Bai Nuo City always sent signals before bringing her back to the valley. They had all endured for her sake, suppressing their true forms to prevent her from feeling fear. The thought that some of the lesser demons could not even speak freely for over a decade filled her with sorrow. Xingyao, rest assured, as long as you still recognize us, we will always be together. Ao Xiang's resolute gaze left Tang Xingyao momentarily dazed. The feeling of being needed and cared for was truly wonderful and blissful. Yet, the reality of their disparate worlds plunged her into confusion, making her realize that she and Bai Nuo City could not grow old together. The East Sea. Bai Nuo Cheng and Azhan simultaneously arrived at the East Sea coast. He instructed Azhan, "You shall remain here and await my return. Should I not return within 3 days? Convey my message. The demon race cannot be leaderless for even a day. If I am to be buried in the sea, Elder Bai shall temporarily govern the demon race, and the successor to the demon king shall be determined collectively by the 3 elders." Upon hearing this, Azhan felt a wave of discontent wash over him, thinking, "Isn't this akin to you bidding farewell?" He immediately became unwilling, exclaiming, "I shall wait here for you. If you do not ascend, I shall not go anywhere." Bai Nuo Cheng, noticing Azhan's petulant demeanor, couldn't help but frown slightly and adopted a stern tone. "Do not be willful." He understood that Azhan had been feeling constrained lately and wished to vent his frustrations on him. However, he truly could not afford to waste any more time. "I do not care. I am determined to follow you," Azhan pouted, adding, "It is not just me waiting for you. Xingyao is also in the valley awaiting your return." "You." Bai Nuo Cheng was so exasperated that he nearly lost his composure, irritated that Azhan had to mention that girl at such a critical moment, distracting him. Ultimately, he conceded, "Very well, you may accompany me. I shall return as swiftly as I can." With that, he leapt into the East Sea, heading towards the Guishi realm. The following day, several cannonballs erupted in the tranquil Sansheng Valley, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound reverberated through the air as a fire dragon tore through the sky, obliterating multiple structures within the valley. Everything in its path, including buildings and vegetation, was reduced to mere dust, plunging Sansheng Valley into utter chaos. A group of lesser demons was thrown into a state of panic. "Quick, flee for your lives. Run, run." This sudden turn of events transformed Sansheng Valley into a scene of utter turmoil, with all the demon beasts rushing in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Tang Xingyao and Ao Xiang, confined at Sigua Cliff, were startled by the commotion. Disregarding their shackles, they dashed towards the epicenter of the chaos. What on earth is happening? Ao Xiang was momentarily frozen in shock at the devastation before him. Just as they prepared to advance further, another massive fireball was hurled towards them, landing directly in front of Tang Xingyao. "Xingyao, watch out!" Ao Xiang leapt forward to shield Tang Xingyao, sustaining grave injuries in the process. "Ao Xiang, are you all right?" Tang Xingyao cried, witnessing Ao Xiang's legs pinned beneath the fiery mass. In a state of despair, she exerted all her strength, but could not free him. The intense, searing pain compelled Ao Xiang to cry out, the sizzling sounds echoing in Tang Xingyao's ears, plunging her into desperation. A multitude of fleeing lesser demons rushed to assist, finally rescuing him from beneath the inferno. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Xingyao hastily helped Ao Xiang to his feet, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ao Xiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then raised his gaze towards the distance, where a familiar figure stood, coldly observing them. Upon seeing him, a complex expression flickered in Tang Xingyao's eyes. For all these years, she had concealed herself here to avoid any entanglements with the Tang family, particularly with Tang Yunli. Yet today, she had to confront this lingering historical issue herself. Tang Junli, you all return. Before Ao Xiong could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Xingyao. Take him back. No, Ao Xiong is adopted. Return. Tang Xingyao's expression was resolute. Understanding he could not sway her, Ao Xiong sighed and allowed himself to be escorted away. Everyone, step back. Tang Xingyao instructed the demons behind her. I shall handle my own matters. With unwavering determination, she approached Tang Yunli. What do you intend to do? Tang Yunli watched as Tang Xingyao drew nearer, his eyes filled with palpable menace. After more than a decade apart, his appearance had not changed in the slightest. He remained as formidable as ever, ready to strike without a moment's hesitation. Tang Xingyao pressed on, clearly noting the astonishment in Tang Yunli's eyes. His reaction was commendable. She found it quite pleasing. You, Tang Yunli stammered, retreating in fear, clearly intimidated by Tang Xingyao's presence. What of me? Did I not perish? Tang Xingyao glared at Tang Yunli, her eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, it was thanks to my father's fortune that I survived. You murdered my aunt in cold blood, and now you seek to do the same to me. What do you think would happen if the emperor were to learn of this? What would the common people say? Tang Xingya, have you lost your mind? Tang Yunli was horrified. He had always believed Tang Xingyao to be dead, taken away by some wild beast. And now here she was re-emerging. Tang Yunli trembled as he pointed at Tang Xingyao. You dare threaten your father? I certainly do threaten you. What of it? Tang Xingyao met his gaze fearlessly, her eyes sharp. There have been more than just one or two lives lost at your hands. Let us go before the emperor to clarify matters. Chapter 16. Xingyao returns to the Tang manor. Uncle Yi in tears you. Tang Yunli's face turned ashen. I am your father. How could you treat me this way? Father? Do you deserve that title? Have you ever fulfilled a single responsibility as a father? Tang Xingyao pressed forward, each word striking like a gem, forcing Tang Yunli to retreat further. Tang Yunli stumbled back until he collided with a tree branch, which left a long gash on his arm, finally snapping him back to reality. What do you want? He asked in a low voice, attempting to negotiate. She was indeed willing to negotiate, as long as it meant ensuring the eternal peace of Sansheng Valley. She was ready to exchange anything for that. I demand you withdraw your troops and promise to keep the secrets of Sansheng Valley forever sealed, forbidding outsiders from disturbing the valley's tranquility. Should you violate this oath, you shall be condemned to a life of destitution, lacking limbs and enduring endless unrest. Tang Yunli was taken aback. This little girl could utter such malevolent vows despite her seemingly innocent appearance. He scrutinized his daughter, noting that she had inherited most of her looks from her aunt, graceful and striking, with a fine figure, but her ruthlessness was undoubtedly his own. Very well, he gritted his teeth, accepting her terms, though his mind schemed on another matter. However, as a daughter of the Tang family, you must return with me. This daughter, possessing such beauty and charm, was infinitely more appealing than her elder sister. Bringing her back home would surely elevate their family status in the eyes of the emperor. This was no lost daughter. This was a veritable treasure trove. I shall not return. You may as well kill me. You have no choice. Tang Yunli gestured towards the two cannons behind him, implying that should Tang Xingyao refuse to return, he would unleash them upon Sansheng Valley. Tang Xingyao gazed at the cannons, then turned to witness the once beautiful Sansheng Valley now in ruins, her family members wounded and covered in dirt, causing her heart to sink. Very well, withdraw your troops. Tang Xingyao stomped her foot and turned to the demon crowd, kneeling before them as she faced them. I, Tang Xingyao, have only knelt before the Buddha as a child and bowed to you all as I grew. Thank you for your nurturing and guidance over the years. If I am gone, you must continue to live well. For all these years, enduring the inability to transform or speak, you have all suffered greatly. From now on, you shall no longer have to endure such hardships. With that, Tang Xingyao rose, not looking back as she descended the mountain. Xingyao, the crowd of demons called out. Elder Hui, quickly stop her. That scoundrel of a father will not treat her well upon her return. Ao Xiang was in a flurry, wishing he could halt Xingyao, if only his legs were not injured. The Elder of Gray shook his head, uttering not a single word. He gazed at Tang Xingyao's retreating figure, contemplating the inevitable divergence between humans and demons. After nurturing her for so many years, he had done his utmost. Now, with the secrets of the demon clan exposed, it was imperative to sacrifice something to safeguard the tranquility of San Shenggu and the clan's mysteries. Perhaps returning to her rightful world would be a blessing for both her and the demon clan. Everything unfolds as it should. All occurrences possess their rationale. Those who cultivate understand the importance of not disrupting the karmic ties of others. The demon clan is no exception. He can only hope that this girl finds her own happiness. Tang Xingyao departed, and her identity swiftly spread throughout Tangjia County. Everyone learned that the county magistrate had returned with a daughter as beautiful as a celestial being. What was this all about? Where had this second young lady suddenly emerged from? Was she not taken away by a wolf years ago? Within the Tang residence, the concubines Chun, Xia, and Xiu observed the girl brought back by Tang Yunli with furrowed brows. You ask me? Who should I ask? Tang Zunli, incense, waved his sleeve and retreated to his chamber. He needed to find a suitable candidate to deal with this girl. Every time he laid eyes on her, memories of the deceased winter concubine flooded back, stirring discomfort within him. What is wrong with the master? The three concubines exchanged puzzled glances. I do not know, Xiu replied, shaking her head. Yet, they believed that this little girl was indeed the long-lost second young lady, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to the late winter concubine. Tang Xingyao had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the Tang family. After entering through the main gate, she made her way directly to the back courtyard. The once vibrant courtyard where she had once shared a bond with her concubine mother now lay in ruins, overgrown with weeds and desolate. Her room had been converted into a storeroom, filled with various discarded items, and a musty odor permeated the air. In the flower bed, she discovered the orchids that her concubine mother had previously transplanted. Gazing at the wilted flowers, her heart ached and tears streamed down her cheeks. She knelt, embracing the orchids as she wept softly. Second young lady, why are you crying? Do you miss your concubine mother? A familiar voice called from behind her. Yes. Tang Xingyao wiped her tears and turned around. The speaker, dressed in coarse fabric, bore a kind face radiating warmth and sincerity. Uncle Yi, the steward. A warmth spread through her heart as she smiled and leapt into his embrace. During those arduous years, only Uncle Yi and her concubine mother had treated her with such kindness. You have blossomed beautifully, second young lady. It seems you have fared well these years. Uncle Yi remarked, affectionately patting Tang Xingyao's head as if she were his own daughter. I am well. I heard of your return as soon as I entered. I rushed over, and I am truly delighted to see you back. When winter concubine passed, I feared the worst for you. Thank goodness you have returned. It is a relief. Otherwise, winter concubine would never rest in peace. Hearing this, Tang Xingyao felt a pang of sorrow. She had thought she would never see Uncle Yi again, yet he still remembered her. Uncle Yi, wiping his tears, took her hand and led her to the eaves. Please, have a seat, second young lady. All right. Uncle Yi fetched a small stool for her and poured tea. You cannot stay in this back courtyard any longer. I shall have someone prepare a clean room for you and assign 2 maidservants to attend to you. No need, Uncle Yi. I have managed well without maidservants all these years. I can take care of myself. Tang Xingyao recalled her time among the demon clan, where, despite the absence of attendants, she had lived a blissful life. For over a decade, she had not suffered a single grievance or performed any arduous labor. The only hardship had been practicing swordsmanship with the Elder of Gray, while Bai Nuo Cheng occasionally provided cover, allowing her to take it easy. The Elder of Gray's ginseng fruit, which bore only 3 each year, had all found their way in her belly, while Bai Nuo Cheng bore the brunt of the scolding. Bai Nuo Cheng, where are you? I miss you. Chapter 17. The Master's spirit shatters. Xingyao confronts the despicable Tang Xingyao, was settled in the inner courtyard, not far from concubine Xiu's quarters, where she could even hear the sounds of her lecherous father and concubine Xiu at night. After all these years, his vigor remains undiminished. Leaning against the doorframe, Tang Xingyao coldly laughed, feeling a sense of annoyance as she gazed into the inky night. She turned and locked the doors and windows, then lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Had Bai Nuo Cheng returned to Sanxinggu? Was he safe? On the coast of the East Sea, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light over the shoreline and illuminating the tumultuous sea, creating a layer of hazy ripples. A small black wolf sat patiently by the shore, awaiting its master's return from the depths of the ocean. When transforming into human form, he was often asked for directions, which annoyed Azhan greatly. To avoid this, he chose to remain in wolf form during the quiet of night, thus sparing himself the incessant inquiries. "I am not a living map. How bothersome." This was the third night since Bai Nuo Cheng had entered the sea. The surface remained eerily still, with only a few boats passing by, none drawing attention. Azhan lay by the shore, gazing into the dark abyss of the ocean, his eyes reflecting anxiety and confusion. Tomorrow would mark the fourth day. If the master did not emerge, should he return to the demon clan to report, or continue waiting? Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from afar, one that did not belong to the shore. Azhan's ears perked up, his gaze sharpened as he swiftly plunged into the water, swimming towards the source of the noise. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a cacophony, and Azhan followed the sound until he discovered Bai Nuo Cheng nearby, bloodied and weak. Alarmed, he rushed to his side. "Master, what has happened to you?" Bai Nuo Cheng weakly opened his eyes, looking at Azhan, his lips moving as if to speak. "Master, please do not speak. I will take you back immediately," Azhan urged. But Bai Nuo Cheng had expended his last ounce of strength and fainted completely, as Azhan pulled him away from the rocky outcrop. The precious glass vial Bai Nuo Cheng had been protecting rolled out. Azhan picked it up, gritting his teeth in anger. It was all that despicable Elder Haifeng's fault. For the sake of this wretched vial, the master had suffered such grave injuries. However, the clan's treasure must be returned. Otherwise, the master's suffering would be in vain. Azhan clutched the vial in his mouth and hoisted Bai Nuo Cheng onto his back, racing towards Sanxinggu. Throughout the journey, the violent jolting caused Bai Nuo Cheng to cough incessantly, blood spilling from his lips and staining Azhan's front paws crimson. Azhan's eyes turned red with unshed tears. "Master, I'm pushing myself to run as fast as I can. You must hold on. Once we return to Sanxinggu, hope will be ours." Bai Nuo Cheng despaired. Azhan, thank you amidst coughs. The following morning, in Sanxinggu, Azhan sprinted at full speed, returning to the valley just as dawn broke, startling the birds in the surrounding forest. "Master, we have arrived. We are home," Azhan cried, his wolfish eyes glistening with tears as he approached the gates of Sanxinggu. Bai Nuo Cheng lay on Azhan's back, his face pale, his eyes half closed, a faint smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. Had they finally returned? Then he succumbed to unconsciousness completely. Sanxinggu, Sanxing Pond. Above the Sanxing Chi, a veil of mist wafts gently. At the center of the pool, Bai Nuo Cheng sits with his upper body exposed, eyes tightly shut, appearing as if he has lost his consciousness. Elder Hui sighs repeatedly, uncertain of the formidable opponent the master encountered in the Gui Su realm, resulting in such grave injuries. Almost losing his life. Elder Hui shakes his head, relieved that although the master's primordial spirit remains, it has been shattered, and the reassembly will require several days, if not months. It could even take years. Is it that serious? Ajuan gasps in astonishment at the gravity of the situation, questioning whether the master is in life-threatening danger. That is hard to say. LD respond, producing a pill and handing it to Ajuan. First, feed this to the master, allowing him to restore his primordial spirit in the Sanxing Chi. He must not be disturbed in the coming days. Understood? LD. Ajuan replies hastily, carefully administering the pill to Bai Nuo Cheng. LD observe Azhan's action. Nodding with a sigh. "Very well. You shall guard the master here while I take my leave." With that, Elder Hui and the other minor spirits turn and depart. Ajuan gazes at Bai Nuo Cheng's pallid visage, sorrow swelling within. "Master, I am sorry. It is Ajuan's inadequacy that could not protect you, nor the Sanxing Valley. Thankful. Tang Xingyao awakens from a deep slumber late into the morning, stretching lazily and rubbing her drowsy eyes. Her mind still foggy as she vaguely recalls a dream from the night before. She massages her temples, lifts the covers, and steps out of bed. Wait, something feels off. Where am I? She surveys her unfamiliar surroundings, startled, and it takes her a moment to accept that she is in Tangfu, not Sansheng Valley. Did I really think myself the second miss? Rising so late, breakfast is long gone. Hyo, her aunt, bursts through the door without knocking, immediately launching into a tirade. What bad luck, hearing that moth fluttering at this hour. But Tang Xingyao is no longer the naive girl of a decade ago, after years of practice. With Elder Hui's swordplay, it is trivial to dispatch two bothersome moths. Tang Xingyao rolls her eyes, dismissing the ill-mannered intruder. She dons her shoes and strides past Hyo, intent on seeking food in the kitchen. Yet, just as she steps forward, Hyo blocks her path. A gleeful expression plastered on her face. Furrowing her brow, Tang Xingyao is disinclined to stir up trouble, yet Hyo persists, mistakenly believing she is intimidated. She regards Hyo coldly. What is it? Are you deliberately seeking conflict with me? Hyo feigns a smile. How can you speak to your elders in such a manner? Oh, how have I spoken incorrectly? Did I say something wrong? Tang Xingyao scoffs. Hyo, spare me the theatrics. If not for your tears and complaints 10 years ago, to Tang Yunli, I would not have been beaten half to death. I, who escaped with my life, have yet to settle the score with you. Yet here you are, boldly seeking me out for trouble? Hyo's expression stiffens. Taken aback that Tang Xingyao would dare to bring up past grievances, panic rises within her. She had assumed the girl would have forgotten. Who cried and complained? Do not rush. Hyo, I have not finished. Relying solely on your weeping, I suffered grievous injuries. I heard that another man was also ensnared by your charms, ultimately ending up in the same bed. Tang Xingyao wears a look that dares Hyo to deny it. Hyo's face grows more uncomfortable. When did you become so sharp-tongued? Tang Xingyao raises an eyebrow defiantly. If you have the audacity, feel free to come and find fault with me daily. If you possess the skill, let us settle this one-on-one. My abilities have improved significantly. Hyo, care to test them? Hyo, rendered speechless, storms off in frustration. Chapter 18. Nuo Cheng's primordial spirit shatters. Xingyao to Wednesday. 3 days later, the imperial marriage edict arrives as expected. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Tang family's second miss, Tang Xingyao, is gentle and virtuous, of noble character. I am greatly pleased and hereby arrange her marriage to the Prince of Li. Thus decreed. The contents of the edict nearly caused Tang Xingyao to faint, teetering dangerously close to tumbling into the pond. Fortunately, she grasps the railing just in time to prevent a fall. As the edict lands, a eunuch approaches, presenting it to Tang Xingyao. Miss Tang, please accept the edict. Gazing at the gleaming golden dragon-embossed decree, her face pales. What nonsense is this? Is this a jest? It is common knowledge that the sixth Prince of Li is severely disabled, reportedly due to a midwife's mishap during his birth, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Later, he was further harmed by his concubines and now suffers from blindness and deafness. Despite his mother, the favored Jia Fei, being in high favor, the sixth prince poses no threat in the succession struggle. Since becoming incapacitated, he has reportedly isolated himself in a dark chamber, forbidding anyone from entering, and lashes out violently at those who dare disturb him. Once a refined gentleman, his character has drastically changed due to his tribulations, leaving both Jia Fei and the emperor at a loss, hoping to find someone reliable to care for him. Now, this marriage falls upon Tang Xingyao, and one wonders how Tang Yunli managed to arrange it. Tang Xingyao can scarcely believe that as a mere 7th rank official's illegitimate daughter, she has suddenly been elevated to the status of a princess. The emperor exclaims, at last, someone is willing to marry my sixth prince. Yet the edict stands before her. Refusal would signify disrespect to the emperor. Accepting it, however, would seal her fate. Miss Tang, please accept the edict. The announcing eunuch notices her hesitation, questioning whether she intends to defy the emperor. Tang Xing Yao suppresses her fury, casting a glare at Tang Yun Li before reluctantly taking the edict, glancing at the characters inscribed upon it, and forcing a smile. Thank you, eunuch. I am grateful for your kindness. Very well. Since Miss Tang has agreed to marry into the royal family, formalities are unnecessary. Quickly gather your belongings and follow this old servant into the palace. All right. Sansheng Valley. Disaster. Disaster. A small bird flutters above Sansheng Valley, shrieking, Xing Yao is to marry a waste. Xing Yao is to marry a waste. This news, overheard while passing through Tang County, spread like wildfire. What? The young spirits practicing their swordplay halt in shock. Several swords slipping from their grasp and plunging into the pond. Ao Xiang, recuperating from injuries, rises in fury upon hearing the news, bellowing at the bird in the sky. What? Repeat that. Xing Yao is to marry the sixth prince, who is a waste. The bird flutters to the grass by the shore, repeating what it had heard. Xing Yao is to marry a waste, and will leave. Will leave. What did you say? Ao Xiang seizes the bird by its feathers, demanding to know more. The frightened bird flutters away, still proclaiming, Xing Yao is to marry a waste. Xing Yao has left. Before long, the entirety of Sansheng Valley is abuzz with the news of Tang Xing Yao's impending marriage to the Prince of Li. As Bai Nuo Cheng gathers his primordial spirit within the Sansheng Qi, he too catches wind of this revelation, his eyes still shut, a look of distress crossing his features, sweat beading on his forehead. He forcefully broke through the seal that restored his primordial spirit, leaping out of the Sansheng Qi and grasping the little bird midair, inquiring, what did you say? Xing Yao is to marry some good-for-nothing? That girl was perfectly fine in the valley. How could she possibly run off to marry? The little bird, pinched by Bai Nuo Cheng, squawked pitifully, its big, round eyes gazing at him with desperation. Master, I'm losing breath. Upon seeing its expression, Bai Nuo Cheng realized he was gripping too tightly and instantly released it. You must thoroughly recount the entire situation to me. Bai Nuo Cheng cradled the little bird in his palm, his heart racing with urgency. Where are you going? Before the little bird could finish explaining, Bai Nuo Cheng stood up to leave, prompting it to hurriedly perch on his shoulder. Are you going to rescue Xing Yao? Bai Nuo Cheng pressed on without a moment's hesitation. Of course. The little bird, witnessing his affirmation, was instantly elated. Go. Bring Xing Yao back. The one she must marry is you. Master, I'm cheering for you. Dang Fu. Tang Xing Yao gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her lustrous black hair elegantly styled into a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an ethereal grace. As she observed her reflection, a cold smile tugged at her lips. Tang Xing Yao, fate governs all. You ultimately lost. Suddenly, a vexatious masculine voice echoed from behind her. Dan Xing Yao's Daifeng. Turning to find Tang Yun, Li had approached her unnoticed. He stared at his stunning daughter in the bronze mirror, momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that a simple enhancement could render her deserving of the words breathtaking beauty. Upon seeing Tang Yun Li, Tang Xing Yao felt as though she were faced with a plague, her irritation palpable. What do you want? He had been a negligent father for over a decade, and now he had the audacity to claim her as his daughter, which elevated his status. As your father, I naturally hope for your well-being, Tang Yunli sighed, feigning concern as he placed a hand on his abdomen. His demeanor was a facade, for the fate of the Tang family now rested in Tang Xing Yao's hands. Her compliance equated to their prosperity. Tang Xing Yao retorted with a cold scoff, Father need not be so disingenuous. Can we not be straightforward with each other? Xing Yao, how can you ignore the bond between a father and daughter? Is there a father who does not cherish his own child? Tang Yun Li sighed again. Remember the benefits of having a father. When you're in the palace, send word if you require anything. No need. After I marry, just consider me dead. Tang Xing Yao sneered, fully aware that Tang Yun Li's concerns stemmed from fear of her regret and the potential downfall of the Tang family. She was resolute in her defiance. Tang Yun Li gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he had no means to manipulate Tang Xing Yao. She was who she was, and the Tang family was merely a family. He could discern the weight of each. There was no affection involved, so he conceded. Do you have further matters, father? Tang Xing Yao coldly glanced at Tang Yun Li, her eyes brimming with disdain. If there is nothing else, please leave. Your presence makes me feel nauseous, and I fear I might vomit in the wedding carriage. Tang Yunli's face shifted between shades of green and red. Tang Xingyao, you are exceedingly audacious. Do you believe I would weep and lament over your departure from this home? Her words rendered him speechless. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, his tone softening considerably. Xingyao, it matters not if you deny me as your father, but you are still a Tang, the daughter of the Tang family. As the wife of the prince, I hope you will adhere to your duties and soon bear children for the royal family. Tang Xingyao regarded him with disdain, thinking marrying a good-for-nothing or a cripple was far better than facing such a duplicitous visage daily. Chapter 19. The Demon King seizes the bride and takes her away. Tang Xingyao sat in the wedding carriage, the procession making its grand way toward the capital. She was clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, her phoenix crown and bridal veil radiating beauty, adorned with glimmering golden ornaments that swayed gently with the motion of the carriage. The weight of the crown pressed heavily upon her head, causing her neck to ache slightly during the long journey, compelling her to close her eyes and rest. One hand supported her head while the other clutched her sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the carriage, indicating a potential ambush, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Startled, Tang Xingyao opened her eyes and witnessed the driver pulling on the reins, the horses struggling before finally coming to a halt. What was happening outside? She lifted the curtain to inquire, only to see a magnificent white creature standing outside. No, that is not a dog. With those fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. It must be a white wolf. Bai Nuo Cheng. Tang Xingyao's heart raced as she hurriedly descended from the carriage, approaching the white wolf. She crouched down, speaking softly, "Thank you for coming to see me off. My fate is sealed. Please return." Upon hearing her words, Bai Nuo Cheng grew even angrier. Howling as if to vent his frustrations, he suddenly lunged at Tang Xingyao, tearing at her garments with his sharp teeth, attempting to dislodge her crown. His haunting gaze fixed on her. "Girl, do not marry. I will protect you for a lifetime." At that moment, guards surrounded Tang Xingyao, urging her to retreat. "Miss, come here. It's dangerous." Yet, Bai Nuo Cheng clung to her dress, his fur dampened with tears, his unwavering gaze locked onto her. As she beheld her dress and the unyielding Bai Nuo Cheng, a fleeting memory surged forth, and her eyes widened in realization. You're the little puppy." So, the ungrateful little dog from years past was Bai Nuo Cheng. "Thus, you nurtured me for over a decade to repay me? That is sufficient. Your debt is cleared. And we are even from this point forward." Tang Xingyao and Bai Nuo Cheng shared a poignant look, but were abruptly interrupted as a guard shoved her aside, raising his sword to strike at Bai Nuo Cheng. "No," Tang Xingyao shouted, but it was too late to intervene. Yet, just as the guard's sword was about to strike Bai Nuo Cheng, it halted mysteriously mid-air, as though encountering an invisible barrier. How could this happen? The guard stared down in shock. Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, his lips curling back to reveal his sharp fangs, instilling fear in the guard, who paled and retreated. Bai Nuo Cheng released Tang Xingyao's dress and advanced menacingly towards the crowd, his fierce gaze instilling terror in all present. "Help! Run!" Someone cried out, and the once orderly procession scattered in chaos. Several palace guards, emboldened by their skills, attempted to confront Bai Nuo Cheng with swords. Yet their fear was evident. He leaped into action, his massive claws taking down 2 guards, trampling several others beneath his paws, leaving cries of anguish echoing through the official road. Tang Xingyao stood by, watching the scene unfold, her complexion paling as disbelief washed over her. She pressed her lips together in shock, murmuring, "No, not like this. Stop, Bai Nuo Cheng. I command you to cease," she shouted, her voice hoarse, finally managing to break through to the bloodthirsty Bai Nuo Cheng, who then rushed toward her, transforming back into his human form. Without uttering a word, he hoisted her and dashed into the woods. "Let me go." She struggled fiercely, attempting to leap from his shoulder, yet he held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. No matter how much she thrashed, hit, cried out, or even attempted to headbutt his chest and bite the flesh over his heart, he remained undeterred, continuing to carry her onward. "Let me down! You must release me." Bai Nuo Cheng paid no heed to her shrieks and directly brought her into a dark, damp cave. The walls were coated in dust, and the ground was littered with gravel and weeds. "Bai Nuo Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Tang Xingyao, unable to break free, scolded him in fury. "That was the royal wedding procession. You have kidnapped me. This will bring calamity to San Shenggu." He ignored her, carrying her deeper into the cave, while she screamed and struggled, ultimately being tossed onto a large stone. He leaned closer, pressing his hands against the stone surface. His gaze as frigid as frost. "You are the one who has gone mad. Did you not proclaim in the tavern that you would marry no one but me? Why, then, do you now intend to wed a worthless man?" Though the force of being thrown had nearly cracked her tailbone, she quickly regained her composure. "I never claimed I would marry only you. Do not be so self-important." Bai Nuo Cheng, now aware of her fate, should understand that a union between them was impossible. His anger intensified as he grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his icy gaze. "You ungrateful woman! I have treated you well and sacrificed so much for you. And now you dare to say this to me." She feigned indifference, scoffing. "Bai Nuo Cheng, we have saved each other, and our debts are settled. I am now a princess. If you do not let me go, beware of my wrath." He laughed coldly. "Beware? I am eager to see how you intend to show me your wrath." With each word, he leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. "Dang Xing Yao, how could I not see before? You are such a heartless woman. In this world, who else is more suited to you than I? What use is suitability? Will you grow old with me?" Tang Xingyao uttered these insincere words, her heart trembling incessantly. She steeled herself, striving to conceal her emotions. "I am human, and you are a demon. Our paths diverge. We cannot even have children together." Bai Nuo Cheng's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. He leaned down, gripping her shoulders, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Dan Xing Yao, do you have any idea how much I love you? You would bear a child with another man? Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Tang Xingyao furrowed her brow, impatiently shaking off his grip. "Bai Nuo Cheng, enough. I have told you I do not like you. I do not love you. Do you not comprehend? I am to become a princess. Do not obstruct my path to happiness." His muscles twitched violently, his eyes nearly aflame. "Tang Xingyao, if you dare utter another word, do you believe I will not act against you this very moment?" Chapter 20. The cave turned upside down. Anger breeds dual births. "Dan Xing Yao, if you dare utter another word, do you believe I will not act against you this very moment?" Her words infuriated him beyond measure, igniting a fire in his chest until he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering her vibrant red wedding attire, which immediately concealed the evidence. Saying, "Bai Nuo Cheng bled." Tang Xingyao's heart raced. "Are you injured?" His voice was cold, laced with a chilling malice, yet tinged with anticipation. Tang Xingyao turned her head away, speechless. Well, Tang Xingyao, you truly are remarkable. Today, I shall show you whether I am worthy of you." He suddenly roared like a wounded beast. With that, Bai Nuo Cheng lunged, seizing her shoulders and lifting her upward. Then he spread her legs, positioning himself firmly between them, securing her against his chest, before leaning down to press against her. "Bai Nuo Cheng, what are you doing? Release me." She panicked. "Release you?" Bai Nuo Cheng glared at her, teeth clenched. "Rather than allow you to bear children with another man, I would sooner end your life this instant." With that, he sunk his teeth in her collarbone, devouring her flesh. She could hardly endure the pain, her body trembling, her cheeks flushed, yet a part of her seemed to anticipate the outcome. Indeed, rather than marry someone she did not love, she would rather perish at his hands, finding solace in that fate. With this thought, she ceased her struggles. "Bai Nuo Cheng, this is the last gift I can offer you. If you desire it, take it." The agony in her shoulder compelled her to writhe, seeking to escape his fangs. But her strength was feeble compared to his. Each movement only drove his teeth deeper into her flesh, blood flowing from the wounds, staining her neck and chest. Tang Xingyao repeatedly struck Bai Nuo Cheng's back, Yet her efforts were futile against him. The more she resisted, the more enraged he became, intensifying his grip. She was forced to arch her neck, accommodating Bai Nuo Cheng's rhythm, her clothing torn and reduced to a mere pink undergarment, revealing her skin as white as congealed fat. Bai Nuo Cheng's body ignited with heat. A glimmer of darkness flickered in his eyes. Tang Xingyao, this time, I will ensure you remember forever. His lips grazed her neck, kissing her while whispering in her ear, Tang Xingyao, you belong to me and only to me forever. Bai Nuo Cheng collapsed against her, her acquiescence signaling that she held some affection for him. Did she not? Just as he thought this, a commotion erupted outside the cave. Hey, you lot, come take a look here. Let's go inside and have a look. Oh no. Tang Xingyao sat up abruptly, realizing that the group of guards pursuing the wedding procession had arrived. They must not discover Bai Nuo Cheng. He was injured and would be in danger. Girl, stay here and do not move. I will take care of them. Bai Nuo Cheng stood to leave, only to be struck from behind by Tang Xingyao, rendering him unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, she hastily donned her clothes, clambering down from the stone and limping towards the exit, colliding head-on with the guards. Run, run. There's a beast inside. I was bitten and my clothes were torn. I injured it with a stone and fled. Hurry. As she clutched her clothing and wiped away tears, sobbing pitifully, she appeared gravely frightened. Miss Tang, come quickly with us. We must mount the carriage. Accompanied by the guards, Tang Xingyao exited the cave and climbed into the royal wedding carriage, continuing toward the capital. Time passed, and Bai Nuo Cheng finally regained consciousness. Lying bare upon the ground, his complexion pale, he rubbed the spot where Tang Xingyao had ambushed him, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Tang Xingyao, you have deceived me once more. If you toy with me, do not blame me for being heartless. The relentless turmoil had left Tang Xingyao's body aching all over. Coupled with the exhausting journey, her head felt heavy. Every time she closed her eyes, the events of the previous day replayed vividly. Especially the humiliation she felt from Bai Nuo Cheng's ruthless treatment. The carriage halted at a post station, and the voice of a maidservant rang out. Miss Tang, we have arrived at the station. Let's go inside and rest. Oh, very well. Tang Xingyao lifted the curtain, peering outside before shakily emerging from the carriage, her only desire being to sleep. Miss Tang, I will prepare hot water for you. Let us bathe and change. Tang Xingyao turned her gaze in the direction of the sound and saw a young maid standing beneath the carriage, holding her personal belongings. The maid was petite yet delicate, adorned in a light blue palace outfit that accentuated her playful demeanor. Upon noticing Tang Xingyao preparing to dismount, the maid hurried forward, raising her hand to assist her. Thank you, Tang Xingyao expressed, momentarily surprising the maid, as she was the first master to utter such words of gratitude. However, there was no need for a bath. She felt utterly exhausted and merely wished to sleep. Please prepare a change of clothes and send them to my room. The prospect of bathing was out of the question. The lingering warmth and scent of Bai Nuo Cheng still clung to her, the only remnants of him she could carry away. Tang Xingyao managed a faint smile at the maid, her tone soft and gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The maid nodded in response, of course. I shall fetch Miss Tang a change of clothes right away. As soon as Tang Xingyao entered her room, she collapsed onto the bed. The jolt sent a buzzing sensation through her head, and the entire world seemed to spin incessantly. She raised her hand to her forehead, murmuring to herself, I knew that cave was not a good place. It seems I've caught a chill. She pulled the cotton quilt around herself, despite her body burning with fever. She felt an overwhelming chill within her heart that no amount of warmth could dispel. As she drifted into a daze, she failed to notice the figure seated beside her, gazing at her with a complex expression. One might say he despised her, yet he couldn't bear to see her suffer even in illness. Or perhaps he loved her. But she had toyed with his affections and was now to wed another, provoking his anger upon seeing her. Bai Nuo Cheng had followed Tang Xingyao's bridal procession and now watched her with a furrowed brow, pondering the peculiar nature of her constitution. How could the dual birth poison I planted within her provoke such a strong reaction? Chapter 21. Nuo Cheng transmits true qi, hearts in harmony. The so-called dual birth, formerly known as dual birth poison, is a secret technique mastered only by the wolf kings of generations past. Wolves are creatures of deep attachment, each destined to have but one mate throughout their lives. Even in the event of a partner's demise, they would never seek another. Thus, when a wolf king identifies their chosen one, they implant the dual birth poison within them, signifying the intertwining of their senses and a love that penetrates to the marrow. When one experiences joy, fear, anger, or pain, the other can effortlessly perceive it, allowing them to arrive swiftly to provide protection. Bai Nuo Cheng, in a fit of anger, inflicted the dual birth poison upon Tang Xingyao, intending for her to share in his torment. With her absence, his remaining days would be fraught with anguish. He wished for her to experience the same depth of suffering he felt, forcing her to endure the daily agony that gnawed at his very soul. He sat at the head of her bed, gazing at her flushed face from the fever and the pained murmurs escaping her lips, until he could bear it no longer. Gathering the scant strength he possessed, he directed it into Tang Xingyao's body, suppressing the backlash of the dual birth poison. After completing this act, Bai Nuo Cheng staggered and collapsed to the floor, his form shifting into that of a wolf. He was aware of his madness, despite his spirit not yet fully restored. He had forcibly breached the barrier and given his last bit of true qi to a woman who did not love him. Without regard for right or wrong, he acted on impulse, unable to witness her suffering, her tears. All he desired was to see her smile each day. As Tang Xingyao's breathing gradually steadied, Bai Nuo Cheng cast one last glance at her before leaping out of the window, seeking a quiet place to restore his spirit. Tang Xingyao, he thought, perched on the window frame, we can never return to the days of old. I can only observe you from afar, wondering what sort of life you will lead. With the dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room as Tang Xingyao awoke from her slumber, feeling considerably refreshed. A bright beam of light pierced her eyes, momentarily blinding her. The same maid from yesterday knocked on the door, entering with a basin of warm water. "Miss Tang, you are awake. Please wash your face. We shall have breakfast shortly and then set off on our journey." "How far is it to the capital?" "At our current pace, we shall arrive in 3 days." 3 days, Tang Xingyao murmured softly to herself. "In 3 days, I am to marry another." From that moment on, there will be no more Tang Xingyao. Only the princess consort of Li Wang. Her voice was barely audible, even to the maid. "Miss Tang, do you have any commands?" "Oh, it's nothing," she replied, shaking her head and gazing out the window. The sky was particularly bright today, with a ribbon of dawn light hanging over the eastern mountains. The fiery clouds, seemingly tinged with gold, captivating her attention. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to the maid. "Do you know of Li Wang? Could you tell me more about him?" Upon hearing this, the maid's expression shifted momentarily, though she quickly masked it. "I am but a maidservant of the Li Wang residence. My name is Lu Luo. Once we arrive in the capital, Miss Tang may enter the residence with me." Her response was evasive. Tang Xingyao felt a sense of uncertainty but refrained from pressing her. It seemed there were peculiarities surrounding Li Wang, as even those within his own household dared not speak freely. "Please assist me with my washing." "Yes." For 3 consecutive days, she saw no sign of Bai Nuo Cheng. Perhaps she had wounded him deeply, causing him to completely forsake her. This realization struck her heart with a pang, and tears streamed down her face. She felt utterly abandoned in this world. "I just hope he can live well." At that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng, concentrating on gathering his spirit at the Sansheng pool, felt a sharp pang in his chest and struggled to breathe. Is it that girl? How can she be so affected when she is to become a princess consort? After several days of travel, the carriage finally entered the capital. "Miss Tang, we have arrived in the capital," Lu Luo reported respectfully from outside the carriage. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingyao lifted the curtain and glanced outside, taking in the bustling and vibrant street scene, though it lacked the pastoral charm of Sansheng Valley. She felt indifferent and let the curtain fall. It mattered little where she was. As they approached the Li Wang residence, all carriages made way, and a grand procession halted at its entrance. An elderly matron stepped forward. "Miss Tang, I am the teaching matron from the palace. You may call me Matron Chong. For the next month, I will be instructing you in court etiquette. Thank you for your guidance, Matron Chong. Miss Tang, it is my duty. Tang Xingyao was welcomed into the Li Wang residence smoothly, somewhat astonished that the disdain, difficulties, and neglect she had anticipated were absent. Even throughout their journey to the capital, everyone treated her, a mere daughter of a minor official, with respect, never uttering a harsh word. This realization shattered her preconceived notions. Had the books in the Sanshang Valley's library been entirely misleading? The Li Wang residence was vast and opulent, a sight Tang Xingyao had never witnessed before. She marveled at the flourishing gardens, pavilions, and winding paths, all adorned with exquisite architecture. It was truly the wealthiest district in the capital, with every item within the estate replete with value and luxury. However, throughout her exploration, she did not catch a glimpse of Li Wang. Matron Chong, where's Li Wang? After traveling such a distance to bring me here to marry, surely I should know who I am to wed? The matron appeared troubled, but, unlike Lu Luo, spoke candidly. Miss Tang, the prince prefers to remain in his own courtyard most of the time and does not often venture out to meet others. Until the prince fully accepts you, it would be wise for you to refrain from entering his courtyard at will to avoid any potential repercussions. Tang Xingyao was exceedingly delighted upon hearing the news, for she would not only reside in a grand residence, but also be free from the constant vigilance against that enigmatic Li Wang. According to Lu Luo, the quarters assigned to her were situated a considerable distance from Li Wang's sleeping chambers, allowing her the freedom to set up a stage for performances at night. Thus, Tang Xingyao took up residence in Li Wang's estate, leading a life filled with comfort, indulging in daily routines of eating, drinking, and resting, alongside attending lessons from Chong Mama and listening to the gossip shared by the maidservants. As night fell and a gentle breeze swept through, the sounds of night insects filled the air, creating a melodious symphony. Reclining on the beauty couch with her eyes closed, she felt a sudden coolness envelop her, dispelling the heat surrounding her. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback by the sight before her. A strikingly handsome man clad in white, exuding elegance and confidence, gazing at her with a teasing smile. What? After a few days apart, have you lost your voice? He mused, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. It seems you have truly forgotten me in your new life as Li Wangfei. In that moment, a wave of discontent washed over him. Bai Nuo Cheng, without a word, advanced and pressed her down against the beauty couch. After diligently mending his fractured spirit, he had hastened to see her. His voice rich with a magnetic allure, yet tinged with a dangerous edge. Little girl, I have yet to settle the score for your previous treachery. Tang Xingyao stared at the man above her, feeling a surge of grievance welling up inside her, an overwhelming urge to weep. In truth, her life at Li Wang's estate was far from pleasant. She lacked companionship to share in conversation or playful banter, was confined within the estate, always under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, and burdened with the weight of absurd rules taught by Chong Mama. Bai Nuo Cheng sensed her unspoken sorrows and could no longer contain his feelings. His heart ached for her. Lowering his head, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss, expressing the deep longing that had tormented him in her absence. His breath became heavy, their kiss deepened, and his arms encircled her waist with an unyielding grip. Startled by his sudden advance, Tang Xingyao pushed against his broad chest with one hand while the other pressed against him, attempting to break free. But his form was as unyielding as steel. Yet, she did not wish to offer him any hope, determined not to let him harbor any illusions. After all, this was Li Wang's estate, a place where a mere cannon could reduce San Shenggu to rubble. She could not allow him to risk himself for her sake. His kiss was fierce and possessive, leaving no room for her retreat. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly released her lips, but a wave of disappointment surged within her. Was this fleeting companionship a blessing or a curse? Regardless, she decided to savor this moment, as he might not return again. With newfound resolve, Tang Xingyao shifted from defense to offense, her delicate arms encircling his neck, pulling him close, the barrier between them as thin as gossamer. Their lips danced together, exuding an intoxicating allure, and in that moment, her previous indifference melted away. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes narrowed, and she surrendered herself to him, embodying a softness and charm that was utterly enchanting. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed at Tang Xingyao, captivated by her transformation, having never anticipated such a side of her. With a gentle smile, he mused, "Little girl, have you finally come to your senses? In this world, no man suits you better than I." His resolve faltered before her, willingly ensnared by her charm. His breath grew heavier and more fervent, his eyes deep and dreamy, as if awaiting a lover from a millennium past. "Come with me. Let us return to San Shenggu, or anywhere you desire." "Not so fast. First, you must test the skills that Chang Mama has recently taught me." Bai Nuo Cheng's expression shifted. "Skills? What do you mean?" "Naturally, the art of pleasing Li Wang. You, try them out first, and then offer your opinions. Once I have served Li Wang, should the opportunity arise, I will welcome you, for after all, we have shared so many years together. I cannot be entirely heartless." Bai Nuo Cheng retreated, disbelief etched on his face. "You are no longer my maid." He could hardly fathom that the once innocent and carefree girl had metamorphosed into this. "Indeed, I am no longer your maid. I am Li Wang's woman." Tang Xingyao rose from the couch, clad only in a flowing white gown, still radiant and charming. "In my youth, I relied on you all out of necessity, flattering you to survive. Now, with the support of Li Wang's estate, I no longer need you. Do you understand? I do not want you anymore." Those 5 words were like sharp daggers, piercing his heart and spreading pain through his entire being. Bai Nuo Cheng staggered back, his gaze locked on the enchanting girl before him, unable to accept the reality. "I refuse to allow this. You are mine." With a furious roar, he pinned Tang Xingyao back onto the couch. "You belong to me for eternity." His eyes were bloodshot, an overwhelming despair consuming him, as if his soul had been drained, leaving him despondent and heartbroken. His heart felt hollow, as though a vital piece had been excised, and he clutched his chest, tears welling in his eyes. "You are so cruel." Turning away, Tang Xingyao whispered, "Leave me. I no longer wish to see you. Why have you changed so drastically?" Bai Nuo Cheng gazed at her frail figure in disbelief before departing in a whirlwind. Tang Xingyao surveyed the empty room, realizing she had wounded him once more. Feeling guilt gnaw at her, cradling her aching heart, she curled into a ball, unable to ease the pain that consumed her. Weeping uncontrollably, she called out Bai Nuo Cheng's name repeatedly. "Bai Nuo Cheng, Bai Nuo Cheng, Bai Nuo Cheng, I love you." In that moment, she finally grasped the meaning of love. Yet she felt unworthy of it. Whether she could survive the year ahead remained uncertain. The day before her departure from Tangjia County, Tang Xingyao was being attended to by maidservants from the palace, preparing for her wedding. Once her makeup was complete and she donned her bridal attire, she would embark on the carriage to Li Wang's estate. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she marveled at the transformation. If Bai Nuo Cheng were to see her in this attire, he would surely be enamored. "Please leave. I have matters to discuss with my daughter," announced Tang Yunli, entering in his newly acquired official robes, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. As Tang Xingyao sat before the mirror, her expression darkened upon recognizing him. "What brings you here?" Tang Yunli first exchanged pleasantries with her in a feigned manner before stepping closer, deftly producing a small vial from his sleeve and placing it before the dressing mirror. Leaning slightly towards Tang Xingyao, he whispered in her ear, "Drink this, and I will ensure the secret of Sansheng-gu remains known only to us." "What is this?" Tang Xingyao inquired, lifting the vial to scrutinize its contents, unaware of its sinister nature. "Sansi-Rino-1." Tang Yunli leaned in closer, his voice deliberate as he articulated the name of this poison. "The Sansi-Huinao-1 contains dormant corpse insects that awaken every dragon boat festival. Without an antidote, these insects will enter the consumer's brain, feasting upon their essence, leading to excruciating demise." Tang Xingyao's fingers clenched the vial tightly, her knuckles cracking under the pressure, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I have complied with your wishes and married the Li Wang. What more do you desire?" "Dan Junli Juka de Li Sivel." "Do you think I'm a fool? Now that you are the Li Wang Fei, do you still acknowledge me as your father?" "My ambitions extend beyond a mere 5th grade official rank." Once you are settled in the Li Wang Fu, you shall correspond with me. You in the capital, I in Tangjia County. Together we will elevate our family status. What say you? Dream on. Tang Xingyao retorted angrily, shattering the vial against the ground, its remnants rolling to a halt against the wall. Tang Yunli, do not overreach. A 5th-grade official position is sufficient for your lifetime. Even taking 2 concubines would pose no issue. One should not be excessively greedy. Tang Yunli remained unperturbed, sauntering to retrieve the vial. Whether you drink it or not is inconsequential. However, San Sheng Gu must be dealt with. When you are far away in the capital, unable to leave the Li Wang Fu, how will you return to retrieve the bodies of your kin? You dare. Do you doubt my courage? The mountains are filled with monsters. The Emperor will surely reward me generously for ridding the realm of such threats. Tang Yunli grinned maliciously, prying open her mouth. His teeth gritted as he spoke. This is merely a transaction that benefits my ascent and secures San Sheng Gu's safety. Comply and ingest it. Cease your prattle. Forced to swallow the pill, Tang Xingyao felt a tightening in her throat, her eyes reddening like a cornered beast glaring at Tang Yunli. Before the next Dragon Boat Festival, ensure I am elevated to the 3rd-grade rank, or neither your San Sheng Gu nor your life will be spared. With that ultimatum, Tang Yunli nodded in satisfaction, tucking the vial back into his sleeve, and turned away, humming a tune as he exited. Tang Xingyao clutched her throat, tears streaming down her face, regretting her decision not to practice swordsmanship diligently under Elder Hui. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she curled up on the couch, a pang of heartache coursing through her. Bai Nuo Cheng, I can no longer accompany you for a lifetime. How could I profess my love for you? Slowly closing her eyes, tears glistened at the corners. Bai Nuo Cheng, I love you. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest on the outskirts of the capital, Bai Nuo Cheng lay in the frigid depths, curled up, clutching his chest, enduring the agony. Unable to contain himself, he let out a howl, his body racked with intense pain, twisting like a top among the trees. Suddenly, he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into ancient trees before collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In a secluded grove near the Li Wang Fu, both endured the excruciating pain of the dual life poison, each suffering in their own place. Yet, without this poison, their anguish would have scarcely diminished. The compounded pain was akin to the torturous punishment of slow slicing, rendering them as if they were living corpses oscillating between life and death. The following morning, the forest was alive with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, sunlight streaming through the canopy. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Bai Nuo Cheng, having spent a sleepless night, appeared as though he were a mere shell of his former self, struggling to rise from the ground, his heart swelling with fury as he gazed at a beam of sunlight filtering through the trees. Tang Xingyao also opened her eyes, having unknowingly rolled to the ground during the night, now feeling as pale as a ghost, utterly drained of strength, unable even to stand. She raised her hand to her chest, reassuring herself, I still have time. I can protect San Sheng Gu. At that moment, Luo entered, startled to find Tang Xingyao on the ground. Miss Tang, why are you sleeping on the floor? Be careful not to catch a chill. Luo hurriedly helped her up, noticing her pallor and intending to fetch a physician, but Tang Xingyao stopped her. Luo, I am fine. I just need to rest for a while. She forced a smile. Please inform Mama Chong that I shall not attend class today. All right, Luo agreed, covering her with a blanket before leaving to convey the message. As soon as Luo exited, Tang Xingyao sprang from her bed, rummaging through her belongings until she uncovered a book nestled between 2 sets of clothing, her secret swordsmanship manual, which she had stealthily taken from San Sheng Gu. Initially, she had not intended to bring any belongings, wishing to avoid taking anything from the Tang family. However, to conceal this book, she had reluctantly packed 2 garments to prevent discovery. Her original intention for bringing the book was to guard against potential bullies during her journey. Yet she had forgotten it amidst her trials. Now, with her goals in mind, the book came to her remembrance. With a year remaining, diligent practice would still afford her the opportunity to master the techniques. Chapter 24. Unintentional eavesdropping, deadly consequences outside. The night deepened, stars and moon dimmed. The night breeze rustled the trees in the courtyard, making the window panes rattle. A small figure darted through the expansive courtyard. Tang Xingyao, cradling a well-trimmed branch in one arm, her swordsmanship manual in the other, slipping out of her room under the cover of darkness. She sought a secluded, tranquil spot to practice her swordsmanship in secret, determined to personally avenge herself on Tang Yunli and cleanse the Tang residence in blood. Collaboration was entirely out of the question, being perpetually threatened and sacrificing her happiness for life. How could she ally with such a villain? Moreover, this would serve to avenge her aunt, and the secrets of San Shenggu would remain undisclosed. Her life was granted by San Shenggu. Having lived for over a decade, experiencing beauty and joy, her existence had been worthwhile. Returning to San Shenggu would be no injustice. She weaved through the estate, evading the guards, hiding behind rocks and shrubs, until she found herself in the back garden of the Li Wang Fu. Pausing, she scanned her surroundings cautiously, noting the desolate area and the small grove providing cover, an excellent place to practice her swordplay. With a deep breath, she cast aside distractions, focusing solely on the sword techniques taught by Elder Hui. With determination, she executed a swift maneuver, her wooden stick piercing the air, a flash of brilliance cleaving through the night, vanishing into the distance. Tang Xingyao was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a simple move could unleash such formidable power. Regret washed over her as she stomped her foot, lamenting that as she diligently followed Elder Hui's teachings, she might not have been outmatched by Bai Nuo Cheng. It was none other than Bai Nuo Cheng, that fellow who consistently aided her in sloth, causing her to neglect her studies. The mere thought of Bai Nuo Cheng pierced her heart anew, evoking a profound anguish that made her feel as if her heart were being carved out. Clutching her chest, she sank to the ground, inadvertently eavesdropping on a conversation in the corner. "Your Highness, the matter you instructed has been accomplished. Within 3 days, the Crown Prince shall meet his demise." Immediately following, a man's voice, cold and chilling, echoed, "Well done. You may return." With that, the kneeling man swiftly vanished into the vastness of the night. Tang Xingyao felt a jolt of fear surge within her, an overwhelming dread that consumed her. Was this truly the end? According to the tomes she had perused in the library, the next phase would involve her being discovered, subsequently subjected to torture, having her tongue severed and silenced in typical narrative fashion. Yet, the reality began to unfold as someone called out, "Who is there? Step forward." The chilling tone was far more terrifying than the earlier command, reminiscent of the grim Reaper himself. To whom was he beckoning? Tang Xingyao silently questioned, rooted in place, hoping that merely breathing Wu Ti betray her presence. Seeing the lack of wit in his opponent, the man gestured, and a nearby personal guard leapt into the thicket, dragging Tang Xingyao from behind the tree and bringing her before the grand hall of the Wang Fu. Kneeling on the ground, she looked up to see a strikingly handsome man seated in a wheelchair. Clad in a moon-colored brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns, he exuded an air of noble elegance. Even the black cloth that veiled his eyes was perfectly placed. Yet, his frail figure suggested a vulnerability that belied his appearance. "Greetings to His Highness, the Li Wang." Tang Xingyao respectfully addressed him. She was astute enough to recognize that, despite his current state, no one could mistake him for anyone other than the Li Wang himself. One could scavenge all of Xi and Jing and find no one else so thoroughly battered. In an effort to mitigate her predicament, she bowed her head slightly, raising her gaze to find a slender, unremarkable young man standing behind the Li Wang. Upon meeting her eyes, he shot her a fierce glare, which vanished as swiftly as it appeared, sending a shiver down her spine. It was this man who had dragged her from her hiding place, possessing an unassuming appearance, yet exhibiting considerable strength. The Li Wang spoke slowly. "What did you overhear just now?" "I heard nothing." "Truly," Tang Xingyao thought to herself. Even if she had, she would need to feign ignorance. This was a ruse even a fool could comprehend. Yet he was the Li Wang, not easily deceived by such childish tactics. How could he possibly believe her fabricated words? Since you claim to have heard nothing, you need not hear my voice again, he declared, his tone magnetic yet foreboding in her ears, akin to a summons from the Grim Reaper. Please, your highness. I am a chosen Li Wang Fei by the emperor himself. Should you take my life, you shall remain a bachelor for eternity. Oh, the Li Wang's interest was piqued. It seems your hearing is not the only thing that is impaired. Your reasoning is equally questionable. A sly smile crept upon his lips, seemingly mocking Tang Xing Yao's ignorance. In truth, I'm not particularly in need of a consort, he added, though an unmistakable hint of disappointment lingered in his lofty demeanor. Yitong, teach her a lesson. Let her remember this. Yes, your highness. Tang Xing Yao realized she was destined to receive 30 strikes, a veritable stroke of misfortune. Her first encounter with her father resulted in poison, and now her first meeting with her future husband would culminate in punishment. What sins had she committed in her past life to warrant such tribulations? A long bench, nearly twice her height, was brought forth by 2 guards of the Wang Fu, while 2 other attendants brandished implements of punishment. The large board, towering above her, threatened to exact a fatal toll if all 30 strikes were to fall upon her. Miss Tang, please, Yitong gestured for her to take her place on the bench, his demeanor suggesting he was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Tang Xing Yao refrained from arguing or hesitating. She promptly lay across the bench, thinking only of preserving her life. After all, she had yet to exact her revenge. At Yitong's signal, the first strike landed, followed by a series of resounding blows. Each strike felt heavier than the last, each one more excruciating. Her face flushed crimson, her bones felt as if they might splinter. Yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. As the punishment continued, her body ached unbearably, but she resolutely endured, refusing to utter a single cry. What was this pain compared to the wounds inflicted by Bai Nuo Cheng? This suffering amounted to but a fraction of her torment. She could bear it. However, on the 21st strike, Tang Xing Yao succumbed to unconsciousness. Stop, Yitong commanded, raising his hand. Your Highness, Miss Tang has fainted. It would be prudent to avoid taking a life. Chapter 25. Bai Nuo Cheng arrives to attend to her. Li Wang wishes to negotiate Sanshenggu. Your Excellency, you have successfully ascended to the throne for quite some time. It is now time to select a queen for the demon clan. Elder Bai bowed slightly. Long ago, during the Celestial Demon War, the former king had arranged a century-long betrothal with the Celestial clan, and recently, it was rumored that a princess of the Celestial clan had been born. Bai Nuo Cheng had little interest in Elder Bai's words, and his heart ached with an intensity that blurred the line between his pain and hers. It was only when the discomfort spread throughout his body, particularly in his lower back, that he realized something might have happened to her. With a swift motion, a flash of white light streaked past Elder Bai, traversing the Grand Hall and heading straight for the outskirts of Shumi Mountain, leaving Elder Bai to mutter to himself, oblivious to the fact that he was now alone. By the time Bai Nuo Cheng arrived at the Li Wang Fu, it was already deep into the night. Tang Xing Yao's room was shrouded in darkness, giving the impression that she was soundly asleep. He pushed the door open, finding her lying on the bed, seemingly in a deep slumber, utterly unaware of his presence. His hand brushed against her delicate face, and upon feeling her warm skin, he froze for a moment before withdrawing his hand. Why is she so hot? He murmured, a sense of urgency gripping him. He extended his other hand to touch her forehead, the feverish heat causing his brow to furrow in distress. How did she come to have a fever? He spoke softly to himself, anxiety coursing through him, yet he did not immediately rouse her. Instead, he carefully checked her pulse. It was alarmingly weak, as if it might falter at any moment, reminiscent of the state she had been in 11 years prior. Why is it so severe? He recalled his own pain and felt a surge of panic. He promptly threw back the covers and meticulously examined every inch of her skin. Upon discovering a large bruise on her backside, still oozing blood, a fierce anger ignited in his eyes. Who has done this to you? Damn it, he bellowed, swiftly retrieving high-quality healing ointment and coagulating powder from his storage ring, applying them to her wounds before bandaging them with clean gauze. Having been mischievous since childhood and often injured while living in the mountains, he had long kept these supplies on hand for emergencies. Yet this time, He felt an unprecedented sense of heartache while tending to her wounds. Once he had finished, he sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze resting upon her pale face, filled with both tenderness and vexation. I have told you time and again to remain by my side. I would protect you throughout your life. Yet, you refused to heed my words. For centuries, he had never developed feelings for any woman, yet she was the sole exception. And once he had allowed his heart to open, it became increasingly difficult to extricate himself from her grasp. He recalled the first time he met Tang Xingyao, when she was merely an innocent child, naively calling him a little puppy for several days, foolishly offering him bones, and even fantasizing about keeping him. Perhaps from that moment onward, he had already determined that this little girl would inevitably become his wife. Since then, his heart had unconsciously gravitated toward her, making it increasingly impossible to let her go. Even in the valley, daily encounters felt fleeting. Over the span of more than a decade, her companionship was worth 5 centuries, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind her changed demeanor. However, he was resolute in not letting her slip away again. "My dear, I am your husband, and you shall not escape." With a soft sigh, Bai Nuo Cheng embraced her, inhaling her unique fragrance, his heart brimming with joy. At the break of dawn, as she turned over, a faint pain radiated from her backside, though it was not as excruciating as she had anticipated. Tang Xingyao instinctively reached back to touch her rear, discovering neatly bandaged gauze perfectly adhering to her skin, covering all her wounds without hindering her daily movements. Surely, only that person could have accomplished such a feat. Last night's dream had been strikingly vivid, leaving her in a state of unease, yet she harbored a fervent hope that it was not merely a figment of her imagination. But if it were just a dream, and Bai Nuo Cheng had not come, then who had touched her? With that thought, she could no longer lie still. She had to rise immediately to inquire with Lu Luo. As she turned, her gaze collided with a pair of deep black phoenix eyes, startling her to the brink of a scream, but upon recognizing him, she stifled her voice. His small hand continued to caress her backside, prompting her to quickly retract her own hand to avoid detection. He chuckled lightly, then teasingly remarked, "What's this? Disappointed to see me?" Tang Xingyao reluctantly propped herself up with her slender arms and leaned closer to him. Did not the world declare that the Li Wang was both blind and deaf? Yet here he was, neither deaf nor lacking in beauty. Unconsciously, she waved a hand before his eyes. Indeed, he could not see. Yet it was a pity such exquisite eyes were wasted on blindness. Yi Tong, standing behind Li Wang, cleared his throat, subtly reminding her of her transgressions. She quickly regained her composure and replied, "How could that be? I was overjoyed to see His Highness." "What a fib!" Li Wang, clearly skeptical of her words, stated. "I have come to speak with you regarding 2 matters. First, about the incident in the garden last night. I assure you, I heard nothing. Second, why did you practice swordsmanship in the garden at such an hour? Why not train in your own courtyard during daylight?" Tang Xingyao realized her oversight. Although she had evaded the palace guards, countless eyes were undoubtedly watching her from the shadows. Last night had been a reckless endeavor. Perhaps Li Wang thought she intended to assassinate him? "Your Highness, I simply could not sleep and was practicing for fun." "Do you expect me to believe that?" Li Wang's expression conveyed his disbelief, suggesting she had underestimated his intelligence. "If you do not speak the truth, I would not mind administering 30 strikes. "I would mind. Your Highness, please, no more. It could truly end in tragedy." "All right, I shall speak," Tang Xingyao conceded, recognizing that Li Wang was as perceptive as he was formidable. "The truth is, I seek vengeance and must diligently practice my swordsmanship." Li Wang nodded in satisfaction, finding her answer reasonable. "Let me guess. The target of your wrath is your biological father, Tang Yunli?" "Indeed," Tang Xingyao readily admitted, knowing there was no point in denying it. Li Wang had likely investigated her background thoroughly. "That man deserves death. However, how about we make a deal?" Chapter 26. Thus the pact was formed, disturbing Nuo Cheng's night. "Li Wang, that man indeed deserves death. But how about we strike a bargain?" Tang Xingyao. "Something unusual must be at play. What could the esteemed Li Wang possibly desire from someone as impoverished as I? I will assist you in your quest for revenge, but once it is complete, I demand your eyes. I want your eyes." The audacity of this request shattered Tang Xingyao's worldview. Yet curiosity bubbled within her. Why me? With your status and abilities? Acquiring a mere pair of eyes should be effortless. Why specifically mine? Are you not concerned about potential rejection between the sexes? Some inquiries are best left unasked. Simply answer whether you agree or not. He returned to his icy demeanor, capable of freezing one's very soul with a single sentence. Very well, Tang Xingyao decisively agreed. However, I wish to personally take my father's life, so I must request your patience. I assure you, this will not exceed a year. Tang Xingyao was forthright and expedient, surprising him with her readiness. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Having anticipated a more arduous endeavor to attain her consent, did she truly lack anything worthy of her gaze? Li Wang waved his hand to depart, with Yitong nudging him toward the door. Before leaving, he uttered, "To ensure I regain my sight soon, I shall find you a master tomorrow. Learn diligently from him to expedite your revenge." "Thank you, Your Highness. It is merely a pair of eyes. I likely won't survive until the next Duanwu festival. So consider it payment for my master's fee." The night was thick as ink, the stars shimmering like crystals, their light intertwining in a dazzling display. In her chamber, Tang Xingyao had fallen into a deep slumber when a white figure stealthily entered, leaning over her bed to tenderly caress her familiar cheek. Tang Xingyao's skin was exquisitely pale and delicate, akin to a freshly shelled egg, appearing irresistibly alluring. The figure's hand brushed over her, as if fearing to harm her tender skin, moving with utmost caution, even trembling slightly. Unable to resist, he leaned closer, pressing his lips against her soft ones, savoring the moment. A soft sound escaped the sleeping girl as she turned over, continuing her slumber. The figure frowned slightly, then deftly pulled back her covers, retrieved gauze and ointment, and meticulously applied them to her wounds before rewrapping them. Once finished, he lay beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, continuing to kiss her, reveling in her warmth. His warm breath caressed Tang Xingyao's face, stirring her sensitive nerves in her dreams, causing her lashes to flutter, and soon she began to stir restlessly. That night, it was destined that someone would remain awake. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight crept through the window, illuminating the room. The one who had slipped in last night leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the sleeping girl, then carefully tucked her in before slipping away unnoticed. Tang Xingyao remained oblivious, deep in sleep, unaware of her bare state on the bed, nor did she realize that what she had thought was a beautiful dream was, in fact, a reality of delight. Only when the sunlight fully illuminated the room did she gradually awaken, initially believing the events of the previous night to be merely a dream. Her gaze wandered around the room, feeling utterly exhausted, until she spotted her undergarments in a corner. Lifting the covers to view her exposed body, she finally came to her senses. "Bai Nuo Cheng, you rogue." She was certain that the person from last night was none other than Bai Nuo Cheng, for only he could leave her defenseless and willing to surrender everything. She reached out, attempting to lean over to retrieve her clothing, when suddenly, Lu Luo burst through the door in a flurry, causing Tang Xingyao's hand to freeze mid-air while the other instinctively covered her chest in embarrassment. Lu Luo, however, was unperturbed, behaving as though the sky were falling. "Oh, Miss Tang, why are you only rising now? Hurry and prepare yourself. Today is His Highness the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. You mustn't be late." Coming of age? Crown Prince? Tang Xingyao stood frozen in place, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be? Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Today marked the third day. According to what she had overheard that night, the Crown Prince would not survive until today. Indeed, the Emperor had summoned his ministers to the Imperial Garden for the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. As the future Princess of Li, she was obliged to attend alongside His Highness. All royal relatives and court officials would be present, and Miss Tang must maintain a solemn demeanor today. Lu Luo stepped forward, pulling Tang Xingyao along. "Miss Tang, there's no time to waste. Hurry and prepare. His Highness is already waiting for you." It was only then that Tang Xingyao snapped back to reality. Panic etched across her face. Li Bang, is he waiting for me? Yes. His Highness has only given us the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Come on, let me help you with your makeup and change your clothes. Tang Xingyao was whisked to the vanity, where Lu Luo expertly applied her makeup and dressed her. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a beautiful young woman appeared in the bronze mirror. Lu Luo gazed at Tang Xingyao in the mirror. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate face framed by slender, willow-like brows and a cherry-red mouth. Clad in a white brocade gown, she exuded an ethereal beauty as if she had stepped out from a painting. Wow! Lu Luo exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Miss Tang, you look truly stunning. Tang Xingyao lowered her gaze, managing a faint smile despite her complicated feelings. Yes, she was beautiful, but alas, he could not see her. Miss Tang, please follow me. His Highness will be displeased if we keep him waiting, Lu Luo urged, turning to exit. Tang Xingyao followed her to the entrance of the Li Wang mansion, where a lavishly decorated carriage awaited. Yi Tong sat at the front, indicating that Li Wang was already inside. Anxiety gripped Tang Xingyao as she clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and slowly approached the carriage. Inside, Li Wang was impeccably dressed in a robe adorned with purple and gold trim, draped with a black cloak. His striking features were sculpted with precision, and a narrow black band across his eyes reflected a chilling aura of dominance that compelled onlookers to hold their breath. Tang Xingyao's heart raced as she observed him. After Lu Luo helped her into the carriage, she respectfully bowed to Li Wang. I take my leave, Your Highness. May Miss Tang's journey be smooth. Yi Tong nodded. As the carriage slowly departed from the Li Wang mansion, Lu Luo finally exhaled with relief. Thank goodness Miss Tang arrived on time, or His Highness would certainly have been furious. If Li Wang were to lose his temper, my life would be at stake. However, Tang Xingyao's anxiety did not dissipate. She glanced at Li Wang's profile, her heart pounding. What if he held a grudge for making him wait so long? She hoped she wouldn't face punishment upon returning. Just when her bottom had begun to feel comfortable, thanks to the miraculous medicine from Bai Nuo Cheng, she feared she might not be able to sit properly again. In the carriage, Li Wang seemed to sense her gaze and coldly remarked, Today you are fortunate. As you are entering the palace, I cannot deal with you just yet. However, should I have to wait for you again, you can forget about sitting comfortably. He preferred to avoid unnecessary delays. Thank you, Your Highness, Tang Xingyao replied, her head bowed submissively. And from tomorrow onward, you must diligently study swordsmanship with your master. Do not be lazy. Li Wang's tone remained icy. The atmosphere within the carriage felt colder than the extremes of the North and South Poles. And Tang Xingyao felt as though she might become an ice sculpture. Yes, I understand. What a life of dependency, devoid of dignity. She suppressed her anger and feigned a few punches in the air, venting her frustration. The Li Wang mansion was in close proximity to the imperial city, and soon the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Guards stood vigil at both sides, with carriages arriving in succession. Soldiers clad in armor stood solemnly beside each vehicle, holding long spears and watching the crowd with vigilance. Among these carriages were undoubtedly those belonging to prominent families or court officials. Tang Xingyao cautiously lifted the curtain, peering outside before quickly letting it fall. Outside, Yi Tong's authoritative voice rang out. This is the carriage of Li Wang. Open the gates at once. The guards were momentarily taken aback, realizing Li Wang had ventured out. They quickly regained their composure, bowing respectfully. We obey your command. One of the guards signaled to his companions to allow passage. Yi Tong let out a sigh of relief and urged the carriage forward into the palace. Inside, Tang Xingyao sat on the bench. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the sights outside. Her beautiful, expressive eyes darted around, taking in the grandeur of the palace that surpassed even the Li Wang mansion. She felt a tinge of nervousness. This was her first time entering the palace, and she hoped not to make any missteps. It's so beautiful and vast. She marveled, only to notice a row of palace maids carrying ornate boxes, each dressed in elegant lavender garments adorned with embroidered orchids, their hair styled in simple yet exquisite cloud coifs, complemented by delicate makeup. Li Wang, sitting beside her, sensed her excitement and appeared somewhat displeased. Do you like it here? In that case, you need not return to the mansion with me. No. Dan singya potet vementin. Please don't leave me here. I wouldn't know how to manage. Then sit still. Follow closely behind me. Do not speak unnecessarily, and do not cause me trouble. Okay, I understand. Tang Xingyao pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Why can't he communicate properly without being so harsh? And do not look around. I do not wish for others to think I am bringing a monkey into the palace, Li Wang added. All right, I got it. Dan Xingyao Hakgui, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. While she had indeed grown up in the mountains, she had been taught etiquette from a young age by Elder Hui. It was rather excessive to liken her to a monkey. The carriage continued on, seemingly taking longer to traverse the palace than it did to travel to the imperial city. Why are we not there yet? Tang Xingyao wondered, sneaking glances at Li Wang seated across from her, who remained silent, his eyes either closed or unblinking, making her hesitant to stare too long. She focused her attention on the magnificent palace outside. Soon, the carriage came to a halt. Yi Tong gently knocked on the carriage door, respectfully announcing, Your Highness, Miss Tang, we have arrived at Xianguang Hall. We must proceed on foot from here. Li Wang raplia nonchalantly. Yi Tong opened the door, revealing a wheelchair prepared below the carriage. He carefully lifted Li Wang into the chair, while Tang Xingyao supported him from the side. In the wheelchair, Li Wang was pushed by Yi Tong through Xianguang Hall towards the Imperial Garden. Guards flanking both sides of the hall immediately knelt upon, sighting the approaching wheelchair, exclaiming, We pay our respects to your highness. Dan Xingyao, following behind with a sense of pride, relished the grandeur of the moment. She gazed up at the towering, magnificent architecture, her heart racing with excitement. Although she was not entirely accustomed to such splendor, she had never set foot in such an impressive complex before, making it difficult to contain her exhilaration. Li Wang, sensing her impending loss of composure, quickly reminded her. As they passed by, everyone they encountered bowed in reverence before Li Wang and Tang Xingyao. Their expressions a mixture of fear and astonishment, as if no one had anticipated that Li Wang would personally attend the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony today. As they had not yet officially arrived at the Yuhua Garden, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard. And soon a portly man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and adorned with a jade crown approached briskly. Tang Xingyao, upon recognizing him, immediately knelt and paid her respects, addressing him as Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Rise, the Emperor replied in a gentle tone, unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing the departing Wang. It brings me great comfort to see you willing to come out and relax. He then turned his gaze towards Tang Xingyao, regarding her with admiration. Indeed, my son has changed remarkably since marrying. Your Majesty is too kind. I have done nothing to deserve such praise. Indeed, she has done nothing. It was the Wang who insisted on bringing her along. Wang Fei. There is no need for modesty, the Emperor said, patting the Wang on the shoulder before addressing Tang Xingyao again. I have specifically organized this banquet to celebrate the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Wang Fei, do indulge in a few more cups. Tang Xingyao nodded gratefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a smile, the Emperor beckoned and took the wheelchair from Yi Tong, leading the Wang towards the Yuhua Garden, while Yi Tong and Tang Xingyao followed closely behind. Yi Tong cautiously reminded Tang Xingyao, Your Highness, the Wang currently lacks all 5 senses. Once we are inside, ensure you take good care of him. After escorting the Wang and Tang Xingyao into the garden, Yi Tong stepped back to wait outside, her heart filled with apprehension. The young lady Tang appeared rather unreliable. She wondered if trouble would arise soon. Upon entering the garden, they were greeted by a pavilion filled with tables adorned for the banquet, already occupied by numerous esteemed guests. The Emperor positioned the Wang's wheelchair beside him and returned to his seat, flanked by the Crown Prince, the Wang, Tang Xingyao, the 7th Prince, and the esteemed Jia Guifei, followed by the 4th Princess, An Jing Guifei, and the 8th Princess, An Shan Guifei. The remaining guests took their places on either side, and as Tang Xingyao surveyed the scene, she noted the opulent attire and graceful demeanor of each individual, exuding an air of nobility. Is that the Wang's sister-in-law? The Crown Prince, noticing Tang Xingyao, brightened and could not help but inquire. Tang Xingyao turned at the sound, recognizing the crown prince, and respectfully greeted this humble girl. Tang Xingyao pays her respects to your highness. Yet, the crown prince had already approached her, intending to offer assistance, but Tang Xingyao cautiously evaded his hand. The crown prince, displeased, retorted, "There is no need for Miss Tang to maintain such modesty for a man devoid of worth." Tang Xingyao raised an eyebrow at his words, realizing why the Wong wished to eliminate the crown prince. His audacity to speak so cruelly in public suggested he had bullied her significantly behind closed doors. She glanced at the Wong, holding back her emotions, feeling a pang of sympathy. Your Highness is overly generous in your praise. The Wong is indeed gifted. Though afflicted, he remains an exceptional individual. It is I who am fortunate to marry him. And how could he be compared to the worthless individual the crown prince speaks of? Tang Xingyao believed that those who judge by appearances are invariably lacking in wisdom and capability. True virtue lies in possessing a benevolent heart, adhering to righteous paths, and cultivating oneself to govern the world effectively. You, the crown prince fumed, realizing Tang Xingyao's words mocked his unworthiness to be a prince. Meanwhile, the Wong, having disembarked from the carriage, wore a mask of indifference, seemingly bereft of all senses. Tang Xingyao, emboldened by the moment, tugged at his sleeve, realizing she had overstepped. "Oh no, Your Highness, I did not mean to." The crown prince, rendered speechless by anger, glared at Tang Xingyao with fiery eyes, as if he wished to devour her whole. Coughing twice to draw the attention of the emperor and empress, the Wong prompted the emperor to order a blanket for him, instructing the crown prince to return to his seat as the ceremony was about to commence. The crown prince glared at Tang Xingyao, vowing silently to settle the score later. He turned to the Wong, muttering disdainfully about the worthless man beside him before storming back to his seat, still radiating hostility. Tang Xingyao pondered how the emperor could have chosen such a person as crown prince. Surely, there was nothing amiss with the emperor's judgment. Now, esteemed officials, please take your seats. With everything finally in place, the emperor cheerfully declared the crown prince's coming-of-age ceremony officially commenced. Guests settled into their seats, and Tang Xingyao glanced at the Wong, who remained expressionless, though his grip on the wheelchair had turned white with tension. What burdens and suffering had he endured in his life to maintain such stoic restraint? As Tang Xingyao contemplated this, her fear began to dissipate. With a call from a chamberlain, the coming-of-age ceremony officially begins. The eunuch's sharp voice echoed through the air, prompting all to rise and bow to the emperor and empress. Today, my crown prince has come of age, and it fills my heart with great joy. Tang Xingyao looked down at the Wong, who remained seated, yet his body visibly trembled, suggesting he was on the brink of breaking point. Crown Prince, a eunuch presented a large red tray, upon which rested an ornate cap, soon to be bestowed upon the crown prince by the emperor himself. The Wong began to sweat profusely, gripping the wheelchair with increasing intensity, as if he might crush it. Tang Xingyao leaned forward, taking his hand in a gesture of reassurance, signaling him to relax, for it was becoming too conspicuous. At the moment her hand enveloped his body stiffened momentarily, startled, but then he gradually relaxed. This scene did not escape the piercing gaze of the crown prince, who stood upon the platform. Just before receiving the crown, he glared at Tang Xingyao and the Wong with a malevolent intensity. "Tang Xingyao, I will have you." With a hearty laugh, the emperor placed the ornate cap upon the crown prince's head, advising, "You are the most esteemed prince of my new capital. Your future is bright." But before he could finish his sentence, the crown prince spat blood across the emperor's face and collapsed, lifeless. Crown Prince, quick, someone save him. Call for the physician." The banquet erupted into chaos, and Tang Xingyao was left in shock. The Wong had succeeded, and the crown prince was dead. How had he accomplished such a feat? Eunuchs rushed to summon the physician, and the emperor became frantic. The empress fainted from shock, while the palace guards hurriedly carried the crown prince back to his quarters. Tang Xingyao, equally alarmed, found herself at a loss, never having encountered such a situation. She was jostled about by the panicked crowd, and the vast Yuhua garden quickly turned desolate. People fled in all directions, fearful of being implicated in the incident. Yitong, learning of the commotion, rushed in, pushing the Wang to leave promptly. Tang Xingyao attempted to follow, but was swept away by the throng, tumbling to the ground. With a thud, she knocked over a stone table, a sharp pain shooting through her abdomen, causing her to wince. After a moment, the pain intensified, leaving her unable to rise. She gazed in the direction Yi Tong had departed, realizing the Wang had vanished. In her despair, a familiar voice called out, "Little girl, are you hurt?" Tang Xingyao lifted her head to see a figure clad in white, resembling an angel, who swiftly scooped her up, and in an instant, they vanished from the Yuhua garden. Godly Brother. Chapter 29. In the cottage by the river, lovers confide their hearts. Godly Brother. When Tang Xingyao regained consciousness, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, her head swimming. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. The sun was setting outside, casting a golden hue throughout the room as it filtered through the window. Struggling to sit up, she stepped outside her room and discovered she was in a wooden house by the water. On the platform outside, Bai Nuo Cheng sat on a small stool, fishing, an amusing sight indeed. Unable to contain her laughter, she inadvertently exacerbated the pain in her abdomen. Ouch! Bai Nuo Cheng turned at the sound. Noticing Tang Xingyao's pale complexion and the absence of color in her lips, as she gingerly clutched her stomach, he hastily set down his fishing rod and rushed over. "Girl, what is wrong? Is your stomach hurting again?" His hands tightly grasped Tang Xingyao's shoulders, his eyes filled with concern. Tang Xingyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes instantly reddening. She quickly buried her small face and shook her head. "I'm fine, just a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He released Tang Xingyao and sprinted towards the shore. Having been too anxious earlier to notice that he had inadvertently tossed his fishing rod into the river, watching it drift further away with the current, he abandoned the pursuit of wealth through labor. Gathering his internal energy in his palm, he struck the water's surface, causing a myriad of splashes. Countless fish were propelled onto the terrace by the shore. With a successful strike, Bai Nuo Cheng crouched down to collect the fish, turning back to Tang Xingyao with a joyful smile. In that moment, his smile was pure and radiant, akin to the rising sun, uplifting the spirits of those around him. Tang Xingyao stared in a daze, but Bai Nuo Cheng, not waiting for her reaction, swiftly dashed away. "Girl, rest well here. I'll go make you a nourishing fish soup," he shouted while cradling the fish, quickly disappearing around the corner of the wooden cabin. Watching his retreating figure, a faint smile unconsciously crept onto Tang Xingyao's lips. She truly cherished this state of being. He was not the demon king, and she was not anyone's daughter or future princess. They were simply two ordinary individuals together, mutually fond of each other, nurturing love and sharing their lives. This was what she had pursued throughout her existence. Her gaze lingered on the direction Bai Nuo Cheng had departed until his familiar silhouette vanished from sight. While Bai Nuo Cheng busied himself in the kitchen, Tang Xingyao lay on the bed, lost in thought. Her mind was filled with the image of his sudden appearance beside her today. He seemed like an angel, bringing her a tranquility and warmth that only he could provide. He confessed his affection for her, declared his intent to marry her, and professed his love. These words wrapped around her like a spell, causing her heart to race uncontrollably every time she recalled them, leaving her feeling as if she were floating on clouds, overwhelmed by happiness. "Girl, the nourishing fish soup is ready. Come and eat." His call broke her reverie. She slowly lifted her gaze towards the door, where he stood with an eager expression, resembling a young bride visiting family. Tang Xingyao struggled to sit up, and upon noticing, Bai Nuo Cheng hurried over to support her, carefully helping her to sit upright. He then effortlessly scooped her up and carried her towards the outdoor terrace. "Come, girl, sit down first." He gently placed her on a chair at the table, which was laden with an extravagant feast of fish. "Oh my, how'd you manage all this?" She was astonished to see a variety of dishes: carp soup, grilled fish, stewed fish, fried fish, steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, pan-fried fish, sashimi, and boiled fish. She could hardly believe that he had prepared all this. When Bai Nuo Cheng nudged a plate towards her, She quickly picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish and brought it to her mouth. Instantly, the tangy sweetness burst on her tongue, accompanied by a spicy kick that filled her mouth. A truly delightful sensation. Wow, your culinary skills are incredible, Tang Xingyao exclaimed with her mouth full, unable to contain her praise. Bai Nuo Cheng grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, appearing especially charming and sunny, like a neighborly young man. Come back with me, girl, and I'll cook for you every day. Upon hearing this, Tang Xingyao's smile faltered. Bai Nuo Cheng noticed her silence, and his expression dimmed. Girl, is it really that difficult to return to the past? Tang Xingyao shook her head, unsure of how to respond. She adored Bai Nuo Cheng enough to forsake everything for him. Yet, she could not marry him. I know you must have your reasons, he said, having raised her since childhood and understanding her disposition. She was not a heartless person. Sensing her hesitation, Bai Nuo Cheng decided not to press her further and change the subject. Come, let's drink some carp soup first. He ladled a fragrant bowl of creamy carp soup and handed it to Tang Xingyao. She took it, gently blowing on it before drinking it down, savoring. So good. Bai Nuo Cheng watched her with a smile, feeling elated. Her happiness painted his world blue. However, Tang Xingyao felt increasing guilt, unable to meet his affectionate gaze. She kept her head down, sipping the soup and eating the dishes, her emotions complex. She recognized his kindness, but struggled to accept it. Unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, she set down her bowl and prepared to leave. I should return to the Li Wangfu. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Nuo Cheng swept her off her feet, seating her on his lap. Girl, please don't go, he pleaded with an almost desperate tone, his arms tightly encircling her waist, leaving her no avenue for escape. Tang Xingyao's heart quivered at his words. What was going on with him today? She looked into Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes, where she found a depth of sorrow and a hint of longing. Girl, these days without you have taken half my life, he declared, then wrapped her tightly in his embrace, wishing to meld her into himself, never to part again. Chapter 30. Bai Nuo Cheng's heartache. Li Wang's anger hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's words, Tang Xingyao trembled. In that moment, her eyes reddened. She understood that his words were not mere consolation, but a reflection of his true feelings. Don't speak. I just want to hold you quietly. Bai Nuo Cheng interrupted her. Tang Xingyao dared not move, allowing him to hold her tightly, her heart melting away. After a long while, they slowly released each other, gazing into one another's eyes, seeing deep affection and reliance reflected within. Tang Xingyao gently caressed Bai Nuo Cheng's face, her fingertips gliding over his delicate skin. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes and pressed her lips against his. He stiffened momentarily before taking the lead, kissing her fervently. Tang Xingyao's heart raced uncontrollably, each beat echoing with fervor. She felt breathless, yet he was reluctant to let go, continuously savoring the sweetness of her lips as if tasting the most exquisite delicacy. Before long, their clothes were disheveled. They lost themselves in their kisses, forgetting everything around them, oblivious to the myriad of troubles awaiting them in the world. Bai Nuo Cheng embraced Tang Xingyao, laying her beneath him within the wooden cabin, lost in their union. The next day, as the morning sun rose, the lingering mist gradually dissipated. The forest and shrubs were all damp. The emerald branches, the lush grass blades, and the delicate petals of flowers were adorned with glistening droplets, sparkling with vibrant colors. Upon waking, Bai Nuo Cheng noticed the space beside him was empty, causing a surge of panic within him. He hurriedly threw off his quilt and searched the entire wooden cabin for Tang Xingyao, but she was nowhere to be found, and his anxiety grew. He quickly dressed and burst out of the cabin, only to be met by a cold breeze that tousled his hair. He immediately halted, scanning the surroundings. Outside the cabin lay a long shaded path, devoid of anything but a few trees. He stood quietly by the roadside, gazing at the desolate path ahead, the weight of his despondency growing heavier, as if the entire forest mocked him. Though their days together were fleeting, they bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of belonging, an emotion that only she could evoke. He even envisioned their life after marriage. Yet ultimately, it remained naught but a figment of his imagination, for Tang Xingyao repeatedly abandoned him with unwavering resolve. He could not bring himself to blame her in the slightest. Li Wang seized Tang Xingyao by the neck, demanding to know where she had been for the past day and night. He forcefully thrust her against the wall, causing her pain, yet she could utter not a word, desperately shaking her head in an attempt to free herself from his grip. Your Highness, ye tong exclaiming. Witnessing the perilous situation Tang Xingyao was in. Upon hearing Yitong's call, Li Wang harshly tossed Tang Xingyao to the ground. Gasping for breath, she clutched her neck and coughed violently, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Li Wang's eyes were as dark and unfathomable as ink, devoid of discernible emotion. Where were you last night? He asked coldly once more. Tang Xingyao shook her head defiantly, her eyes filled with grievance. You dare to ask me? You were quite swift yesterday, weren't you? Did you care for my well-being at all? If not for someone coming to my aid, I might have been trampled to death in the Imperial Garden. In truth, their relationship was merely transactional. You help me seek vengeance, and when the time comes, I will give you my eyes. Beyond that, I implore your Highness not to meddle in my affairs. Tang Xingyao's voice crescendoed, her agitation palpable. Hearing this, Li Wang's rage transformed into a twisted smile. Tang Xingyao, heed my warning. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall take your eyes right now. His gaze was fierce and resolute, imbued with a lethal intent as he stared straight ahead. Yitong swiftly removed the hairpin binding Tang Xingyao's hair, causing it to cascade down her shoulders. She bound Tang Xingyao's hands behind her back, positioning the hairpin perilously close to her eyes. Let me go. Tang Xingyas Jugalao. But her hands were restrained, forcing her to tilt her head back, the silver pin hovering dangerously near her eye, her strength insufficient to escape. Aren't you quite powerful? Why do you not resist? Li Wang leaned down, whispering, Did you not relish in defiance? Is your tongue not sharp? Then let me take your eyes and sever your tongue, rendering you as helpless as I am. Anguish surged within Tang Xingyao, and suddenly she erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? Libamdamanda. I laugh because you are pathetically pitiful. Tang Xingyao's laughter brought tears to her eyes. For though her own plight was grievous, she could not bear to see another suffer. Her world was already tumultuous, yet she sought to shatter another's shelter. Upon hearing her words, Li Wang's pupils constricted sharply, and he slammed his fist onto the table, sending cups and wine vessels crashing to the ground in a cacophony of sound. Tang Xingya, are you courting death? Do you think I am unaware? In your world, there is no such thing as emotion. I am but a pawn to you, used to eliminate the crown prince, and then abandoned. If I had not returned today, would you not have already relocated my head? Tang Xingyao's words were deliberate and accusatory. Upon hearing this, Li Wang's pupils tightened, a flicker of horror crossing his face. Tang Xingyao, resolute, declared, If you possess the courage, then gouge out my eyes now. Unless I consent, your efforts would be futile. You would merely end up with 2 shards of broken glass. Witnessing Li Wang's astonishment, a cold smile crept upon her lips. She had surmised correctly. This proud prince was no benevolent soul. Every action he took was driven by self-interest. She was merely a pawn, one he intended to discard after use. The moment he had cast her aside in the Imperial Garden, the last remnants of her sympathy had evaporated. Chapter 31. In this world, only my wife stands beside me. Tang Xingyao, you dare. Li Wang narrowed his eyes, coldly reprimanding her. Tang Xingyao met his gaze unflinchingly, retorting, What is there to fear? I, Tang Xingyao, have been alone since childhood, relying solely on this wretched life to survive in the mountains. Once I grew up, my father deemed me useful and reclaimed me. What do I have to fear? I am unencumbered, and your Highness holds no leverage over me. Each word she spoke resonated with conviction. Li Wang's eyes widened in shock. He had never considered that Tang Xingyao might be in such dire straits, perhaps not far removed from his own plight. Then we need not further complicate matters. Yitong, release her. We shall adhere to our previous agreement. You will diligently practice your swordsmanship, and when you avenge your grievances, you shall give me your eyes. Beyond that, we shall not interfere with one another. Tang Xingyao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She had fought for this outcome, and she deserved it. However, she had not anticipated that Li Wang would assign her a mentor, Yitong. This felt rather hasty. Could he not have hired someone else for her? She muttered in discontent, fearing he might seek personal retribution. Yi Tong stood opposite Tang Xingyao, arms crossed, sword in hand, casting her a cold glance. Am I the type of person to harbor grudges? Huh, how'd he hear that? Does he possess extraordinary hearing? Tang Xingyao's expression betrayed her distrust. Rest assured, I will diligently follow His Highness's teachings and train you to become an exceptional assassin. Before she could respond, Yi Tong launched an attack with lightning speed, catching Tang Xingyao off guard. In this initial encounter, she dodged and was met with the sting of Yi Tong's sword, leaving her aching all over. And you claim not to seek personal revenge? Tang Xingyao exclaimed, exasperated. This is utterly unfair. You are a man, I am a woman. Must you resort to such underhanded tactics? Yi Tong advanced, delivering a blow that sent her reeling. I merely tested your skills. You are hardly of any use. Would an assailant announce their intentions beforehand? Do your enemies care whether you are male or female? If you wish to seek vengeance, cast aside your entitled demeanor. His gaze was sharp, akin to a blade, causing Tang Xingyao to tremble, yet she could not deny the validity of his words. She fell into silence, her eyes lowered as if lost in contemplation, resembling a wounded fawn. After a while, she raised her head, her expression resolute. Very well, I shall follow you. I shall heed your words. Yi Tong nodded in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her swift enlightenment. In that case, we shall begin with the basics. Starting tomorrow, I will conduct regular assessments. Upon your success, we shall proceed to the next stage. All right. Tang Xingyao nodded emphatically, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared to face any challenge. As night fell, the dark grove was illuminated by the moonlight, casting a gentle glow upon the leaves. The silvery beams of light filtered through the trees, enhancing the grove's beauty. Exhausted from practicing swordsmanship from noon until nightfall, Tang Xingyao sprawled on the ground, taking a brief respite, oblivious to her surroundings. Meanwhile, Yi Tong completed his tasks and returned to attend to his family, leaving Tang Xingyao to practice alone in the empty grove. Suddenly, she was gently lifted by an unseen force, as if resting upon the softest clouds, an exquisite comfort enveloping her. Unable to resist, she nestled into it. Sensing something amiss, she drowsily opened her eyes, only to be met with an enchanting visage, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a hazy glow that rendered her unable to look away. Blinking in surprise, she gazed at the familiar face, momentarily entranced. She knew that Bai Nuo Cheng was handsome, yet she had not realized his allure. Child, how could you lie directly on the ground? You might catch a chill, he admonished, prompting Tang Xingyao to finally react. In a flurry of urgency, she jumped off him. What are you doing here? You must leave quickly before the people from the Li Wang Fu discover you. She glanced around, pushing against Bai Nuo Cheng, only for him to secure her tightly in his embrace, his expression betraying his displeasure. Are you worried that Li Wang might become jealous? Or perhaps it would affect your aspirations of becoming Li Wang Fei? With a rush of white smoke, they instantaneously returned to Tang Xingyao's room, where Bai Nuo Cheng promptly locked the door behind them. Rest assured, they cannot see me, he softly reassured her, his gaze brimming with unwavering affection. At that moment, he had been cultivating at the Sanxing Qi when a sudden wave of pain coursed through him, likely because his little girl had been harmed again, prompting him to rush to her side. En route, he even harbored thoughts of vengeance against Li Wang. However, upon arriving at the Li Wang Fu, he was taken aback to find her practicing swordplay, injuring herself in the process. Thus, he chose to remain hidden, silently accompanying her. Where are you hurt? Let me see, I have brought fine ointment. With those words, he gently unfastened her clothing, meticulously inspecting her wounds, his touch tender as if handling the most precious of fragile items. Extracting a vial of healing salve from his ring, he carefully applied it to the bruised and reddened areas of her body. A sharp sting caused Tang Xingyao to frown, but she endured it. Bai Nuo Cheng, why do you treat me so well despite my actions towards you? What choice do I have? He replied nonchalantly. After all, you're the only one I recognize as my wife. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind her relentless sword practice, he too was striving, endeavoring to grow stronger. preparing for the day he could protect the entire Sanxing Valley and reclaim his little girl. She was his wife, his woman, destined to belong solely to him across lifetimes. This fact was indisputable. Once the ointment was applied, he affectionately ruffled her hair, akin to soothing a small kitten. Now, go wash up and change your clothes. I will be right here, so do not worry. Tang Xingyao nodded, turning towards the inner chamber. He watched her retreating figure, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. He was not one to express himself easily. Before meeting her, his heart burdens had been unshared. Yet, he unabashedly conveyed his feelings time and again, for she was the only person in this world who could stand beside him and share his view of it. Chapter 32. No Cheng meets Li Wang. Tension in the air, Your Excellency. A call snapped him back to reality. Turning, Bai Nuo Cheng cast a detached glance at the newcomer. What is it? The visitor was a newly trained shadow guard, clad in black attire, strikingly handsome, emanating an imposing presence. My lord, our investigation has revealed that the assassination attempt on the crown prince was indeed orchestrated by Li Wang, and he employed Miss Tong in his scheme. The shadow guard hesitated to continue, aware that the subsequent details touched upon their master's sensitive matters. Proceed, he commanded, kneeling and bowing his head. The assassination of the crown prince was indeed the doing of Li Wang, who utilized Miss Tong in the process. Furthermore, the crown prince had the support of Elder He Feng, and now that he is deceased, Elder He Feng is seeking a new candidate to back in the court. Oh, Bai Nuo Cheng remarked, a shadow passing through his gaze. He had long anticipated Li Wang's ambition. It was implausible for him to remain content as a mere puppet prince. He had not expected him to dare exploit his little girl. It seemed time to confront that useless prince. With a gesture, he signaled for the shadow guard to withdraw. The guard, trembling under Bai Nuo Cheng's formidable presence, hastily departed as if fleeing for his life. When Tang Xingyao emerged from the inner chamber, she found Bai Nuo Cheng, clad in a white robe, seated at the table sipping tea. He observed her flushed cheeks, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, and raised his teacup, drinking it all in one gulp. As the warm liquid coursed down his throat, he felt a surge of heat within, akin to a fire igniting. Every cell in his body yearning as if starved for a long time. Her cheeks flushed, and his breath grew heavier. He rose, striding towards the screen behind her, drawing her in with him. Intricate floral patterns adorned the screen, and shadows of their entwined figures were visible against it, as they became lost in an intimate embrace, steeped in lingering affection. That night, the stars continued to twinkle. On the horizon, the sea merged with the dawn in the first hints of soft blue light. The morning was bright and fresh, delicate clouds creating gentle waves in the clear blue sky, with the air imbued with a cool sweetness. Upon waking, Tang Xingyao found Bai Nuo Cheng missing, assuming he had returned to Sanxing Valley. As she moved, her body felt as if it were falling apart, unsure if it was from yesterday's vigorous sword practice or the previous night's events. The thought flushed her cheeks once more as she caught sight of her body, a canvas of sword wounds and kiss marks, transforming her into a lively little leopard. As she dressed, she lamented her own lack of shame, questioning why she always acquiesced to his desires. Why could she not learn to refuse? With a sigh, she contemplated her meager existence, feeling a sudden inclination to renew her life contract, yet resolutely determined not to be beholden to Tang Yunli. While she pondered relinquishing her life, unbeknownst to her, another was striving fiercely to win her back. In the Li Wang's palace, Bai Nuo Cheng appeared before Li Wang. Yatong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He was already bound in place by Bai Nuo Cheng's magic. Although Li Wang was blind and physically compromised, his instincts and hearing were keen. Sensing an unusual shift in the air, he narrowed his eyes in alertness, tilting his head to listen intently to the subtle sounds around him. Who are you? My lord need not be alarmed. I come not to claim your life. Bai Nuo Cheng reclined casually against a red pearwood table, exuding an air of gentle elegance. Li Wang scoffed, calming himself slightly. It seems we have no connection. You misunderstand, my lord. I am here to assist you, Bai Nuo Cheng replied, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Do you desire the imperial throne? You jest. With this body of mine, I have long been estranged from the throne. But why then? My lord, Did you attempt to assassinate the crown prince? Was it not for the throne? Bai Nuo Cheng inquired with a knowing smile, confident in his deductions. Li Wang maintained a facade of composure, his tone calm yet low. Without evidence, you should refrain from making baseless accusations. Bai Nuo Cheng Juke Lai Di. I believe I indeed have evidence. His casual tone incited a visceral reaction from Li Wang and Ye Tong, causing them to tremble. Yet they could not reveal any sign of their unease. Doing so would signify their defeat. Thus, Li Wang merely smiled faintly, remaining nonchalant. Bai Nuo Cheng observed Li Wang's reaction closely, leaning forward casually against the armrest, adopting a relaxed posture as he earnestly declared, I can restore your sight and legs. I can also assist you in ascending to the throne. Upon hearing this, Li Wang finally reacted, albeit with a restrained demeanor. His lips pressed together, jaw clenched, and his mind raced with calculations. What reason do I have to believe you? Bai Nuo Cheng crossed his long legs, his fingertips tapping a lively rhythm as he spoke with an unmistakable hint of amusement in his voice. After holding back for quite some time, he managed to utter this one sentence, revealing that the Li Wang was not as formidable as he seemed. Bai Nuo Cheng harbored ambition, and he was willing to indulge it. If the Li Wang desired the throne, he could indeed provide it. This individual still possessed considerable capability, having endured years of hardship and preparation. As Bai Nuo Cheng lifted a finger, Yi Tong suddenly shrieked in agony, followed by the chilling sound of bones fracturing. The Li Wang was now thoroughly alarmed. This person was so powerful that he could effortlessly inflict such pain without lifting a finger. I implore you, noble sir, please show mercy. He has served me for several years without offense. The Li Wang pleaded, bowing towards Bai Nuo Cheng, hoping for clemency. Yet, Bai Nuo Cheng subtly intensified his grip, seeking retribution for their manipulation of the young girl. How could they presume to exploit someone so precious to him? He released Yi Tong from her binding spell, and she crumpled to the ground like a heap of soft clay, emitting a cry of excruciating pain that caused cold sweat to bead on the Li Wang's brow. This was punishment for injuring his beloved. The Li Wang clenched his jaw in frustration, his anxiety palpable. Dare I ask, my lord, how it feels to be utterly helpless? Bai Nuo Cheng's tone was laced with meaning, prompting the Li Wang to question the purpose of his visit. Sensing the atmosphere had reached a critical point, Bai Nuo Cheng ceased his actions and casually infused Yi Tong with a touch of spiritual energy, restoring her to her former self as if nothing had transpired. Yi Tong rose and gently squeezed the Li Wang's arm, intending to remind him of the formidable presence they faced, acknowledging their current inability to contend with him. The Li Wang swallowed hard and straightened himself. What is it that you desire? Bai Nuo Cheng smirked, the curve of his lips strikingly handsome. They had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. It had taken considerable resolve for him to emerge from the warmth of the young girl's embrace that morning. Once my objective is achieved, I intend to take Tang Xingyao with me. The Li Wang furrowed his brow. Tang Xingyao, you have come for her? Indeed, Bai Nuo Cheng replied succinctly, offering only the answers he deemed necessary. The Li Wang felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine. Very well. I agree to your terms. My life has been fraught with hardship. Now that the assassination of the crown prince has been exposed, if I do not take decisive action, I will find myself in dire straits once a new crown prince ascends the throne. No matter which prince becomes the new emperor, I will not escape unscathed. It seems that my only means of survival is to become the new emperor myself. Moreover, while the second Miss Tang, though intriguing and arousing his curiosity, was ultimately just a contractual obligation, it would be wiser to secure his position first, and should he truly regain his strength, he could reassess his options later. In that case, our pact is sealed. For now, I ask that you take good care of my little girl. Once my plans come to fruition, you may grant her a legitimate title, and I shall take her away. After that, you may marry your empress and take your concubines, and we shall have no further dealings. Bai Nuo Cheng turned to leave, his voice lingering in the air. Do not harbor inappropriate thoughts for those who should not be desired. I can grant you life, but I can just as easily take it away. Chapter 33. The mother worm enters the body, lifespan shortens. Do not harbor inappropriate thoughts for those who should not be desired. I can grant you life, but I can just as easily take it away. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xing Yao had been in the Li Wang's residence for over 3 months. During this time, letters from Tang Yun Li had intermittently arrived, but she had rebuffed them all. She knew without looking that he was solely seeking promotion and wealth, which she could neither fulfill nor condone. If Tang Yun Li were to rise to a high position, he would likely oppress more innocent people, and she would bear the consequences. This was not how she wished to spend her final days. Her life was on a countdown, just as Tang Yun Li's was. The Crown Prince's funeral had passed over 2 months ago, and due to the national mourning, the marriage between Tang Xing Yao and the Li Wang had been naturally postponed. It seemed that no one was unhappy about this delay. The 3 main characters involved were all quite content, allowing the matter to proceed smoothly. Tang Xing Yao dedicated her days to practicing swordsmanship. Eager for the opportunity to exact revenge, Bai Nuo Cheng shuttled back and forth between Sansheng Valley and the Li Wang's residence, resembling a modern-day office worker. While the Li Wang continued to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment, the emperor remained melancholy after the crown prince's demise. Having lost his legitimate heir at this advanced age, a sorrow that lingered heavily upon him. The true culprit behind the crown prince's assassination had yet to be uncovered, and the cause of death remained a mystery, throwing the court into chaos. Thus, the atmosphere in the court had grown increasingly tense. The question of the crown prince's successor now loomed over the entire court. The current emperor had few heirs, with only the 6th and 7th princes, born to the favored concubine, remaining viable candidates. The 6th prince was widely regarded as hopeless, while the 7th prince was still quite young, presenting a significant challenge regarding the succession. Recently, the emperor's health had deteriorated, and under Bai Nuo Cheng's guidance, the Li Wang entered the palace to accompany the emperor, leaving Tang Xing Yao alone with the household servants, which was quite dull. Furthermore, Bai Nuo Cheng seemed preoccupied with something, visiting only every few days, leaving Tang Xing Yao to wonder if there were other intrigues afoot. With the Li Wang and Bai Nuo Cheng absent, Tang Xing Yao finally gathered the courage to sneak out and explore the city, having been in the capital for over 3 months. She felt it essential to see the sights, lest she be ridiculed for her naivety in the future. However, shortly after she stepped outside, she was ambushed by a group of masked assailants, who quickly ensnared her in a thick burlap sack and dragged her to a desolate courtyard. Bound tightly to a wooden post, Tang Xing Yao watched in horror as the black-clad figures approached her. "What do you want?" she cried, struggling against her bonds. But they were too tight to escape. Panic surged within her. "Be calm." One of the masked men raised a knife to her neck, showing no mercy. Just one swift motion left a thin line of blood upon her delicate skin. Meeting the Li Wang Fei is indeed a challenge. A familiar voice emerged from behind the group of assailants, and they parted to reveal Tang Yun Li. Tang Xing Yao was taken aback, recognizing the malicious glint in his eyes. She had not anticipated that he would pursue her all the way here from Tangjia County. "You must be quite determined," she thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Li Wang Fei seems to have little regard for her own life. "For the past 3 months, I have sent you countless letters, all to no avail. Do not forget, I still hold your secret." Tang Yun Li fumed, seated upon a wooden stool, glaring at her with resentment. "It was worth my while to travel so far. After just 2 days, I have finally captured you. You're too hasty. I am not yet the Li Wang Fei," she retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. She found him repulsive and, since entering the residence, had barely seen the Li Wang. How could she assist him in his ambitions? "Since you have been captured, I must buy time and find excuses," she thought. "If you cannot meet him, then go seek him." Tang Yun Li fiercely grasped her neck, gritting his teeth as he said, "You will seek him out. You will seduce him, using your beauty to beguile him. Surely no man could refuse my stunning daughter." Tang Xing Yao was on the verge of asphyxiation, gasping for air with her mouth wide open. Little did she know that in that moment, Tang Yun Li took advantage of her distress and forced something down her throat. Only after ensuring she swallowed it all did he finally release her. She inhaled deeply, desperate for fresh air, wishing to expel the substance he had made her consume. However, Her efforts proved futile. "You despicable scoundrel! What did you make me swallow?" Naturally, it was the mother worms, which upon entering her system, would activate the smaller ones instantly, without waiting for the upcoming Duanwu festival next year. It seemed he believed she was merely trying to deceive him. It was clear that he intended to inflict pain upon her. No sooner had he finished speaking than an excruciating pain surged through her body, overwhelming her senses. In an instant, her head throbbed with agony, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at her nerves and marrow. Unable to contain the torment, she cried out, feeling as if her very bones were being consumed, her head on the brink of explosion. Meanwhile, Tang Yunli sat opposite her, sipping tea with an amused expression, relishing her suffering, the more she writhed in pain. The louder his laughter grew. In San Shenggu, Bai Nuo Cheng was engaged in concocting a medicinal elixir with Elder Hui and Elder Bai, aimed at restoring the mobility of Li Wang's legs. Suddenly, a wave of unbearable pain washed over him, as if his bones were being gnawed and his marrow consumed. This is bad. The girl is in trouble. Anxious and frantic, he transformed into a beam of white light and sped away. Tang Xingyao cried out, feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss, her body icy and her pain intolerable. "You vile wretch, if you have the ability, kill me now." When Bai Nuo Cheng arrived at the dilapidated courtyard, he found Tang Xingyao bound and tossed onto the ground, unconscious, while her captor had vanished without a trace. Girl, he called out urgently, probing her injuries with his spiritual energy. Strangely, her body appeared entirely unharmed. What had transpired? Who had brought her here? He hastily lifted her, wiping away the cold sweat that had emerged from her agony, desperate and unsure of what to do. "Girl, please wake up." In a wooden cabin by the river, Bai Nuo Cheng kept vigil over Tang Xingyao, gazing at her still rosy cheeks, his heart feeling as if it had been sliced by a knife. He never anticipated she would encounter such peril. It was entirely his fault for being too distant. He had merely returned to San Shanggu to refine the elixir to cure Li Wang's leg ailment, thinking he would return to her side soon, only to discover that trouble had befallen her the moment he left. Filled with regret, Bai Nuo Cheng realized he must keep her by his side at all times to find peace. With this thought, he cradled the still drowsy Tang Xingyao and hurried back to San Shanggu that very night. This time, no matter what, he would not let her leave his side again. The next day, Tang Xingyao slowly awakened, her eyes falling upon the familiar and reassuring surroundings. She surveyed the room, which appeared exactly as it had when she left San Shenggu, devoid of even a speck of dust, likely tended to with great care each day. Was it Bai Nuo Cheng who had come to rescue her? Had he brought her back to San Shenggu? With her weary body supported by sheer will, she sat up slowly, feeling utterly drained. The memories of the previous day caused her to tremble. The insect would act every 3 days, and if she did not take the antidote promptly, she would be consumed by the corpse worm, ultimately leading to her demise. "I can only give you one antidote for now. Within 3 days, purchase a grand residence in the capital, and I shall provide you with another antidote then." "Little girl, you are awake?" At that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng entered, observing her awakeness, and hurriedly set down the breakfast he had just prepared. He sat beside her with genuine concern, asking, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere you are uncomfortable?" His voice pulled her from the painful memories, and she fell into the warmth of his embrace. He held her tightly, resting his chin on her forehead, gently saying, "Little girl, who bullied you yesterday? Tell me, and I shall take revenge for you." I don't know," she stammered, unable to meet his gaze, lowering her head. "It was just a group of masked individuals. I couldn't see their faces." "You silly girl, you don't even know who bullied you." "It's all right, I will find out." He lightly brushed her nose with his fingertip. "Are you hungry? You must eat something to fill your stomach. Once you're full, your heart won't feel as heavy." With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair and brought the food to her, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Tang Xingyao gazed at Bai Nuo Cheng, whose attentiveness brought tears to her eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, she mixed her tears with the porridge as it slid down her sore throat. "Only 3 days left. I don't want to part." Seeing her suddenly in tears, Bai Nuo Cheng became alarmed. "Girl, why are you crying? Is my breakfast not to your liking?" Tang Xingyao shook her head vigorously, throwing her arms around him and sobbing freely in his embrace. Bai Nuo Cheng, at a loss for how to respond, felt a mix of urgency and heartache. Unsure of how to comfort her, he set down the porridge, gently patting her back while softly saying, "Good girl, please don't cry. Tell me what happened yesterday." He held her tightly, and soon her tears soaked his entire garment. Tang Xingyao shook her head. "I just suddenly miss my aunt." "Miss your aunt? Then I will accompany you to see her shortly." "All right," Bai Nuo Cheng said, his heart aching for her. Tang Xingyao nodded vigorously. "I want to eat roast chicken." "All right, I will go roast a chicken for you right now. Be good and stop crying." He cupped her face, kissing her forehead and her tears before carefully tucking her back under the covers and heading out to catch a chicken. As soon as Bai Nuo Cheng left, Tang Xingyao sprang up and walked to the writing desk, picking up paper and brush. On the sunny slope of San Shenggu, before her aunt's grave, she placed roast chicken, fruits, and wine. The grave was well maintained, not a weed in sight, indicating Bai Nuo Cheng had been taking care of her aunt in her absence. Years ago, when Tang Yunli had killed her aunt, he had merely wrapped her in a tattered mat and discarded her into a ravine. Fortunately, Bai Nuo Cheng had retrieved her and buried her on this sunny slope of San Shenggu, surrounded by mountains and water, a beautiful place, where her aunt must have found joy. Tang Xingyao had only learned of this after growing up, as Bai Nuo Cheng had always been the one to honor her memory. "Brother immortal, may I have a moment alone with my aunt?" "Of course, I will wait for you over there." Just then, Ajun arrived. The two stepped aside as Ajun reported, "Master, Li Wangfu has sent word that the emperor is gravely ill and beyond saving. Go tell Li Wang that I need just one more day to deliver the elixir, and he will be able to stand again." "Yes, and tell him that I do not plan to return the girl. He must think of a way to announce it to the world." "Understood." After Ajun departed, Tang Xingyao finished her tribute to her aunt and walked down the slope. "Brother immortal, do you have plans later? Where do you want to go?" "I will accompany you. I want to visit that delicious restaurant again and see the fireworks once more." "All right, let us go now." Bai Nuo Cheng took Tang Xingyao's hand, and together they exited the valley, where a shadow guard transformed into a white horse for them to ride. Tang Xingyao was no longer surprised by this. To her, the people in the valley were family. The distinctions of people and demons mattered little. What was most important was the sincerity of the heart. The two rode together on the white horse down to Tangjia County, where the marketplace was bustling with life. Upon witnessing this vibrant scene, Tang Xingyao's spirits lifted significantly. Bai Nuo Cheng held her small hand as they strolled leisurely through the bustling market, where an array of exquisite trinkets caught their eyes, causing the little girl to sparkle with delight. "Shun Xian Gugu, do you think this is beautiful?" Tang Xingyao tugged at Bai Nuo Cheng's sleeve, pointing at a nearby stall. He glanced over and beheld a collection of lifelike crystal animals strung together on red cords. As they approached, Tang Xingyao quickly set her sights on a small dog, declaring it resembled Bai Nuo Cheng. He picked up a little rabbit, thinking it mirrored his darling girl, adorable, innocent, kind-hearted, and pure. No words could encapsulate even a fraction of her beauty. "Such discerning taste you young couple have," the elderly vendor began to boast, offering to craft them matching bracelets to symbolize their bond and enduring affection. The term young couple made Tang Xingyao blush fiercely, but before she could respond, Bai Nuo Cheng interjected, "All right, dear lady, we shall take these too." The vendor beamed with joy at their request. Bai Nuo Cheng landed closet totang jingda. Whispering softly, "What's wrong? Have we completed our tasks, yet you still wish to misbehave?" Tang Xingyao's cheeks flushed deeper as she shot him a playful glare, then turned her full attention to the elderly woman crafting the bracelets, her heart brimming with various emotions. The elderly woman, observing the tender exchange, smiled knowingly. "Ah, it seems you two are ready to bicker again, just like my husband and I used to. We would argue constantly when together, yet if we spent a day apart, I would still think of him." Her eyes, filled with nostalgia, painted a vivid picture of love. "Oh, how fortunate you are to grow old with the one you love," Tang Xingyao remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. The elderly woman's expression dimmed as she replied, "But the one left behind suffers the most." Tang Xingyao fell silent at her words. At that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng grasped her small hand firmly, reassuring her, "Do not be sad, my dear. I will grow old with you." She nodded in agreement, her gaze meeting his, filled with contentment. Their love transcended the boundaries of life and death, wealth and poverty. It was a stroke of luck to have found one another. "Come, my dear, let me treat you to something delicious," he said, guiding her hand to rest against his chest while wrapping his other arm protectively around her waist, shielding her from the throngs of people. They arrived at the same restaurant as before, bustling with patrons, yet fortune smiled upon them as a table by the window became available just as they entered. It was the same place, the same seat, yet everything around them had changed, except for the beauty that remained steadfast before him. Bai Nuo Cheng perused the menu, while Tang Xingyao sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, savoring the sweetness of the moment. "What would you like to eat, my dear?" he asked with a gentle smile, inviting her opinion. "Anything is fine," she replied, a sentiment that seemed uncharacteristic of her. Ultimately, Bai Nuo Cheng ordered an abundant feast, filled with her favorite dishes. "Will we manage to finish all this?" Tang Xingyao gazed at the overflowing table, trying to suppress her drool. "What does it matter? If my dear wishes to eat, I shall provide," he said, affectionately pinching her nose, his love evident in every gesture. Yet, Tang Xingyao felt a chill, realizing that if this continued, she might end up spoiled. At that moment, 4 drunken men at a nearby table noticed the ethereal beauty of Tang Xingyao and approached with ill intentions. One bold man, emboldened by drink, swaggered over, a lewd grin on his face. "Come, beauty, join us for a drink," he said, reaching for her shoulder, only to be met with Bai Nuo Cheng's sword at his throat. "You seek death." With a swift motion, Bai Nuo Cheng sent the man sprawling to the floor, crashing down from the second story. His companions, terrified by the display of strength, fled in a panic, dragging their incapacitated friend along. Tang Xingyao sighed at Bai Nuo Cheng's dark expression. "Why must you be so violent? They dared to lay eyes on you, as if you were theirs." He sheathed his sword and softened his demeanor, turning to her with tenderness. "Continue eating, my dear. Do not let their presence ruin our enjoyment." She shot him a playful glare, but resumed her meal, feeling safe in his presence. "Thank you, Bai Nuo Cheng, for showing me the world and keeping me safe. My heart is filled with gratitude, yet I can find no way to repay you." Before returning to Sanshenggu, he took her to Pyongyang, the place where their paths first crossed. She had saved him when she was merely 5, an extraordinary tale that defied belief. Yet such is fate. The most unexpected encounters often lead to the deepest bonds. As fireworks erupted, Bai Nuo Cheng had orchestrated a splendid display just for her. Standing together atop the mountain, they admired the colorful spectacle illuminating the night sky, drawing the attention of onlookers as if they were part of a grand dream. He gently encircled her waist from behind, placing a tender kiss on her neck, his voice a seductive whisper, "Will you marry me?" She trembled at his words, turning to meet his gaze, her heart racing. "Yes," she exclaimed, filled with joy and willingness. "I must visit the Wangfu tomorrow to sever ties with that place. Upon my return, I will prepare the grandest wedding for you." "Good. I will await your return," she replied, her smile radiant. He paused for a moment, then pulled her close, his heart racing with excitement. His embrace was warm and expansive, and with the fading fireworks, they found themselves in Tang Xingyao's room, still wrapped in each other's arms. He leaned down, capturing her soft lips, the aroma of tea mingling with his unique, alluring scent. His touch was gentle and delicate, like a spring breeze, causing her heart to flutter as she instinctively closed her eyes. They reveled in their cherished time together, the room filled with sweet fragrance, a night of sleepless bliss. As dawn broke, Bai Nuo Cheng awoke to see the serene beauty of the girl in his arms, her long lashes casting shadows on her delicate features, the evidence of their love evident upon her fair skin. Tang Xingyao murmured softly, gradually opening her eyes. Bai Nuo Cheng, unable to contain himself, flipped her beneath him, playfully nibbling on her rosy lips while propping himself up on his arms, managing to restrain his urges. "Little girl, wait for me to return and marry you." Chapter 36. Anger cuts down Tang Yunli, Xingyao avenged this grudge after leaving Bai Nuo City. Tang Xingyao hastily rose to change into the attire she had prepared in advance. Clad in a simple yet form-fitting crimson outfit, she ensured her attire remained unblemished from Tang Yunli's tainted blood. Her dark hair was elegantly twisted into a distinctive cloud bun, adorned with a white flower hairpin that revealed her purity and grace. She placed a letter, which she had written and hidden deep within her clothing, on the corner of the table, then grasped her sword and departed from Sansheng Valley without a backward glance. In the Tang residence, Tang Yunli leisurely held a teapot, brewing exquisite Longjing tea, while comfortably lounging in a rocking chair. He was contemplating a visit to the grand mansion in the capital that Tang Xingyao had promised him. "My lord, will you take me to see that grand mansion in the capital as well? I wish to accompany you," cooed Qiu Yinyang, playfully vying for his attention, anxious that Tang Yunli might leave her behind. "Very well, this time your contribution is the greatest. Without the poison you brought from home, how could I have easily subdued that wretched girl? Once I am promoted, I shall bring you to the capital to reside there," Tang Yunli declared, his hefty hand wandering over Qiu Yinyang's form, unperturbed by the presence of the household servants, as they had long grown accustomed to such behavior. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a delicate figure standing at the entrance, clad in red, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Startled, Tang Yunli spilled the scalding tea over himself and stumbled upright. He pushed Qiu Yinyang aside and squinted to scrutinize the visitor, recognizing Tang Xingyao, which incited his fury. "What the hell? Did you come here to scare me to death, you debt collector? How dare you return? Have you been dismissed by the Prince of Li?" Upon this realization, Tang Yunli's anxiety surged. He hurriedly approached Tang Xingyao, shaking her vigorously. "Were you sent back by the prince? What about my grand mansion?" Tang Xingyao remained unresponsive, like a lifeless shell, until a resounding slap from Tang Yunli finally elicited a response. "The mansion has been purchased. Prepare yourself and change your clothes. Follow me." Her eyes remained cold and detached, her face ashen, blinded by the prospect of wealth and status. Tang Yunli was unconcerned by her demeanor. "Wait for me here. I'll be back in a moment." He rushed into Qiu Yinyang's chamber, shutting the door behind him. Meanwhile, Tang Xingyao turned resolutely, closing the main door of the Tang residence and locking it tight. In the final moment before the door shut, her extraordinary eyes took one last glance at the world. In an instant, the Tang estate became a scene of carnage, blood flowing like a river. Tang Xingyao first subdued the household servants who had previously tormented her, then advanced with her sword toward Qiu Yinyang, her blade sharp and devoid of mercy. Qiu Yinyang's desperate cries echoed as she begged for mercy, her wails chilling to the bone. "You wish to live? It is too late. I shall send you to the depths of hell, where you shall suffer in flames daily, so you may learn how to conduct oneself as a human." With that declaration, Tang Xingyao plunged her sword into Qiu Yinyang's throat, blood splattering on the scene. The filthy blood stained her dress, though thankfully not too conspicuously. Her choice of red attire proved fortuitous. Hearing the commotion outside, Tang Yunli, in a state of panic, hastily donned his garments and rushed out, only to see Qiu Yinyang sprawled in the courtyard, and Tang Xingyao, consumed by rage. His fury erupted. "You little wretch! Do you wish to throw your life away? Today is the day you take the antidote." Tang Xingyao remained silent, her cold gaze fixated on the grotesque figure of the man before her, filled with hatred and disgust. "How dare someone like you claim to be a father? You have squandered my aunt's life, all ruined by your beastly hands." As her outrage intensified, she charged at Tang Yunli with her sword. "Someone, capture her!" Command Tang Yunli, summoning a throng of household servants to encircle Tang Xingyao. Yet, she stood undeterred, her resolve burning fiercer than before. With a swift kick, she dispatched one servant and drew her sword. The blade pierced through one servant's chest, blood gushing forth, staining her crimson attire. Tang Yunli was taken aback, retreating repeatedly. Tang Xingyao, unfazed, swung her sword again, piercing another servant's body, blood splattering and painting the courtyard red. She resembled a bloodthirsty demon, wielding her blade with eyes filled with vengeance. "Have you gone mad?" Tang Xingyao? Tang Yunli bellowed, striking down a servant in his path, attempting to seize her sword. However, Tang Xingyao denied him the opportunity, slicing through his right arm with her sword. In an instant, Tang Yunli crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Tang Xingyao, zelentes, continued her assault, dispatching one after another. A dense stench of blood wafted through the air above the Tang residence. You have lost your mind. Tang Xingyao, Tang Junli Zhao. And at that moment, the surrounding servants hesitated, appearing to stand still, yet inching backward. Tang Xingyao ceased her movements, gazing down at the pitiful Tang Yunli. That strike was for myself. This one is for my aunt. With those words, she raised her sword and aimed for Tang Yunli's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at Tang Xingyao. He seemed unable to comprehend that she would rather sacrifice herself than allow the Tang estate to remain unscathed. He also could not fathom that the seemingly delicate winter Yinyang could bear such a child. At the Prince of Li's residence in the capital, Yitong hurriedly entered the chamber, glancing at Bai Nuo City before approaching the prince to report. Your Highness, news has arrived from Tang County. Over 70 souls in the Tang residence have perished, except for the steward Yi Shu and his family. Tang Yunli and his concubine were assassinated on the spot, and the estate has been reduced to ashes. The buildings collapsed. Oh, the Prince of Li displayed an expression of surprise for the first time. According to etiquette, Tang Yunli was to be his future father-in-law, and the Tang estate was considered part of his family. Who could harbor such deep-seated hatred for the Tang family? Your Highness, Yitong cautiously surveyed Bai Nuo City. Local witnesses claim, though I dare not say. Speak. Who is responsible? It is Miss Tang. What? Bai Nuo City surged into action, vanishing in an instant. The Prince of Li, having just regained sensation in his legs, though not as swift as Bai Nuo City, nonetheless felt a twinge of concern for Tang Xingyao. This girl has trained in martial arts for the purpose of patricide. I must admit, I view her in a new light. Dispatch someone to Tang County to assist young Master Bai, ensuring Miss Tang's safety. Yes. Chapter 37. Tang Xingyao's Demise, a Farewell Letter. When Bai Nuo Cheng arrived at the Tang estate, Tang Xingyao's figure was nowhere to be found. Guided by the twin poisons within him, he made his way to the place where they had first met. Pain surged through his body, a torment that gnawed at his bones and marrow. As thoughts of his little girl suffering filled his mind, he pressed on, refusing to delay even for a moment. Suddenly, at the very spot where he had endured the heavenly thunder calamity, he spotted a small, frail figure hunched over, facing away from him, enduring her suffering alone. Little girl. He staggered towards her, and at that moment, she was bleeding from all 7 orifices, racked with unbearable pain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her lips, bitten through, dripped crimson tears onto his azure robe, blossoming into shocking red stains. Little girl, hold on. Just hold on. Bai Nuo Cheng tightly embraced the girl, channeling his vital energy into her, yet found her resisting fiercely. Do not gaze upon me, dear immortal brother. I am surely a sight most unseemly at this moment. Bai Nuo Cheng wept inconsolably, utterly at a loss, his voice rendered mute by the tears that flowed freely. He held her tightly, refusing to relinquish hope for her salvation. Little one, do not speak. I implore you, do not utter a word. Allow me to save you. Let me save you. I beseech you. His desperate pleas fell upon deaf ears, and he felt utterly helpless. The young girl remained with her eyes firmly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Every inch of her skin felt as though it were being corroded by ice. I deceived you. I am sorry, but I cannot marry you. Once I depart, you may seek another little she-wolf. No, I desire no one but you. In this entire world, you are all that I seek. Bai Nuo Cheng clutched Tang Xingyao tightly, vigorously rubbing her cold, stiff body in an attempt to impart his warmth to her icy form. Little one, hold on. I shall take you home. We will return to San Shanggu. Elder Hui must have a solution. His voice was soft, trembling slightly, as though fearing to frighten the fragile body he held. Little one, I command you to hold on. Do you hear me? Yet this command seemed to bear no effect, as Tang Xingyao's body grew ever colder. He was frantic, unsure of what to do, and could only hold her tighter, striving to transfer his warmth. But her body remained chillingly lifeless. "I am sorry," he murmured. "It is my fault for not protecting you properly. I am truly sorry." Tears streamed down his face, and he clutched Tang Xingyao, feeling her warmth gradually seep away, his heart sinking into despair. "Brother, help me bring the Li Wang." Bai Nuo Cheng beheld Tang Xingyao raise a box, revealing within it her own eyes. His heart ached unbearably, and he clung to her, unsure of how to weep or what to do. He had lost the ability to even cry out. How much pain must his little one endure? He could scarcely bear to imagine it. The person in his arms finally ceased her suffering, her breath extinguished. Bai Nuo Cheng cried out in anguish. "Little girl." The entire Mount Sumi trembled thrice, and his heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the peaks. Countless clouds cascaded from the summit, and in an instant, rocks tumbled and sands flew. "Little girl." The inhabitants of Li Wang Fu, hearing the cries, rushed towards the sound, only to find a small wooden incense box on the ground, containing 2 eyeballs, while the figure of the girl had long vanished. 2. Immortal brother, when you read this letter, I shall surely no longer be present. I am sorry for deceiving you. I regret not being able to become your bride. However, the vengeance for my mother must be avenged. I know you will admonish me again, saying that with Bai Nuo Cheng here, there is no need for a little girl to make a name for herself. Yet, dear Bai Nuo Cheng, I cannot continue living. Before entering the capital, Tang Yin Li fed me a poison, one that will cause me to be controlled for a lifetime. Initially, I had a year left to live, but I refused to fulfill his ambitions for wealth and power, nor do I wish to be compromised alongside my enemies, nor endure a life filled with threats. Therefore, I now have but 3 days left. Oh no, merely 2 days to live. Since death is inevitable, why should I let you create more bloodshed? I shall take matters into my own hands. After enjoying the comforts under your wings for so many years, it is time for me to stand alone. You often say, I am your savior, yet truly, you are my savior. Were it not for you, I might have ceased to see this world at the tender age of 5. Thank you, Bai Nuo Cheng, for showing me the splendors of the world and bestowing upon me endless affection. I have been happy and hold no regrets for my choices. My only sorrow lies in leaving you in this world, alone and solitary. Should you find a little she-wolf you fancy in the future, do marry her. I shall not be angered. Moreover, remember to support Li Wang in ascending to power. He will be a good emperor, for his actions stem from a childhood not unlike my own. In conclusion, Bai Nuo Cheng, I love you, even in the days without me. Take good care of yourself. Fulfill your role as the Demon King, leading your kind to greater heights. For you are not merely my Bai Nuo Cheng. You are also the esteemed leader of the demon race. I permit you to grieve, but not for an extended period. This world is a circle, if fate allows. We shall meet again. I am departing, do not worry. Yours, the little girl. Chapter 38. A disturbance in the Yama temple, surrounding the pot of Meng Po soup. In the realm of the underworld, at the edge of hell. The fabled realm of the underworld is awash with the enchanting blooms of the Baian flower. While a blood-red moon hangs in the sky, half of it bright as snow, the other half pitch black. The darkness possesses an eerily beautiful quality. As the saying goes, when the Baian flower blossoms, memories of past lives awaken, and success or failure in trials is determined by fame and fortune. Tang Xingyao opened her eyes to a pitch-black sky where not a single star twinkled, nor was there any warmth to be found. The vast earth lay shrouded in darkness. Where am I? She rose from the cluster of Baian flowers, surveying this strange world. Before her stood a towering city gate, prominently emblazoned with the words, Yu Ming Di Fu. She recalled everything. She was the first princess of a celestial clan, cast down to the mortal realm by her mother to endure 3 tribulations. Now, having completed her first tribulation, she found herself in this underworld. Is it too much to ask for a couple of black and white impermanents to come fetch me? What is the meaning of being tossed into the ground like this? She could not help but grumble. Rising from the flower patch and brushing off the dust from her attire, she marched toward the foreboding city gate. Still clad in her resplendent crimson gown, resembling a walking Mansashawa. Along the way, she encountered many companions. It seemed numerous souls had recently departed, and business in the underworld was thriving. Just look, there was not a single gatekeeper at the entrance. All the spirits were chattering as they surged inside, causing utter disorder. Tang Xingyao, jostled by the crowd, lost her temper. "Hey, I said no shoving. Are you all in such a hurry to be reborn?" "Indeed, miss. We are indeed anxious to be reborn." Tang Xingyao replied, "Well, you make a valid point." Choosing not to struggle against the throng, she decided to step aside. After all, she was not in a rush to be reborn. Tang Xingyao painstakingly extricated herself from the crowd, contemplating that she must return to the Celestial clan to confront the Celestial bureaucrat about the chaotic fate she had been assigned. It appeared that entry into the city would not be possible for a while, so she squatted by the roadside, arms dangling, a Bayan flower held between her lips. While she observed the commotion, some were truly exerting themselves for the chance of rebirth. She noted a pair of souls brawling nearby. What were the Yama and the ghost officials doing? Why were they not intervening? "Hey, stop shoving." Suddenly, a frail old woman appeared atop the city gate, her cane in hand, exasperatedly scolding, "You can't be reborn by pushing. I have a massive pot of soup that the Demon King has taken from me. How can I let you all be reborn?" She continued to maintain order while muttering, "At my age, why am I not retired yet? Not only was I shaken for 3 days by that Demon King, but he also overturned my pot. Is it easy for this old woman to brew a pot of soup?" "Demon King? Bai Nuo Cheng." An ethereal voice resonated from below the city gate, and Meng Po searched in vain for the source of the call. "Down here." Tang Xingyao waved her small arm, and due to her eye-catching attire, Meng Po finally spotted her, a petite figure clad in red, standing by the street, a unique sight in the underworld. "DESTINED, esteemed Popo. When you mentioned the Demon King, were you referring to Bai Nuo Cheng?" Tang Xingyao, having regained her consciousness and sensory perceptions, effortlessly captured the incessant prattle of Meng Po. At the mere mention of Bai Nuo Cheng, Meng Po was instantly afflicted with a splitting headache, exasperatedly clutching her head, lamenting, "Do not speak of him. My heart cannot bear it." Suddenly, Meng Po turned her keen gaze upon the young girl beneath the city tower, pondering if she might have grasped something of significance. With a wave of her cane, she transported Tang Xingyao to the top of the tower. "Do you know Bai Nuo Cheng?" she inquired. "Yes, Papa. What has happened to him?" Tang Xingyao responded, puzzled. "Is it you he seeks?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xingyao was astonished that Bai Nuo Cheng had come to the underworld in search of her. Indeed, he was not as foolish as she had presumed, and she nodded in affirmation. "Quickly, come with me." Meng Po grasped Tang Xingyao's hand without further ado and turned to leave. Behind them, a chorus of ghostly protests arose. "Hey, you can't leave us behind." "Papa, why the urgency?" Tang Xingyao asked, bewildered. "It concerns life and death. There is no time to waste." With no choice but to comply, Tang Xingyao followed Meng Po as they hurried along. Along the way, they encountered fissures in the ground, deep enough to span a palm's breadth. "Papa, has there been an earthquake in the underworld recently?" "How dare you ask? It was that Bai Nuo Cheng who howled atop Shumi Shan for 3 days and nights, shaking my cauldron. He caused this damage." Meng Po chastised. Tang Xingyao found herself speechless, her heart a tempest of emotions. In no time, they arrived at the Yin Lo Dian, where a multitude of ghostly emissaries knelt in silence, not daring to make a sound, unaware of the circumstances within. "My dear girl, I can only take you this far. May fortune favor you," Meng Po declared before vanishing into thin air. Was Bai Nuo Cheng so fearsome? Tang Xingyao thought, as she passed through the throng of ghostly beings and stepped into the Yin Lo Dian. Suddenly, a flying scroll hurtled towards her, but her quick reflexes allowed her to evade it. Looking up, she beheld a magnificent sight. I wondered why He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang had not come to receive me. It seems they are bound here, unable to escape. And as for Yin Wang, I might as well be used as a cushion by Bai Nuo Cheng. Yin Wang, in a state of despair, pleaded, "Your Excellency, please do not stir any further chaos." Bai Nuo Cheng ignored his pleas, fixated on the book of life and death, searching for a name with a look of urgency and weariness. "You had better pray that I find my girl's name quickly. If I do not, I shall set this Yen Lodian ablaze. Bai Nuo Cheng exhibited no patience for idle chatter, his gaze never straying from a book. Bai Nuo Cheng, you are being excessive. A familiar voice echoed. Yin Wang felt a tightening sensation on his back, the weight increasing. He lifted his crimson eyes, filled with incredulity, excitement, and longing. Is it truly you, my dear? He cast aside the book and swiftly approached her, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. My dear, I have finally found you. What followed was an overwhelming cascade of kisses, infused with longing and exhilaration, as he savored the sweetness and softness of her lips. Again and again, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Yin Wang, having finally been relieved of the burden on his back, took a moment to straighten up but quickly crouched down again, tears streaming down his face. Please, spare me the emotional dagger. I am still but a solitary soul. Chapter 39, Delayed Reincarnation, Meng Po Soup Unfinished. My dear, I have finally retrieved you. Bai Nuo Cheng embraced Tong Xingyao as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The sensation of regaining what was lost and the fear of losing it again. Who could truly comprehend such feelings? Come, I shall take you home. He turned with her in his arms, ready to depart. Unthinkable, unthinkable, Yin Wang exclaimed, springing forth from behind the table like a monkey, blocking their path. Your Excellency, this cannot be done. It cannot be done. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression darkened immediately, an aura of chill emanating from him. Step aside. Do not compel me to incinerate this Yin Lodian whilst in such a good mood. Yin Wang hastily explained, Your Excellency, it is not my intention to obstruct you. She is but a wisp of a soul, vulnerable to the sun's rays and the flames of the living. If you insist on taking her from the underworld, it will truly lead to her obliteration. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng paused, the brilliance in his eyes dimming. What then must I do? The only solution is for her to be reincarnated. You may seek her in the mortal realm, and thus you may reunite. Does that mean I must raise her anew? Heaven knows how much effort it took just to awaken her senses. I barely managed to teach her what love is, only for the complication of Tong, Yinli, to arise. Ah, such a bond will only grow deeper. Yin Wang chuckled. Should I express my gratitude to you? Bai Nuo Cheng retorted. Oh, no need for that. Resignedly, he turned to Tong Xingyao. My dear, in this life, what sort of person would you wish to be reborn as? After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I wish to have no ties to the royal or official families. I simply desire to be an ordinary girl, free and unencumbered. Then, she playfully suggested, perhaps I could be reborn as a little she-wolf. It would suit you perfectly. By watching I sparkled. I think that's a splendid idea. Absurd, absurd, Yin Wang interjected, unable to contain himself. The destinies of all are determined by the Lord of Fate, the family into which one is born, the sustenance one consumes, and the span of one's life are all preordained. They cannot be altered by mere whims. Then I shall destroy the threads of fate. Her life shall be governed by me, not heaven. Tong Xinyao's gaze dimmed at this proclamation, yet Bai Nuo Cheng, perceiving her unease, consoled her, Fear not. My dear, in this life, I shall be by your side from the moment of your birth, ensuring nothing like this ever occurs again. Indeed, she had faith in his words. He had never broken a promise made to her before. Bai Nuo Cheng took Tong Xinyao's hand and personally guided her to the path of reincarnation. Along the way, the Bianhua bloomed abundantly, and the surroundings were so tranquil that only the gentle flow of the Wangchuan River could be heard. Ahead lay the Naiha Bridge, and he turned to the girl in his embrace, gently saying, My dear, you shall proceed to be reborn. Once you are safely born, I will come to find you. With that, he raised his hand and waved it between her brows, and in a flash of starlight, a beauty mark appeared on her forehead, enhancing her already charming appearance. From this moment forth, our hearts shall be intertwined. In the next life, we shall not be separated. As the atmosphere thickened with sentiment, the time for departure drew near. He escorted her to the edge of the Naiha Bridge, reluctant to part. Meng Po, busy stirring a large pot of soup, noticed the two approaching and deflated like a punctured balloon. I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. My soup is not yet ready. Would you care to wait a moment longer? This turn of events was utterly astounding. At that moment, Yama and Meng Po.The, Bai Nuo Cheng, and the ghostly emissaries of the underworld were all in a state of despair. Yama hurried forward, lowering his voice. What is happening? How can you falter at such a critical moment? Meng Po replied, My king, I am wronged. The pot was completely emptied. Not a drop remains. Then how long will it take? 5 years. 5 years. The individuals present were taken aback, astonished that concocting a pot of soup could demand such an extensive duration. Truly, some rejoiced while others lamented. Bai Nuo Cheng exclaimed, Do not restrain me. I must reward her. Your Highness, he continued, to brew this soup. One must infuse it with love, hatred, sorrow, and obsession, blending it with the waters of the Wangchuan River for a full 5 years to achieve the effect of making one forget their past. Any less than that, and Meng Po's incessant chatter would be interrupted directly by the King of Hell. All right, let us hasten the brewing. Increase the fire. Very well. Meng Po energetically resumed her task, adding more firewood. The King of Hell, contemplating, approached Bai Nuo Cheng and Tang Xingyao with a forced smile, resembling an old wrinkled dog. You see, this soup requires 5 years to be ready. Why don't you return for now? And rest assured, Miss Tang will be treated to the finest accommodations here, with several spirits to entertain her daily. As he spoke, the king gestured invitingly, albeit cautiously. Bai Nuo Cheng instantly understood, figning enlightenment. I comprehend now. The King of Hell felt a profound sense of relief upon hearing this. He then cast a tender gaze at Tang Xingyao and said, Child, I shall accompany you here for 5 years. We agreed on lifetimes together, not a year, a month, a day, or even an hour less. Good. Upon hearing this, the King of Hell rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The black and white impermanents immediately rushed to check on him. Your Majesty, what has happened? Quick, pinch his acupoint. Meng Po set down her stirring spoon and hurried to administer aid to the King of Hell, truly worried for him. You two fools, always capturing souls, and yet you don't know where the acupoint is. The black and white impermanents replied, Primarily, we have never performed first aid. We usually just take them away. Bai Nuo Cheng and Tang Xingyao observed the lively scene before them, unable to stifle their laughter as they gazed at one another, their eyes filled with mirth. Chapter 40. Sunset strolling through the mortal realm. A despicable father from then on. Tang Xingyao and Bai Nuo Cheng resided in the underworld, spending their days entwined together. Upon awakening, they would wander the entire realm, occasionally sitting on the Sansheng stone to admire the scenery beneath the Wangchuan River, living a leisurely life. One day, while seated on the Sansheng stone, with the Naihe Bridge behind them, Meng Po was fervently brewing her soup, and the King of Hell came daily to supervise, assisting with water and firewood, as they grew closer to becoming couple. Bai Nuo Cheng. This underworld is so dark and dreary, devoid of any light. I long to see the outside world. Tang Xingyao lay on Bai Nuo Cheng's lap, gazing longingly at the pitch-black sky of the underworld. Bai Nuo Cheng felt a pang of sympathy, and in an instant, they transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from the Sansheng stone. Meng Po, startled, pointed in the direction of the Sansheng stone, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Fear not, he knows his limits. They will certainly return before dawn, the King of Hell assured, fanning himself while seated in a rocking chair, exuding an air of confidence. In a mortal realm, evening had just begun, the sun dipping behind the mountains, yet the world remained alive with activity, especially in the marketplace, where carriages and people mingled. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Observing this long-missed world, Tang Xingyao felt a surge of emotions. She turned to glance at Bai Nuo Cheng, who remained clad in azure, his complexion as pale as jade, his gaze deep and smiling upon her. Her smile, illuminated by the neon lights, appeared particularly enchanting, akin to the sweetness of ripe cherries in early summer. Bai Nuo Cheng, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Her gratitude was genuine, yet she felt she had nothing to offer in return. He paused, gently brushing her hair aside, and affectionately replied, Silly girl, we are one. There is no need for thanks. I fear I have not given you enough. Tang Xingyao shook her head. No. I was born in the depths of humility, unworthy of your wholehearted devotion. He merely smiled slightly, then took her hand, leading her onto the bustling street, heading toward the heart of the lively marketplace. To the eyes of the crowd, it was merely his joy, yet in his heart, it was the most beautiful time of his life. However, in the depths of the crowd, a pair of malicious eyes fixated upon them, vowing to disrupt their happiness. In the heavenly court, on Huxin Island, the heavenly empress Zi Xian lay languidly upon a cloud bed, observing the scenes of the mortal realm reflected in the Kunlun mirror. Her face devoid of expression, save for her eyelashes trembling slightly. Si Ming, what fate have you arranged for her in this life? Si Ming bowed and reported, Your Majesty. In this life, she is destined to experience a love tribulation, one that rends the heart and soul, bringing unbearable pain. Zi Xian's brow furrowed, her eyebrows arched in sympathy. But soon, she regained her composure, her voice cold as she stated, If that is the case, then let it proceed as you have arranged. Si Ming gebod in acknowledgement. As you command. He then slowly withdrew, leaving Zi Xian alone in her contemplation. Xing Er, do not blame your mother for being heartless. You must endure these trials to safeguard your happiness. The mortal realm was alive with activity. Bai Nuo Cheng guided Tang Xingyao through the marketplace, indulging in the delicacies of the world, exploring its beauty, and reveling in its vibrancy until dawn. As he gazed upon the rising sun at the horizon, he enveloped her in his embrace. Having mysteriously produced an umbrella, he gently said, Child, we shall return after watching the sunrise, shall we? Dang Xing Yao not that. And he unfurled the umbrella, shielding her while keeping the sunlight of the mortal realm at bay. Leaning against Bai Nuo Cheng's chest, she felt his heartbeat and warmth. Ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a deep slumber, Bai Nuo Cheng sensed a powerful presence trailing behind them, alerting him to potential danger. Yet, glancing down at the girl in his arms, he could not afford any misstep. He discreetly tightened his hold on her and, in an instant, vanished into the dawn. Regardless of the strength of the entity pursuing them, it would not harm his precious one. She would forever remain his foremost priority. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays pierced through the trees, casting golden light upon the world. The two finally returned to the underworld as the sun hung high, radiating brilliance. Upon stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road, they encountered a small ghost fleeing from the city, pursued by several ghostly enforcers. Bai Nuo Cheng focused and realized that the fleeing figure was none other than Tang Yunli. It turned out that due to his numerous misdeeds during his life, he had been condemned by the King of Hell to the 18th level of Hell, enduring layers of torment, each level subjecting him to a cycle of life and death until he was reborn. Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly recalled why Tang Yunli had arrived in the underworld, feeling a sense of relief that he had finally found him after searching in vain. The punishments of the 18 levels of hell could never satiate his thirst for vengeance. With a flick of his finger, the stones lining the road sprang to life, hurtling towards Tang Yunli, burying him beneath a cascade of debris. Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed. Did you think you could escape? I am not as merciful as the King of Hell. You all take him back. I will come shortly. This one is mine. The ghostly enforcers exchanged glances, ultimately complying, knowing well they dared not defy someone who even their superior feared. He carefully returned Tang Xingyao to her room, tucking her in, before hastening to confront Tang Yunli, who was imprisoned in the 18th level of hell. At that moment, Tang Yunli was in a pitiful state, his body devoid of unscathed flesh, likely several bones broken, with black blood pooling around him as he wailed in agony. He has endured his just punishment. There is no point in repeating it. I propose we expedite his reincarnation, Bai Nuo Cheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunli felt hope arise. Having endured the torment of the tongue-tearing hell, he could no longer speak. Now, he could only fervently nod his head in agreement. His sole desire was to be reborn swiftly, to escape the agony of his current existence, even if it meant reincarnating as a beggar. Bai Nuo Cheng seemed to perceive his thoughts and mockingly remarked, What? Do you still wish to be human in your next life? Dream on. With a single command from Bai Nuo Cheng, Tang Yunli was escorted to the edge of the Nai bridge, preparing for his rebirth. Master, the Soup Meng Po, heard that Bai Nuo Cheng is eager for this person to be reborn, but my soup is not yet ready. She found herself in a predicament. No matter. It would be a waste to give such a person my soup. Let him retain the memories of being human and become a plump little pig instead. Contributing to his hometown during festivals, at least he would serve as a dish. Tang Yunli finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with resistance and astonishment. This fellow was indeed ruthless. Yet, it was too late, and he realized that one could never expect a villain to repent at the moment of death. They would always believe themselves to be right. Chapter 41. The strategy of diverting the tiger from its mountain, together entering the river of forgetfulness. Master, this is terrible. A Zhuan tumbled into the underworld as if pursued by someone, rolling and shouting, Master, this is not good. He halted by the Nai bridge, gasping for breath, and upon seeing a tall figure clad in blue ahead, he quickly knelt and bowed. Master, this is dire. What is it? I'm not dead. The figure turned, voice laced with anger. Keep your voice down. The little girl is still asleep. Yes. A Zhuan hurriedly replied, but then suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. Raising his voice again, right? Master, the library is on fire. What? Why did you not say so earlier? Bai Nuo Cheng's figure vanished in an instant. A Zhuan remained stunned, blinking at the empty air before realizing that his master had already flown away. Alas, master, take me with you. In Sansheng Valley, a streak of white light swiftly descended before the library, transforming into Bai Nuo Cheng's imposing figure. He gazed at the inferno before him, smoke billowing. His brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth happened? How could you let it catch fire? Master, we extinguished all the candles last night. We do not know why it ignited. A small demon knelt before Bai Nuo Cheng, not daring to lift its head. Bai Nuo Cheng summoned the waters of the Sansheng pool and quickly extinguished the flames. However, despite this, the invaluable texts within the library were irrevocably destroyed. Elder Bai and Elder Hui were beside themselves with worry, lamenting, "Oh dear, what shall we do now?" Bai Nuo Cheng stood amidst the ruins, a storm of suspicion brewing in his heart. The fire had erupted suddenly and suspiciously, as if it had been intentionally set. Investigate immediately. After a prolonged silence, he uttered these words with deliberate gravity. The texts in the library represented the life work of Elders Bai and Hui and could not be allowed to be destroyed without consequence. It was imperative to uncover who had set the fire. Yes. A Zhuan had just arrived at Sansheng Valley when Bai Nuo Cheng issued another command. At this moment, a Zhuan felt a deep suspicion toward the whereabouts of Elder Hui. Where is Elder Hui? Bai Nuo Cheng surveyed his surroundings. Given the magnitude of the incident, Elder Hui had not made an appearance. Master, we have not seen Elder Hui for several days. Ao Xiang, the chief guardian of Sansheng Valley, was well aware of the valley's affairs. He had been on duty daily and indeed had not seen Elder Hui for quite some time. However, there had been many crows in the valley last night, and he had driven them away. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, the wind shifting dramatically, lightning crackling, and the oppressive black clouds rolled in. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression changed drastically as he looked skyward. This is bad. Something has happened in the underworld. The fire had indeed been a deliberate act, intended to create a diversion. Damn it, that girl. Bai Nuo Cheng's words had barely left his lips when his figure vanished once more. Ao Xiang could only stare at the strange phenomena in the sky, pondering whether the girl referred to by his master was Xing Yao. Ever since Tang Xing Yao had left Sansheng Valley, Ao Xiang had missed her dearly. The earth trembled violently, and a series of muffled, demonic howls echoed from deep underground. Amidst the debris and bloodshed, the sight was horrendous, with bodies shattered and strewn about, their tragic fates heart-wrenching to behold. By the time Bai Nuo Cheng returned to the underworld, it was too late. The entire realm had been thrown into chaos, with overturned ghostly officials scattered everywhere, and those souls yet to be reborn were in a dire state, nearly losing their minds. He seized one of the ghostly officials in anger, demanding, Where is Miss Tang? Where is she? The ghostly official could only say that he had seen Tang Xing Yao taken away by a figure cloaked in black. The cloaked figure was Elder Hui. Bai Nuo Cheng's head snapped up, a flicker of malevolence flashing his eyes. It was indeed him, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. An aura of demonic energy surged around him as he forcefully pushed the ghostly official aside and made a beeline for the banks of the river of forgetfulness. Whoever dared to harm his beloved would face his wrath by the river of forgetfulness. Yama and Meng Po found themselves ensnared by Elder Hui at the DESTINED bridge, utterly immobilized. The riverside was in disarray, debris scattered, and the Meng Po soup spilled across the ground. Tang Xing Yao was held firmly by Elder Hui, her neck in his grip, teetering on the brink of the river. Girl! Bai Nuo Cheng's anguished roar echoed as he appeared like a wraith at the edge of the DESTINED bridge. He lunged toward Elder Hui to save Tang Xing Yao, but to his horror, Elder Hui released his grip the moment Bai Nuo Cheng reached the river of forgetfulness. Elder Hui's sinister smile was the last image he left for Tang Xing Yao. With a decisive release, Tang Xing Yao plummeted from Elder Hui's grasp, falling into the icy waters of the river of forgetfulness. No! Bai Nuo Cheng's heart shattered as he desperately attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Tang Xing Yao had already submerged into the river, sending up a shower of splashes. The frigid waters of the river of forgetfulness were unbearable. How could his beloved withstand such torment? Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the river after her. Elder Hui, having achieved his goal, transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the underworld. Following this battle, he would no longer be able to remain in the four realms. He would create his own world, where he would reign supreme. When he became powerful enough, he vowed to conquer the four realms, annihilate heaven and earth, and force all to bow before him, becoming the one and only sovereign of the world. Oh dear, what shall we do? Yin Wang leaned against the DESTINED bridge, feeling as though his position was in jeopardy. The Demon King had plunged into the river of forgetfulness. How could he explain this to the four realms? Meng Po, struggling to recover her stove, lamented that the soup she had painstakingly prepared was now spilled, and her stove had been overturned, requiring her to rekindle the fire. You can't explain? I certainly can't either. My pot of soup was nearly finished, and now I have to start over. It will take another 5 years. This is all your fault. Hey, why are you blaming me? Yin Wang exclaimed, jumping up in protest, leading to a quarrel with Meng Po. Meng Po directed all her grievances at Yin Wang. Isn't it your incompetence? Anyone with a bit of ability could handle this underworld. You have caused us to suffer alongside you. At this, Yin Wang found himself unable to argue back. Yes, it is my incompetence. If that's the case, let's find someone else to take over. I no longer wish to hold this worthless position. Who can you find to take over? You don't even have a son. Who do you expect to clean up this mess? Yin Wang. Woe is me, this is too much. Chapter 42. Stones and Lotus Seeds. Reuniting across lifetimes in their second life, Bai Nuo Cheng and Tang Xing Yao, fully submerged in the waters of the river of forgetfulness, ultimately failed to meet. Their past forgotten, they were swept away by the river's sands, entering the cycle of reincarnation. Cursed be this fate. She could not help but curse. The odds were indeed exceedingly low for something to be thrown down upon her, and ironically, she had become a mere stone in this lifetime. Was there anyone more unfortunate than she? In the blink of an eye, 3 centuries had passed, and she lay hidden among countless pebbles by the eastern coast, enduring the relentless onslaught of wind and rain, the bitter cold, and the harsh realities of life. In comparison, her fortune was somewhat favorable. Her position in the water spared her from being trampled upon daily. If she had been just a tad further ashore, she would have faced the incessant footfalls of passers-by, and mischievous children would occasionally pluck her from a resting place to take her home. It was said that those unfortunate companions, once removed, ultimately found their fate in the latrine. Thus, she had grown quite content with her current state, aside from the scorching sun that baked her throughout the day, though the sea would graciously come to cool her down at intervals. Even when the briny, unpleasant sea breeze would occasionally whip across her face, it was not unbearable. It was only during the stillness of the night that she felt an overwhelming solitude, a profound sense of something precious lost. On yet another moonlit night, with stars scattered across the ocean like sugar upon its surface, she observed schools of marine life frolicking in her watery domain, engaged in playful pursuits. Her dearest companion, a small octopus, would often seek her out after the tide had risen, providing a welcome distraction from her otherwise lonely nights. However, just as they were enjoying their revelry, an unexpected intruder appeared. A figure stood at the shore, undressing, and then, with a graceful leap, plunged into the water, disrupting the tranquility. The aquatic creatures scattered in fright, and the little stone thought to herself, "I must flee. If I am caught, I shall be no more than a meal." To her astonishment, for the first time in 300 years, she was stepped upon. Anger surged within her as she glared at the perpetrator, the moonlight dancing upon the water's surface, creating a beautiful filter around him. She found herself entranced. He was undeniably handsome, particularly with his obsidian-like eyes that sparkled like jewels against the night sky, captivating her gaze. Although he lacked a chiseled physique, his form was well-proportioned, and she, being merely a stone, felt fortunate not to have succumbed to a nosebleed. Suddenly, he let out a cry of pain, and before she could comprehend, he stumbled and fell. Plunging into the water, the little stone instinctively closed her eyes and chanted, "No harm done, no harm done. I feel no pain. The one who falls upon me shall feel the hurt." Upon impact, he emitted a muffled sound, indicating he had indeed hurt himself. Only when he landed did she dare to open her eyes, revealing that she had been firmly grasped in his hand. In his instinctive reaction to his fall, he had unwittingly clutched her alongside a handful of fine sand. He gazed into his palm, refusing to release her as he rinsed her in the seawater. After a vigorous shake, only she remained in his grasp. The sand washed away, and he marveled at her unique heart shape. "What a remarkable stone!" he exclaimed softly, his voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing to the ear. He lifted her with 2 fingers, presenting her to the moonlight, allowing its soft glow to penetrate her heart, and a charming smile graced his lips. Enraptured by his beauty, the little stone thought, "Oh my, he is extraordinarily handsome." He examined her, a stone polished by 3 centuries of the sea, its surface smooth and glowing faintly, surpassing even jade in beauty. His fingers brushed against her cheek, and she felt an unexpected warmth radiating from his touch, igniting a flurry of emotions within her. "What are you doing?" she thought, feeling a tinge of shyness. Following this, it was only natural that he tucked her close to his heart and took her home. But his dwelling was not on land, nor was it a latrine. She breathed a sigh of relief. His home lay in a stunning realm beneath the waves, adorned with resplendent red corals and a plethora of aquatic creatures she had never encountered. Nevertheless, the journey was not without its perils, as she glimpsed many fearsome giant beings along the way, unknown and unrecognizable to her. He brought her to a magnificent palace constructed from a colossal shell, beside which stood a flower pool containing a creamy white lotus. He placed her gently into the pool. From that moment on, the little stone made her home in the lotus pool, lounging among the petals, basking in the warmth of the water. Each day, the handsome young man would tenderly cleanse her, and her existence became far more comfortable than it had ever been in the depths of the sea. As time passed, she absorbed knowledge of the man. 300 years prior, he had been a radiant light that merged with the lotus from which he was born, eventually transforming into human form a century ago. The creatures of the deep regarded his emergence as a miraculous omen, proclaiming him the king of the sea, for he had always donned white garments since birth. However, he often claimed to be heartless, and since taking on human form, he had wandered in search of his heart. This realm, known as the Gui Suji Jing, was said to be ideal for cultivation, where any being could experience remarkable growth. Thus, the little stone began her own whimsical practice, hoping that one day she too could achieve human form. The lotus above her released delightful fragrances daily, and each night she would listen to him share his troubles before sleep. 200 years passed. The world transformed, yet the Bai Wang still had not found his heart, while the little stone remained in the lotus pool for a full 2 centuries. Over this time, she felt her stone body becoming increasingly translucent, and although she was still a small stone, Her thoughts had matured significantly alongside Bai Wang. Meanwhile, Bai Wang seemed to have discovered a new pastime, drinking. Having never tasted such a substance, she was unaware of its flavor, contenting herself with the water from the lotus pool. Yet, each time he indulged, he would weep sorrowfully, falling asleep amidst his tears. Perhaps he himself was unaware of the source of his distress, as he searched tirelessly for something, only to find that nothing ever felt right. On a particular night, under the full moon, Bai Wang drank again. The little stone watched helplessly as he downed cup after cup, until he was thoroughly intoxicated. In his inebriated state, he resembled a child wronged, curled up in a corner, his cries growing ever more heart-wrenching. Suddenly, he approached the lotus pool with the bottle in hand, his vision blurred as he gazed upon the white lotus and the little stone. What is it that I seek? Why do I always feel as though I have lost something immensely important, yet cannot recall what it is? He murmured, one hand clutching the bottle, the other resting on the edge of the pool. Exhausted, he collapsed beside the lotus pool, resting his head against its edge, and drifted into a slumber. His cheeks were flushed, and his lips parted slightly, as if he were mumbling in his dreams. He held the wine bottle in one hand, resting it on the edge of the lotus pond. As slumber overtook him, the heavy bottle slipped from his grasp and fell into the pond, instantly saturating the water with its intoxicating contents, leaving the entire pond in a state of mild inebriation. The small stone, too, was enveloped by the aroma of the wine, rendering it somewhat dazed and momentarily senseless. However, when the two awoke, they were both utterly startled. She remembered herself as merely a small stone, having always resided in the lotus pond. How had she suddenly grown so large, curled up in his embrace? The Bai Wang was equally taken aback. Though he had indeed been drunk the previous night, he was not one to indulge recklessly. There were no women to be found in his palace, and now here, in his arms, lay an unclad young girl. Who was she? What on earth was happening? At that moment, the small stone regained some clarity and quickly wriggled free from Bai Wang's embrace, inspecting her body, astonished to find she had grown arms and legs, resembling the people she had previously observed. Perhaps it was due to her immersion in the water? Her skin was extraordinarily delicate and fair, almost translucent. Turning to the nearby mirror, she was taken aback by the reflection of another self, entirely unclothed, yet strikingly beautiful, captivating to the eye. Both Bai Wang and she felt a sudden buzzing in their minds, utterly bewildered. Bai Wang turned his face away and grabbed a bedsheet to cover her, although inwardly, he was in a state of panic. This was the first time in his life he had seen a woman in such a state of undress. The small stone, now wrapped in the sheet like a dumpling, lay on the tiled floor like a silkworm chrysalis. Bai Wang, in a flurry, realized his palace was not a place for outsiders. He quickly bound her and demanded, "Who are you? What is your purpose in appearing like this?" "I am a small stone," she replied, gesturing with her chin towards the lotus pond, indicating her origin. "Small stone?" Bai Wang furrowed his brow. "You are that heart-shaped stone. Is this true?" "Absolutely." The subtle shift in Bai Wang's expression suggested a gradual lowering of his guard. Indeed, this place was rich in spiritual energy, enough for even a stone to cultivate into human form. "I'm not just an ordinary small stone, you know. You will regret saying that in the future." "Then where will you reside?" he asked. "I only have one bed. It may not be convenient for us to share." "No problem. I can squeeze in with you." The small stone blinked her large eyes innocently at Bai Wang. Surprisingly, he found himself unable to resist her captivating gaze, and he agreed, uncertain of why he felt unable to refuse any of her requests. It was as if a void within him had been filled, and she evoked a uniquely profound feeling in him. "Let me think about where I can find you some beautiful clothes," Bai Wang began, but before he could finish his thought, the ring on his finger suddenly emitted a blue light, revealing a plethora of items within its glow. There were healing ointments, hairpins, powders, and several lovely garments for girls. This was the first time he realized his ring could hold so many things. Having worn it since transforming, he had assumed it merely decorative and had never investigated further. The small stone, upon seeing the beautiful items, truly treasures for a girl, was utterly enchanted. "Wow, how lovely! Are these all for me?" Excitedly, she wriggled free from the sheet and kissed Bai Wang fervently. While on the shore, she had observed that when people were happy, they often embraced each other in such a manner. Perhaps this was humanity's way of expressing affection. Bai Wang, I like you, she declared, leaping into his arms and kissing his lips. Bai Wang was momentarily stunned. His body stiffened, unsure how to respond, as he had never experienced a girl's kiss before. Suddenly, the small stone wrapped her arms tightly around him, pressing her face against his chest, where he realized there was no heartbeat. Bai Wang's face flushed instantly. He had never encountered such a situation, finding himself at a loss for where to place his hands, standing rigidly. Why, you should put on some clothes, he stammered after a long pause, ultimately lacking the courage to hand her the garments. Instead, he tossed the clothes to her, turning his face away. Oh, the small stone nodded, slowly rising from the sheet to don her attire. The silhouette of the small stone was cast upon the glazed wall, and as Bai Wang beheld her figure, his face suddenly felt warm. The small stone was no longer just a small stone. Her enchanting curves were utterly captivating. He quickly averted his gaze, his breath becoming heavy. Hastily, he redirected his focus, observing how slowly the small stone was dressing. It was almost excruciatingly tedious. What are you doing? Hurry up and get dressed. Bai Wang grasped her arm, turning her to face him. The small stone was compelled to look at him. Her face still damp from the water in the lotus pond, her hair cascading in wet disarray, and her cheeks flushed. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Bai Wang's eyes, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Chapter 44. Bestowed the name Xing'er. And I use Hard Harbor's resentment by the shores of the East Sea. The bright moon hung high, the vast river of stars shimmering brilliantly. A large and a small silhouette sat on the rocky shore, their forms vastly different. The small stone was significantly shorter than Bai Wang, yet her figure was remarkably slender and well-proportioned. They both gazed silently at the sea, devoid of words. Yet, in Bai Wang's heart, contentment blossomed. For 500 years, he had wandered alone, and now heaven had granted him companionship, for which he felt immense gratitude. After a while, Bai Wang cleared his throat. What is your name? I do not have a name. They all call me Small Stone, she replied sweetly. They? Oh, my friends in the water. The little octopus is my best friend. She beamed, innocently pointing to the water's surface, having not seen her friends for quite some time. Small Stone, she mused, then shook her head. That name does not suit you. You are now a young lady and need not bear such a crude name. May I give you a new name? Yes, yes, she exclaimed eagerly, her eyes sparkling with starlight. He found himself lost in the depths of her gaze, as if wandering through a galaxy, free and unrestrained. What do you think of the name Xing? Xing'er, she murmured, then burst into laughter. Ha, I love this name. Xing'er. She joyfully danced, leaping into the sea and splashing water everywhere, reveling in her delight. Xing'er, I have a name now. I am called Xing. He followed her into the water, laughing and playing together, their laughter echoing into the night sky, stretching to the ends of the earth. Stars twinkled, and under the radiant moonlight, a pair of enchanting figures, one male, one female, moved gracefully, one on the crests of the waves, the other in the heart of the sea, joyously frolicking, all as if woven from dreams. Bai Wang stood in the water, gazing at her playfulness, his eyes filled with tenderness. An impulse to protect her surged within him, a desire to cradle her in his hands and cherish her, unwilling to see her suffer any distress. After Xing'er splashed him with water, he abruptly regained his composure. Enough. She is but a stone. How could I possibly develop feelings for a stone? Xing'er flipped over from the crest of the wave, landing before him. I also find Bai Wang to be unappealing. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. His lips twitched. No one in the world had ever dared to call him that. In the realm of the abyss, where fierce beasts roamed, none would dare address him thus. Very well, I shall remember it. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. He reached out to touch her dark hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently brushed her delicate nose, and suddenly a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over him. Such gestures felt so known. His hand abruptly halted mid-air, momentarily forgotten. Yet, this was indeed his first time displaying such affection toward a girl. What then was this newly familiar sensation? Xing'er? she called softly. He regained his composure and withdrew his hand. Xing'er, from now on, stay by my side. As long as I have seafood to eat, you shall have your share of fish. Xiao Bai is wonderful. Xing'er likes Xiao Bai, she exclaimed, excitedly clapping her tiny paws. However, after uttering those words, he felt a twinge of regret. The phrase seemed to imply a lifetime commitment. If the other fierce beasts of the Guishu realm were to discover that he had taken a liking to a mere stone, they would surely mock him. Let's depart. Xing'er obediently nodded, propelling herself into the water with a powerful leap. Her form was agile, and she vanished in a few swift bounds. The White King watched her silhouette recede, feeling an inexplicable sensation of attachment. Why had he never experienced such a sense of loss since her arrival? Was it because he had been so lonely before? He shook his head, dismissing these bewildering thoughts, and leapt into the water. In the palace of the Guishu realm, upon his return, Xing'er had already become entangled with an Yu. They were locked in a playful struggle, one clutching the other's hair while the other grasped at her collar, neither willing to relent. Who are you? Why are you in my brother Bai Wang's room? Niju challenged fiercely, her eyes ablaze as if she intended to devour Xing'er whole. What business is it of yours? Xing'er retorted, recognizing the woman. Niju, the daughter of the East Sea Dragon King, had persistently pursued Xiao Bai since her arrival in the Guishu realm 200 years ago, often clinging to him. A source of great displeasure for Xing'er. And Yu let go of Xing. The White King stepped forward, attempting to separate them. Yet, despite their seemingly delicate appearances, both possessed surprising strength, unwilling to yield to the other. Brother Bai Wang, how can you speak to me like that? And Yu seethed, her teeth clenched, tears welling in her eyes. You even dare to call her Xing'er. Xiao Bai is mine. This is my home, Xing'er asserted, her confidence unwavering as she glared defiantly. You lie. Brother Bai Wang is not yours. And Yu, infuriated, prepared to unleash her magic to harm Xing'er, only to be intercepted by the White King. Niyu, you have gone too far. He moved to Xing'er's side, examining her with concern. Are you hurt? Xing'er shook her head, grinning as she hugged his waist. I'm Fine. Look at me. I'm so tough. No ordinary person can hurt me. After speaking, she playfully stuck out her tongue at an Yu. Her proud demeanor eliciting a soft smile from the White King, his gaze growing gentler, and the corners of his mouth curving into a delightful arc in Yu. Fuming in the background, stomped her foot in frustration, wishing desperately to shatter the stone before her. Brother Bai Wang, how can you treat me this way? My father is the East Sea Dragon King. And what of the East Sea Dragon King? The White King replied, displeased. He detested when others tried to leverage their status against him. He positioned Xing'er protectively behind him. The Guishu realm is not under the jurisdiction of the East Sea, and thus you cannot harm my people. You, and Yu pointed accusingly at him, a loss for words. As the only daughter of the East Sea Dragon King, she was accustomed to deference from any deity. Why did this unknown entity dare to be so arrogant towards her? Do not forget who helped you take form. Is this how you repay your benefactor? He glared at her, his tone resolute and domineering. And Yu faltered, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She had not anticipated the White King's fierce protection of a stone. A look of determination crossed her face as she gritted her teeth, glaring at the two before her. Just wait, she cried, rushing out in tears. The White King was not ignorant of the East Sea Dragon King's power, but that did not instill fear in him. Previously, he had merely been disinclined to engage in verbal sparring. However, having touched his sore spot today, he would not yield. Chapter 45. The Lotus Mother speaks of past lives. The White King protects Xing'er. Xing'er gazed at the figure before her, fists clenched and silent. She looked at his tense back and felt a surge of anxiety. Had she brought trouble upon him? She tugged at his sleeve. Will Xiao Bai's people really come looking for us? No worries, he replied indifferently. You have never been a burden to me. Do not fear trouble while you are by my side. Should anyone dare to harm you, they shall pay dearly. Xing'er's heart raced, filled with fluttering emotions. This was the one who cared for her day and night. His aura was undeniably impressive. She understood Xiao Bai's strength. Yet his nonchalance sent shivers down her spine. His gaze was piercing, exuding a decisive aura that instilled fear in others. She lowered her eyes, resolving to refrain from impulsive actions that might cause him trouble. As if sensing her thoughts, he lifted her chin with a finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Little girl, do not fear. A mere East Sea is nothing I shall concern myself with." "Mia?" Xing'er exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. How could he refer to the vast East Sea as mere? "What is it? Do you think I speak incorrectly?" As soon as he uttered the term little girl, he became momentarily lost in thought, experiencing a familiar sensation similar to before. He turned to her, staring intently, lost in contemplation. Who was she? Why did her presence evoke such enchanting feelings? Moreover, the emptiness that had accompanied him for 500 years had vanished. After Eniu's commotion, it was already late. Xing'er had not rested for a long while. Having just transformed, she could not endure such prolonged fatigue and soon fell asleep. He leaned by the bedside, watching her serene face, her softly curled eyelashes forming graceful arcs. Unable to resist, he reached out with his slender fingers to caress her infant-like skin, his eyes brimming with affection. "Bai," Xing'er murmured in her sleep, grasping his hand. He jolted, wondering what delightful dream she was experiencing that made her smile so joyfully. Whenever he called her little girl, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as though he had lived through these moments in a past life. That night, she did not sleep soundly. Having fought with someone and been threatened, she spent the latter half of the night plagued by nightmares. Yet his hand was warm and soft, providing her with a sense of security that held her fast throughout the night. As dawn approached, he could no longer bear to disturb her peaceful slumber. Seeing that she was soundly asleep, he slowly withdrew his hand from her tight grip and quietly rose to leave. The night, once thick as ink, gradually lightened. The stars faded, sparse, and scattered. He walked towards the lotus pond, gazing at the spot where Xing'er had lain before, addressing the white lotus. "Lotus Mother, is there truly someone in this world whom one desires so deeply after just a single glance?" He regarded this white lotus as his mother, having been born from it, and he cherished it with utmost care, nurturing it daily. The white lotus swayed gently, as if in response to his words. His voice betrayed no anger or joy, but rather a hint of helplessness and sorrow. "Past lives and present, I am utterly perplexed by my own origins. How can I possibly pursue the memories of a past life?" "Lian Mu, please cease your jesting," he murmured. "Am I not your offspring? What past life could there be?" Bowing his head, he gazed into the tranquil expanse of the lake, feelings of curiosity and confusion surging within him uncontrollably. This inexplicable emotion, foreign to him until now, grew increasingly intense, leaving him with a sense of suffocation. It felt as if a heavy weight pressed upon his chest. He could not discern how long this feeling persisted, only aware that when he turned to behold that lovely sleeping visage once more, the sentiment remained unabated. As night faded, he sat alone by the pond, eyes closed in contemplation. The sun seemed to sense his thoughts, gradually ascending into the vast sky, illuminating the boundless azure sea. He opened his eyes to the brilliant hues of dawn, and the dreamlike voice of Xing'er echoed in his mind. "Bai, I never imagined I would encounter you." The flutter of that moment caused his breath to halt for several seconds, and the disarray of emotions left him at a loss. He even began to doubt that Xing'er was a divine gift to his heart. However, the fragmented memories relentlessly assailed him. If a connection had existed between them in the past, how had their fates intertwined, and where might they lead now? His gaze shifted restlessly as he pondered this dilemma. Yet he could find no answers. Xing'er was roused by Eniu, who, true to her nature of being adored by many, could not let yesterday's humiliation slide. "You wretched stone, come out." Eniu stormed into the Bai Wang palace, accompanied by a legion of crustacean soldiers, intent on seizing Xing'er. Just as she stepped into the chamber, the Bai Wang descended from above, blocking her path. "Do you not comprehend my words? Or have you simply no ears?" Eniu stared incredulously at Bai Wang, tears glistening in her eyes as doubt clouded her expression. "Bai Wang Gij, what has happened to you? You were never like this. You were always kind to me." Her voice was filled with distress. "I have only treated you with respect. If you do not trouble Xing'er, I shall not cause you distress." His voice remained as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion, as if he harbored no feelings for the world around him. Those in the know were aware that they resided in the Eastern Sea, while others might believe Bai Wang to be a glacier birth for the polar regions, ever keeping others at arm's length. Yet, upon encountering Xing Er, his resolve would falter. He would soften completely, losing all semblance of anger. What could he do? A child he had raised deserved to be cherished and indulged. And Yu lost her composure, shouting at Bai Wang in desperation. Enough. Xing Er is merely a wretched stone. Must you protect her so fiercely? Step aside. I am here by my father's command to capture her. Her eyes burned with fury, unable to contain her resentment towards the little stone. It was all that stone's fault. Had she not suddenly transformed and stolen her by Wang Gij away, she would have been mere moments from discussing marriage with him. The notion of marriage was entirely one-sided. Bai Wang had never harbored such intentions towards her. Return. As long as I am here, no one shall take her. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, slicing through Yu's resolve, inflicting deep pain. Yu bit her lip, her eyes glinting with determination. I am sorry, Bai Wang Gij, but I cannot relent. This is my father's decree. Xing Er, hidden indoors, listened disdainfully to their conversation, her brow furrowing. So, you know your father is the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? Is that your only source of power? Pathetic. The words echoed those she had learned from the shore, where a formidable woman would chastise her husband, saying, "You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey." Xing Er found the phrase amusing and committed it to memory, though this was her first time employing it. Princess, please depart. Xing Er is still sleeping. Do not disturb her. She is at a crucial stage of growth. Bai Wang delivered an unwavering dismissal. Need you sit if? Her feet stomping in frustration upon hearing his affectionate address of Xing Er. Bai Wang Gij, do you intend to defy my father, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? I have no obligation to heed the Dragon King's command, he replied without hesitation, his gaze growing colder. The Dragon King should tend to his own affairs. He cannot encroach upon my domain. He is a king, and so am I. Neither of us fears the other. Seeing that invoking the Dragon King was futile, Yu abandoned negotiations and opted for force. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded her army of crustaceans. Charge. Capture that wretched stone. Upon her command, the troops surged towards Bai Wang. How foolish to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. His fury ignited, eyes blazing as he struck lightly with his palm, immobilizing the advancing soldiers. Moments later, their shells began to glow a vibrant red, and a heartbeat later, they turned a brilliant crimson. Yu was utterly astonished, never expecting her usually placid Bai Wang Gij to resort to violence over a mere stone. Speechless with fury, she could not articulate a single coherent sentence. He merely cast a casual glance her way, remarking, "It seems Princess Yu wishes to enjoy a sauna. Niu fled in terror. Child, come and enjoy the seafood." Bai Wang called after her retreating form, sending a gust of wind to ensure his words reached her ears. As she heard his taunts, Yu quickened her pace. Xing Er emerged leisurely from behind Bai Wang, winking at him playfully, and soon caught a whiff of the delightful aroma of crabs and lobsters. Her little nose twitched as she followed the scent to discover a bountiful array of seafood, all perfectly cooked, lined up in rows. "Wow!" she exclaimed, cupping her face in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a flick of his fingers, a gust of wind swept through, and with a resounding crash, the crustacean soldiers collapsed. "Go ahead, eat as much as you desire." "Wow, Xiao Bai, you are simply wonderful," Xing Er exclaimed, dancing with joy. He smiled, watching her flit about like a jubilant little bird, his lips curving with delight. In the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, Yu, petite and charming, excelled in the art of coaxing affection. With a mere softening of her voice, she could summon any favor she wished. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea treasured this beloved daughter, having nurtured her from birth, thus she had never endured hardship. The grievances she faced in the past few days at the hands of Bai Wang and Xing Er felt insurmountable. "Daddy!" Yu cried as she raced into the presence of the Dragon King, tears streaming down her face, upon seeing his precious daughter in distress. The Dragon King quickly descended from his throne, enveloping her in his arms with gentle reassurance. "Oh, my dear girl, who has caused you such sorrow? Tell me, and I shall take care of them." And Ayu sobbed, her words tumbling out in a chaotic stream. "It was Bai Wang. He was so cruel to me. All because of a wretched stone. Bai Wang." The Dragon King felt a twinge of unease upon hearing the name of the ruler of the Guishu realm beneath the Eastern Sea. "Darling, you and Bai Wang Gij have always gotten along so well, have you not? Once, everything was quite favorable, but a foul stone in her palace transformed into a shape, and she cherished it dearly. Just yesterday, that loathsome stone struck me, and unable to contain my indignation, I gathered my shrimp soldiers and crab generals to seek an explanation. However, to my surprise, as she spoke, she suddenly began to wail, and the White King, seduced by the foul stone, roasted all my shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Amu and you began to wail uncontrollably, her cries shattering the heart of the East Sea Dragon King. Yet the other party was the White King, the sovereign of the Guishu realm. Although he is the East Sea Dragon King, and Guishu lies beneath the East Sea, he truly has no authority over that realm. It is home to many ancient ferocious beasts, devoid of human sentiment, unreasonable, and possesses boundless power. If any of them were displeased, they could annihilate heaven and earth. In the past, the ferocious beasts of Guishu often emerged to cause trouble, resulting in significant chaos, much to the distress of the four realms. Since the White King was born in the lotus pond of Guishu, he has managed to tame these ferocious beasts, and peace has prevailed in Guishu for over 500 years. The Guishu realm exists independently of the four realms, beyond the jurisdiction of any party. And even the divine clan is powerless there. Regardless of his origins, the White King is now the ruler of Guishu and cannot be trifled with. However, when his precious daughter suffers such grievous injustice, he cannot swallow this anger. Thus, he comforted Niu by patting her back, saying, "My daughter, do not weep. Your father is here. The White King cannot harm you, and I shall not let a mere foul stone go unpunished. Wait for me. I will avenge you." And Niu immediately ceased her tears, nestled into the East Sea Dragon King's embrace, her face adorned with fierce hatred. The East Sea Dragon King thought, that damned, restless charm of fatherhood. After crying for some time, Niu's makeup had already run, and she wiped her tears, making it worse. The East Sea Dragon King chided playfully, "Hurry and touch up your makeup. You look like a little flower cat." After Niu left to restore her makeup, the East Sea Dragon King summoned General Shah and, after a thorough briefing, stroked his beard with satisfaction, revealing a determined expression. Regardless, his daughter is of the pure blood lineage of the East Sea Dragon clan. Even the White King cannot disregard her honor. Moreover, it is merely a newly formed little stone, utterly overestimating its worth. With his daughter being bullied to such an extent, where would the East Sea Dragon King's face go? Chapter 47. June strolls in the mortal realm. A glimpse of astonishment after enjoying a sumptuous seafood feast, the White King took Xing Er to the seaside. He had heard tales of the beauty of the mortal world and wished to show her around, as he had never ventured there during his solitary visits. Lacking the mood to wander, the summer seaside was indeed quite beautiful. The sky was a deep azure, the sand on the beach fine and delicate. Xing Er, Barefort, felt particularly comfortable. This was her first time walking on the beach. The sensation of sand beneath her feet was vastly different from being buried in it. The White King knelt down, rolled up her trousers and skirt, and tenderly advised, "Let us avoid wetting your clothes. It is rather inconvenient to change here." The salty sea breeze caressed their faces, and observing the joyous people along the shore, the White King's mood instantly lightened. Xing Er grasped Xiao Bai's hand, mimicking the behavior of those on the shore. She noticed that those who held hands appeared to be in a state of bliss and happiness. Perhaps holding hands was indeed a delightful thing. "Little girl, I've heard that the dishes in the Mortal Realms taverns are particularly delicious. Would you like to try them?" Xiaobai proposed, wishing merely to bring her more joy. I wanna. The two strolled side by side along the coastline, and when they reached the stone pathway, Xiaobai lifted her up and set her on the stone steps, carefully brushing off the mud and sand from her feet, then helping her into her socks and shoes. As Xing Er felt the tickling sensation from her soles, an inexplicable feeling arose within her, a fluttering that made her heart race. Let's go, little girl. Xiao Bai extended his hand, wishing to walk alongside her. She gazed at his pale, slender fingers, momentarily entranced, but still placed her hand atop his. In the mortal realm, June brought bright sunshine and fresh air. The streets bustled with activity, alive with excitement. Xing Er and Xiao Bai walked hand in hand into the crowd, Xiao Bai guiding her past various stalls, both admiring and lingering. A luxurious carriage approached, and a gentle breeze lifted a corner of its curtains. Within sat a remarkably handsome man, tall and distinguished, with deep, tranquil eyes, donned in a regal purple and gold brocade robe that accentuated his noble appearance. Xing Er merely glanced at him and immediately deemed him the most striking man she had encountered in her mortal journey, his beauty rivaling that of Xiao Bai. Though he exuded grandeur while Xiao Bai radiated charisma, completely different styles. The man in the carriage also caught sight of a graceful beauty through the curtain, her figure exquisite, skin as smooth as cream, donned in a pink gauzy dress that accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing her stunning visage with every smile and frown. This enchanting figure was none other than Xing Er. At that moment, she wore a long pink gauzy gown with golden floral embroidery on the cuffs and collar, colors reminiscent of marine life. The hem was adorned with layers of pearls and diamonds, exuding opulence without vulgarity, while the lace and tassels shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The two shared a brief yet profound gaze through the small curtain, and Li Gu, captivated, exclaimed, "Stop!" He quickly commanded the driver to halt the carriage. The driver promptly reined in the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop. The door opened, and Li Gu gracefully descended, then circled around the carriage toward Xing Er. The moment he disembarked, he attracted the attention of numerous young maidens and infatuated matrons, who gazed at him with awe, their faces flushed with admiration. Yet, his gaze remained solely fixed upon the girl who had captured his heart at first sight. "May I ask, fair maiden, your name?" Li Gu approached Xing Er and inquired. The White King and Xing Er turned to see the newcomer, having already found him striking from afar, but now, up close, the young girl appeared flawless. "Are you asking me?" Xing Er, with a candy hawthorn in her mouth, pointed at herself in bewilderment. Not only beautiful, but also adorable, he thought. Indeed, the White King, noting his affirmative response, immediately cast an impatient glance, pulling Xing Er behind him and regarding the man with an icy glare that could freeze the very air. "My daughter is timid. If there is something to discuss, speak to me." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his chilling demeanor. It felt excessively cold. Despite it being June in the mortal realm, a season of blooming beauty, the atmosphere here felt more frigid than midwinter. Xing Er was completely shielded behind him, her petite frame entirely obscured. Li Gu furrowed his brow, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He continued, addressing the crowd. "I am Li Gu, the young master of the Luo courtyard. Our establishment specializes in women's attire, and I noticed your exquisite dress, wishing to discuss it with you." The White King's expression darkened instantly, thinking, "If you're interested in my daughter, just say so. What does clothing have to do with it? What a clever way to flirt. My daughter's dress was crafted by my own hands, unique in all the world. It is not for sale, and it is not for viewing." The White King elevated the tone of "my daughter," his face a mix of pride and protectiveness. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Li Ji's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. "In that case, I shall not impose further. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit Li Luo courtyard." As the farewell song played, Li Gu turned away, while Bai Wang silently contended with his feelings. There was no need for anyone else. His girl needed only him. The sensation was akin to tending to a cabbage for over 200 years, only to have it uprooted by a pig. "Xing, what troubles you?" Although she did not yet grasp the notion of jealousy, her interactions over time assured her that he was undeniably upset. Yet, she pondered the cause of his anger, as she had not provoked him and had remained obediently by his side. It was perplexing. "It's nothing," Bai Wang replied, turning to her. His girl was indeed quite lovely, and he could hardly blame others for taking notice. Concealing his anger, he feigned calmness. "What would you like to eat, Xing? I shall take you to dine." Suddenly remembering the lecherous patrons of the tavern, he quickly amended, "What would you like to eat? We could buy it to take home." Xing, perplexed, uttered a statement that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Bai Wang, has a donkey kicked your head? Why do your words not connect? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Chapter 48. Encountering a rival at the tavern, the silk skirt brings trouble ultimately, guided by his conscience. And wishing to avoid disappointing her after bringing her out for a rare outing, Bai Wang took Xing'er to the tavern. Upon entering, they attracted numerous gazes. The handsome man and enchanting woman were an exquisite pair, drawing the attention of all who beheld them, while Bai Wang despised the lascivious stares. He felt he could endure them for the sake of his girl. Wow, this place is stunning, Xing'er exclaimed, gazing in awe at the three-story tea house. A sight unlike any she had previously encountered, transforming her into a naive country girl visiting the city. Unbeknownst to her, onlookers shared her sentiment. Wow, how beautiful! Seeing her joyful demeanor, Bai Wang's earlier jealousy dissipated. They chose a window-side table on the second floor, and the proprietor promptly approached, eager to serve them. What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? As it was their first visit to a tavern, they were unsure of what to order and casually requested a few signature dishes. Soon enough, beautifully presented and aromatic dishes were brought forth. These looked delectable, Xing'er remarked, her mouth watering in anticipation as she gazed at the spread. Why are you still waiting? Dig in, Bai Wang affectionately observed her, promptly placing a piece of fish in her bowl. Xing'er beamed at him before eagerly picking up her chopsticks, devouring the food with the same fervor she exhibited when consuming seafood. She was astute, having recently transformed into human form, mastering the use of chopsticks and the art of dressing, although she still relied on Bai Wang to style her hair each day, which he gladly accepted. Just as they were savoring their meal, a voice feigned surprise reached their ears. Oh, what a coincidence! This must signify our fate. Xing'er paused, unable to swallow her food just yet, and glanced at the speaker. It was Li Gu, whom she had only encountered once before. Bai Wang clenched his eyes shut and pressed his lips together, striving to suppress his rage. In such a public setting, he could not reveal his identity or resort to magic. He was enduring. This table is already occupied, sir. Please move to another one, he managed to say. Were they not in a public place, he would have already taken action. I know. Li Gu, however, disregarded him and focused solely on Xing'er. I am not looking for you. I am here for her. Li Gu took a seat beside Xing'er, their clothing brushing against one another, causing Bai Wang's expression to shift through a spectrum of colors. You seek me? Li Gu plopped down, staring intently at Xing'er, as though attempting to penetrate her very being. Xing'er struggled to swallow her food, and upon raising her head, she caught sight of Bai Wang's menacing glare, causing her to bristle. Bai Wang had never appeared as fierce, even in the face of formidable foes. Those were mere seafood, lacking the threat posed by Li Gu, who was truly a challenging adversary. Yes, I am looking for you, Li Gu declared, producing a brocade box from his attendant and presenting it to Xing'er. Xing'er, blissfully unaware of the romantic implications, instinctively accepted it. Is this for me? Of course. I specifically chose it for you upon my return, Li Gu replied, his tone surprisingly gentle, though it fell uncomfortably upon Bai Wang's ears. Thank you. Xing'er squinted her eyes in delight. It was her first formal gift since taking human form. Bai Wang thought to himself, are the gifts I previously gave you worthless? Xing'er, oblivious to any ulterior motives, opened the box to reveal a delicate pink silk skirt adorned with exquisite jewels. The translucent fabric gracefully concealed her alluring figure, creating an ethereal, tempting appearance. Upon noticing the embroidered pink peach blossoms at the hem, Xing'er erupted in joyous excitement. Wow, this is stunning. Do you like it? Li inquired attentively. Yes, I love it. It's so beautiful. Xing'er eagerly displayed the skirt to Bai Wang. Look, Bai Wang, this skirt is magnificent. I adore it. Bai Wang's expression darkened as he glared at her, his pent-up frustration ready to erupt. He longed to tear the garment apart. Internally, he lamented, why is she so unyielding? A mere piece of clothing from someone else can elicit such excitement. Yet my efforts go unnoticed. This skirt is quite valuable. Be sure to wear it properly. Li advised. Xing'er gazed at him, perplexed. Why? What does valuable mean? Li Gu could not contain his laughter, marveling at the adorable girl before him. Valuable means it is worth a lot of money. This skirt is the latest design from Li Luo Yuan. There is only one of its kind in the world. Li Gu adjusted his posture proudly, declaring, I personally designed this garment. Wow! Xing'er exclaimed, holding the skirt and gazing at Li Gu. You are amazing. The clothes you design are beautiful. Bai Wang, unable to bear the scene any longer, slammed his hand on the table and rose to leave. He could not endure this any longer. Let those who wish to watch do so. Upon seeing Bai Wang depart, Xing'er was confused but hurriedly bid farewell to Li Gu and rushed after him. Bai Wang was the only person she knew in this world. He was her family. Bai Wang, wait for me, Xing'er called as she chased after him, clutching the skirt gifted by Li Gu. Bai Wang glanced back, noticing the vibrant silk skirt shimmering with a bright green hue, intensifying his anger. Home, he coldly declared, striding forward alone. Xing'er, trailing behind, ran clumsily, unable to comprehend the source of Bai Wang's fury. Bai Wang moved swiftly, fueled by his frustration, weaving through the crowd until Xing'er could no longer keep pace. In her distraction, she collided with a passerby, falling to the ground, wincing in pain. Bai Wang felt a sharp pain in his elbow and knee, but he disregarded it upon hearing Xing'er's pain call. He turned back to help her, his heart aching at the sight of her on the ground. Yet his anger remained unresolved, and his tone was still icy. You foolish girl. Seeing her in distress, he swiftly bent down to scoop her into his arms and headed towards Donghai. Chapter 49. The rapid growth of affection. Xing'er swallowed by the fish in his embrace. Xing'er unabashedly wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at his handsome face still filled with anger, and innocently inquired, Xiao Bai, why are you angry? He remained silent, continuing to carry the little girl in his arms as he walked forward, their striking appearance attracting the attention of many passers-by. Noticing his silence, Xing'er decided to rest her head on his shoulder. His body radiated warmth, providing her with a sense of security. She did not struggle or fidget. Instead, she nestled against him, relishing the comfort of his broad chest and the subtle, refreshing scent emanating from him, occasionally rubbing her small head against him. However, her gentle nuzzling ignited a burning sensation within him. A wave of heat surged through his lower abdomen, and Bai Wang felt an overwhelming pressure building below, fearing that he might truly lose control if she continued to tease him so. Damn it, little girl, if you keep this up, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. He gritted through clenched teeth, his face flushed as if stained with blood. Startled by his words, Xing'er abruptly halted all movement, lifting her head to look at him with her large, dark eyes gleaming with moisture, appearing utterly enchanting. Bai Wang took a deep breath, unable to meet her gaze, merely lowering his head and grunting softly. His voice, though not loud, was melodious enough for Xing'er to hear, prompting her curiosity. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Bai Wang's handsome face turned as red as a boiled crab, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide in, and could only muster nothing. Liar. Xing'er pouted. I clearly heard you say something just now. What did you say? Bai Wang felt an urge to strangle the little creature in his arms for her incessant probing, but he couldn't bear to do so. He could only grit his teeth and say, I can barely hold you anymore. Are you a little pig? Xing'er burst into laughter. You are the little pig. Xiao Bai is the little pig. Bai Wang stared at the giggling girl in his arms, his irritation gradually dissipating, replaced by a warm sense of happiness. This feeling was truly delightful. Suddenly, Xing'er lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at him. Xiao Bai, let us go home. The mere mention of those words sent a shiver down his spine. They were simply too beautiful, and he felt as though he might drown in their sweetness. He nodded, and that gesture spoke volumes. Yes, all right, we'll go home, he repeated in his heart 1,000 times. Xing'er, tightening her hold around his neck, cheerfully remarked, Xiao Bai, you seem to be getting more handsome. Her words healed him completely, banishing the earlier gloom, and he smiled like a cat that had just stolen a fish. Of course, this lord is naturally beautiful. Xing'er laughed heartily at his self-adoration. You narcissist. The sparkle in Bai Wang's eyes shone like stars, and he leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice dripping with charm. I'm only like this for you. Although Xing'er did not yet understand the meaning of love, his actions made her cover her face shyly. Bai Wang's smile grew wider. Little girl, such expressions should only be reserved for me. Do you understand? You must not run off with others for the slightest kindness. It would truly sadden me. As he carried her, he continued to impart his wisdom. Upon their return to the Gui Su realm, Bai Wang initiated his brainwashing tactics. You see, I have nurtured you for 200 years until you took shape. Just think of all the hardships I endured during that time. You cannot abandon me. Today's events served as a lesson. He had to instill in Xing'er the importance of keeping her distance from others. Moreover, all the men outside are villains. They cannot be trusted. They will capture you to make you work. Xing'er tilted her head, pondering his words, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Congratulations to Xiao Bai for successfully brainwashing me. Seeing her compliance, Bai Wang felt a weight lift from his heart and added, then you cannot accept things from others anymore. Xing'er nodded vigorously. Xing'er understands. Good girl. Now what about this dress? Bai Wang cast a sidelong glance at the pink garment she was clutching, suggesting she should dispose of it. Upon seeing her reluctance, he relented. All right, this is the last time. It won't happen again. Through this episode, their bond grew increasingly intimate, and Xing'er gradually became accustomed to the affection he showered upon her. Her small hands often found their way around his neck, burying her face in his embrace. Aware that each time she did so, it brought immense joy to Bai Wang. He looked down at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Her skin was delicate and smooth, and he couldn't resist pinching her lightly, causing her to giggle and squirm. I'm hungry, she whined, rubbing her round belly. All right, I shall fetch you something to eat, Bai Wang replied indulgently, giving her a playful pat on the bottom before rising to prepare a seafood feast for her. As Xing'er watched his retreating figure, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She gradually realized that she had changed a bit. She was growing up. Above the Shell King Palace, the atmosphere suddenly turned ominous as a colossal creature loomed overhead, casting shadows over the palace. Xing'er looked up, her gaze fixated on the enormous entity that resembled a gigantic fish. However, its tail and belly were white, adorned with fine scales, indicating that it was not a mere fish but a fearsome beast. It appeared to have been famished for quite some time, its body swaying back and forth as if searching for prey. The beast's formidable power made Xing'er feel diminutive under its gaze, quelling any thoughts of resistance. It stared at her silently, as if awaiting a command, its gaze fixed upon her, sending shivers down her spine. Trembling, she took a step back and stammered, Why you? Who are you? The beast remained motionless, its eyes still locked onto Xing'er, creating an eerie atmosphere. Xing'er thought to herself, could it be that this beast wants to eat me? The very notion ignited a surge of anger within her, and she shouted, Do not bully me. I tell you, I am Bai Wang's person. If you dare harm me, beware of Bai Wang who will skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and drink your blood. As she shouted, she continued to retreat, silently chanting Bai Wang's name in her heart. The beast, evidently provoked, flicked its tail and lunged at her. Xing'er screamed, only to be swallowed whole by the monstrous fish. Chapter 50. Xiao Bai's Brave Rescue. Injuring Niu inside the belly of the great fish, Xing'er struggled desperately, attempting to escape, but no matter how she tried, she could not free herself from its grasp. The beast seemed to be toying with her, refusing to release her despite her frantic efforts, tossing her about within its stomach. Xing'er's body could not withstand the onslaught. The fish's gastric juices poured in, quickly soaking the walls of the stomach, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her consciousness began to fade, yet her thoughts remained fixated on Xiao Bai, repeatedly reminding herself, I must not fall asleep. I must hold on. She desperately clawed at the stomach walls, attempting to create an escape, but her efforts were in vain. Her fingers were scraped raw, and she could not make a single hole. The stomach wall of the monstrous beast was astonishingly resilient, more robust than refined iron, rendering her attempts to move it utterly futile. After struggling for approximately half an hour, Xing'er felt herself on the verge of fainting, her eyelids growing increasingly heavy, as if slumber was imminent. At that moment, the beast unexpectedly expelled her from its body and swiftly swam away. Bai Wang, who was busy gathering seafood, suddenly experienced excruciating pain, instinctively realizing that something had befallen Xing'er. He rushed back to the palace, only to discover that Xing'er was nowhere to be found. Xing'er's body lost its weight, and she fell forward, her head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Dizziness enveloped her, and the pain was overwhelming. Struggling to open her eyes, she was met with a familiar yet grotesque visage, Yu, the person she loathed the most. Attempting to rise, she found her body weak and unresponsive, devoid of any strength. She yearned to call for Xiao Bai's help, but her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton. Silencing her cries, Yu gazed down at her with a cold smile, her voice dripping with malice. "You wretched stone, I warned you. Cross me, and you shall pay the price." Her tone was rife with fury and bloodlust. How could the man of the East see Princess fall for another woman? Especially a filthy stone like you? Bai Wang is mine. You, a worthless stone from a dung pit, have no right to even dream of him. Her words were laced with disdain and contempt. You have already lost to a stone, Xing'er managed to spit out, her determination unwavering even in the face of despair. Yu, infuriated by her defiance, seized Xing'er's slender neck with a vice-like grip. Tears streamed down Xing'er's face as she felt herself suffocating. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from her chest, invigorating her body. With newfound strength, she stomped on Yu's foot and forcefully pushed her away, breaking free from her grasp. "Damn you!" Yu cursed in rage, her claws raised as she lunged at Xing'er. Yu's true form was that of a giant lobster, brandishing its formidable pincers toward Xing'er. Unable to evade, she braced herself for impact. Her body soared like a paper kite, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Clutching her chest, she felt as if her very organs were shattering. Yu's claws were razor-sharp. A mere scratch could spell her doom, even for a powerful immortal. Struggling to rise, Xing'er pressed her hand against her chest, moving forward with great difficulty, aware that Yu would not let her escape easily. Just as she turned to flee, excruciating pain gripped her as a massive claw ensnared her ankle, yanking her off balance and sending her crashing against a colossal pillar in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Blood spurted from her mouth, and she felt as though she were falling apart. She lay on the ground, immobile, her vision dimming as consciousness slipped away, the world spinning around her. At that moment, a pair of icy hands caught her frail form, holding her tenderly. Struggling to open her eyes, she glimpsed a breathtaking face, its owner as dark. Profound gaze filled with an ominous intensity, as if he could obliterate the world before him. "Xiao Bai," she whispered, "am I going to die?" Bai Wang gazed down at her pallid face, guilt washing over him. "I'm sorry. I should not have left you alone in the palace." His voice was gentle, like the soft caress of a spring breeze, intoxicating her heart. "Why do you always apologize to me?" Xing'er murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. Though she had faced danger before, this was the first time someone had come to her rescue. In that critical moment, only Xiao Bai truly cared for her, protecting her. Xing'er, Bai Wang, consumed by fury, glared at Yu, wishing he could rend her to pieces. "I warned you not to approach Xing'er again, or else. Need you laugh coldly? Bai Wang, you belong to me. I will see you dead." Bai Wang's voice turned frigid and merciless. Just as he finished speaking, he struck Yu's shoulder with a powerful blow. Yu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. He dared to injure her. He actually attacked her. A mocking glint flickered in Bai Wang's eyes as he grasped Yu's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Listen carefully. If you dare to harm her again, I will not hesitate to turn the entire East Sea upside down." Need you laugh derisiveli? Suddenly breaking free from his grip. "Why should I listen to you? I am the esteemed princess of the East Sea. What man do I not desire? Yet I chose you, and you are ungrateful," she shouted in fury. Bai Wang's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a chilling light that pierced through Yu's heart. "I have never struck a woman, but you have left me no choice." With that, he delivered a fierce blow to her abdomen. Yu coughed up blood, the force sending her crashing into nearby stone tables, chairs, and vases, leaving chaos in her wake. "I will spare your life this time. in gratitude for the East Sea Dragon King's assistance in my transformation. From now on, we are entirely severed. I owe you nothing." Without a glance back, Bai Wang strode past an IU and rushed to Xing'er. He lifted her unconscious form and hastily departed. Chapter 51, Xing'er Avakens. Xiao Bai seeks vengeance, and IU spat out blood. Watching as Bai Wang carried Xing'er away, her heart filled with a profound sorrow. Slowly, she rose, her face twisted with boundless hatred. She vowed to crush that wretched stone into dust, to make Bai Wang regret his decision today. She would not tolerate betrayal of any kind. Xing'er was soaked in the beast's gastric fluids, emitting a foul stench, yet Bai Wang held her close, indifferent to the possibility of soiling his garments. Her injuries were severe, nearly damaging her meridians. Had he not arrived in time, she would have surely perished. Bai Wang returned to the palace, heading straight for the lotus pond in the sleeping quarters. He carefully removed Xing'er's soiled garments and placed her in the water, then took a towel to gently cleanse her body. Xing'er had transformed in this lotus pond under the protection of the Lotus Mother. It seemed to suit her well, perhaps aiding her recovery. Bai Wang's movements were tender, as if cradling a rare treasure, fearful of causing her any harm. His fingers brushed her skin, tightening his heart with each touch. Xing'er had slipped into a semi-conscious state, and he felt both anxious and pained, failing to notice the blush blooming on her cheeks. She remained with her eyes closed, offering no response. Bai Wang's gaze lingered on her pale visage. He bent down and kissed her forehead. "My dear, I am sorry." This marked the second time he had uttered such an apology to her. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had never felt so foolish. He had fallen in love with a stone. He was certain of it. He loved her. In the moments when she exchanged glances with other men, in the instances when she was in danger and vanished without a trace, he could hardly bear it. Xing'er had been in a deep slumber for 3 full days. The Bai Wang sat quietly by her bedside, vigilantly watching over her for 3 consecutive days. Observing her pallid visage, his eyes slightly moistened, and guilt gnawed at his heart. "Xing'er," he whispered, "will you awaken? I desire you. I wish to provide you with the finest of everything this world has to offer." As he spoke, he extended his hand to gently stroke her long hair. His touch was exceedingly tender, as if he were handling the most precious treasure. Xiao Bai's gaze was soft as water, brimming with affection and longing, his fingertips caressing Xing'er's brows and eyes repeatedly, as though he sought to etch her image deeply into his memory. Only through this act could he find a modicum of solace within his heart. On the 4th day, Xing'er finally stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the strikingly handsome face of Bai Wang. His countenance remained as stern as ever, yet it bore the allure and wicked charm characteristic of a mature man, with his elongated, peach blossom-shaped eyes appearing even more beguiling. However, tears glistened in his eyes, and his gaze towards her was overwhelming. The moment Xing'er saw him, her eyes involuntarily blinked twice, and then a crystalline tear slowly traced down her cheek. "Xing'er, you are awake." Xiao Bai's voice carried a note of surprise. Upon hearing this, her tears flowed even more profusely, her eyes filled with grievance and sorrow. Her voice choked as she murmured, "Xiao Bai, I am in so much pain." Bai Wang hastily wiped away her tears, repeating, "I am so sorry, I am so sorry." He uttered 3 apologies in succession, as though he were the one entirely at fault, resembling a child who had erred and was too ashamed to meet her bloodless gaze. "It is all Xiao Bai's fault. From now on, I will take you wherever I go. We shall never be apart again. Would that be all right?" Xiao Bai looked at Xing'er, his eyes filled with profound remorse. He loved her so dearly. How could he bear to see her suffer? When she expressed her pain, he felt 1,000-fold more anguish. Thinking of the grievances she had endured, Xiao Bai clenched his fists tightly, memories of finding her in such a wretched state flooding his mind. It was utterly horrific. Xing'er cried out, "Xiao Bai, I am truly fortunate to have you." Her tears fell into the water, creating ripples that spread outward. She gazed at Xiao Bai's gentle and affectionate demeanor, and a wave of deep gratitude and happiness surged within her. His kindness was indeed remarkable. Bai Wang, captivated by the sight of Xing'er's tear-filled yet smiling eyes, felt his very soul drawn to her. His Xinger had the uncanny ability to tug at his heartstrings, rendering him helpless. "Good Xinger, you must be hungry. I shall fetch you something to eat. Fear not. I have summoned the Lia Tianxi and Shanhu Dujiashu to guard you. No one would dare approach." The Lia Tianxi and Shanhu Dujiashu were formidable ancient beasts. When provoked, they could shatter mountains and darken the heavens. Even the Dragon King of the East Sea would not dare to intrude. While Bai Wang's quest for food for Xinger was indeed significant, he had an even more pressing matter to attend to. This was something he had long desired to do, yet he could not leave while Xinger lay unconscious. Now that she had finally awakened, he could finally seize the opportunity to exact vengeance for her. After departing the royal palace, Bai Wang made his way directly to the lair of the Sha Jing. As the name suggests, this wretched creature was a hybrid of a shark and a whale, a creation born from some ill-fated union between a shark and a whale. This location was the Sha Jing's most concealed dwelling in the southern continent of Zhan. Shielded by its immense size and surrounded by countless sharks that served as guardians, making it a rare intrusion for anyone to disturb its rest. Upon reaching the dwelling of the Sha Jing, Bai Wang soared into the sky, standing outside the cavern, a bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips as he surveyed the scene within. Inside the cavern, the Sha Jing lounged on a chair in the sun, appearing utterly relaxed. Bai Wang, recalling the moment when the creature had devoured his Xinger, could no longer contain himself and dove directly toward the Sha Jing with a fierce intent. Bai Wang's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Sha Jing. The Sha Jing, still basking in comfort, was startled by the sudden gust of wind and looked up to see Bai Wang clad in a pale blue robe, descending gracefully upon the clouds. "Who dares intrude upon my territory?" The Sha Jing bellowed furiously. Though lacking significant martial prowess, its time spent in the depths of the East Sea had allowed it to cultivate some strength, and its massive physique deterred many from provoking it. Had it devoted itself wholeheartedly, perhaps it could have attained divine status. Alas, to escape the pursuit of the demon clan and the celestial beings, it had to conceal itself in the East Sea for over a century. Now, with its powers greatly enhanced and the demon clan believing it to be dead, no one dared to trouble it any longer. It was finally able to return to the southern continent of Zhan and enjoy its fortune. Bai Wang coldly scoffed. "I have come to send you off." Chapter 52. Xiao Bai's brutality against the Sha Jing, bloodshed in the East Sea. "I have come to send you off." The Sha Jing was immediately taken aback. Send off? What did that mean? After all, it was the Shark General, appointed by the Dragon King of the East Sea. Who would dare to kill it? "Who are you? Shark General? I see you're more like a foolish general." Bai Wang retorted, "You have meddled with the wrong person." No sooner had he spoken than he launched an attack against the Sha Jing. His moves were sharp and swift, delivering a punch that stirred a tempest. Aiming directly at the Shark General, the Shark General was instantly alarmed, hurriedly using its tail to shield its chest, narrowly blocking Bai Wang's blow. Seeing the precariousness of the situation, Bai Wang swiftly altered his tactics. His figure flickered, transforming into a blur as he lunged towards the Sha Jing. His speed was remarkable, leaving a trail of afterimages upon the surface of the sea. Observing this, the Shark General immediately swung its massive tail to counter Bai Wang. With a deft maneuver, Bai Wang darted from behind the Sha Jing and entered its body. A loud crack echoed from within the Sha Jing as its spine shattered, causing it to collapse to the ground in agony. Inside the Sha Jing, Bai Wang tormented it while coldly declaring, "You harmed my Xinga. I shall not let you go. This is retribution in kind." The Shark General trembled in pain, yearning to resist, but Bai Wang unleashed a flurry of blows within its body, striking mercilessly. The Shark General writhed in agony, unable to escape, as Bai Wang's fists rained down like a torrential storm upon its chest, causing it to spew blood. Its body drenched in crimson. Blood flowed from its mouth and nostrils, creating a foul stench. The Shark Jing was on the brink of unconsciousness, yet it could only remain aware of the excruciating pain, realizing the enormity of the crime it had committed. Bai Wang's assault continued for a quarter of an hour. When he finally grew weary, the Shark General gradually regained consciousness. Glancing around, it noticed the blood that surrounded it. At that moment, it lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Bai Wang observed it with a cold sneer. Do you now comprehend the grave error you have committed? The shark general lowered its head, not daring to speak. It certainly understood. It had done nothing but bully a young girl recently, never imagining that she had such a formidable protector. Had it known, it would have never dared to touch her, even at the cost of its life. Oh, I truly did not know that the young lady was yours. Had I known she belonged to you, I would not have dared to harm her, not even if you killed me. It was all the Dragon King of the East Sea's doing. He forced me to capture her. With a cold snort, Bai Wang cunningly shifted the blame onto the East Sea Dragon King, aiming to incite mutual destruction between the parties involved. I shall deal with you first, and then I will attend to him, he declared, as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at General Sha's chest. This time, the fist, imbued with spiritual energy, struck with tremendous force, causing the ribs of General Sha to shatter one by one. His agonized screams echoed through the heavens, attracting the attention of nearby sea creatures, who rushed forth in alarm. Bai Wang's methods were ruthlessly brutal. Each punch delivered was lethal. In no time, General Sha was left on the brink of death. With a sickening crunch, all his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were displaced. The sheer terror of Bai Wang's strength was overwhelming. After this merciless onslaught, General Sha was utterly incapacitated. Please, spare me, he pleaded, on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain. Spare you? Huh? Do you truly believe that is possible? Bai Wang sneered, raising a leg to deliver a fierce kick to General Sha's abdomen. The impact sent General Sha crashing face first to the ground, disoriented and in agony. Aren't you fond of bullying the weak? Let me show you what it feels like to be victimized. How thrilling, isn't it? General Sha was in excruciating pain, feeling an intense chill that made him tremble uncontrollably. Who was this devil? What was his origin? How could he possess such formidable strength? Why did he exude the unique aura of the demon clan? What are you? General Sha managed to stammer. Bai Wang merely scoffed. You are not worthy to know. With a slight movement of his fingers, several ice arrows materialized in his hand and shot towards General Sha. The arrows dispersed in midair, transforming into countless sharp projectiles that rained down upon General Sha. In a panic, he raised his tail to defend himself, but the ice arrows seemed almost sentient, homing in with incredible speed and lethal sharpness. General Sha stood no chance. One ice arrow pierced his skull, while 9 others found their mark within his abdomen. The final arrow lodged itself into his throat. As General Sha closed his eyes in agony, he never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of Bai Wang. These ice arrows were forged from ice essence, each laced with potent venom. After dispatching General Sha, Bai Wang ruthlessly pummeled his lifeless body into a mere pulp. He collected the demon core before departing the area, heading towards the East Sea. The remnants of General Sha's flesh would nourish the local aquatic life, thus serving a purpose. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, A.O. Bing's trusted aide, the Crab General, scurried in breathless. Reporting to the Dragon King, General Sha has been slain by Bai Wang. He is now heading towards the Dragon Palace. What? I'll be frowning. Incredulous that Bai Wang would dare to wreak havoc in the East Sea Dragon Palace. A cold smile crept across his face as he declared, "Let us go and investigate." Bai Wang's figure swiftly descended upon the skies above the East Sea Dragon Palace, emanating an ominous presence. "Guards, stop him at once." A.O. Bing bellowed from his elevated platform, gazing down at Bai Wang hovering in midair. His army of shrimp and crab soldiers obeyed the command and charged forward. However, Bai Wang's might was overwhelming. The soldiers could not even approach him. Observing the swarm of shrimp and crab soldiers below, Bai Wang smirked and struck down with a single palm. Instantly, a colossal wave surged from the ocean floor, expanding like a blade in all directions, engulfing the soldiers and reducing them to mere fragments in an instant. The soldiers cried out in horror as they were swept away, their bodies torn apart by the relentless wave. Their cultivation levels were low, mere second or third-tier demons, ill-equipped to withstand such a catastrophic force. Their souls were shattered, their forms reduced to a gruesome mass. Witnessing his soldiers perish, A.O. Bing felt a pang of sorrow. These were the demon soldiers he had invested considerable resources in training, now obliterated in an instant. Yet, he dared not act recklessly. Bai Wang's combat prowess was too formidable, and his dominion over the Guishu realm commanded respect from the ferocious beasts that inhabited it. I remember how you once aided me in taking shape. Let today's events conclude here. Do not challenge my limits again. Bai Wang tossed down General Sha's demon core, stating, use this to replenish your losses. Stunned, A.O. Bing realized Bai Wang was using General Sha's core to humiliate him. He had never expected that his carefully nurtured subordinates would be annihilated in a moment, and by none other than the solitary Bai Wang. Despite General Sha's formidable size, he had fallen victim to Bai Wang's might with ease. Just how powerful was this Bai Wang? Niu, having heard the commotion, emerged from the Dragon Palace, astonished at the sight of the slaughtered shrimp and crab soldiers. Although their cultivation was modest, they had undergone rigorous training, and if they could merge, they might even have a chance to break through to the golden immortal realm. Yet now, this entire battalion had perished at Bai Wang's hands. What power did Bai Wang truly possess? However, her momentary sorrow quickly transformed into elation. This was the first time Bai Wang had come to seek her out. Bai Wang's gaze lingered on Niu for a brief moment before he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Niu felt a shiver run through her. That glance he had cast upon her seemed laden with significance, leaving her unable to articulate its meaning. After this tumult, it was clear that Niu's prospects with Bai Wang had been irrevocably dashed. You must remain compliant and refrain from provoking that stone. A.O. Bing warned Niu before turning back towards the Dragon Palace. Watching A.O. Bing's silhouette vanish into the night, Niu clenched her teeth, her spirit unyielding. She would not be easily deterred. If he forbade her from competing, it would only stoke her competitive fire. Throughout her life, she had never known defeat, and conceding to a mere stone was unacceptable. She could not fathom what qualities this loathsome stone possessed that could captivate Bai Wang so deeply, prompting him to defy the Dragon Clan. A cunning idea began to take shape in her mind. What if that detestable stone were to vanish from the depths of the East Sea? In such a vast world, where could Bai Wang possibly search for it? With this thought, the proud East Sea princess felt a resurgence of hope. Unbeknownst to her, another entity in the heavenly realm was also observing her closely, the deity of fate, Si Ming. With a chuckle, Si Ming reclined in her garden, sipping tea as she watched Niu depart through the Kunlun mirror. It seems she will not relent easily, she mused, amused by the unfolding drama. Yet she would not intervene. Rather, she hoped Niu would inflict even greater suffering upon Xing. The more trials the princess faced, the higher her cultivation would ascend upon her return, much to the delight of the heavenly emperor and empress. Suddenly, a colossal black hawk descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. A figure clad in black robes stood at the center of the pit, surrounded by the fallen celestial soldiers. This man was none other than the exiled elder Haifeng of the demon clan. He lowered his head, observing the anguished and wailing celestial soldiers on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He bore no qualms about cleansing his disgrace with blood, nor did he care if everyone knew the ruthlessness of his methods. On this day, he had resolved to turn the tide. After 5 centuries of silence and seclusion, everyone believed him to be dead, unaware that he had spent these 500 years in quiet preparation, establishing a new realm known as Yingqiao. At that moment, the earth trembled violently. A vast and oppressive aura swept through the air. The elder of the Black Wind was taken aback and swiftly turned to gaze upward, only to see 2 meteors streaking across the sky. Subsequently, beams of white light cascaded down from above, one engulfed in flames, the other shrouded in frost. The moment those 2 figures arrived, they charged directly at the elder of the Black Wind. Upon seeing them, the elder's heart leapt with joy. The celestial emperor and empress were mere decorative figures. They could not possibly be his adversaries. With a thunderous crash, the 2 beams of white light collided with the elder of the Black Wind, erupting in an intense cacophony. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward several dozen paces, his face etched with disbelief. He had never anticipated such a humiliating defeat. Impossible. The elder of the Black Wind shook his head in disbelief. How could a dignified golden immortal like him be bested by two mere decorative figures? A millennium ago, during the war between the celestial and demonic realms, it was the demon race that had intervened to rescue the celestial beings. Are you the elder of the Black Wind? The one who bullied my son-in-law? The fiery woman looked down at him, questioning. Indeed, the elder of the Black Wind ground his teeth, fixing his glare upon her. Son-in-law? Naturally. It is the demon king Bai Nuo Cheng, who is currently traversing the mortal realm with my Xinger, and I will not allow your kind to bully him. The one speaking was the Empress Zi Xian, who a millennium ago had been a mere girl with yellow hair, now transformed into a figure of extraordinary grace. Oof. The fiery woman scoffed disdainfully. Just an old eagle dares to wreak havoc here. Where is the towering Li Tianwang? Here. Li Tianwang, a robust man, stepped forward, cradling a golden pagoda in his hands. He advanced 3 steps into the hall, clasping his hands, his voice resonant and full of vigor. Within that pagoda were countless fierce beasts and monsters, as well as the demon Lord Changyi, who had once dominated a realm eons ago. The elder of the Black Wind had come to pilfer the golden pagoda from Li Tianwang, but little did he expect to find himself ensnared within it. Li Tianwang's deep voice rang out, "Seal." Instantly, black chains shot forth from the pagoda, ensnaring the elder of the Black Wind's limbs and neck, pulling him towards the tower. "You!" The elder of the Black Wind bellowed, attempting to break free, but his efforts were in vain. The black chains constricted further, swiftly dragging him inside the pagoda. With a resounding thud, the elder of the Black Wind was pulled into the tower, and the chains immediately loosened, causing him to tumble down. Originally seeking the demon Lord Changyi, now the two would have the opportunity to meet within the confines of the tower. Speaking of Bai Nuo Cheng, what a fortunate fate he had. Born a demon king, and now the son-in-law of the celestial realm. He must devise a plan to escape and prevent their union. The truth of Wang Chuan River after Bai Wang returned to the royal palace following the vengeance for Xing. He found Lai Tianxi and the coral unicorn guarding her vigilantly. The two formidable beasts of ancient times now resembled 2 docile puppies, lying on either side of Xinger's bed, watching over her as she slept. This scene warmed Bai Wang's heart and brought a smile to his lips. The 2 massive, fearsome beasts now curled up on the ground presented a delightful contrast. He stifled a chuckle, unwilling to disturb this beautiful tableau. Upon hearing a slight noise, Lai Tianxi and the coral unicorn immediately became alert, their fierce eyes wide open as they sprang to attention, ready to attack. As they leaped, their fur bristled, and an aura of menace enveloped the entire chamber. "It is I." Bai Wang entered gracefully, a captivating smile adorning his handsome face. A familiar voice rang out. Lai Tianxi and the coral unicorn looked up and, upon recognizing Bai Wang, immediately retracted their fierce demeanor, kneeling before him. "We pay our respects to Bai Wang." Bai Wang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on the sleeping figure on the bed. "Thank you for guarding her so well." Lai Tianxi and the coral unicorn exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "You have worked hard." Bai Wang exhaled in relief. "I have prepared a feast for the 2 of you. Go and enjoy." The 2 ancient beasts performed a bow and exited Bai Wang's chamber, their massive forms moving slowly until they finally disappeared from view. Bai Wang did not linger, but swiftly approached Xinger's bed, which had once been his own. Since Xinger's transformation, he had relinquished it to her, choosing to rest wherever he could. At this moment, Xinger was sound asleep, her breathing calm, evidently lost in dreams. Gazing at her endearing face, he could not resist the urge to caress her delicate cheek and lean down to kiss her forehead. Unexpectedly, just as his lips brushed against Xinger's skin, a sharp pain suddenly gripped his heart, radiating throughout his entire body. He clutched his chest in agony, bewildered as to why this was happening. After all, he had no heart. Why did it ache so? As he yearned to kiss her, who was she truly? What connection did they share? He sought the answers. Looking at the slumbering Xinge, Bai Wang suppressed the pain in his chest, leaning down once more to imprint a kiss upon her brow. A burst of white, light emanated from her brow, and in that moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Lost memories surged back like a tidal wave. Scenes from the past replaying in his mind like frames of a film. These were the cherished moments they had shared, the joy and happiness they had once experienced together. He had raised her, watched as she married another, and only after forcibly claiming her did he realize that she had loved him all along. He remembered everything. He was the Demon King, the ruler of the demon race. His name was Bai Nuo Cheng. No. Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly clutched his chest tightly, sealing his lips, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. In that instant, something within his mind shattered. His memories at that moment fully returned. 500 years ago, upon learning that the Elder of the Black Wind had lured him out of the Underworld during a pivotal moment, he had hastened back, only to find that the Elder, in retaliation, had cast Xing'er off the Niha Bridge. Without a second thought, he leapt into the Wangchuan River after her, disregarding everything else. The Wangchuan River was frigid and merciless, capable of freezing and dissolving all things. Any being devoid of power that fell into its depths faced certain death. After Xing'er fell, her mortal body quickly froze due to her human nature, but what left Bai Nuo Cheng in despair was that her physical form vanished into the darkness. In a desperate bid to save her last flicker of soul, he extracted his own heart and infused it into her frozen essence, ensuring that her spirit would not be scattered by the waters of the Wangchuan River. In that moment, he merely hoped to preserve her final hope of existence with the strength of his own soul, never anticipating what fate awaited him. In that fleeting moment, he, having already lost his heart, suffered severe injuries to his body. Though his soul was barely preserved, his corporeal form was ultimately shattered. Grasping the soul of Xing'er, the two were swept down to the mortal realm, landing within the waters of the Donghai Sea. Due to his formidable spiritual power and a stroke of good fortune, his soul was infused into a white lotus, allowing him to reconstruct his physical body in a mere century. However, having consumed too much water from the Wangchuan River, he lost all previous memories, leading to Xing'er's soul, which had been infused into a stone, lying dormant for 3 centuries by the shores of the Donghai, followed by 2 centuries of slumber in the Lotus Pond. It was not until 500 years later that they were finally reunited. Xing'er, having also ingested too much of the Wangchuan River's water, had completely forgotten her past, perhaps destined never to remember in this lifetime. Perhaps this was for the best, Bai Nuo Cheng thought, considering that in her previous life, she had endured far too many hardships. Starting anew as a fresh Xing'er in this life was surely a blessing. He had finally found her, albeit 500 years late, yet it mattered not. In the days to come, he would remain by her side, safeguarding her for 100 years, 1,000 years, free from worry. Upon regaining his memories, realizing that the slumbering figure before him was his beloved from his past life, his affection for her only deepened. Originally, he cherished her greatly, and with this newfound connection, he found himself at a loss as to how to express his love for her. While Bai Nuo Cheng was intently gazing at her, Xing'er suddenly let out a soft murmur and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. He was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to her. At that moment, she lay with her eyes tightly shut, her lovely features tinged with a faint blush. "Are you awake?" he softly inquired. However, to his surprise, Xing'er merely turned over, continuing her deep slumber, showing no intention of opening her eyes or acknowledging him. Observing this, Bai Nuo Cheng couldn't help but smile. "Xing'er, are you awake?" he called out to her again. "Shoo, don't disturb me. I'm so sleepy," Xing'er mumbled discontentedly, turning over once more to resume her slumber. "Very well, if you are sleepy, then sleep a little longer," Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a fond smile. With that, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep, waiting for Xing'er to awaken fully. In this lifetime, finding you is truly wonderful. Chapter 55, Sharing a Bed. Love, unrestrained, however. He had barely laid his head on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes when he felt an unexpected warmth in his arms. Following this, Xing'er snuggled closer, her soft body pressing against him, her arms wrapped around his strong waist, and her legs draped over his thigh. She clung to him like a koala bear, refusing to let go. Bai Nuo Cheng's handsome face twitched slightly as he turned to look at the girl nestled against him, his heart warming at the sight. Xing'er's cheek rested against him, and he could distinctly feel her even breaths against his neck. Her white dress was slightly disheveled, revealing her long, elegant neck and pale, delicate skin. Her lustrous black hair spread across the pillow, accentuating the rosy allure of her cheeks. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed at her, feeling an indescribable heat course through him, a second wave of desire overwhelming him. The first time, he had been unaware of their connection and could maintain some self-control, but now that his memories had returned, he feared it would be increasingly difficult to restrain himself. No, if I keep looking, I fear I may lose control. Reminded of her tender youth in this lifetime, he quickly turned his face away, taking a deep breath to suppress the rising heat within him. This girl truly tortures him, always leaving him yearning, causing him considerable distress. Bai Nuo Cheng dared not continue his thoughts, hastily closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Yet, feeling the rising heat within him, he cautiously disentangled her arms from around his waist, rose quietly, and stepped outside for a cold shower, which helped to alleviate his discomfort. The following day, as dawn broke, the sky turned a pale hue. Sunlight filtered through layers of seawater, and Xing'er slowly awakened. She groggily rubbed her sleepy eyes and then gradually opened them. A breathtaking visage met her gaze, and she blinked, not resisting the presence of Bai Nuo Cheng beside her. Instead, she reached out her small hand, embracing his waist, resting her head against his chest. This action caused Bai Nuo Cheng to shudder involuntarily, as he felt her warmth envelop him, her sweet fragrance filling his senses, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. He gently patted Xing's back and asked, "Are you awake?" Xing'er nodded in response. Seeing her lazy demeanor stirred an insatiable desire within him. He longed to capture her delectable cherry lips, to savor them deeply, yet he hesitated, fearing that such an impulsive act might frighten her. "It's time to get up. Breakfast is ready." He suppressed his yearning, striving to steady his breath. He then moved to the foot of the bed, retrieving her outer robe and assisting her in dressing. Watching him tend to her attire brought a sweet sensation to Xing'er's heart. "Thank you, Xiao Bai," she said. Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to conceal the flicker of disappointment in his eyes. In truth, he yearned to hear her say, "I love you." Yet, he would prefer she forget her love for him rather than recall the pain inflicted upon her by the Tang family in her past life. "You need not thank me in the future. Remember that." He tenderly adjusted her clothing and gently brushed her long hair, speaking softly. Xing'er obediently responded, then sat up to slip on her shoes. Bai Nuo Cheng also stood, fastening her straps and gathering her cascading hair behind her, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face. At that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng leaned close to Xing'er's ear, whispering, "I still owe you a confession." What? Xing'er's heartbeats quickened, his cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was due to shyness or the intimate gesture from Bai Nuo Cheng. "Would you be willing for me to care for you like this forever?" he asked, gazing intently at her. "I would." Without a moment's hesitation, Xing'er replied. "Really?" Bai Nuo Cheng's heart leaped with joy. Xing'er nodded vigorously. Upon seeing this, Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes sparkled with brilliant light, and he could no longer contain himself, leaning down to capture Xing'er's lips in a kiss. Chapter 56. Nuo Cheng Seeks Marriage. "A good thing," interrupted Xing'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the face before her, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her throat. She felt a mix of nervousness and fear. Yet, she realized she lacked the strength to push him away, and her heart began to succumb to the moment. It felt as though she was falling into a fiery abyss, with everything around her growing increasingly fervent. Her breath quickened, her mind became hazy, and the reality around her faded, yet she found herself relishing the sensation. Bai Nuo Cheng tenderly caressed her luscious lips, one hand cradling the back of her head, deepening the kiss. "Xing'er, I love you. Xing'er, I love you." Xing'er stared blankly at Bai Nuo Cheng, her small face clouded in confusion as she pondered the meaning of love. However, she knew only that she felt joy in this moment. Noticing her lack of resistance, he couldn't help but lean down again, kissing her lips. intertwining his tongue with hers in a passionate embrace. Xing'er's body melted into softness, her strength waning as she felt herself on the brink of fainting, clinging to the last remnants of her sanity. Star's legs felt a bit weak, forcing her to cling tightly to Bai Nuo Cheng's arm, resulting in an awkward posture for both. Sensing her discomfort, Bai Nuo Cheng immediately lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedside, gently laying her down. He enveloped her in his embrace, lowering his head as the intense flames of desire flickered in his deep phoenix eyes, fixating on the alluring girl in his arms. Star. He called her name in a deep, resonant voice, his throat slightly moving as the yearning in his gaze intensified. Under his burning gaze, Star's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, she bit her lip, her heart feeling as if it might leap from her throat. "Shall we marry, Star?" Bai Nuo Cheng asked hoarsely, his eyes slightly reddening. In this lifetime, he was terrified of her marrying another. Star was momentarily stunned, her heart struck as if by a heavy blow, nearly taking her breath away. She looked up at the man before her in disbelief. Had she heard him correctly? Did he just say marriage? To marry meant to be together for eternity, never to part. "I am willing," she whispered, her heart seemingly plunging into a pot of honey, sweet and delightful. Upon hearing her reply, Bai Nuo Cheng's heart soared with joy, his whole being trembling with excitement. He cupped her face and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Thank you for agreeing to marry me, Star." Star giggled softly, playfully sticking out her tongue, wearing an expression of pure innocence. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed at her, feeling utterly captivated, yearning to possess her entirely, to meld her into his very essence, never to be separated. He leaned down and kissed her once more. As Star felt the warmth of his passionate kiss, she involuntarily closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the comfort and tenderness he provided. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within the palace, startling both of them. Star turned to look over Bai Nuo Cheng's shoulder towards the source of the sound, where a slender figure stood, tears brimming in her eyes, filled with palpable malice as she glared at her. "Who is it?" Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow and demanded, his black eyes flashing with a fierce coldness. Turning back, he saw Niu standing there, looking as though she had suffered a great injustice. A shattered porcelain bowl at her feet, tea spilled everywhere. Niu's expression was a tumult of sorrow and rage as she fixed her gaze on Star lying on the bed, erupting uncontrollably. "What are you two doing? You little hussy! How dare you seduce my brother, the White King? You shameless little wretch! Enough!" Bai Nuo Cheng's protective instincts flared up, and upon hearing someone insult his beloved, his anger surged. "You are not welcome here. Please leave," he commanded coldly, his voice slicing through Niu's heart like a blade. "Brother White King." Tears streamed from the corners of Niu's beautiful eyes, her demeanor pitiful and forlorn. "How can you treat me this way? Don't you know that I've been waiting each day for you to come to me? Yet you have never visited. Today I brought you the newly acquired fairy dew. And here you are with that little hussy, making love. How can you do this to me?" Niu lamented, her tone increasingly agitated and her voice rising. If Star were not directly involved, she might have been moved by Niu's performance, secretly cursing Bai Nuo Cheng as a scoundrel. "I am to marry Star. Cease your infatuation with me." Bai Nuo Cheng firmly rejected her, leaving no room for hope or fantasy. "I have pledged my life to her alone. I have no intention of taking another wife." His implication was clear. Even the thought of her becoming a concubine was out of the question. Niu's face turned pale in an instant, her hands clenching tightly. Hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's words, Star's cheeks flushed deeply. Although she already knew how well Bai Nuo Cheng treated her, hearing his straightforward confession still left her feeling shy and bashful. She stole a glance at him, finding his unwavering gaze locked on her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, even her ears tinged with a suspicious pink hue. Quickly, she lowered her head, avoiding the heat of his intense stare. The exchange of glances between them was a painful mockery in Niu's eyes, her nails dug deep into her palms, the pain aiding her in maintaining her last shred of composure. Niu forced herself to calm down, her eyes fixed on Bai Nuo Cheng, filled with pleading. "Brother White King, have you truly never had any feelings for me all this time?" Not even a little? No, Bai Nuo Cheng stated without hesitation, decisively rejecting her. Even before meeting Star, he had felt nothing for any woman. Upon hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's resolute answer, Yu's eyes dimmed instantly, her lips turning pale. Brother White King, you are forsaking my sincere heart. Yu clenched her teeth, speaking each word slowly. I cannot bear your unrequited affection. I fear you may harm my beloved. So please abandon your illusions. Bai Nuo Cheng warned coldly. Am I truly so loathsome to you? Yu smiled coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with pain. Indeed, Bai Nuo Cheng replied mercilessly. He did not wish to hurt Yu, but he had no choice. He feared for Star's safety. Yu's body trembled slightly, nearly losing her balance, her eyes turning red. Fine. She suddenly lifted her gaze, speaking slowly. Taking a deep breath, she turned and left the room. Watching Yu's departing figure, Star sighed in relief. How is it? My little girl was not frightened, was she? Bai Nuo Cheng approached her, gently stroking her silky hair. Yes, she was very brave, Star nodded, feeling a swell of emotions. She had not anticipated that this princess held such affection for Bai Nuo Cheng. She had truly underestimated her. Then let us continue what we left unfinished earlier. He smirked, a wicked allure gleaming in his obsidian eyes. Continue what? Star asked, bewildered and bemused. Bai Nuo Cheng's lips curled into a devilish smile as he leaned closer, suggestively saying, continue what I did not finish earlier. Star's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words. Stop it. What if someone else comes in? That cannot be allowed. He pushed her back onto the bed. In their past life, he had claimed her forcefully, becoming her first man, and he had no qualms about doing it again in this life. With a wave of his hand, a barrier enveloped the entire shell palace, rendering it impenetrable, with neither inside nor outside able to see each other. Moreover, the massive shell palace began to close, wrapping them both and the entire chamber within. In the center of the chamber sat a colossal luminous pearl, radiating a soft glow, illuminating the room as bright as day. Now this should suffice, right? With a double barrier, no one can enter. His gaze was enigmatic and alluring, his voice soft and enticing like a siren song. You cannot escape now. Accept your fate, my woman. News of Bai Nuo Cheng and Star's impending marriage spread throughout the entire Su realm, igniting a fervor among the inhabitants. However, unbeknownst to countless beasts, the newlyweds had already consummated their union long before the wedding night. Unbeknownst to her, forces were at play behind the scenes, stirring up a tempest throughout the entire Donghai. No one had anticipated that the formidable Bai Wang, known for taming fierce beasts, would indeed fall in love with a mere stone. Yu had already destroyed nearly everything within her room in a fit of rage. Despite the uproar she had caused, she still could not catch a glimpse of the figure she longed to see, likely preoccupied with wedding preparations. The thought drove her nearly to madness. Bai Wang, the most powerful and commanding presence in the depths of Donghai, choosing to marry a stone was an affront she could scarcely bear. She absolutely could not accept being bested by a wretched stone. The desire to storm into Bai Wang's palace and shatter that detestable stone into pieces consumed her. She slammed her palm onto the table, which cracked in response. This was the last intact item in her room, now shattered like her own heart. Meanwhile, in Bai Wang's chamber, Bai Nuo Cheng sat at the edge of the bed, admiring Xing Er's unparalleled beauty. The wedding attire had just arrived, and Xing Er, dressed in fiery red, looked stunningly handsome, with bright brows and a smiling mouth as she tried on her wedding gown before the mirror. Tomorrow, she would officially become Bai Wang's wife. After 500 years, their long-awaited wedding was finally at hand. Ever since she agreed to marry him, his heart had been filled with excitement. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it was better to hasten the wedding arrangements. Although the marriage of a demon king required numerous formalities, and he should have informed the elders of San Shengu, he chose to proceed with the wedding first, postponing unresolved matters until later. Xing Er, you are truly beautiful, he said, gently caressing her hair and offering heartfelt praise. The woman he cherished was the epitome of perfection, requiring no skills in embroidery or extensive knowledge of poetry, nor the need for elaborate etiquette. Her mere presence by his side was the greatest blessing of all. Their eyes sparkled with happiness, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Just as they were lost in each other's gaze, a figure rushed in from outside, one of the East Sea Dragon King's subordinates, who pleaded, "Please, Bai Wang, come see our princess. She has done something foolish." This urgent matter fell upon Bai Nuo Cheng's ears like a trivial concern. He had no interest in anyone's folly. He raised a hand to dismiss the intruder when Xing Er stopped him, saying, "And IU is in trouble because of you. I believe it would be wise for you to check on her." Bai Nuo Cheng's expression darkened. "Are you trying to push your own man into another woman's arms?" Xing Er explained, "I do not wish for bloodshed on my wedding day. I trust you can handle this." After a moment of silence, Bai Nuo Cheng nodded, "Very well. You stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly." He stood and exited the chamber, summoning two fierce beasts to guard her safety. The beasts promptly took their positions, one on either side of the palace entrance. Meanwhile, the East Sea Dragon King paced anxiously within the grand hall, unable to comprehend how his daughter could act so foolishly. She was well aware of the significance this marriage held for Bai Wang, yet she chose to create such a scandal at this critical moment. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never felt so flustered. Reflecting on his daughter's infatuation with Bai Wang, he was distraught that he was now to marry another woman, a stone, no less. The implications were unbearable. It implied that his own daughter was inferior to a mere stone. And IU, unable to accept this reality, was on the verge of abandoning all her cultivation. Wishing for death. "Your Majesty, Bai Wang requests an audience," a guard announced as he pushed open the doors of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King quickly rose to greet him, bowing respectfully. "At such a crucial time, I apologize for troubling Bai Wang." Bai Nuo Cheng replied coldly. If the East Sea Dragon King is aware of this impropriety, then he should properly supervise his daughter to avoid inconveniencing others. The humiliation of the remark left the Dragon King feeling utterly disgraced, wishing to vanish into the ground. Chapter 19 Ni Yu Scheming. Bai Nuo Cheng falls into a trap. Bai Nuo Cheng glanced at the Dragon King, gradually losing patience. "Where is Niu? I have matters to discuss with her." Niu is inside the palace, but we cannot persuade her to open the door. Bai Nuo Cheng's imposing presence made even the Dragon King feel diminished. Nodding slightly, he strode directly into the palace, followed by 4 fearsome beasts. The reason for bringing 4 guards was not for his own protection, but to avoid any potential misunderstandings, ensuring that Niu would not concoct any excuses that might provoke jealousy in his beloved. Niu had been waiting inside, almost as if she had anticipated his arrival. Upon hearing that Bai Wang was coming, her usual warmth was replaced with an air of restraint. "Bai Wang, you have arrived." Bai Nuo Cheng felt something was amiss, but was too eager to resolve the current predicament to dwell on it. He coldly stated, "I believe I have made my position quite clear. Your antics have put me in a difficult situation. I heard you wish to end your life. Would you like me to assist you?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, devoid of respect, as he recognized that Niu had orchestrated this scene. Yet he felt compelled to play along. Niu's complexion paled, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, which Bai Nuo Cheng found unusual. He had always perceived her as shameless and could not fathom her feeling guilty. Her expression shifted slightly before she firmly regained her composure. "Actually, I wish to ask you, if both I and Xing Er fell into the water, who would you save first?" "What?" Bai Nuo Cheng rubbed his ears, ensuring he had not misheard. Had Niu's mind been affected? In a rush to resolve the matter, he scoffed. "Is that even a question? I would, of course, save my Xing Er. Your father is the Dragon King. I doubt he needs my help. I shall not be inviting you to my wedding tomorrow. I hope you find a good husband soon. And when you do wed, I will surely bring my wife and child to celebrate with you." His words were particularly cutting, mentioning a wife and child. He cared little for who fell into the water. He simply wanted to resolve this issue swiftly and return to his bride. As he turned to leave, Niu suddenly grasped his arm, imploring Bai Wang, "Do not go. If you leave now, I will die before your eyes." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Nuo Cheng fumed, flinging her away. "Leave?" Niu fell to the ground, disoriented, revealing her true form as a frog in disguise. Where was the real Niu? Alarmed, Bai Nuo Cheng realized why he had felt something was off since he entered. He had been too eager to address the issue to notice the ruse. He quickly soared into the air, howling like a wolf, drawing everyone's attention. A strikingly handsome young man in white soared through the skies, racing toward the Shell King Palace. His expression was fierce. He genuinely could not believe this woman had dared to deceive him. On the eve of his grand wedding, within the White King's palace, two ancient fierce beasts stood sentinel at the entrance, imparting an undeniable sense of security to the majestic abode. Upon the arrival of the White King, the beasts retreated hastily, their marble floor still warm from their presence, as they promptly rose to pay their respects. The White King offered a brief acknowledgement before hastening into the inner sanctum. Inside, Xing'er was meticulously contemplating how to arrange her hair at the vanity, when she caught sight of a familiar figure in the mirror's reflection. "Huh? Did I not send you to check on and eye you? Why have you returned so swiftly?" She chided playfully. "I went. She is fine." Bai Nuo Cheng replied blandly, devoid of emotion. In an instant, he grasped Xing'er's hand firmly, declaring, "Come, I shall take you somewhere." "Where to?" she inquired. "You will know when we arrive." Chapter 60. Nuo Cheng abandoned Xing'er. Leaving her heartbroken, he did not allow Xing'er to refuse. He forcefully led her out of the palace, heading towards the sea. The ancient beasts exchanged puzzled glances, scratching their heads in confusion. Tomorrow, they were to be wed, yet this couple seemed embroiled in a quarrel. "Where are you taking me?" Xing'er protested, bewildered by his sudden change after visiting the Dragon Palace. Yet, she could not escape Bai Nuo Cheng's grasp and felt an uneasy flutter in her heart. "Let go of me. You are hurting me," she pleaded. Bai Nuo Cheng softened his demeanor slightly, reassuring her, "Be good. We will arrive shortly. Before the wedding, I wish to take you to a delightful place." Xing'er was tightly held as they reached the shoreline, where a magnificent white steed awaited them. Together, they galloped to the western outskirts, an area desolate and barren, save for the trees and wild grass, with the occasional birds soaring overhead. "Where are we going to play?" Xing'er asked, her anxiety escalating at the sight before her. Bai Nuo Cheng halted the horse with a sigh, pointing toward a distant mountain where a temple resided. "Legend has it, those who pray at that temple will remain together forever." "That mountain?" Xing'er gazed at the imposing peak. Though it appeared ordinary, it was surrounded by various enchantments, casting an eerie aura. Indeed, however, beware, for the mountain is ensnared in a mesmerizing array. Should we venture within, we may lose our way, and the ascent becomes perilous. A moment's carelessness could spell our doom, so do not wander off. His tone was relaxed, as if discussing the affairs of others, entirely dismissive of the life and death stakes. "Sure." Bai Nuo Cheng silenced her with a gesture, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Yet, sensing something amiss, Xing'er pressed on. Perhaps we should avoid such a treacherous place." After uttering this, she turned to retreat. Bai Nuo Cheng, incensed at her defiance, exclaimed, "Allow me to finish. I have come to realize that you and I are not suited for each other. After witnessing NIU's predicament today, I understand that my affections lie with her, not you. Thus, I cannot marry you, nor can you continue residing with me. I plan to send you to that mountain." As his words hung in the air, Xing'er's pupils dilated in disbelief, unable to fathom his cruelty. She had never anticipated such a heartless declaration from him. Observing her shock and sorrow, Bai Nuo Cheng's lips curled into a wicked smile. "If you are wise, you will comply and ascend the mountain with me. Should you remain obstinate, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Tears streamed down Xing'er's cheeks, her heart a tumult of emotions. If Bai no longer cherished her, then she would embrace her fate alone, dismissing the need for his escort. Resigned, she turned towards the sea, contemplating a return to the depths where she once dwelled as stone for 3 centuries, a life that had been tolerable. However, Bai Nuo Cheng seemed intent on preventing her escape, seizing the moment to strike her from behind. She was unable to withstand the force, spitting blood before transforming into a heart-shaped stone. Bai Nuo Cheng remained poised in his attack stance, gazing at the heart-shaped stone that was once Xing, unmoving until a gust of wind stirred him from his reverie. He approached and picked up the stone, clutching it tightly as if fearing it might shatter in his grip. In that instant, his form began to shrink and transform, revealing that the Bai Nuo Cheng before was actually an IU in disguise, employing this stratagem to deceive the ancient beasts and abduct Xing. Her intention was to seal the loathsome stone upon the mountain, rendering it impossible for the White King to locate her. But now, the rebellious stone had thwarted her plans, leaving her no choice but to act preemptively. Chapter 61. Xing's Tragic Night. A chance encounter with an acquaintance that night. Torrential rain poured down, washing away the gravel upon the mountainside. Low-lying depressions quickly filled with murky water, as the relentless downpour enveloped the mountain in thick fog. Only shadows were discernible. The rapid clatter of hooves echoed from the horizon. In such inclement weather, who would not wish to return home swiftly? Yet, sometimes events unfold in the most unexpected manner. As the sound of hooves grew louder, a carriage emerged on a road at the base of the cliff, hastening towards the city. The carriage, racing forward, rolled over a heart-shaped stone that had lodged itself in the wheel's groove, departing from the cliff's edge. This stone was none other than the transformed Xing, cast into the abyss by Niu and subsequently washed there by the torrential rain for half the night, only to fortuitously become ensnared in the wheel of the departing carriage. Heartbroken, Xing remained unaware until the moment of her fall that the peculiar Bai Nuo Cheng was actually an IU in disguise. Severely injured and emotionally shattered, she clung to life with sheer willpower. The carriage traveled for some time before finally arriving at the city gates. Once within the city, the road became considerably easier, and the rain began to lessen. Eventually, the carriage came to a gentle stop before an opulent mansion. At the entrance stood 2 rows of men clad in black. Their attire, indicating the mansion's inhabitants, were of no ordinary status, possessing significant wealth and influence. The carriage halted before the mansion, and the curtain was drawn back. A striking young man emerged, his face extraordinarily handsome, with refined features and a tall, elegant stature. Clad in blue, he exuded an air of sophistication, embodying the essence of a noble gentleman. "Third young master, you have finally arrived home. Hurry inside. The old matriarch has been asking about you for days." The steward, Uncle Yi, said with a cheerful demeanor upon seeing the dashing young man. "Understood, only. It is late. I will rise early tomorrow to pay my respects to grandmother," the young man replied casually as he stepped towards the entrance. Before he could cross the threshold, the coachman abruptly exclaimed, "What on earth did I just hit? I swear there was no one on this road." Upon hearing this, the handsome young man and Uncle Yi turned back to discover a woman lying beneath the carriage wheel, with a wooden stake protruding from the axle. The coachman, pale and trembling, pointed at the seemingly lifeless figure, desperately explaining, "Third young master, please look at her. What shall we do? I truly did not hit her." "Do not panic. Let us first carry her inside," the young man instructed. The handsome man furrowed his brow and commanded, his gaze shifting to the unconscious woman before him. The sight of her was utterly tragic. She was drenched from head to toe, her dress soiled with mud and water, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest, and her eyes were tightly shut, obscuring her features. "All right." The butler, Yi Shu, nodded and beckoned 2 guards to assist in lifting the unconscious woman. Just as the butler was about to take action, the handsome man suddenly extended his hand to halt the butler's movements. "Do not touch her yet," for reasons unknown. The moment he beheld the woman's appearance, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Could it be her? In the midst of his contemplation, the guards had already lifted the woman. Though her beauty was obscured by the muddy rainwater, the familiar, delicate figure and exquisite visage confirmed her identity to the handsome man. "It truly is her. Third young master, is this young lady your friend? Should I call for a doctor?" Yishu inquired hastily upon witnessing the scene. The handsome man was none other than Li Gu, the esteemed head and founder of Li Luo Yuan. Ever since their hurried encounter on the street, he had not seen Xing again. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together in such an unexpected manner? Li Gu frowned. "She is injured." Ignoring the torrential rain, he dashed from under his umbrella, taking Xing gently from the guard's arms. He cradled her carefully and made his way towards the estate. "Yishu, Quickly find the best doctor in the city. As he ran towards his courtyard, Li Gu commanded, Yeshu no dit in aknolet, already sensing that this woman was no ordinary individual. After all, their third young master had a severe aversion to dirt. It was unprecedented for him to take a filthy, unknown girl into his arms without a flicker of hesitation. Li Gu sprinted with Xing air until he reached his bedroom. After gently laying her on the bed, he immediately covered her with a quilt and summoned 2 maidservants to assist her with washing and changing clothes. You two, take good care of her. If she awakens, inform me at once. Yes, third young master. After instructing the maidservants, Li Gu stepped outside his door, waiting restlessly. Before long, Yishu returned with the finest doctor in the city. Strangely, Xing air bore no external injuries. Her body was devoid of even a bruise. Yet her internal injuries were severe, affecting her tendons. Li Ji's brow furrowed slightly, lost in contemplation. He could not comprehend how she had ended up beneath his carriage. A person of her stature would surely cause the cart to jolt if struck. If she had fainted at the gate earlier, the guard stationed there would have noticed. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He snapped back to reality and beseeched the doctor, please do everything in your power to save her. I am willing to pay any exorbitant fee to ensure her survival. Rest assured, third young master, I shall do my utmost, the doctor replied, stroking his beard with a nod before entering the room. Witnessing this, Yishu became even more convinced of his assumptions. This woman was incredibly significant to the third young master. Their third young master cherished cleanliness and seldom allowed anyone into his personal space. It was unthinkable for him to permit a filthy, unknown girl to lie in his bed. This was truly a remarkable turn of events. However, the sun does not rise in the west. Yet their third young master was willing to abandon his principles for this woman. Yishu could not help but speculate about her identity. Could she be the third young master's new affection? No, he had never shown interest in women. Then who was she? Yishu was utterly perplexed. After approximately half an hour of examination, the doctor emerged from the room, his expression clouded with concern. Third young master, I've done all I can. This young lady's condition is grave. Her internal injuries are severe, and I fear the prognosis is not favorable. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's heart sank. What is her current state? He inquired, urgency lacing his voice. Alas, I can only keep her alive temporarily with medication. Beyond that, I am truly powerless, the doctor lamented, offering a bitter smile. Li Ji's mind buzzed with despair at the doctor's implication. It seemed that Xing air had little chance of survival. His gaze fell upon her, swathed in a quilt, her exquisite and breathtaking face peeking out, exuding a serene aura as if she were merely asleep. Doctor, I implore you, is there no other way? I would give anything to trade for her life. Li Gu pleaded, his voice tinged with barely restrained anguish. The doctor hesitated, taken aback by the third young master's desperation. Forgive my frankness, but I must say that regardless of who attempts to intervene, the situation appears dire. There is, however, one last option worth exploring. Upon hearing this, Li Gu felt a flicker of hope. If there was still a chance for Xing air, he was eager to know. Please share. It is well known that the legendary 1,000-year-old Lingji can grant life anew, but it is exceedingly rare. The only one known to exist is within the royal palace. The doctor explained, shaking his head. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Upon hearing this, Li Gu slumped into a chair, his spirit deflating as he lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting shadows over the disappointment in his eyes. After the doctor departed, he quietly gazed at Xing air, his eyes reddening as tears cascaded down his cheeks. His lips trembled slightly, as if battling his sorrow. Third young master, Yishu said with concern, unsure of when this woman had captured his master's heart so profoundly. Are you all right? Yishu inwitted, worriedly. Typically, their third young master wore a carefree demeanor, and even in the face of adversity, he remained resilient. Yet now, he appeared utterly despondent for a woman who seemed unrelated to him. Li Gu shook his head. I am fine. Please leave me be for now. Yishu. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yishu complied, retreating with a heavy heart. Slowly, Li Gu knelt beside Xing air, gently stroking her soft hair with his slender fingers, his expression softening. Xing air, you must hang on. Wait for me. In the realm of Guishu, Bai Nuo Cheng returned to the palace only to find no trace of Xing Er, leading him to suspect she had fallen into peril, likely related to NIU. However, now was not the time for reckoning. His immediate priority was to locate Xing Er and ensure her safety. As for revenge, he would not spare anyone who sought to harm her in the future. Contemplating his next move, he hurried back to San Shenggu, hoping to summon the little demons within to assist him in searching for Xing Er's whereabouts. Master, just as Bai Nuo Cheng stepped into San Shenggu, he spotted a familiar figure rushing towards him, the joyful and excited call making his heart race. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A Zhuan? After 500 years apart, he had not anticipated that the first person he would see upon his return would be his trusted aide. A Zhuan paused upon hearing the voice, rushing over with excitement. Master, you've returned. You've changed so much. Indeed, he had grown more handsome over the years. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed upon a Zhuan's transformation, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. A Zhuan wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and spoke deliberately. Master, where have you been for the past 500 years? We have searched for you for over 500 years. Upon hearing a Zhuan's words, a wave of guilt surged within Bai Nuo Cheng. He had failed to protect the demon clan for 5 centuries, and, as the demon king, he felt profound remorse. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to reveal the truth to his Zhuan, so he would no longer be burdened by worry. Over 500 years ago, Elder He Feng cast the girl into the Wangchuan River. In a desperate attempt to save her, I leapt in after her. We lost all memories of our past lives and were scattered across the Eastern Sea. I have only just regained my memories of our former existence. What? A Zhuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his master would be so infatuated, risking everything to jump into the Wangchuan River for that girl. It was utterly inconceivable. He had only heard tales of Elder He Feng causing a ruckus in the Underworld and subsequently disappearing along with Bai Nuo Cheng. What about Xingyao? Where is she? Is she well? A Zhuan inquired. Tang Xingyao is now called Xing Er. She should still be alive, but she has been taken by someone, and her whereabouts are unknown. My return is to seek your assistance in finding her. Upon hearing this, a Zhuan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, Rest assured, Master, Xingyao is also our family. I will inform everyone to search for her immediately. Thank you. After a Zhuan departed, Bai Nuo Cheng found himself alone in the room at San Shenggu, where Xing Er had once resided, contemplating how he might locate her. Unfortunately, he was now at the end of his strength, and with NIU also missing, he had no means of tracking down Xing Er's whereabouts. He could not even sense where she was. The thought of this filled him with increasing anxiety. All he could do now was wait. But if anything were to happen to Xing Er, his fate would be far more tragic than before. She was the one he had recognized through countless lifetimes. If she were to leave, how could he continue to live? Clutching the farewell letter that Tang Xingyao had written to him in their past life, he could no longer bear the thought of losing her again, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Chapter 64, Xing Er awakens. Li Gu seeks to retain her when Xing Er awoke. It was already the following morning. She struggled to open her eyes, greeted by a scene that was entirely unfamiliar. Strange curtains, an alien environment, and unfamiliar objects. She blinked and surveyed her surroundings, then looked down at her attire. A simple garment, elegant as an orchid. Hearing a noise, she turned her head and was taken aback to see a handsome young man seated at a table, engrossed in a book. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and a hint of melancholy lingered in his brows. He wore a frown, evidently fatigued. With one arm propped under his head while the other held the book, his gaze fixed intently on its pages, as if deeply absorbed in his studies. He had been keeping vigil by her side all night without sleep. Who are you? Xing Er asked, puzzled. At her words, the young man finally lifted his head, revealing a chiseled face before her. You are awake? His voice was melodious. Hearing his voice, Xing Er felt a strange familiarity, as though she had heard it somewhere before, but could not recall where. Noticing her silence, the young man continued, It seems my dress has been given away without a second thought, and you have completely forgotten me. How ungrateful! However, I shall not take offense. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Li Gu, the Li of Li Gu and the Gu of Li Gu. Please do not forget it again. Li Ye. Xing Er repeated the name twice. Then suddenly her eyes widened in realization as she looked at the young man before her. Oh, I remember you. You gifted me a dress at the tavern. Thank you, thank you. The mention of the tavern brought back a flood of memories before her fainting. Her encounters with Xiao Bai, his harsh words, and the moment he had gravely injured her. The recollection tore at her heart, causing her immense pain. Li Gu, where did you find me? Is this your home? Yes, indeed. This is my home. I rescued you last night while traveling the mountain path. You should be grateful. Not everyone has such good fortune. Li Gu teased with a smile. When he smiled, his eyebrows arched, and a faint dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth, illuminating his entire demeanor with warmth and brightness. Xing Er was momentarily entranced by Li Ji's smile until he called her name again, snapping her back to reality. Xing Er, do you feel any discomfort? I am all right, she replied, shaking her head and attempting to sit up to get out of bed. However, as soon as she moved, the pain from her back wound surged, causing her to groan softly and lie back down. Li Gu hurried to her side, gently helping her sit up and massaging her back. Xing Er dared not move, allowing him to assist her. Your injuries are severe. You need a rest. For now, stay here. I will send someone to prepare food and supplies for you. No, I must leave. I fear I may bring trouble to you, Xing Er insisted, attempting to get out of bed, but Li Gu restrained her. With a slight frown, Li Gu reassured her, do not worry. No one will know you are here. Rest easy and recuperate. Once you have healed, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Xing Er hesitated. What is it? I have no home anymore. Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Li Ji's features, but he soon regained his composure and smiled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. It's all right. This will be your home from now on. You can stay with me. After all, I am quite lonely on my own. With that, he playfully pinched her rosy cheeks and affectionately tousled her soft hair. All right, continue to rest here. You're still in danger, and I must work hard to gather spirit herbs to restore your strength. All right, thank you, Li Gu. Observing Xing es hesitant de miano. Li Gu raised an eyebrow and teased. You aren't afraid to sleep alone, are you? As he said the last sentence, Li Gu deliberately lowered his voice, lacing it with playful mockery. Hearing his words, Xing Er could not help but roll her eyes. Who said that? Of course, I'm not afraid to sleep alone. I'm not scared. Since you're not afraid, then lie down and rest, Li Gu said, turning to exit the room. Chapter 65. Nuo Cheng goes to the Eastern Sea, commanding the Dragon King as Xing Er lay in bed, watching Li Ji's tall silhouette gradually fade into the distance. She could not suppress a sigh. Ah, Xiao Bai, why did you treat me that way? Closing her eyes, she was haunted by the memories of the previous night, recalling how Xiao Bai had injured her and then cast her off the cliff. Xiao Bai had looked at her coldly and declared, I no longer love you. The person I wish to marry is an IU. The words echoed painfully in her heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she felt a sharp pang of sorrow. San Shengu. Bai Nuo Cheng had dispatched little demons that could traverse the skies, run on land, swim in the sea, and dwell in the mountains, capable of reaching any destination. Yet, after a day and a night had passed, there was still no news of his little girl. It was as if she had suddenly vanished from the world. Bai Nuo Cheng was frantic, unable to wait any longer, and resolutely made his way to the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Bing was surrounded by beautiful women, indulging in exquisite food and wine laid out before him. As Ao Bing gazed at the alluring shoulders of the beauty before him, he felt a surge of blood rushing through his veins. Just as he was lost in a whirlwind of emotions, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the frantic screams of a shrimp soldier. Help! Someone, please save me! Frowning, Ao Bing raised his head towards the door, wondering who had the audacity to intrude upon his private quarters at such an inopportune moment, thus ruining his blissful encounter. His anger flared as he abruptly stood and strode towards the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he found Bai Nuo City storming in, dragging a shrimp soldier with an expression of fury. With a resounding thud, he tossed the shrimp soldier to the ground and demanded, Dragon King, where's Niu? What? Ao Bing was taken aback. You mean your precious daughter? I am telling you, She must reveal where she has taken Xing'er today. Otherwise, I will dismantle your dragon palace. You speak nonsense. How can my daughter possibly know where your Xing'er is? You must be mistaken. I am not mistaken. Your daughter Niu disguised herself as me and deceived the ferocious beasts in my palace to take Xing'er away. Now that Xing'er is missing, you better hand over Niu at once. Albing's heart sank at Bai Nuo City's words, despite having warned her not to provoke that stone. How could Niu have done such a thing? Bai Nuo City, growing increasingly irate, kicked the shrimp soldier in the chest and demanded, "Where's your princess? Take me to her." "I don't know. The princess hasn't returned since she went out to sea yesterday. I truly have no idea where she is." Bai Nuo City, gritting his teeth in anger, turned to Albing with piercing eyes, filled with the intent to kill. "When Niu returns, send her to Shumi Mountain, Sansheng Valley." Shumi Mountain? Sansheng Valley? That place is. You must understand that Niu has harmed the future queen of the demon clan. As Bai Nuo City spoke, he attempted to leave, for his time was indeed precious. "Wait!" Just as Bai Nuo City was about to take a step, Albing suddenly called out. Hearing the shout, Bai Nuo City halted and turned with a cold gaze fixed on Albing. "Do you have more to say?" Seeing Bai Nuo City's expression, Albing felt a wave of apprehension. Yet the anger within him surged again, fueled by Niu's actions. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he slowly spoke. "White King, Niu is still young and her mind is not yet stable. Therefore, her character can be somewhat willful. If you find her first, could you spare her?" At his words, Bai Nuo City scoffed. "Then you had better pray fervently for my Xing'er's safety. If even a single hair is harmed, Niu will pay the price." White King, although Niu is mischievous, she is pure-hearted. She simply cares for you too much, which led her to commit this foolish mistake. Please, for the sake of her being my daughter, grant her mercy," Albing implored, kneeling before Bai Nuo City in earnest. "Huh, your daughter is pure-hearted. But what are the lives of others?" Albing fell silent, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. The calamity she faced today stemmed entirely from your indulgence and spoiling. While your EC Dragon Palace is formidable, we in the Demon Clan are not afraid. Should you continue to shield her, I would not hesitate to go against the heavens." Bai Nuo City snorted coldly, leaving behind those words as he swept out of the chamber. Chapter 66. The renowned Yi family and Li Ji's ancestry in the capital city. The Yi family stands as the wealthiest, a notable presence within the circle of power, renowned throughout the northern regions. The head of the Yi family, Yi Tiancheng, is a civil official with considerable influence in the court and holds a high reputation among the populace. The Yi family has 4 sons, collectively known as the 4 young masters of the capital. The eldest son, Yi Chengwang, in his 30s, is tall and handsome, possessing substantial connections within the court. Standing firm alongside his father, Yi Tiancheng, whose prowess is both literary and martial. The second son, Yi Changxian, in his 20s, is well-versed in both literary and martial arts. Known for his amiable humor and extraordinary charm, he has made quite a name for himself in the political arena, emerging as a new star with several remarkable achievements in recent years. The third son, Yi Chengyan, aged 18, is the most handsome among the 4 and lives up to his name. Unlike his 2 brothers, he has little interest in the court and even displays some aversion to it. He has instead taken to commerce, establishing Liloyan and successfully managing it, thus supporting the entire Yi family's economy, while adopting the alias Li Gu, attracting countless noble women and ladies who vie for his attention. Though he remains wholly focused on his business endeavors, the youngest son, Yi Qingyi, is still quite young and currently studying, likely to follow in the footsteps of his father and brothers in serving the nation. The expansive Yi residence features independent gardens for each son, comprising over 300 rooms and spanning over 1,000 acres. This grand estate was constructed by the third son, Li Gu, who prefers solitude. Thus, only a few personal attendants are permitted in his garden. However, news of the third son's return with a dirty girl spread swiftly throughout the entire Yi residence. In the pavilion of the back mountain of the Yi residence, Li Gu sat on a stone chair, savoring tea while holding a stack of books, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Third brother, I hear you've hidden a beauty in your golden house. A teasing voice interrupted, as Yi Chengxian approached with a playful smile. Which woman possesses such prowess to capture your attention so thoroughly? Yi Chengxian shared a close bond with Li Gu, being of similar age and having grown up together. Thus their conversation was unrestrained. Li Gu glanced at him, disregarding his words, and instead asked, "Second brother, I have a question for you." Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chengxian replied, "Go ahead. What is it?" Recently, the Empress has given birth to a legitimate son, a momentous occasion. I heard the Emperor intends to host a grand banquet. Naturally, Yi Chengxian nodded without hesitation. This is a tremendous celebration. The Emperor has already issued the order for the 8th day of next month. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's face brightened. Then, second brother, could you take me into the palace on that day? Yi Chengxian looked at him in confusion. Third brother, I know you have always been averse to the palace. What has changed today? After pondering for a moment, Li Gu replied earnestly, "Second brother, to be honest, Xing'e is gravely injured. The doctor said she needs the spiritual mushrooms stored in the palace to fully recover. So you wish to craft a set of garments for the Empress to request the mushrooms? Only one who knows me well. Second brother." Li Gu smiled and nodded. "You must also inform me of the Empress's preferences and taboos." Yi Chengxian, observing his brother's serious demeanor, grew increasingly curious. "Is Xing'e the girl you brought back yesterday? What manner of woman could possibly make my normally indifferent third brother bloom like this? I must see her." As Yi Chengxian declared this, he rushed towards Li Ji's room. But Li Gu halted him. "Second brother, you will frighten her if you go in now. I am your second brother, not a beast. I am not unpleasant to behold. How could I frighten her?" The two stood at the door like two battling roosters, one pushing forward and the other resisting. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Yi Chengxian attempted to push past Li Gu, but Li Gu firmly pulled him back. "Second brother, you should focus on helping me with my urgent matters. The 8th day of next month is fast approaching, and I must swiftly create a distinctive dress." Hearing this, Yi Chengxian reluctantly shrugged. "Very well then." Chapter 67. The second brother probes intentions. Li Ji's face turns crimson. Li Gu raised his head upon hearing the words and glanced at him briefly, then withdrew his gaze to look at Xing'e, who lay resting with her eyes closed on the bed. He firmly closed the door to ensure she would not be disturbed and inquired, "Second brother, may I ask if you have feelings for her?" "Indeed." Yi Chengxian responded with excitement, delighted that his eternally single third brother had finally awakened to love. He had thought that his third brother would spend his life surrounded by silks and satins. "Which family does she belong to? Should the head of the family propose on your behalf?" "Second brother, my feelings for her are merely one-sided. I am still uncertain if she harbors any affection for me." "Very well." Seeing Li Ji's impatience, Yi Chengxian refrained from further probing and shifted the topic. "Aren't you tasked with creating garments for the Empress? Allow me to assist." Yi Chengxian spoke fluently. The current Empress possesses an unparalleled beauty and a gentle, gracious demeanor. She is harmonious and kind toward her subjects, earning her great respect among the people. Therefore, if you wish to create a dress that pleases the Empress, it should be elegant yet simple, embodying tranquility and grace. I have heard that she advocates frugality and dislikes ostentation or excessive embellishment. As for intricate jewelry, feel free to keep it minimalistic and unadorned. Li Yi nodded, silently acknowledging the Empress's admirable reputation as a virtuous ruler. "Second brother, what do you think of this dress?" He presented the sketch he had just drawn for Yi Chengxuan's evaluation. Since last night, he had pored over numerous texts in search of clues about the current Empress, but she remained exceedingly low profile, leaving him with scant information. Fortunately, Yi Chengxian had been a tremendous help. Yi Chengxian scrutinized the sketch closely. Though the design was simple and elegant, it was embroidered with exceptionally rare and precious golden threads, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that befit the Empress's status. Indeed, this garment would look stunning on the Empress. Li Gu smiled upon hearing this. "I will prepare the materials now. Later, I will need your assistance with the modifications." With that, he rose and headed to the outer room. At that moment, Yi Chengxuan's attention was drawn to a sketchbook on the table. Were these drawings? Curiosity piqued. He picked up the book and opened the first page, immediately captivated by the beauty depicted within. This was a drawing created by Li Gu, illustrated on the book's front page. The woman in the drawing, he surmised, must be the Xinger Li Gu had mentioned, sitting at a table with her eyes slightly downcast. Adorned in a powder blue gown, her smile causing the colors of the world to fade, a vision of enchanting beauty. Yi Chengxian gazed intently at the sketchbook, transfixed by the woman's smile, as if witnessing a fairy amidst a sea of flowers, ethereal and transcendent. He couldn't help but shake his head, realizing why that foolish lad had finally come to his senses. She was indeed a rare beauty. Reflecting on that clumsy youth, a look of exasperation crossed Yi Qingshuan's face. How could someone so awkward ever hope to win her heart? A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he closed the sketchbook and stood up, making his way to the inner chamber. Third brother, I have come to assist you with the dress. Entering Li Ji's inner room, he found Li Gu had already prepared everything and was in the process of cutting the fabric to the appropriate sizes. Third brother, did you sew all these garments by hand? Yes. Yi Chengxian surveyed the numerous garments hanging on 3 walls, taken aback by the sight. This was indeed his first visit to Li Ji's workshop, and he had not anticipated such remarkable skill from him. Wow. Third brother, you have truly impressed me. Second brother, these are mere trifles, hardly worth mentioning. Li Gu replied nonchalantly, returning to his focused sewing. You are so talented. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. Upon hearing Yi Qingshuan's words, Li Gu paused, lifting his gaze to meet his brother's. Second brother, I am not currently considering marriage. You foolish lad. What if that beautiful woman lying in the room were to express her feelings? Then we shall see if you still hold that sentiment. Second brother, all right, I shall cease my teasing. Li Ji's cheeks flushed at his words, rendering him speechless. Should she agree, he would indeed welcome the notion. Chapter 68. In search of Xinger in Nuo City, heartache takes its toll. It had been precisely 2 days and nights since Xinger had gone missing. During this time, Bai Nuo City had explored every conceivable avenue, yet could not discern Xinger's whereabouts. He was utterly oblivious to what had befallen her, but he knew all too well that she was in grave danger. Previously, when she was safe, he could sense her location. In the days since her disappearance, the entirety of Donghai had been scoured, every location searched, to the point where he nearly excavated every inch of the streets. Yet no clues emerged. Master, the Celestial Tribe has conveyed news that Demon Lord Changya and Elder Heifeng have escaped from the Golden Tower. Bai Nuo City had not closed his eyes for 2 days. Upon hearing Zhuan's report, his body stiffened, and he looked at Zhuan in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gravity of what he had just heard. Changya and Heifeng, both formidable beings, had escaped from the Golden Tower of the Pagoda King. Chaos was imminent. This only intensified his urgency to locate Xing, as he could not rest easy leaving her alone outside, away from his side. Quickly send word to the major sects to prepare, with Changya and Heifeng's emergence. Chaos will undoubtedly ensue. Yes, master. Bai Nuo City was once again filled with unease. No, he must find Xinger immediately. The world was fraught with danger. How could she possibly fend for herself alone? She was but a fragile woman in a perilous realm. He could wait no longer. He had to depart at once. Bai Nuo City rose to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Master, what has happened to you? Master. Zhuan, who had been following closely, was alarmed. Bai Nuo City lay on the ground, his consciousness gradually fading until he fell into a complete stupor. Zhuan, what has happened? Why has the master suddenly fainted? Just as Zhuan was consumed with anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the air. Turning around, Zhuan's heart leapt at the sight of a newcomer. Elder Bai! Elder Bai! The arrival was none other than Elder Bai of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan had sought the master for 500 years. Upon hearing that he had returned, they rejoiced and hurried back, only to find the master had fainted. What is happening to the master? Elder Bai asked, looking at Bai Nuo City, pale and lying on the ground, his eyes filled with concern. Elder Bai, please come take a look. The master has fainted. Elder Bai's heart sank at the news. The master was a child he had raised since youth, typically robust and strong. He had never seen him fall ill before. Why had he suddenly collapsed today? Elder Bai stepped forward to check Bai Nuo City's pulse, frowning slightly. Elder Bai, is the master's health in jeopardy? A Juan inquired anxiously. Elder Bai shook his head. There is no major issue. He has merely fainted from exhaustion and overthinking. A good rest will restore him. Upon hearing Elder Bai's reassurances, a Juan felt a weight lift from his heart, but he still worriedly asked, then Elder Bai, when will the master awaken? Elder Bai fell silent for a moment before speaking. It's uncertain at this point. I shall administer some medication, and once its effects take hold, he should awaken. Thank you, Elder Bai, Azan replied respectfully. Bai Nuo Cheng remained in a state of unconsciousness until he gradually began to regain consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a blinding light. After blinking vigorously to adjust, he finally opened his eyes fully. Before him lay a familiar room. Rubbing his head, he sat up, recalling that he had seemingly fainted. Xingya, he instinctively called out. Just then, Azan entered, carrying medicine. Master, you're awake? How wonderful. I was so worried, Azan exclaimed, rushing to the bedside and offering the medicine to Bai Nuo Cheng. Master, please take some medicine. However, Bai Nuo Cheng disregarded the bowl of medicine and threw off the covers, declaring, I do not need any medicine. I must find Xing'er immediately. He attempted to stride toward the door, but his steps were unsteady. Master, where are you going? You've just awakened, and your body is still weak. You shouldn't be running around. Azan blocked his path, firmly pushing him back onto the bed. Bai Nuo Cheng's face turned ashen. Do not stop me. I must go to her at once. Azan urged, but Master, your body is not yet well. If you go out recklessly, it could lead to trouble. I cannot concern myself with that. I must find Xing'er quickly. I fear she is in danger. Bai Nuo Cheng sweated angrily. Get out of my way, or else. Do not blame me for being impolite. He roared. Azan, frightened, stepped back 2 paces. In Chapter 69, the desperate search for Xing'er unfolds as Bai Nuo Cheng forcefully pushes past Azan, disregarding his dizziness. Master, you cannot go out. Bai Nuo Cheng turned sharply, glaring icily at Azan. You are my guard. You have no right to stop me. Step aside. I am your guard, but you are also my brother. I cannot allow you to go. Azan insisted earnestly, his eyes glistening with tears. He had not wept in a long time, but this time, he could no longer contain the sorrow within. I'm not being reckless. I must find Xing'er now. She is in danger. Bai Nuo Cheng sweated uncontrollably. Azan took a deep breath, striving to suppress his grief. Then at least take your medicine first. Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed, picked up the bowl of medicine from the table, and drank it down without hesitation before rising and heading toward the door. At the Yi residence, Xing'er's periods of slumber were growing longer, and with 3 days remaining until the palace banquet, Li Gu was hastily sewing the gown destined for the empress. Third young master, Miss Xing'er has awakened. The maid Lan Ruo burst in, her excitement palpable. Hurry, you must see. Xing'er has woken up. Li Gu exclaimed, dropping his needle and thread as he dashed out. This time, Xing'er had slept for a full 5 days. Last time, she had slept for 3 days, which had already filled him with fear. He dreaded the thought of her remaining in this state forever if he could not procure the Lingji. Arriving at his room, he found Xing'er sitting blankly by the window, her expression weary. She had not had proper rest for many days while preparing the gown for the empress's banquet. Not wanting to startle her, Li Gu approached gently and patted her shoulder. Xing'er, you're finally awake. I was so worried. She turned to see Li Ji's handsome face. For a moment, she was taken aback before responding, Li Gu, do you have any medicine? Medicine? Li Ji queried in surprise. Yes, I want to take a bath, change into clean clothes, and eat something nourishing, Xing'er replied calmly, her head bowed. Li Gu furrowed his brow. Xing'er, what is wrong? Why this sudden demeanor? Your health is in such disarray. Li Yi, I know you worry for me, but I am truly exhausted. If you need help, please tell me. I will do everything in my power to assist you, but do not frighten me. Upon hearing this, a shadow of sadness crossed Xing'er's eyes. She looked up at Li Gu and said, Li Gu, I want to forget everything from the past. Li Gu was taken aback by her response. He could not comprehend why Xing'er would suddenly express such thoughts. Xing'er, forgetting everything alone is painful. It cannot be better than your current state. He gently stroked her head, bewildered by her sudden change. What could have happened to her? He pondered, turning to Lan Ruo. I have been with Miss Xing'er all along. She woke up today in this state, appearing quite disoriented. Lan Ruo explained. Li Ge nodded slightly. It seemed evident that something had occurred to cause such emotional turmoil. Xingye, focus on recovering. Do not dwell on other matters. I will do my utmost to heal you, and everything will be all right, he comforted softly. Fine. If you will not seek medicine for me, then I shall take my leave, Xing'er declared as she stood to depart. Xingye, I will find you medicine. I will find something that can help you forget the past. Please do not go. He grasped her arm, his eyes filled with desperation. Despite her limited wakefulness, her presence gave him the strength to endure. He could not bear the thought of her suffering alone, fearing she would be mistreated. I promise you. Li Gu sighed, finally relenting. Then please rest well and do not overthink. I will return shortly with medicine. All right. In chapter 70, as Li Gu enters the palace, he carries gifts in search of the Lingji. Observing her fatigue and dull expression filled him with compassion. My dear foolish girl, I shall protect you with all my might. 3 days later, the palace banquet commenced as scheduled. This marked Li Ji's first attendance at a royal event, and it held great significance for him. Third brother, you are simply marvelous. The gown for the empress is absolutely perfect, Yi Chengxian praised, admiring the dress held by Li Ji's attendant. Though only a corner of the gown was visible, its exceptional craftsmanship was evident, a testament to the painstaking effort put forth by Li Gu over the past half-month, surpassing even the finest work of the palace's most skilled seamstresses. A few officials accompanied Yi Chengxian, their faces filled with envy as they admired the exquisite gown destined for the empress. Young Master Yi, your gift is truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Thank you for your kind words. Li Gu replied with a polite, yet somewhat distant smile. Although he did not relish flattery, he adhered to the principle of mutual respect. Young Master Yi, we must discuss matters with His Majesty, so we shall take our leave, the officials said, bowing before turning to depart. Farewell, esteemed lords. Li Gu returned the gesture, watching them leave with a serene smile that suggested a detachment from worldly affairs. All the palace officials presumed he sought power, but only Yi Chengxian understood his true intentions. If he could win the empress's favor today, he would secure a powerful ally for the future, freeing him from the need to pander to the vanities of other officials. Third brother, just as Li Gu withdrew his gaze, he saw his elder brother Yi Chengwang and younger brother Yi Chengyi approaching, both wearing warm, familiar smiles. Elder brother, fourth brother, Li Gu greeted, his expression brightening with a rare, innocent smile, a glimpse of his genuine warmth. Yi Chengwang stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Third brother, should this matter succeed, you will have the empress as your support. You must serve her with utmost diligence and never let her down. Indeed, I shall heed your words, elder brother. Yi Chengwang had long served the emperor and was held in great trust, yet the intrigues of the harem were beyond his control. Now that the third brother had come to his senses and was willing to create garments for the empress, it undoubtedly forged a connection between the Yi family and the harem. Yi Chengyi approached Li Gu, glanced at him, and smiled. Third brother, I too have good news to share. Is that so? Li Gu blinked in confusion. What is the good news? Ye Chengyi lanet in kulosur, vishipiting. I have heard that the empress is already aware of your intentions. You must perform well later. As the crown prince's companion, his words were certainly credible. Li Ji's thoughts were consumed by Xing'er. If he could cheer the empress, he would ask for no reward other than 1,000-year-old Lingji to save her. Thank you. Fourth brother, no need for thanks. You ought to express gratitude to yourself, Yi Chengyi replied with a smile. Though they were half-brothers, there was never a rift between them. Third brother, do you have something on your mind? Ye Changyang inwidit, notijin ligiese sudende dimedeis. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shadow crossed Li Ji's gaze. After all, they were in a vast courtyard, and it seemed Yi Chengwang had some understanding. Li Gu pondered for a moment. Elder brother, fourth brother, I do have a personal matter to attend to. If I encounter any difficulties later, I hope you can assist me. Ye Changyang and Ye Chengyi Ikchengit Gunansis, both surprised and puzzled by his request. Third brother, what could possibly require our intervention? Indeed, sensing Li Ji's hesitance, Yi Chengwang intervened. Of course, whatever troubles you face, we brothers will tackle it together. Li Gu expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Yi Chengwang. Thank you, elder brother. The palace banquet is about to commence. The eunuch's sharp voice resonated in everyone's ears. The banquet was set with exquisite splendor, dazzling with gold and jewels. At the center of the upper seat sat the emperor and the empress, with several nobles to the left and various concubines and ladies to the right. Guests approached to pay their respects to the emperor and empress, presenting gifts. Li Ge stood at the back, observing the lively scene before him, feeling somewhat disenchanted. His aim for the evening was the 1,000-year-old Lingji. Yet, gazing at the competing beauties ahead, he recalled the bright, clear eyes of certain someone. Those were the purest, most pristine eyes he had ever seen, surpassing even the stars. Third brother? Noticing Li Ge standing still, his second brother Yi Changxian called out gently. Yes. Li Ge looked up at his second brother. What is it? Come with me to greet the empress, Yi Changxian reminded. I understand. Li Ge nodded and walked alongside Yi Changxian towards the main hall. The emperor and the empress occupied the prominent position above. The latter adorned in a long dress with a white base and peony patterns, the train trailing elegantly, and silver threads outlining a grand fu character at her waist, exuding grace and nobility. Under Yi Chengshuan's introduction, Li Ge presented the dress he had crafted for the empress, displaying it before everyone. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is a gift I have specially prepared for you, and I hope you shall find it to your liking. Li Bovid respectfully. Third young master is indeed thoughtful. The empress accepted the gift with a smile, instructing the palace maid to present it. Upon seeing the exquisitely embroidered hem, the empress momentarily froze. It was said that this technique was unique to Li Luo Yuan, showcasing outstanding craftsmanship, transforming the dress into a vivid tapestry, with the lotus flowers appearing almost lifelike. After scrutinizing the hem, the empress discerned that the embroidery indeed bore the mark of a master artisan, and her fondness for Li Ge deepened. Such exquisite needlework could only belong to the third scion of the Yi family. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The empress turned to Li Ge. This is a gift I have specially designed for you, Your Majesty. I'm certain you will adore it, Li Ge replied with a smile. The empress's gaze shifted back to the gift box. Allow me to change into this gown. Her heart brimmed with curiosity as to what garment could be deemed the finest in the realm. Of course, Li Ge responded respectfully. Soon, the empress emerged from the side hall, clad in the new attire, leaving the crowd in awe. This dress was indeed a rarity in the world. The empress radiates unparalleled beauty. Truly, she is a vision of grace. The crowd marveled in unison. Upon hearing their praises, the empress wore a proud smile. Both the emperor and empress turned their attention to Li Ge. This child is indeed thoughtful, the empress mused inwardly, looking at Li Ge below. Third young master, you have truly put in great effort. Her commendation was sincere. Li Ge felt a blush creep onto his cheeks and quickly lowered his head, saying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. He understood that the empress's words were paving the way for him. Otherwise, given the character of the emperor and empress, how could they treat an ordinary merchant with such regard? Third young master, what reward do you seek? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wish. The empress's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. This child is so astute and resourceful, and with the backing of the Yi family, if I could win him over, he would be an invaluable ally. Li Ge knelt deeply, performing a grand bow. Your Majesty, I am aware that I should not seek a reward, but there is someone in my household awaiting the 1,000-year-old Lingji to save their life. Please pardon my boldness in requesting this from you. As he spoke, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were dealing with a matter of great importance. The empress's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, who is it that makes you so anxious? It is the one I hold dear, Li Ge replied. She is gravely ill. Oh, the empress raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. Is that so? Your Majesty, I assure you my words are true. Li Ye spoke honestly. If it could save her life, I would pay any price. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiansheng, seated below, turned pale. His son, not pursuing an official career, but instead engaging in business, was now entangled in romance. How could he speak so recklessly about such an important matter? If he were exploited, it would endanger the Yi family. Yet, he refrained from stopping Li Ge, curious to know what scheme this uniquely special child was devising. Then I shall thank third young master in advance, the empress said, a smile gracing her lips. I do not dare, Li Gu replied, bowing again. The empress gestured to a nearby guard, instructing, bring forth the 1,000-year-old Lingji from my collection and present it to third young master. Yes, the guard complied before withdrawing. Moments later, a dancer clad in a black robe, her face partially veiled, entered gracefully, holding a brocade tray. The onlookers gazed at the tray with glimmering eyes filled with greed. The 1,000-year-old Lingji, a rare treasure collected by the empress, was said to extend life. This third young master of the Yi family truly possessed audacity, daring to ask for anything. The Millennium Lingji, refined from hundreds of precious herbs, contains an essence that is beyond description. This time, the empress unexpectedly presented such a treasure to young Master Yi-san. It is evident that she truly appreciates this young man, who possesses remarkable skills that command the admiration of all. Not only were Yi Chengxian and the Yi family members beside him captivated, but the gazes of other officials were also fixated upon the Millennium Lingji, their faces betraying a palpable jealousy. Amidst the throng of admirers vying for the empress's favor, Li Gu appeared utterly indifferent, his eyes solely resting upon the precious Lingji. A fervent light flickering within. With this Millennium Lingji, Xing'er would no longer remain in her deep slumber. Her health would surely be restored. Young master, I present this Millennium Lingji to you. Take it to save your beloved, the empress proclaimed, gesturing for maid to place the Lingji into Li Ji's hands. Li Gu received the Lingji with a profound bow, expressing his gratitude. This is the first time I have encountered such a compassionate child, the empress remarked softly. Your Highness, please take your seat. The banquet is about to commence. A palace servant reminded. The empress nodded and, with the assistance of her maidens, settled onto the dragon throne beside the emperor. The assembly bowed in respect. Soon after, the dancers began their performance, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. Yet Li Gu, having acquired the Lingji, yearned to hasten back to the estate to check on whether Xing'er had awakened. He felt restless. Since Xing'er had fallen asleep, 3 days had passed, and it was likely she would not awaken for another 2 days. Fortunately, the Lingji was now in his possession, and when she awakened, consuming it would restore her health. Unable to contain his impatience, Li Gu took advantage of the commotion to leave the banquet early. Just as he exited Fengyi Palace, a maid clad in a pale yellow gown rushed after him, blocking his path. Young Master Yi, please wait. What is it? Li Yi inquired. Young master, I am Zijou, a maid from the residence of Princess Changlu. The princess has sent me to invite you to her palace, the maid replied respectfully. Li Gu was taken aback. What could Princess Changlu want with him? However, he was not accustomed to engaging with palace denizens and politely declined. Please inform Princess Changlu that I have pressing matters today and will visit her on another occasion. Zijou hesitated, but with determination, she insisted. But the princess instructed me to bring you to her. Then please convey my apologies. I truly have urgent matters to attend to, Li Gu stated firmly. He was resolute. Regardless of Princess Changlu or anyone else, his priority was to care for Xing'er. Very well, Zijou relented after a moment as contemplation. After all, Li Gu was favored by Princess Changlu. She could not afford to offend him. She hoped that the princess would not blame her for taking the initiative. Earlier, during the banquet, Princess Changlu had been captivated by the strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented young Master Yi. As the daughter of Consort Duan, she was not the legitimate princess, which limited her seating to a less prominent position. Thus Li Gu had not noticed her. Nevertheless, even had she occupied a front-row seat, Li Ji's attention would have remained elsewhere, consumed by thoughts of the little girl who adored pink dresses. Chapter 73, Memories of 2 Lifetimes. Awakened to forgetfulness, Xing'er slept for 7 days straight. In her previous dream, she had recalled everything, which explained her despondency upon awakening, devoid of any desire for life. Her bond with Bai Nuo Cheng had begun in a previous life, and reflecting on her plight, she felt truly unfortunate. In her last life, she had parents but lacked affection. In this life, she was left with neither. Subsequently, she was cast into the river of forgetfulness by Elder Heifeng. where she remained as a stone for 500 years before finally transforming into human form. Just as she encountered someone who treated her well, mere days ago. The one who had loved her for 2 lifetimes declared, "I no longer love you. I will not marry you. I have fallen for another woman." In that moment, her mind went blank, unsure of how to respond, standing there foolishly as tears streamed down her face, until Bai Nuo Cheng severely injured her. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had been pierced, leaving her breathless with pain. Those words echoed in her mind like an incantation, repeating day and night. "Shit, I no longer love you. I have fallen for an IU. Bai Nuo Cheng, why are you so cruel?" Xinger wept in her dreams, her heart wrenching in agony. Li Gu, seated beside her, watched as her tears soaked the pillow, feeling an overwhelming compassion. Had Xinger experienced another nightmare? Throughout her 7 days of slumber, she had often cried like this, perhaps forgetting was indeed the best choice for her. Li Gu retrieved a small vial from his robe, the remedy he had promised to find for Xinger, which would allow her to forget the past entirely. Yet, the decision ultimately rested with her. Awakening from profound sorrow, Xinger opened her eyes, her vision blurred by tears that brimmed at the corners. Soon, a cascade of tears flowed freely, tugging painfully at her heart. Witnessing her distress, Li Gu felt a pang of sorrow and gently reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes, softly asking, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Xinger's gaze slowly traversed from his face to the vial in his hand. "Is this for me?" "Yes," Li Gu affirmed, handing her the vial. "The choice to consume it lies entirely with you. However, if you do, you will forget everything from the past, even me." "Thank you." Xinger accepted the vial, but hesitated to drink, staring at it vacantly, her expression lost in confusion. Noticing her hesitation, Li Gu asked with concern, "Do you not wish to drink it? Then you need not." "Li Gu," she softly called his name, her tone devoid of emotion. "What is it? If I forget you, will you be angry?" A bittersweet smile graced her lips. "I will not be angry. Rest assured, I will continue to care for you." Li Gu replied with a gentle smile, grasping her shoulders to direct her gaze toward him. Xinger's pupils contracted slightly, yet she did not shy away. "Thank you." "Yes." She lowered her gaze to the vial in her palm, and, without hesitation, tilted her head back to consume its contents in one gulp. The pain was overwhelming, and she allowed herself this moment of selfishness. "Xinger, drink some soup as well. This soup contains the Millennium Lingji I painstakingly acquired. Consuming it will restore your health. Once you are well, I will take you back to Li Luo Yuan. We will leave this place." "Yes," Xinger nodded, obediently finishing the bowl of soup. Perhaps due to the effects of the forgetfulness potion, she soon felt drowsy. Xinger yawned, rubbing her eyes as she lay back on the bed, and before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. For the past half-month, she had spent her time in bed, lost in deep slumber, oblivious to day and night. Li Gu approached to tuck her in, then left the room. Chapter 74. An old flame arrives. Li Ji's heart is set as Li Gu reached the entrance of the courtyard. He heard familiar footsteps approaching. Upon recognizing the visitor, his expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to enter?" Li Ji's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth, as if he were a stranger to the woman before him. Not only did he not recognize her, but she also felt like a harbinger of misfortune. The girl opposite him was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin delicate, as if it could be broken by a light touch, with a heart-shaped face adorned by a serene smile. Her gently arched brows framed eyes that sparkled with pure joy. Her high nose and rosy lips complemented her curvaceous figure, exuding an aura of innocence. She was the very woman whom Li Gu had once adored, Yuhua. In their past, their bond was as strong as gold. Yet as Li Gu steadfastly refused to enter the political arena, Yuhua turned away and married the newly appointed general of the Western Campaign, a man of brute strength who knew little of tenderness. Their daily exchanges were fraught with discord, and in the intimate realm, he was unyielding and insensitive. Yuhua could no longer endure this. Regret consumed her as she realized Li Ji's Li Luo Yuan had flourished beyond her imagination, now even garnering the favor of the empress. Jealousy gnawed at her to the brink of madness. She followed her heart, yearning to witness how Li Gu fared now. Just as she approached the door, the sight of the grand residence caused her to choke on a bitter wave of resentment. Yu Hua paused outside the courtyard, where Li Gu emerged, dressed in a dark green robe, cinched with a jade belt, the golden cloud patterns elegantly embroidered on his sleeves, enhancing his striking presence. Captivated, Yu Hua found herself breathless, her heart racing. Li Gu, equally taken aback, had never anticipated her visit, and an unfamiliar feeling surged within him. Yet, recalling his masculinity, he compelled himself to regain composure. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone icy. "Cheng Yin, please do not send me away," Yu Hua implored softly. Her cheeks flushed and her hands nervously entwined. Li Gu furrowed his brow in irritation. "Yu Hua, what is your intention? You are now the wife of the general of the Western Campaign. Why come to me?" The mention of her husband twisted her heart further. "I acknowledge my mistakes and wish to change. Cheng Yin, please forgive me." "You acknowledge your faults?" Li Gu scoffed. "Do you think I would still believe your words?" Yu Hua clenched her teeth. "If you do not trust me, what can I say?" Li Gu, witnessing her stubbornness, felt anger boiling within him. He inhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone. "Yu Hua, in this world, men hold the power. If you do not wish to return to your dilapidated family, it will be wise to leave now before I lose my temper." Tears welled in Yu Hua's eyes as she choked on her words. "Cheng Yin, are you truly sending me away? Do you wish for me to remain here?" She shook her head, longing for this place, but unable to voice her desires. "Cheng Yin, I genuinely want to make amends with you. That is unnecessary." Li interrupted. Desperation surged within her. "Why not? You know I love you. Why must you torment me so? Do you love me?" Her hesitation was palpable. "Of course I love you. If you love me, why did you abandon me? Do you realize how much it hurt when you chose to marry the general of the Western Campaign?" Li Ji's eyes glistened with suppressed emotion. "I loved you deeply, yet you knifed me in the back without remorse. Did you ever possess a shred of love for me?" Yu Hua faltered. "I am sorry. It was my fault. I was wrong. Now you come to apologize? But it is too late." Li Gu coldly scoffed, turning to leave. In a desperate bid, Yu Hua grasped his arm, pleading, "Cheng Yin, whether you believe it or not, my love for you is genuine. Please trust me." Li Gu forcefully shook her off. "You are unworthy of my trust." "No." Yu Hua refused to let go. "Even if you hate me, it matters not. Just grant me one chance. Please do not send me away. Yu Hua, cease your pursuit. I have someone in my heart now. I hope you can understand. I know everything, but I do not care. I only." Li Gu took a deep breath. "If you are drawn to me now due to my power and status, you are mistaken. This has nothing to do with you." Yu Hua gasped as tears streamed down her face. Li Gu observed her weeping countenance with growing agitation. "Yu Hua, please leave. I do not wish for my beloved to see you." With that, he turned and entered the house. Chapter 75. Star Awakens. Li Ji's selfishness. Yu Hua stood frozen in place, utterly shocked that the once warm Yi Cheng Yin could now speak such harsh words to her. "Cheng Yin," she murmured, tears dripping onto her hands, scalding her with their heat. Unwilling to concede defeat, she recognized that she would never cross this threshold again. Resolute, she decided to plot her next move, as she believed that the old Cheng Yin could not have completely severed his feelings for her. With this thought, she departed from Ye's residence. After Yu Hua's departure, Li Gu stood by the window, gazing into the distant sky, his expression inscrutable. Memories of childhood flooded his mind, when he and Yu Hua, still young, would secretly meet, sharing meals, shopping, picnicking, fishing by the river, and stargazing. In those moments, he felt like the happiest man in the world. How foolish he had been, blinded by love, believing her affections were genuine, when in truth, their relationship had been merely a transactional alliance. "Yu Hua, what brings you back to me now? Are you aware that I am no longer the man you once knew? I will no longer be led by you. Our fates have long been sealed since the day you chose to leave me for the general of the Western Campaign." Sansheng Valley. It had been over half a month since Xing Er's disappearance, and during this time, Bai Nuo Cheng had not dared to rest. He tirelessly searched for news of Xing Er, yet his efforts yielded no results. The anxiety had visibly worn him down. "Master, we have located the whereabouts of an IU," a Zhuan reported respectfully to Bai Nuo Cheng. His eyes widened with fierce intensity, a glimmer of ferocity illuminating his gaze. "Found her? Really? Where is Xing Er? Speak quickly. Master, you may be hiding from the demon clan and has been taking refuge at the South Sea Guanyin Temple, a Zhuan replied dutifully. Bai Nuo Cheng leaped to his feet, excitement coursing through him. Excellent. Immediately surround that area. The moment she shows herself, capture her. Yes. A Zhuan responded promptly and withdrew. After his departure, Bai Nuo Cheng summoned Ao Xiang. Gather all troops and thoroughly investigate the South Sea Guanyin region. Should you discover any trace of Xing Er or Niu, report to me at once. Understood, Master. Additionally, reinforce our forces. If Niu is captured, bring her directly to Sansheng Valley. I wish to interrogate her personally. Ao Xiang acknowledged and swiftly exited Bai Nuo Cheng's chambers. Once alone, Bai Nuo Cheng slumped back into his chair, his eyes reflecting deep longing and worry. For months, he had dispatched people to seek news of Xing Er, yet to no avail. His heart raced with anxiety, but he refrained from alarming the enemy, choosing instead to endure the torment. That wretched Niu! How cunning to leave no trace while seeking refuge with the South Sea Guanyin. Bai Nuo Cheng clenched his fists, filled with indignation. The departure of Xing Er had nearly cost him his life. He truly did not know how he could go on if she could not be found. The following day, at the Yi residence, having consumed the millennium-old Lingji, Xing Er's body recovered remarkably quickly. After merely a night of slumber, she awoke completely revitalized, exuding vitality, with no trace of illness remaining. This time, she was thoroughly awake, having entirely forgotten the past. Li Gu watched her with delight, astonished by the rapid effects of the Lingji. Xing Er looked up at him, her expression one of innocent curiosity, utterly endearing. Although she had lost her memory, he knew her character remained as kind and pure as ever. Her smile was forever clear and warm, making him irresistibly inclined to protect her. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair, saying, "You are my betrothed, and I am your future husband. Remember this, and nothing more." Xing Er nodded obediently. "Then what should I call you?" she asked, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. "You may call me Li Gu," he replied softly, smiling at her. She responded with an understanding "oh," acknowledging that Li Gu was indeed a beautiful name. Now, fully recovered, to avoid any complications, Li Gu planned to take her away from the capital back to Li Luo Yuan, a grand residence he had constructed in a picturesque county just outside the city, renowned for its scenic beauty and abundant pear trees, providing him with ample inspiration for his creative endeavors. It was an ideal place for recuperation. Xing Er agreed wholeheartedly, having heard from the maids that Li Gu had always treated her with great affection, never forcing her to do anything she disliked, and even hiring the finest physicians to help restore her health. Spending a few years there would fully heal her, and if she wished, she could return with him later. Once they were prepared, Li Gu picked her up and carried her outside. "Li Gu, put me down. I can walk on my own," she shyly protested, pushing against him. "I don't want others to see us and laugh." Li Gu glanced down at her, noting her rosy cheeks, which made her look incredibly adorable, and his mood inexplicably lifted. He set her down, but took her hand as they walked out together. "Very well, let us go together." Just as they stepped out of the grand hall, they encountered the three Yi brothers who had come to bid them farewell. Li Gu was taken aback to see them standing in the hall, as he had intended for this journey to be discreet. He had not anticipated their presence, primarily to catch a glimpse of Xing Er. Noticing Yi Chengxian's unwavering gaze upon her, Xing Er responded with a sweet smile, revealing her pristine, white teeth. Yi Chengxian was momentarily stunned, captivated by her beauty. Her large, sparkling eyes were pure and clear, and her sweet smile resembled a blooming flower, breathtakingly vibrant. He jested. No wonder the third brother kept her hidden. With such beauty by his side, I would do the same. Laughter erupted among the three brothers, filling the atmosphere with warmth. After the laughter subsided, Yi Chengxian could not help but steal another glance at Xing Er. Her flowing hair resembled clouds, her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were exquisite, radiating elegance and liveliness with every expression, a sight to behold. "Oh my, third brother, you have truly struck gold. Where did you find this little gem? She is even more beautiful than the noble ladies in our palace." Ye Cheng, one exclaimed dramatized. His praise brought joy to Xing Er, deepening the smile on her lips. This smile sent a jolt through everyone present, as if struck by an invisible hammer, causing their hearts to race. Li Ge witnessed this and felt a surge of jealousy. If even his brothers were captivated, how much more would outsiders be? He needed to be more protective in the future. Xing Er blushed from the compliments, her cheeks turning a charming shade of red, making her even more enchanting. She glanced at Li Ge, then turned to the three brothers. Thank you for your kind words. Once I fully recover, I will certainly return. Yes, you must come back to play once you are well. Yi Chengxian replied enthusiastically, his gaze filled with anticipation. Absolutely. Xing Er nodded with a smile. Li Ji's expression darkened, and he grasped Xing Er's wrist firmly. Xing Er, we must take our leave. Ouch, Li Ge, you're hurting me, she exclaimed softly, frowning. Li Ge quickly released her, apologizing. Xing Er shook her head, indicating it was no trouble. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they reluctantly bid farewell. Li Ge carried Xing Er to the carriage, which sped away towards the city gates. Once they were out of sight, Yi Chengwang inquired, fourth brother, why didn't he, the third brother, take you along this time? Yi Cheng-yi sighed, speaking earnestly, I believe third brother wishes to avoid having me as a third wheel. As Li Ge and Xing Er's carriage exited the view of the crowd, Yu Hua approached from a distance, noticing the three Yi brothers standing at the gate, with Yi Cheng-yin conspicuously absent, leaving her feeling disheartened. What are you all waiting for? Did Cheng-yin not join you? The Yi brothers were well aware of Yu Hua's connection to their third brother, having been childhood friends. When she married the general of the West, Yi Cheng-yin had been despondent for quite some time. After leaving home to establish a residence in the outskirts, he began to recover, but he had changed significantly, becoming more mature and less optimistic than before. Consequently, the brothers refrained from discussing Yu Hua in the Yi household, yet she had recently been frequently visiting the Yi residence. He has successfully completed his mission and has returned to Li Luo Yuan, Yi Chengwang replied nonchalantly, emphasizing the word successfully to convey a lack of sentiment. I see. Yu Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. It's a pity I couldn't see him off. He has changed so much since the last time I saw him. Third brother always had a good nature. It is unclear why he has become this way. Yi Chengwang replied, Maintaining a neutraltone. Indeed, but now he has Xing Er by his side, so he will no longer feel lonely. Yi Chiming. Exactly. Third brother is now in the company of a beauty. Even we brothers envy him. Yi Chengxian nodded in agreement. Naturally, Yi Chengwang declared proudly. With Xing Er around, he shall not feel solitude again. Afterward, Yi Cheng-yi turned to Yu Hua, feigning detachment. By the way, Yu Hua, it would be best for us to keep some distance from now on, considering you are now the lady of the West. Frequent visits to the Yi residence may not be appropriate. Yu Hua felt a heaviness in her heart, yet her expression remained calm. She smiled, fourth brother. You worry too much. I have known Cheng Yin since childhood. I merely came to see him off and remind him not to overexert himself. Yi Cheng-yi disdainfully curled his lips, remarking, You have quite the excuse, but there's no need. We have already conveyed the same message. Moreover, we have the care of Miss Xing Er accompanying us, so there is no need for Madame Zhengxi to trouble herself. Yi Cheng-yi, youthful and impetuous, often spoke too bluntly. As the Yi family, being a prominent clan, upheld the highest standards of etiquette, especially when addressing the wife of a noble family. Fourth brother, I understand your concern for our third brother, but treating Miss Yu Hua in such a manner is inappropriate. Indeed, Miss Yu Hua is so kind. Can't you adopt a gentler attitude towards her? Observant individuals could easily discern that the three brothers of the Yi family were delivering veiled criticisms. Upon hearing their remarks, Yu Hua felt her heart wrench in agony. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she stated, Esteemed guests, I must return to my residence now. I shall visit you again when time permits. Noticing her hasty departure, the Yi brothers paid little heed to pursue the matter, merely snorting coldly before turning back into the courtyard. Only after the carriage had traveled a considerable distance did Yu Hua finally peek out from the window, her expression extremely grim. Clenching her fists, she struck the carriage wall with a fierce blow. How dare this bunch of beasts from the Yi family speak of me in such a manner? Even her coachman cast a cold glance at her, but said nothing, continuing to drive towards the Zhengxi general's residence. Chapter 78. Azhan's Cunning Scheme, Enduring Beatings and Scoldings. Meanwhile, Bai Nuo Cheng had learned from his informants that a woman resembling Xing'er had been spotted nearby, and he had now arrived at the vicinity of the Yi residence. Bai Nuo Cheng's network of spies was extensive, yet after searching for a considerable time near the Yi residence, they found no trace of Xing. Ultimately, they were compelled to abandon their search and return to report. "My lord, shall we continue to send people to monitor the Yi family?" A subordinate inquired respectfully while kneeling before Bai Nuo Cheng. "Send 2 individuals to keep watch. Report any clues immediately." His voice trailed off, lacking the vigor it had moments before, as the prolonged wait had turned his repeated hopes into relentless disappointments. The subordinate acknowledged and withdrew. Alone at the table, Bai Nuo Cheng sat in a daze, his legs propped up on the tea table, gripping a wine bottle and consuming it in large gulps. The liquor slid slowly down his throat, and his expression grew increasingly hazy. Amidst the blur of his vision, a soft voice suddenly broke the silence. "My lord, I have returned." The unexpected voice startled Bai Nuo Cheng, who abruptly lifted his eyelids and beheld a woman clad in a pink gauze dress standing before him, her eyes filled with a pitiful longing. Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sparkling with excitement as he hastily set down the wine glass and reached out to grasp the woman, stammering her name. "Xing'er, is it truly you? Had you returned?" The woman trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes. Xing'er has finally awaited your return." Lowering her head to wipe away the tears from her eyes, she slowly approached Bai Nuo Cheng and threw herself into his embrace. Bai Nuo Cheng wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling a surge of desire as his hands explored her smooth, jade-like back. "Xing'er, you have lost so much weight. How have you fared these past days?" Each call of her name, each affectionate utterance, filled him with an intoxicating euphoria. "My lord, I have missed you so dearly." The woman wept softly. "I miss you too, Xing. Please do not leave me again." "My lord, do you know how difficult it has been for me these past days? Why did you abandon me?" She lamented. I know. It's all my fault. I have caused you so much suffering." Bai Nuo Cheng's hand rested gently on her head, patting her reassuringly, his voice tinged with anxiety. "As long as you know, you must never leave me again. All right, I shall never let go of your hand again." As he comforted her, he lifted her into his arms and placed her on the bed, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent as his breath grew heavier. Suddenly, his expression hardened, veins bulging at the bridge of his nose as if he were about to unleash fury. He raised his hand and pushed the woman off the bed. "Are you trying to court death, daring to impersonate me? How dare you pretend to be Xing?" "My lord, spare me," the woman exclaimed in shock, hurriedly explaining, "I did not intend to deceive you. It was Lord Azhan who sent me." "Get out!" Bai Nuo Cheng roared angrily. "Bring Azhan in here." "You leave." The woman trembled at his words, hastily scrambling to her feet and stumbling out of the room. Azhan was waiting outside the door. Realizing that his scheme had failed, he knew his end was near. Upon seeing Bai Nuo Cheng's furious countenance, his face turned pale. He trembled as he knelt before Bai Nuo Cheng. Bai Nuo Cheng stepped forward, seizing him by the collar and glaring at him fiercely. "Why did you find someone to impersonate Xing'er? Do you believe I won't kill you on the spot? My lord, spare me. I thought you longed for Xing'er so deeply that perhaps this method might be of some use." He stammered, fearing for his life. A resounding slap struck Azhan's face. As Bai Nuo Cheng scolded, "Do you know how deep my feelings for Xing'er are? You dared to deceive me with an impersonation. Do you have any idea how heartbroken she would be if she found out?" Azhan covered his swollen face, looking utterly aggrieved. "My lord, it was all my fault. I accept my punishment." Bai Nuo Cheng released him, kicking him in the chest. "Get out." Azhan scrambled away, filled with regret, wishing he had never meddled in the first place. Now, he had endured both a beating and scolding. Bai Nuo Cheng paced back and forth in the room, his earlier intoxication nearly dissipated. He pondered deeply about what had gone awry. Why could he sense no trace of Xing? Since her heart was intertwined with his, if anything had happened to her, he would surely be aware. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not discern where the issue lay. Xing'er, where could she possibly be? Why had she vanished so abruptly? Come fort. Assemble the troops. Set out for Nanhai. Captura ni you alive. Bai Nuo Cheng commanded, and all the Yaoju swiftly sprang into action. He would spare no effort to find her. Chapter 79. A lesson from Guanyin. Chaos looms in the Four Realms Nanhai. Bai Nuo Cheng's Yaoju troops had assembled in Nanhai, with all the minor Yao guarding the periphery. He himself ventured in to negotiate with Guanyin of Nanhai. Should Guanyin agree to hand over Niu, he would refrain from resorting to violence. However, if she chose to protect Niu, he would not hesitate to raze Nanhai to the ground. Guanyin of Nanhai stated, "I would mind." The abode of Guanyin was expansive, covering several thousand acres of garden palace. Within the palace, people bustled about, some repairing walls, others tending to gardens, creating an atmosphere of industriousness. Standing in the courtyard, the Yaowang Bai Nuo Cheng gazed inquisitively inside, feeling a twinge of surprise. Could it be that Guanyin was not home? That seemed improbable. At that moment, a young attendant emerged from the main hall, respectfully greeting the Yaowang Bai Nuo Cheng. "Greetings, Zhuang." No need for formalities. Bai Nuo Cheng nodded. "My lord, Lady Guanyin requests your presence," the young attendant announced. "Ah, thank you." Bai Nuo Cheng followed the attendant into the main hall, where he found Guanyin seated on a mat, clad in a flowing white robe, leisurely sipping tea, appearing completely at ease, as if she had anticipated the young's visit. "Guanyin, I have come for Niu." Bai Nuo Cheng's tone remains somewhat polite, as the South Sea Guanyin is not as unscrupulous as the East Sea Dragon King. The South Sea Guanyin smiled faintly, setting down her teacup and saying, "The Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng, Niu is indeed here with me, but I cannot hand her over to you." South Sea Guanyin, do you truly believe I would hesitate to level your South Sea? Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed, now visibly angered, his face contorted with fury. "Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng, do not be too hasty. Allow me to explain. You seek Xing'er, do you not? I shall tell you. She is alive and not far from you. I do not wish to hear this. Either you tell me where Xing'er is, or you surrender Niu. Niu has already acknowledged her mistakes, and I have allowed her to cultivate under my guidance. Then tell me where Xing'er is now. Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng, all matters have their causes and consequences. What you are experiencing now, even without Niu, would have come to pass," the South Sea Guanyin said slowly, her expression remaining calm. He had thought that the South Sea Guanyin, renowned for her reasonableness, would be more forthcoming. But he was taken aback by the extent to which the immortals protected one another, turning the deceased into the living and black into white. "I do not care. I now present you with two choices. Either tell me where Xing'er is, or surrender Niu. Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng. Such actions may not yield the results you desire." The South Sea Guanyin sighed. "You have a more significant mission. Once your heart calms, you will certainly meet Xing'er." Demon King Bai Nuo Cheng, as the leader of the demon clan, your responsibilities are immense. You bear the rise and fall of the entire demon race. Do not act impulsively. Great calamities are approaching the realms. You must take it upon yourself to save all living beings. With that, the South Sea Guanyin vanished from sight. "Guanyin, cease your talk of the realms. I only wish to find Xing'er." He shouted into the empty hall, but aside from his echo, there was nothing. Though he claimed to be indifferent, his high position and concern for the world led him to remember her words. Great calamities are approaching the realms. Could it be that the demon Lord Chang'e and Elder He Feng escaped from the pagoda of the Heavenly King, and the Heavenly Realm sent troops to capture them, but has yet to succeed? Regardless, it was sufficient to know that Xing'er was safe. The question remained, when would they meet again? As Bai Nuo Cheng emerged alone from the South Sea Guanyin's residence, a Zhuan hurried forward. "Master, where's Miss Xing'er? Do you need the brothers to attack? Withdraw the troops for now." "Huh?" A Zhuan was taken aback. This was not their master's usual demeanor. However, since he had issued the command, he and his subordinates could only comply. Additionally, return and prepare for war. Unite with the other three realms. Great chaos is imminent. Knowing she was safe, he would protect this world. Only with the world's safety could her well-being be assured. Chapter 80. Returning to Li Luo Garden. Li Gu also undergoes a transformation. Li Luo Garden. Xing'er arrived at Li Luo Garden with Li Gu in a carriage. Having forgotten her past, Xing'er was liberated from her former constraints, regaining her free-spirited nature, and was bubbling with excitement throughout the journey. Before the carriage had fully come to a halt, she jumped down. "Hey, be careful." Li Ge quickly supported her petite frame, fearing she might fall. Xing outfleshed or radiant smile at Li Ge, signaling that she was fine and thoroughly delighted. She skipped into the courtyard, which was filled with an array of precious flowers and exotic plants. Numerous servants were bustling about, pruning branches and leaves, and the verdant flora rendered the entire courtyard serene and tranquil. "It's truly beautiful here," Xing Er exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. The scenery of Li Luo Garden surpassed any place in the mortal realm, and it was adorned exactly as she loved it. Seeing the undisguised awe on Xing Er's face, Li Ji's lips curled slightly. "I'm glad you like it. I thought you would prefer that other place. I adore such tranquil and beautiful locations." Xing Er replied with a smile, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face at Li Ge before turning and dashing into the house. Upon entering, she was stunned by the exquisite decor. The room was elegantly furnished, with several tea sets displayed on the table, along with some delicate pastries, all of which were her favorites. A beautiful painting of a lady adorned the wall, accompanied by a couplet with graceful writing, clearly crafted by a skilled hand. Xing Er's gaze was fixed on the painting, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth forming an Ah shape. The figure in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "Silly girl, that person in the painting is you." Li Ge, noticing her dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "What?" Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Xing Er's eyes widened in shock. "Me? The person in this painting is me?" "Indeed." Li Ge nodded slightly, then pointed to the painting. "This is just one of many portraits I created of you after I fell in love with you at first sight." Love at first sight. This was a phrase Xing Er loved to hear. She clung to Li Ji's arm, pouting. "Can you tell me what it was like when you first saw me?" "I can't remember anything." Li Ge suddenly realized he had misspoken. If he recounted their first meeting, it would inevitably lead to that person. So he hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, there's a large garden in the back courtyard. Shall I take you to see it?" "Yes, yes." Upon hearing there were flowers in the back courtyard, Xing Er's heart soared. She adored flowers, loving all that were beautiful. Having successfully diverted the conversation, Li Ge breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, as soon as Xing Er stepped outside, she got into trouble. In her haste to exit, she accidentally knocked over a worker's tray, which contained fine silk fabric that was now thoroughly soiled, some even hanging from the branches frayed. "Hey, who are you? Can't you see?" The worker fumed, accusing Xing Er, lamenting that the entire tray of fabric was now ruined, and how could he afford to compensate for that? If the master found out, he would surely be furious. "Xingya." Li Ge hurried out, pulling her around in a circle, checking for injuries. The worker, seeing how concerned the master was for this young girl, felt a wave of uncertainty. Not only did he ruin the fabric, but he had also scolded the master's beloved. He feared for his life. "You may leave now," Li Ge said, casting a calm glance at him. The worker was taken aback. The master did not scold him, nor did he dismiss him. Moreover, he seemed entirely unperturbed, truly a rare occurrence. It turned out that the workers in Li Luo Garden all feared Li Ge. None dared to make any mistakes. In the past, Li Ge had been intolerant of even the slightest imperfection, pursuing perfection in every matter. Any hint of dissatisfaction would result in a complete redo, and if a worker made a significant mistake, they would be dismissed with a compensation fee, devoid of any compassion. Previously, he had always been the most aloof presence in Li Luo Garden, while his meticulous attitude earned praise from guests. It also placed immense pressure on himself and those around him. If not for the generous wages offered at Li Luo Garden, it would have been challenging to attract workers. Chapter 81. Faded in the dark. Life on earth is not suffering. It turns out that a good lover can heal 90 of the hardships in life. When Li Ge first established Li Luo Garden, he was at the lowest point in his life, facing betrayal from his childhood sweetheart, leaving home, being distanced from family, struggling in his career, and lacking an outlet for his frustrations. One can only toil day and night, numbing oneself, and not only is rest elusive, but a pent-up frustration lingers in the heart. Over time, even the most trivial matters can ignite the fuse of an explosive temperament. It is quite simple for one's disposition to deteriorate, yet remarkably challenging to improve it. Only in an environment of utmost joy and contentment can one possess the magnanimity to overlook all faults and reconcile with life. His current existence reflects such a state, as the arrival of Xing'er has led him to perceive that nothing is worth quarreling over anymore. She is akin to a beam of light illuminating a long-standing chasm, bringing warmth and brightness to those dwelling in the depths. Some rejoice, while others mourn. Some find happiness, while others endure suffering. Upon returning to San Shanggu from the South Sea, Bai Nuo Cheng felt a slight lift in his spirits, owing to the knowledge that Xing'er was safe. Yet, this alleviation was but a fleeting moment, as he had yet to retrieve her, leaving an underlying sense of unease. Furthermore, the escape of Chang Yi and He Feng only compounded his turmoil. Chang Yi would undoubtedly devise a means to awaken the 100,000 warriors of the demon clan and strike against the heavenly realm once more, while He Feng, upon gaining strength, would undoubtedly target the Yao clan first. This was precisely the reason he refrained from deploying troops to the South Sea. Being assailed from all sides was already arduous enough, and there was no need for infighting among his own. It was crucial to conserve energy during this pivotal period and unify against external threats. As for that in IU, he had merely chosen to let her be for the time being. Once the major issues were resolved, he would undoubtedly seek justice for Xing'er. Your Excellency. While Bai Nuo Cheng was deep in thought, a Zhuan approached from outside the hall, his voice heralding the arrival of troublesome news. Your Excellency, our people have discovered Heifeng's lair atop the Qi mountain in the outskirts of the capital. That old rascal has erected barriers throughout the mountain, making it nearly undetectable under normal circumstances. A wicked smile crept across Bai Nuo Cheng's lips. He had been longing for an outlet for his pent-up emotions, and now, the opportunity had presented itself. He would first deal with He Feng and subsequently confront the demon lord Chang Yi. To be candid, he felt rather uncertain about confronting the demon lord, as Chang Yi's cultivation far surpassed his own, being a being born thousands of years before him. One could not afford to be complacent. A Zhuan, Bai Nuo Cheng commanded, assemble a small squad of elite soldiers. We shall depart for Bai County at dawn to apprehend He Feng. Yes, it was indeed amusing. While the Guanyin of the South Sea was untouchable, he could still deal with an old hawk. His only regret was that he had temporarily lost his memories during his reincarnation. Otherwise, he would have never allowed He Feng to escape and would have executed him on the spot. Thus, it was only fitting that he began to address those who had wronged Xing'er, starting with him. In Bai County, at Li Luo Garden, it was the height of summer. Xing'er, Li Gu approached her gracefully, holding a pink rabbit lantern. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. May I take you to enjoy the lanterns? Look, they are already selling lanterns outside. While I was out buying pastries for you, I picked up this rabbit lantern as well. Do you like it? I love it. Xing'er cradled the rabbit lantern, marveling at the vivid depiction of the little rabbit, with its red eyes, rosy cheeks, and three-petal mouth, utterly adorable. Her joy was palpable. When she smiled, her eyes squinted like peach blossoms, endearing her to all, leaving Li Gu utterly entranced. Li Gu. Xing'er noticed Li Ji's gaze had turned vacant, and after a long moment without him blinking, she grew anxious, fearing he had fallen ill. At her call, Li Gu snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing how surreal this happiness felt, as though it could shatter at the slightest touch. A wave of unease surged within him, yet he reassured himself, it matters not. That person has not sought him out for a long time. Perhaps they have given up. After all, the world is vast. They are unlikely to come here in search of him. Indeed, the happiness that was stolen felt so precarious. Even if one day it had to be repaid, he selfishly wished to possess her for just one more day. Chapter 82. Lantern Festival wishes a special desire the following day in Bai County during the Lantern Festival. The streets were adorned with a myriad of lanterns, forming a fiery dragon of light throughout the small county. Traditional lanterns mingled with modern designs and various animal-shaped lanterns, captivating all who beheld them. Among the crowd, a pair of radiant figures drew particular attention: Li Gu and Xing. Li Gu, clad in a dark green robe, stood tall and imposing, his black cloak enhancing his majestic presence. Xing'er, in a newly tailored pink gauze dress, radiated sophistication, her bright red cloak adding a vibrant flair, embodying both exuberance and innocence. As the founder of Li Luo Garden, Li Gu was well known in the area, recognized by every woman of means. The sight of him, accompanied by a young lady, undoubtedly stirred the hearts of many a maiden. Fortunately, his business acumen had fostered a respectful distance with female customers, as he offered only clothing, being quite indifferent to whether they purchased or not. He was not lacking in wealth. Thus, even with a female companion by his side, it was not entirely unacceptable to the onlookers. Moreover, the striking beauty of the young lady would naturally make many women feel inferior, and conceding to her allure was only to be expected. Li Ye, look! Xing'er pointed to the tallest tavern in the town, its eaves adorned with colorful lanterns that adorned the establishment with an air of elegance. Li Gu, accustomed to the world's splendor, found that only this young girl in his sight was truly unique. He carefully guided her to avoid collisions with passers-by and leaned in a whisper. No scenery in this world can compare to your beauty. Xing'er blushed, lowering her head. The way he spoke such sweet words seemed incongruous with his cool and noble demeanor. As they walked beneath the flower god's sacred tree, named for the enormous pear tree located at the beginning of a long street, local custom dictated that young couples in Bai County must circle the flower god tree 3 times during their wedding ceremony to secure good fortune and ensure harmonious days ahead. Xing'er gazed up at the pear blossoms intertwined with red ribbons, their brilliance shining even in the dark of night. Observing her captivated expression, Li Gu suggested, "Shall we tie a red ribbon as well?" "Absolutely." He led her to a vendor selling red silk ribbons, purchased 2, and moved to the adjacent stall to pen their wishes. Xing'er wrote, "May Li Gu be safe and joyful, and may all go smoothly." Curious about Li Ji's wish, she playfully tilted her head to sneak a glance, but Li Gu deftly blocked her view, saying, "No peeking. If others discover our wishes, they will not come true." Startled, Xing'er quickly covered her red ribbon, pouting as she watched Li Gu concentrate on his writing, muttering to herself, "How stingy. Not only stingy, but also superstitious." Little did she know the struggles of loving someone. The more one fears losing them, the more superstitious one becomes. When sincerity seems futile, one can only rely on metaphysical hopes. "All right, I've finished writing. Let's go hang them." The evening breeze swayed, causing the pear blossoms to scatter like confetti and the red ribbons to flutter with the wind. They each tied their ribbons, their grand wishes concealed among the myriad of worldly desires, but the beautiful prayers would forever remain in their hearts. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the open air. "Li Ye, I want to see the fireworks." Xing'er grasped Li Ji's hand, pulling him toward the direction of the fireworks. She sprinted ahead, while he followed closely behind. The sacred Hua Shan tree served as a mere backdrop, yet Li Ji's wish stood out prominently, for he had inscribed, "I am willing to give all that I have, in exchange for her companionship throughout my life." Just as the figures of Xing'er and Li Gu vanished into the crowd, Bai Nuo Cheng and Ajuan arrived beneath the Huashan tree. In the outskirts of Chili Mountain, the lair of the dark wind awaited, and scouts reported that the dark wind intended to create chaos during the Huashan festival. Thus, Bai Nuo Cheng and his companions decided to remain in the city, lying in wait for any opportunity. When the crowd erupted into chaos, they would be ready to intervene and protect the innocent. Having wandered about, they had found nothing amiss. Yet Bai Nuo Cheng was captivated by a newly tied ribbon adorning the Huashan tree. Chapter 83. Nuo Cheng's appearance in Bai County, a brush with fate. It was a newly attached ribbon, the ink still fresh, as if the person who had tied it had only just departed. Initially, he was merely enchanted by the elegant script, finding the ribbon's owner exceedingly charming, and the blessing she had penned quite sincere. However, upon noticing the name at the bottom, his composure shattered. Xing. For the first time in a long while, the once dull wolf's eyes sparkled with life, radiating a vivid green under the moonlight. He swiftly tore down the silk ribbon inscribed with Xing'er's name and brought it to his nose. Unmistakably, it bore her scent, despite their prolonged separation. How could he misidentify her unique fragrance? It had to be Xing. She was right here. No wonder Nanhai Guanyin had previously informed him that upon accepting his mission, he would reunite with Xing'er. For the sake of safeguarding the world's peace and capturing the Dark Wind, he had temporarily set aside his search for her, only to discover her essence here. Just as Bai Nuo Cheng was about to set off in search of her, explosions erupted throughout the city. The once vibrant marketplace was engulfed in flames, and many were injured as people fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Ajuan, pursue the Dark Wind's trail, if found. Show no mercy. Yes, my lord. The thought of Xing'er potentially being in danger propelled him to sprint in one direction, heedless of whether it was right or wrong. If it proved incorrect, he would simply switch to another, confident that his swift legs would lead him to Xing'er. Run. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, desperately fleeing for their lives, and Li Ge and Xing'er became separated, the distance between them widening until they could no longer see one another. Li Yi. Xing'er. As Xing'er was jostled by the crowd toward an unknown direction, she could no longer catch sight of him and began to cry helplessly. After being pushed to a crossroads, she felt a slight reprieve, able to catch her breath as the crowd finally dispersed a bit. However, unfamiliar with this place, she stood frozen, observing the ebb and flow of people rushing hither and thither. Bai Nuo Cheng continued his search for Xing'er amidst the throng, his hands parting wave after wave of people as he fought against the current. Xing'er. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her arm, providing a sense of security amidst the crisis. Following the voice, she turned to see Li Ge. Ultimately, he found her first. It seemed that sometimes invoking prayers and seeking blessings did bear fruit. Li Ye. This was the first time Xing'er took the initiative to embrace him, and her once anxious heart gradually settled. Xing'er, I am sorry. It is all my fault for not being able to hold on to you. He tenderly stroked her small head, offering constant reassurance. Xing'er curled up in his embrace like a frightened puppy. Li Ge, I am so scared. Let us go home. Sounds of unrest echoed through the streets. The situation was perilous. Fortunately, the attendants from Li Luo Yuan found them just in time. Young master, quickly, get into the carriage. All right. Li Ge lifted Xing'er into the waiting carriage, where she nestled against his shoulder, oblivious to Bai Nuo Cheng passing by the window, their paths crossing yet again. But due to a misalignment in angles, they missed each other. Bai Nuo Cheng remained anxiously searching for Xing'er, yet with no success. Suddenly, Ajuan approached with a report. My lord, the Dark Wind has been cornered on Chili Mountain. Do you wish to? Ajuan dared not make the decision for him. After all these years, who could fail to see the significance Xing'er held for him? Yet Bai Nuo Cheng seemed to have matured, no longer acting on impulse. He exhaled deeply and concluded, since we have not found her after all this time, she might have already left. Let us pursue the Dark Wind. Yes. Ajuan felt gratified by his growth. As a leader and a good brother, he sincerely rejoiced for him. When a person understands their mission, they gain the confidence to embrace a brighter and stronger future. Chapter 84. Encircling the Dark Wind. Nuo Cheng's clever strategy. Upon reaching the foot of Chili Mountain, Bai Nuo Cheng and Ajin discovered that the demon forces had surrounded the entire mountain. Undoubtedly, the Dark Eagle was hiding in its lair. Do not let your guard down. His strength is formidable. Do not allow him to harm you. Bai Nuo Cheng instructed. Yes, my lord. His numbers were not significantly greater than the Dark Eagle's, which is why he refrained from launching a direct assault. After all, the lives of the lesser demons mattered too. Moreover, now that they were aware the enemy might possess gunpowder, any misfire could be disastrous. Fortunately, the Dark Eagle seemed wary of Bai Nuo Cheng's power and did not initiate an attack, leading to a stalemate. Have you gathered any intelligence? Ajuan asked the returning pangolin. Report, my lord. There is indeed gunpowder in the Dark Wind's lair. I just checked, and there is quite a substantial amount. Enough to obliterate half of Chili Mountain, the kneeling pangolin reported. Gunpowder? A conspiracy indeed. Ajuan's expression darkened. My lord, it seems the Dark Wind is determined to annihilate us. If that is the case, we need not be courteous, the pangolin suggested. Let me think carefully about how to address this gunpowder issue. A glint of resolute killing intent flashed in Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes. Pangolin, is there a water source on Chili Mountain? Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly turned to ask, replying to my lord. There is a small stream on the western side of Chili Mountain that supplies water to the cave. In that case, this will be manageable. A victorious smile crept upon Bai Nuo Cheng's lips as he leaned in to whisper to the pangolin, leaving Juan utterly perplexed. Understood, my lord. You can rest assured. I will ensure the task is completed. After hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's plan, the pangolin patted its chest in assurance. Go ahead. Once the pangolin departed, Bai Nuo Cheng raised his head and instructed Juan, send people to guard all the entrances. Remember, do not let that old eagle break through our defenses. Yes, my lord. Juan nodded in acknowledgement and set off. Achoo, who is speaking of me? In a hollow of Chili Mountain, the dark wind suddenly sneezed, rubbed its nose, and resumed its slumber. It dared to sleep soundly, confident in its possession of gunpowder, believing no one would dare to provoke it easily. Before nightfall, Juan finally completed the defensive arrangements. Inform everyone, we must not let our guard down tonight. Yes, Bai Nuo Cheng and the others prepared themselves for the impending confrontation. Night soon descended upon the dark wind's lair. A tremendous explosion startled the slumbering dark wind awake, and it opened its eyes wide. What is happening? It bellowed. Report. My lord, we are under attack. A disheveled crow rushed into the room in haste. Is it Bai Nuo Cheng? The dark wind asked coldly. Return, your majesty, for someone from Bai Nuo Cheng has arrived. The raven responded with a gruff voice. I believe he is here to meet his demise. Haifeng scoffed, and then stood up, donning his attire before stepping outside. Upon reaching the cellar where the gunpowder was stored, he was struck by the sight before him, nearly losing his footing. The tens of thousands of tons of gunpowder he had amassed were now soaked, rendering his entire stockpile useless, igniting a furious rage within him. It turned out that Bai Nuo Cheng had commanded a pangolin to bore a hole in the cellar, directly flooding it with water, thus ruining his precious gunpowder. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed down upon the drenched Haifeng, proclaiming, Tonight, it seems, you are destined to perish. Haifeng clenched his fists, glaring at Bai Nuo Cheng with gritted teeth, seething, Bai Nuo Cheng, you are indeed ruthless. Without warning, Haifeng turned and fled, clearly aiming to escape while he had a chance. Ah, how cunning! Bai Nuo Cheng mocked with a chuckle, then issued a command to pursue Haifeng, leading the charge himself, while Juan would cover their rear. Although Haifeng was swift, Bai Nuo Cheng was swifter, quickly closing the distance between them. It is merely a foul bird. I dispatched one when I first transformed, and this tough-skinned creature shall not pose a challenge either. With a contemptuous snort, Bai Nuo Cheng formed his hands into claws, aiming for Haifeng's vital points. As he realized he was surrounded by numerous demons, panic surged through Haifeng. He understood he could not escape this time. Resigned to his fate, he fought back desperately. Bai Nuo Cheng coldly scoffed. Do you think you still have a right to negotiate with me? With that, he suddenly exerted more force. Haifeng felt a powerful impact surge towards him, the immense inertia propelling him backward, crashing brutally against the wall. With a deafening sound, the entire door shattered, pinning Haifeng between the wall and the door, rendering him immobile. At that moment, he had reverted to his eagle form, his body marred with deep, bone-visible wounds, blood streaming through his feathers, presenting a pitiful sight. Despite the circumstances, Haifeng refused to cease his struggle. His keen eyes remained fixed on Bai Nuo Cheng and Juan as they approached, emitting low growls that suggested he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If you seek death, Bai Nuo Cheng regarded Haifeng's defiance with disdain, raising his palm to strike at Haifeng's head with the force of thunder to obliterate him entirely. Sensing imminent danger, Haifeng no longer hesitated. He flapped his wings and soared into the air. With a sharp sound, Haifeng was violently hurled back to the ground by a tremendous force, causing half of his face to swell and blood to gush forth. Crimson liquid flowed down his head and into his eyes, rendering him utterly disheveled. Soon after, Bai Nuo Cheng unleashed several fierce strikes, leaving Haifeng on the brink of collapse. Yet, he did not intend to grant him any respite. Stepping on Haifeng's back and shouting, Juan, subdue him! Upon hearing this, Zhuan sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself near Heifeng, applying internal force to suppress the turbulent energy within him, temporarily robbing him of his ability to resist. Heifeng, consumed by rage, found himself restrained and could only flap his wings in vain, attempting to break free from his shackles. Do not harbor such dreams. Surrender obediently. Bai Nuo Cheng cast a dismissive glance at him, dripping with contempt. Heifeng's eyes blazed with hatred. You dream on. I spare your life solely to torment you slowly. Bai Nuo Cheng narrowed his eyes, uttering viciously, this calamity of mine will surely be inflicted upon you for no less than a millennium. Upon hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's curse, Heifeng's pupils constricted, his eyes reddening as if an overwhelming resentment erupted from within. Even a fool could discern that his future would not bode well. In his old age, one would hope to enjoy a peaceful retirement, perhaps dancing in the square, yet he chose to rebel. Zhuan, sensing the tension, quickly quelled his own fury and attempted to redirect Bai Nuo Cheng's thoughts, urgently advising, My lord, please calm your anger. It is not worth your ire to be provoked by such scum. Bai Nuo Cheng inhaled deeply, striving to temper his emotions, then loosened his stance. Gazing down at the prostrate Heifeng, Heifeng struggled to rise, his eyes still blood-red. He glared furiously at Bai Nuo Cheng, emitting piercing roars from his sharp beak. I will kill you. Zhuan, take him to the Sigua cliff for strict confinement. I must seek out Xing'er. You may return. With that, he departed, leaving Heifeng in Zhuan's custody without a shred of concern for any escape attempt, knowing full well that Zhuan harbored deep-seated enmity against Heifeng. Zhuan nodded and led Heifeng away. Once they had left, Shan returned to tranquility, with only a wisp of blue smoke rising. On another front, night had fallen, and the moon shone brightly. The streets were aglow with light from every household. Although they had just endured a nightmare, the human capacity for healing is remarkably resilient. The night was beautiful, yet some hearts were far from serene. Xing'er sat in the courtyard on a rocking chair, her gaze lost in the pitch-black night sky, and as she stared blankly, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. She did not comprehend the reason for her tears, only that her heart suddenly ached unbearably, as if it were being torn apart, making it difficult for her to breathe, her heartbeat slowing significantly. Bai Nuo Cheng passed by the courtyard, completely unaware that Xing'er was seated within, clutching her chest and curling up in a fetal position, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice floated into her ears. Xing'er. At the sound of the familiar voice, her eyelashes trembled more intensely, and the tears continued to cascade down, ultimately falling to the ground and blurring the earth beneath her. Liga, Xing'er choked out softly. Why does my heart hurt so much? Little fool, if you are unwell, you must tell me immediately. How can you hide away here and cry in secret? Liga knelt beside her, gently stroking her frail shoulders, offering comfort in soft tones. Xing'er lifted her gaze to meet Liga's, her tears dampening his dark green robes. She grasped his arm helplessly, asking, Am I ill? Liga smiled and wiped the tears from her face, soothingly assuring her. Xing'er, you are not unwell. Perhaps you were just startled yesterday. Once you rest sufficiently, all will be well. Xing'er sniffled. Okay, then I believe you. The two exchanged smiles, then clasped each other's hands tightly. Liga gazed at Xing'er's exquisitely delicate profile, his heart brimming with guilt. The effects of the forgetfulness potion were waning. If she were not stimulated, all would be well, but after yesterday's ordeal, she would increasingly feel discomfort. After having witnessed paradise, who would wish to return to hell? Now that he had her, who would willingly relinquish her? Allow him to be selfish just this once. After all, it was a long wait of 500 years that had finally paid off, and he deserved it. Xing'er, if the pain becomes unbearable, then take a little more medicine. That way, you will not suffer anymore. All right. The next morning, Xing'er awoke naturally, her eyes opening to the morning light streaming through the window. She rubbed her eyes, her drowsy gaze gradually clearing, and she propped herself up. Last night, she recalled having a nightmare, one filled with fragments of her past life. Yet upon waking, she found nothing. It seemed merely a dream. Furrowing her brow in recollection, Xing'er realized she could not recall the details of the dream at all. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she had completely forgotten that period of her life. She sighed, uncertain whether her confusion of memories had led to this illusion or if she had genuinely experienced amnesia. Xing'er, it's time to get up. Just as she desperately attempted to recall the past, the melodious voice of Li Gu resonated throughout the room. Following the sound, Xing'er beheld Li Gu, impeccably dressed, standing beside the table with a gentle smile on his face. Instinctively, she called out his name, Li Gu, and then exclaimed in delight, "You're here." Indeed, Li Gu nodded, his lips curling into a tender smile. He approached the bed with graceful steps and settled down beside her. "Allow me to assist you with your grooming," he offered, picking up a comb to untangle her flowing dark hair and deftly inserting a jade hairpin from her vanity in her thick locks. The reflection in the mirror revealed a girl with skin as fair as snow and features so exquisite that she could captivate nations. Unable to suppress a smile, Xing'er felt a warmth spread through her heart. She turned to embrace Li Gu, resting her chin against his chest, feeling the soft warmth of her body. Li Ji's own body stiffened, his breath caught in his throat. After taking the medicine, she had become even more clingy and reliant on him than before. After a long moment, he slowly wrapped his arms around her, tenderly stroking her hair, his eyes filled with affection and yearning. His fingers glided through her silky hair, the texture smooth and delicate like silk. "Li Gu, am I nearing death?" Xing'er looked up, blinking her eyes in inquiry. Li Gu paused, gazing into her pale face, his throat inexplicably constricted. "Silly girl, why do you speak such nonsense?" He interrupted her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I had a dream last night that I died, and since dreams and reality are often opposite, you will surely live a long life. You are simply exhausted." Li Gu reassured her, "Perhaps you are still adjusting to this place." Xing'er nodded in agreement, fully trusting Li Ji's words without reservation. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if a vital piece were missing. Li Ji's gaze lingered on her brow, words unspoken, hesitating for a moment before ultimately keeping silent. How could he explain it to her? If she were to learn the truth, she might distance herself from him. He composed himself and continued to tend to her hair with skilled, gentle motions. "There is a banquet tonight. Would you accompany me?" Li Yi inquired. "A banquet?" "Yes. The local governor is hosting a flower-viewing banquet, inviting prominent individuals to attend. If you find it dull, you may join me for a stroll." Li Yi, who typically shunned such events, had agreed this time, thinking of Xing'er's fondness for flowers. "A flower-viewing banquet? That sounds wonderful." Xing'er replied eagerly, "I adore fleurs." Hearing this, Li Gu beamed with delight and immediately instructed his servants to prepare a carriage and gifts. As evening descended, Li Gu led Xing'er to the largest garden in the southern part of the city, Yujingxian. Spanning a vast area, Yujingxian featured intricately designed pavilions and corridors, with flowing streams and rocky landscapes. The architecture was grand and opulent, adorned with exquisite carvings. Within the garden, rows of ancient pavilions stood by the lakeside, surrounded by vibrant flowers and lush greenery, creating a breathtaking scene. Boats floated gracefully on the lake, while luxurious carriages lined the shore, and groups of people gathered merrily along the banks. "Wow, it's so lively here," Xing'er exclaimed, leaning over the railing by the lake. She tugged at Li Ji's sleeve, urging, "Li Gu, let us go explore." "Of course. Follow me." Li Gu gently tapped her nose with his finger, looking at her with fondness, ready to fulfill any of her wishes. He guided her through the garden, occasionally greeting familiar business partners and officials. Everyone bowed respectfully to Li Gu. Although he had grown up in the capital and had little connection with court officials, he was still the son of a prominent minister, recently favored by the empress for his significant contributions. Moreover, his remarkable talents and abilities were undeniable. Had he chosen to compete, he would have rivaled his father and brothers effortlessly. Li Ji smiled, engaging in polite conversation. "Li Gu, who are all these people?" "I don't recognize them," Xing'er asked, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. "They are business partners I met during my dealings," Li Gu explained patiently, his smile gentle. Xing'er nodded, somewhat understanding. Li Ge led her past a grove of peach blossoms, along a winding path deeper into the garden. Suddenly, he halted, a grave expression crossing his face as he gazed ahead. Following his line of sight, Xing'er saw a woman standing 10 paces away. It was Yu Hua. The woman was graceful, her white gauze dress billowing in the breeze. Her skin was as white as snow, with elegant brows and bright black eyes, her full, luscious lips complementing her tall, slender figure and ethereal demeanor. She stood quietly by the lake, surrounded by blooming flowers, as if she were detached from the world. "Is she one of your business partners?" Xing'er inquired, glancing up at Li Ge. Li Ji's expression darkened ominously, his fists clenched, fury and hatred flickering in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Sensing his unusual reaction, Xing'er pressed for answers. Just then, the woman noticed them and approached, her voice melodious. "What a coincidence, Cheng Yan. I didn't expect to find you here." Xing'er was taken aback. So this woman knew Li Ge. No wonder he had reacted so strongly upon seeing her. "Cheng Yan, I've recently moved here as well. Do come visit my residence tomorrow," the woman continued, her voice low and sultry. Li Ge gritted his teeth, coldly retorting, "I've already told you that it is impossible between us. How can you know it's impossible without trying?" The woman insisted stubbornly. "Have you lost your mind? You are the wife of the general of the Western Front, and I am about to marry. Please stop this." Li Yi exclaimed angrily. "It does not matter. I can separate from the general, and you can also break off your engagement. Our bond from childhood cannot be compared to just a few days with her." The woman argued resolutely. Xing'er was stunned. This woman was Li Ji's childhood sweetheart. How could he keep such a secret from her? "You are utterly unreasonable," Li Ge declared in frustration. The woman persisted. "I do not care what others think of me, as long as I can be with you." "Ikare," Li Yi retorted. "Go back. Do not seek me out again, for it is impossible between us." With that, he took Xing'er's hand and turned to leave. Yu Hua rushed forward, grasping his garment in desperation. "Cheng Yan, I beg you. I truly love you. Please give us another chance." "Let go," Li Ge barked, if you continue to meddle. "Do not blame me for turning my back on you." Yu Hua lowered her eyes, her voice trembling. "You still resent me for abandoning you." Finding her words ineffective, Li Ge simply cupped Xing'er's face and kissed her passionately, actions speaking louder than words. This bold move left Xing'er wide-eyed in shock, and the surrounding crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Yu Hua stood at the lakeside for a long while, lost and despondent before she finally walked away. Originally, the flower viewing banquet was meant to be an enjoyable occasion, but after Yu Hua's disruption, both Li Ge and Xing'er found themselves devoid of any enthusiasm for the festivities. All they could think about was returning home. Xingyan, brother. Yu Hua emerged from seemingly nowhere, positioning herself in front of Li Ge and Xing'er. Her gaze towards Li Ge was insatiable, as if she intended to devour him, filled with yearning and a predatory desire, laced with enchantment and longing. Li Ge furrowed his brow, pondering her intentions. "Step aside," he said, his voice tinged with coldness. Yet, Yu Hua refused, feigning vulnerability as she inquired, "Brother Cheng Yan, my residence is not far from yours. Would you kindly escort me for a short distance?" After uttering this, she cast a pitiful look at Li Ge, her large, sparkling eyes seemingly capable of speech. However, her expression held no sway over Li Ge. Her attempts at charm paled in comparison to the innocence of Xing'er when she was asleep. His impression of Yu Hua had soured beyond redemption. The once graceful and virtuous Yu Hua, a quintessential lady of the gentry, had transformed into this. It appeared her life in the general's residence was far from pleasant. "No," Li Ge resolutely rejected her, taking Xing'er's hand to depart. To his astonishment, Yu Hua clung to Xing'er, her face contorted in feigned grievance. Xing'er, exasperated by Yu Hua's insistence, shouted, "Let go. If you don't, I swear I'll break your arm." Li Ge was taken aback, but then smiled helplessly, realizing how fiery Xing'er could be. No wonder he had fallen for her. Yu Hua, undeterred and unperturbed, continued to plead, "Brother Cheng Yan, please persuade Sister Xing'er. Just this once." Ignoring Xing'er, she focused her entreaties on Li Ge. Li Yi frowned, recognizing that Yu Hua's current disposition was indeed extreme and distorted. Such a character was most dangerous when provoked. Her pride, obsession, and stubbornness were formidable. If angered, she might resort to unpredictable actions. "All right, let us get in the carriage," Li Ge conceded. Xing'er gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through 10 people. "Thank you, Brother Chengyan," Yuehua exclaimed joyfully, turning and eagerly entering the carriage occupied by Li Ge and Xing'er. Li Ge couldn't help but sigh, his face clouded with concern. "Li Ye, why did you agree to her? You don't even like her?" Xing'er asked, fiery indignation in her voice. Rubbing his forehead in embarrassment, Li Ge coughed lightly and explained, "Xing'er, please don't be upset. It's merely a ride, nothing more. I assure you this is the last time." Xing'er pouted, turning away in defiance. She refused to be swayed by his sweet words. Fully aware of the tales of deceitful men, Li Ge chuckled, finding her adorably endearing. Yet, he suddenly asked earnestly, "Why were you so fierce with Yuehua earlier?" Taken aback, Xing'er shot him a glare, responding, "Isn't it because she made you angry?" Li Ge raised an eyebrow. "And that matters because—" Xing'er huffed, "Because I won't allow anyone to bully you." Li Ge was momentarily stunned before laughter bubbled up within him. This sensation was blissful and wondrous. "Yuehua, you shall never comprehend this feeling, for you have never possessed it." Li Ge paused, unable to suppress a smile as he reached out to pat Xing'er on the head. "Silly girl, Yuehua merely liked me once. What we shared is utterly impossible now." Xing'er tilted her head, her large eyes blinking in confusion, half comprehending. "But rest assured, with me around, no one will dare bully you. Not even Yuehua," Li Ge said earnestly. His willingness to allow Yuehua into the carriage stemmed from a fear that she might otherwise resort to underhanded tactics against Xing'er as the general's wife. Her influence was significant and warranted caution. Xing'er nodded, beaming with a smile that revealed her pristine teeth. "I trust you." Li Ge smiled indulgently and leaned down to place a tender kiss on Xing'er's forehead. The interaction between them ignited a pang of jealousy in Yuehua, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Why did Brother Chengyan treat her this way? Why? She was unwilling to accept that Brother Chengyan had previously reserved such affection solely for her. No matter the cost, she was determined to reclaim Brother Chengyan. Chapter 89. Yuehua's torment in the carriage. Li Ji's tactics. Why was it that all good things were monopolized by a little girl who suddenly appeared? Why did she deserve Brother Chengyan's love while Yuehua was condemned to solitude for eternity? Since marrying into the general of the Western Expedition's household, Yuehua had endured the loneliness of an empty home, with the general perpetually away at war. She was burdened with managing the numerous affairs of the household, from the elderly to the young, while also contending with the old matriarch's incessant criticisms. Yuehua clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, the pain serving as a reminder of her seething rage. She loathed Xing. Had it not been for her, Brother Chengyan would never have been so heartless. She yearned for revenge. She would destroy her. "Just wait, you little wretch. I will not let this go unpunished. I will never relinquish Brother Chengyan." Li Ge and Xing'er entered the carriage, and upon their arrival, Yuehua's expression instantly softened, revealing a gentle and captivating smile. "Brother Chengyan, Sister Xing, it's quite late today. May I invite you both to my residence for a visit in a few days?" Xing'er regarded her with cold eyes. Perceiving the insincerity in her words, a sarcastic smile, curling her lips, too apathetic to feign politeness. Yuehua remained oblivious, her eager gaze fixed on Li Ge. Only when he could no longer withstand her stare and gave a non-committal hum did she burst into elation. Regardless of the agreement, she knew he could not be forced to comply. Her household had its own capable staff. Yuehua beamed like a child, urging the coachman to set off, as if departing now would bring the dawn. As the carriage curtains fell, a flicker of disdain crossed Li Ji's eyes, but it quickly vanished, as if that frosty glare had never existed. "Yuehua, cease your futile struggles. Our fates are already sealed. Why torment yourself further? My happiness is my own to safeguard and is no longer entwined with yours." Li Ge composed himself, leaning against the soft cushion, cradling Xing'er in his arms as he closed his eyes to rest. Yuehua sat opposite him, her chin propped on her hands, gazing at him with adoration. Li Ge felt her fiery stare and frowned, opening his eyes to cast a dispassionate glance in her direction. Yuehua hastily lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Though he loathed such women, he couldn't deny her cunning. She knew how to navigate the nuances of their interaction. Yet, Li Ji's eyes were deep and inscrutable. What had once captivated him about this seemingly innocent yet insidiously calculating woman, who was also so materially driven? What had compelled him to sacrifice everything for her? As they left the western city, the convoy traversed the broad, even official road. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and wheels echoed in the serene surroundings. Yuehua secretly lifted her gaze, stealing glances at the man across from her. His extraordinary beauty, with features so perfect they bore no flaw, especially those striking black and white peach blossom eyes, deep and captivating, made her heart race. Brother Qingyan, Yuehua summoned her courage, but Li Gu appeared oblivious to her words, his demeanor indifferent. Yuehua gritted her teeth and donned a saccharine smile, attempting to ingratiate herself. Qingyan Gij, I personally prepared some delicacies. I shall have the steward send them to your courtyard shortly. No need, Li Gu bluntly declined. I am not accustomed to the pastries made by outsiders. The smile on Yuehua's face faltered. Li Gu continued to deliver a cutting remark. I only enjoy the confections made by Xing'er. Yuehua's jaw clenched, the color draining from her face. Suppressing her fury and jealousy, she asked, Does younger sister Xing'er know how to make pastries as well? Of course. Xing'er chimed in with a cheerful tone, clearly in good spirits. However, the truth was she only knew how to indulge in pastries. Chapter 90. A triangular confrontation. The battle of the heart. Yuehua's gaze flitted between the two, her expression dark and foreboding. That girl named Xing'er was truly beautiful, younger than herself by several years. She appeared merely 15 or 16. And what of Yuehua? Day in and day out, she was burdened with household chores. Although to outsiders, she appeared as the illustrious wife of the general, in reality, she was almost reduced to a mere servant. Not to mention, the general's mother, a peasant woman, treated her like a daughter-in-law to exploit. Yuehua glared intently at Xing'er, realizing why Qingyan Gij favored her so. It was all due to her beguiling appearance. No, she could not allow them to remain together any longer. Feigning a loss of balance, Yuehua suddenly lunged into Li Ji's arms, exclaiming, Apologies, Qingyan Gij. This carriage is quite unstable. Li Gu remained composed, neither offering support nor retreating. With a thud, Yuehua crashed onto the carriage floor, groaning in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Gu frowned, irritated, and asked, Is this amusing? The road beneath the wheels is smooth, and the coachman has been with me for over a decade. Is this sudden affection truly necessary? Yuehua gritted her teeth defiantly. No, I truly lost my balance. Then be honest. Place your heart where it belongs, and you shall sit steadily. Otherwise, do not force me to throw you out mid-journey. I cannot guarantee your safety in these wilds. After saying this coldly, Li Gu closed his eyes again, choosing to ignore her, tightening his embrace around Xing'er a bit more. Xing'er had already fallen asleep, resting softly against his chest, her delicate face tinged with a rosy hue, resembling two enticing cherries. Li Gu gazed down, his expression softened. Yuehua bit her lip, filled with indignation, yet uncertain how to vent her frustration. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Master, it seems there has been an incident ahead. Li Gu opened his eyes, gently placing Xing'er down and lifting the curtain to look outside. Master? The man in black at the driver's seat called out in confusion. Let's approach and investigate. Yes. As the carriage drew nearer, Li Gu finally discerned the situation. A man in white lay sprawled across the road, seemingly unconscious. Master, it is night. Should we not refrain from meddling? The man expressed concern, hesitating. Li Gu withdrew his gaze, coolly instructing, No harm, stop the carriage. I shall take a look. The carriage halted, and Li Gu disembarked, moving to the side of the unconscious man. Upon seeing him, Yuehua's expression shifted to one of panic as she cried out, Qingyan Gij, what has happened? Li Gu coldly scrutinized the man lying on the ground. He was tall and handsome, his features exquisitely sculpted. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breath shallow, indicating he was gravely injured. It was him, Bai Nuo Cheng. Li Gu reached out to check his pulse, feeling a faint heartbeat. which eased his tension. Yet, Li Gu was perplexed. How did he end up in Bai County? Had he come searching for Xing? But why was he so severely injured? And why did he appear precisely on the path of his carriage? Li Ji's mind raced with thoughts of preventing their meeting. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. However, Bai Nuo Cheng was clearly not an ordinary individual and possessed a mysterious identity that could not be trifled with. Moreover, his connection to Xing'er was not trivial. What was to be done? In the carriage, Yuehua secretly observed Li Ji's reactions, analyzing his expressions and movements. Did Qingyan Gij know this man? Otherwise, why would he scrutinize him so intently, displaying such a pained countenance? Having grown up alongside Yi Qingyan, she could read his micro-expressions better than her own heart. And she was convinced she was not mistaken. This man in white must be extraordinary. Perhaps he could be the key to reclaiming Qingyan Gij. First, take him to a nearby village and find a doctor to assess his condition. Ensure there is no risk to his life before allowing him to see anyone or revealing his identity. Then return promptly. Li Gu instructed the coachman to carry Bai Nuo Cheng away, while he drove Xing'er and Yuehua home. The more Li Gu arranged, the more suspicious Yuehua became. This man must be significant, or why would he be so anxious? Why not simply take him to Li Luo Yuan for treatment? Yuehua glanced at the sleeping Xing'er, convinced that the man in white was somehow connected to that girl. Chapter 91. Nuo Cheng confronts Yuehua. No oil or salt will soothe as dawn broke. Bai Nuo Cheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling an excruciating headache and an overwhelming sense of weakness. Last night, he had been searching for Xing'er when he was inexplicably struck by lightning and collapsed. Awakening in this unfamiliar setting, he was disoriented. You are finally awake. A woman's excited voice rang out. Bai Nuo Cheng attempted to rub his throbbing temples, only to discover he was tightly bound. Who are you? He demanded. The woman, observing his panicked state, smirked coldly. Do not be alarmed. My name is Yuehua, and I am your savior. She then produced a pristine handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. Untie me, Bai Nuo Cheng retorted, dodging her and glaring at Yuehua in irritation. What did this insufferable woman intend? Did she truly dare to kidnap him? Yuehua, hearing his words, scoffed dismissively. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have questions for you. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if his father had not warned him against harming humans, he would have torn her shreds right then and there. You had better release me immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. Upon hearing this, Yuehua's expression darkened. Oh, quite arrogant, are we? Who do you think you are to threaten me? I am the wife of the great general. Do you believe I would hesitate to have your corpse displayed on the street? You may certainly try. Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes widened in fury. Then, with a slight exertion of his internal energy, the ropes binding him snapped as if they were mere threads, falling to the ground. Yuehua was taken aback. This man possessed formidable skills, and it seemed he had trained extensively. How infuriating! Had she known from the start not to provoke him? What if he retaliated against her? Although fear flickered within her, she maintained an appearance of composure, raising an eyebrow and saying, Well, you are rather impressive. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me, where exactly is this place, and who are you? He had neither the time nor the energy to engage in idle chatter with her. Can you guess? Bai Nuo Cheng frowned. This woman was exceedingly vexatious. Yuehua surveyed her surroundings, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. It seems you are not that interested in who I am, but rather in finding someone, are you not? After saying this, she added, if you were to plead for my assistance, perhaps I might consider helping you. I have no need to plead for your help, Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed, dismissing her suggestion. Then do not come to regret it. Yuehua, in a fit of exasperation, stormed up to Bai Nuo Cheng, jabbing her finger at his nose in frustration. Why did no one take her seriously? Why was she constantly underestimated? Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes glimmered with a piercing cold light. I am quite busy and truly have no time to waste on someone like you. In light of the fact that you saved my life, I shall spare yours today. Otherwise, the last person who dared to point a finger at me has long turned to ashes. After uttering this, he turned and strode toward the door. Hey, stop right there. Yuehua immediately rushed to block his path. Bai Nuo Cheng did not halt his steps, casting a nonchalant glance at her. What is it that you want? Since I saved you, You should at least show some gratitude, shouldn't you? Gratitude? Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, casting her a dismissive look. Do you really think you are worthy of such consideration? Yu Hua felt stifled by his words, and when she realized she could not impede him, she finally managed to utter her trump card. Do you truly not recognize Xing Er? Bai Nuo Cheng abruptly halted, nearly colliding with the door frame, and turned to gaze at Yu Hua in disbelief. What did you just say? Repeat that. Oomph. So you do acknowledge it. Yu Hua smiled with satisfaction. Since you claim you don't need my help, then so be it. You may search for her on your own. With that, she swayed her hips and prepared to leave, leaving behind a detestable silhouette. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she was seized and dragged back to her original spot. Who exactly are you? How do you know about Xing Er? Where's she? Bai Nuo Cheng's tone was laced with danger. Had it not been for her fragile life and his own injuries, he would have surely strangled her. Up until now, no one dared to threaten him, especially not a delicate young girl like her. Yu Hua was taken aback by his demeanor. She had never encountered a man as terrifying as Bai Nuo Cheng, particularly with the ferocity gleaming in his eyes, reminiscent of a wild beast. Speak quickly. He could no longer contain his fury, lacking patience for her hesitation. Yu Hua flinched under his gaze, hastily stammering, I saved you. You must not kill me. Huh? Do you think that saving me grants you the right to negotiate? What do you want? Yu Hua stuttered in fear. Bai Nuo Cheng let out a cold laugh and suddenly grabbed her by the neck. If you wish to live, tell me where Xing Er is immediately, or I will ensure you meet a death without a proper burial. Chapter 92. Yu Hua struck by lightning. Nuo Cheng transforms into a wolf coughing. Yu Hua felt the suffocating grip around her throat and desperately shook her head. Please don't kill me. Her life was far too precious to be surrendered so easily. After a moment, seeing she was genuinely about to lose consciousness, Bai Nuo Cheng released her. Gasping for air, Yu Hua took several deep breaths before gradually calming down. Bai Nuo Cheng regarded her with a cold glare, urging her impatiently, You had best not play tricks, or I will not allow you the opportunity to escape. Yu Hua greedily inhaled, and once her breathing stabilized, she trembled as she spoke. She is currently. Bai Nuo Cheng, unable to contain his anticipation, inquired, Where is she? His mind was flooded with visions of that delicate, charming face, his chest aching as if pierced by a knife. I have a friend named Cheng Yan. She is presently residing in his mansion. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng silently committed the name Cheng Yan to memory before resuming his icy demeanor. Now, immediately, take me there. What? Yu Hua's eyes widened in shock. What's the matter? Bai Nuo Cheng's gaze turned menacingly cold, as if he could strike her down in an instant. I warn you, do not even think about playing tricks, or I will not hesitate to send you to meet the King of Hell. His fierce words brooked no jest. Yu Hua trembled and quickly nodded, I understand. Only then did Bai Nuo Cheng retract his violent aura and stride out of the room. As they stepped into the courtyard, dark clouds gathered ominously and thunder rumbled. Yu Hua looked up, bewildered by the sudden change in weather. What on earth was happening? It had been perfectly fine just moments ago. Get inside. Hurry. Bai Nuo Cheng's low command jolted her back to reality, prompting her to hasten into the building. Just as she entered, a bolt of lightning struck down, creating a massive crater where they had just stood, dust and smoke swirling in the air, chokingly thick. Coughing violently, Yu Hua clutched her chest, bewildered by the strange turn of events. How could there be thunder on a clear day? While she pondered this, a loud crash echoed as the entire roof collapsed, crashing down onto her. Yu Hua let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, her back in excruciating pain. Struggling to crawl out from the rubble, she felt as though her bones had shattered, the agony overwhelming. As she coughed and moved outside, she suddenly found her ankle ensnared by something. Bending down in pain to inspect it, she discovered it was a coarse rope. Damn it! Yu Hua cursed angrily. This rope appeared ordinary, yet was incredibly resilient. No matter how hard she pulled, it would not break. Gritting her teeth, she crouched down to untie it. How could he have snapped such a thick rope with ease? This place is too strange. I must leave quickly. Yu Hua steadied herself against the wall and stumbled towards the exit, but Bai Nuo Cheng's figure had vanished, and even the crater bore no trace of him. Not even a scrap of cloth. Could he have been struck by lightning? Rage bubbled within her. The lead she had painstakingly found to separate Chang Yin and that wretched girl had been severed. How could she possibly accept this? Yu Hua fumed and stomped her feet. Yet she was powerless to change her fate. She could only lean against the wall and limp away in search of someone to help her return home. Meanwhile, Bai Nuo Cheng, having confirmed that there was no danger surrounding him, slowly opened his eyes. He lay on the ground, squinting slightly, his mind swirling with visions of Xing air. When the lightning had struck, he had narrowly evaded it, yet the residual force had injured him gravely. In recent days, the demon Lord Chang Yi had relentlessly pursued him, and last night's injury had also been inflicted by Chang Yi, an ambush. Now, with his prior wounds yet to heal, he had sustained new ones and had transformed into his wolf form to recover his strength. He would certainly settle the score for this. Chapter 93. Nuo Cheng meets Xing Air. Their reunion at last. By Nuo Cheng gradually rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The estate before him was expansive, with uniquely designed architecture that exuded an ancient charm, each building bearing its own distinctive emblem. His gaze flickered as he quickly discerned the direction and proceeded to the right. Prior to entering, he had learned that Chang Yin resided in the largest house on the right, yet the vastness of the courtyard made finding her a daunting task. However, he needed to find her swiftly, as he was deeply concerned for Xing Air's safety. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the courtyard, creating an ethereal beauty that seemed otherworldly. With his keen sense of smell, Bai Nuo Cheng pursued the familiar scent, quickening his pace as he approached the courtyard. Finally, as he navigated through the garden and arrived at Cheng Yan's door, he found it slightly ajar. Through the gap, he spotted a slender figure, Xing Air. She sat by the window, lost in thought, unaware of his presence. Bathed in moonlight, she appeared particularly delicate and endearing. Bai Nuo Cheng tilted his head, gently pushed the door open, and stealthily entered. Engrossed in her thoughts, Xing Air did not notice the four-legged creature that had entered, nor did she react in any way. Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow and approached her directly, stopping right in front of her. Only then did Xing Air awaken from a reverie. My heavens! She sprang up, then immediately crouched down to pet his fur. Little puppy, how did you get in here? Did you get lost? Bai Nuo Cheng squinted his eyes, relishing her touch. This familiar and delightful sensation had returned, a wondrous surprise of something lost and now regained. Little puppy, what is your name? He inquired. Xing Air looked up bewildered, meeting his gaze. Are you lost? Observing the unfamiliarity in Xing Air's eyes, Bai Nuo Cheng's heart sank, the warmth of his blood freezing in an instant. He reassured himself that this incarnation of Xing Air had yet to behold his true form, and thus her inability to recognize him was understandable. Xing Air, he called out tentatively, pawing at her, wrapping his paws around her. Hey, little puppy, what are you doing? Let go of me, Xing Air protested, struggling to shake him off, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to escape. Hey, little puppy, that is rather rude. Don't you want me to take you home? Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. I want to leave. Then stay here and keep me company. Xing Air said with a smile upon seeing him shake his head. It's late. Are you not afraid to sleep alone? Come sleep with me, sister, she said, pulling back the covers and climbing in. Bai Nuo Cheng watched, his eyes welling with emotion, his throat tightening. This time, he would never abandon her. He slowly moved to the edge of the bed, lay down, and stretched his neck towards her. Startled, Xing Air quickly grasped his mouth. Little puppy, I warn you. No biting. Bai Nuo Cheng ignored her, appearing rather mischievous. Xing Air was at a loss, and could only pat his head, coaxing gently. Be good, don't cause trouble. You smell so sweaty. I want to be able to get used to it. Bai Nuo Cheng blinked, finally releasing her and backing away. Seeing his obedient demeanor, Xing Air couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to rub his fluffy ears. She simply could not bear to scold such an adorable little puppy. After pondering for a moment, she declared, Little puppy, let us go. I'll take you for a bath right now. Bai Nuo Cheng nodded, turning to dash towards the door, leaping out as he reached the threshold. Xing Air followed behind, holding a lantern for him. As they stepped outside, Li Gu, who was nearby, heard the commotion and emerged. Xingye, he called. Xingye toned, He's meetings. Liga, you're still awake? Indeed, Li Ye Pus. Taken aback by the sight of a large white creature beside her. What kind of wolf is this? A dog? Xingye explained. This little puppy got lost and wandered into my room. I'm taking him for a bath. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng perked up, watching Li Gu suspiciously, realizing this fellow might have abducted Xingye. He couldn't help but wonder if he was in cahoots with NIU. Li Ye Frovnid, still finding the white quadruped reminiscent of a wolf. Bai Nuo Cheng, already displeased by Li Ji's presence, felt his anger flare as Li Gu scrutinized him with such doubt, and he instinctively snapped at him. "Oh!" Li Gu swiftly dodged, drawing his sword against Bai Nuo Cheng's neck. Li's action starts with Xingye. Li Gu, what are you doing? Don't harm him. Bai Nuo Cheng bared his teeth, glaring menacingly at Li Gu, as if to say that any further movement would provoke him to retaliate. Li Ye, heeding Xingye's words, sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at Bai Nuo Cheng. Bai Nuo Cheng considered Xingye behind him, realizing he must not frighten her, and lowered his head, ceasing his defiance. Li Gu averted his gaze, speaking calmly. This creature might belong to someone. I'll send someone out tomorrow to inquire. If we find its owner, we ought to return it. Bai Nuo Cheng glared at him, his expression akin to a reprimand for meddling. Li escuffet, hoempo. Shopter nitifira, li ge lavishes affection, xing adkers for Nuo Cheng. Li Gu turned his attention away from the white wolf, dog, and approached Xingye, shedding his outer garment and draping it over her. It's chilly at night. Remember to dress warmly when you go out. Bai Nuo Cheng .The, his anger bubbling beneath the surface, unable to vent it, and merely rolled his eyes with disdain, then turned to stare at the corner. Out of sight, out of mind. Although he had to admit that this fellow was somewhat handsome, he still felt he was more attractive, believing Xingye would remain immune to his looks. The thought of the two of them spending so much time together only fueled Bai Nuo Cheng's desire to exact revenge on NIU. I understand, Xingye replied softly, lowering her head. While Li Gu treated her kindly, she felt no spark of love between them in all their days together. At times, being with him even felt somewhat pressuring. Li Gu raised an eyebrow. Very good. With that, he turned back towards his room, casting one last glance at Bai Nuo Cheng before entering. Bai Nuo Cheng watched his proud silhouette, muttering under his breath, and then followed Xingye. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Xingye naturally filled a large tub with warm water. Little puppy, come here for a bath. Hearing her call him little puppy, Bai Nuo Cheng felt a surge of frustration. If only he had enough energy to transform back into his human form, Xingye would surely recognize him. Oh, woo, he howled. What's wrong? Do you think it's dirty? Don't worry, little puppy, I want to mind you. Hurry up, or I want to help you wash your back. Xingye teased, tossing a towel to Bai Nuo Cheng. He caught it in his mouth and, without a second thought, leaped into the tub. He lay at the edge of the bathtub, his paws resting on the rim, revealing half of his white head. Xingye couldn't help but laugh at his adorable and innocent demeanor, reaching out to stroke his soft fur. Then she scooped a ladle of hot water and poured it over him, asking, little puppy, is it comfortable? Oh, woo, it's scalding. I'm burning up. Bai Nuo Cheng groaned, but he mustered through. After all, it was his beloved who was giving him a bath, and he would endure the heat. The water was indeed too hot. He flailed about in the tub, trying to cool it down, only to be dragged back each time by Xingye, who grabbed his tail and pulled him back into the water. A woof, a woof. Bai Nuo Cheng struggled desperately, eventually barking in distress, Xingye. This is no way to treat a little animal. Little creatures have lives too. Exhausted from washing, Xingye plopped down at the edge of the bathtub, arms crossed, her eyes sparkling with interest as they landed on Bai Nuo Cheng. Oh, little puppy, look at you. You can swim. A woof. Bai Nuo Cheng glared at her, continuing to thrash about, thinking to himself that he had countless tricks up his sleeve to show her later. This woman was simply too wicked, deliberately tormenting him. Ha! Not only can you swim, but your barks are also melodious. You truly are a remarkable dog. Xingye teased. You are playing with fire, believe me. I can take you down in no time. He splashed about a few more times, finally exclaiming, all right, The water is finally bearable. Once Xing Er had her fill of laughter, she took the towel and gently dried him off, her motion slow and tender. With his eyes closed, he savored the moment, suddenly realizing that being a pet cared for by Xing Er might not be so bad after all. For now, he was low on energy, so perhaps it was best to let her care for him. Once he regained his strength, he would certainly reclaim Xing Er. No, Xing Er was rightfully his. Coming to this understanding, he ceased his struggles. After Xing Er had dried him off, she picked him up and carried him back to the room. As she placed him on the bed, he instinctively burrowed into her embrace. Xing Er paused for a moment, then chuckled, stroking Bai Nuo Cheng's head. "You're so clingy. Do you like me?" Bai Nuo Cheng opened his eyes to gaze at her, his pupils wide, and nuzzled into her arms, as if expressing his affection. Xing Er laughed even more, patting him. "You little puppy. You're quite clever." "Woof." Bai Nuo Cheng barked joyfully, reveling in his newfound delight. "Well, since you cherish me so much, I cannot bear to part with you either. For now, I shall take care of you, but you must behave and refrain from causing harm to Li Gu and others in the future." "Woof." Bai Nuo Cheng joyfully barked twice. Chapter 95. Gazing at the moon at midnight, Xing Er is captured. Xing Er gently pulled him from her embrace, allowing him to lie on the bed and tucked him in with a small blanket. "All right, it's time for bed now. Good night." She leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. "Oh, woo." Bai Nuo Cheng responded, then closed his eyes, seemingly ready to sleep. However, mere seconds later, he suddenly flipped over and sat up, gazing at Xing Er with eyes as clear as water, a hint of allure in his expression. Xing Er blinked in surprise, finding his demeanor rather perplexing. With a tinge of annoyance, she asked, "What's wrong, little puppy? Are you homesick?" "Woof." Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly bit the corner of her garment and gently shook it. Xing Er pouted and lowered her gaze towards him. Noticing he was gesturing towards the window, "Woof, woof." Raising an eyebrow, Xing Er glanced outside. The night had deepened, with the moon hanging high and stars twinkling, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sky adorned with silver edges. She chuckled and winked at Bai Nuo Cheng. "The moon is quite full tonight." Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng immediately sat upright and looked toward the window, but his current height allowed him to see nothing. Xing Er couldn't help but laugh, poking his little head with her finger. "Stop it. Be a good boy and sleep." "Woof, woof." Bai Nuo Cheng barked twice. A mighty wolf king reduced to barking like a dog under someone else's roof. For the sake of his beloved, he bore it. Xing Er observed his impatient demeanor, a smile of affection gracing her lips. "Little puppy, do you wish to go out and see the stars?" Bai Nuo Cheng's face lit up with a grin, and he nuzzled her cheek. "Woof." Xing Er smiled, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "All right, I will accompany you to see the moon. Let us set off now. But we must be quiet and not let anyone discover us." After dressing, Xing Er led Bai Nuo Cheng to exit through the back door of Li Luo Yuan. Bai Nuo Cheng followed her closely, bouncing along, seemingly unwilling to be left behind. She chuckled helplessly. "You rascal," becoming more mischievous by the day. "Wanted to see the moon in the middle of the night. All right, we'll walk slowly and surely not wake anyone, okay?" "Woof." As Xing Er guided Bai Nuo Cheng out of Li Luo Yuan, they made their way towards the nearby Qi Lu Mountain, unaware that a shadowy figure stealthily followed them. Bai Nuo Cheng bounded ahead, while Xing Er trailed behind. After a considerable distance, they finally found a towering ancient tree on the hillside, its lush branches concealing half of the crescent moon, allowing moonlight to cascade down to the earth. "Wow!" Xing Er exclaimed, gazing upward in awe. Bai Nuo Cheng lay on the ground, opened his mouth, and blew a series of bubbles toward Xing Er, then winked and licked his tongue, displaying his excitement. Xing Er, watching him, couldn't suppress her smile, and she sat cross-legged beneath the tree. Bai Nuo Cheng promptly leaped in her lap, resting his head on her legs. He tilted his head, seeking affection, as if yearning for her to cuddle him. "All right, I will pet you," Xing Er said, reaching out to stroke the fur around his neck. Bai Nuo Cheng squinted his eyes in pleasure, emitting a contented hum. He then nestled closer to Xing Er, seemingly wanting more affection, but unexpectedly fell asleep, his head drooping. Xing Er sighed softly, preparing to carry him back, but as she turned, a large sack enveloped her body, and she was swiftly hoisted into the air. Startled, she exclaimed, "Hey, who's there? Let me down. Help! 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 Someone please!" She cried out, struggling desperately, but the sack was too tight to budge. All she could do was shout, "Anyone! Help!" Bai Nuo Cheng was awakened, realizing that the kidnappers truly mistook him for a mere dog. Little did they know he was the Wolf King, and daring to treat him as a dog while abducting his beloved was simply intolerable. With a fierce roar, he leapt towards the sack, his sharp claws tearing through the ropes and biting away a piece of fabric. "Oh!" He howled angrily into the darkness, then jumped onto a nearby rock, blocking the path of the assailants. Bang! The sack hit the ground. Xing'er quickly scrambled to her feet, yanking the sack off herself. Just as she was about to unleash a string of curses, she found herself facing 3 or 4 burly men, their bodies adorned with various tattoos and patterns. Her eyes widened in terror as an ominous premonition washed over her. Chapter 96. Nuo Cheng returns to human form. Mourning confusion, these men were clearly not of good character. One particularly fearsome man, with a menacing visage and piercing gaze, bore a scar across his left cheek and exuded a fierce aura. Bai Nuo Cheng positioned himself protectively behind Xing'er, howling at the full moon, his voice powerful and resonant, seemingly shaking the heavens and startling the birds from the trees. "It's a wolf! It's a wolf!" One man shrieked in terror, trembling and pointing at Bai Nuo Cheng, his face as pale as a ghost, retreating in fright. "Oh my! How can it be a wolf here? How is that possible? A little girl? Raising a wolf?" Another man exclaimed, attempting to flee. "Boss, let us get out of here. It's a wolf. Get out of here. We need to kill it," shouted the other 2 men, recklessly charging at Bai Nuo Cheng with clubs in hand. Seeing this, Xing'er screamed in fright, "Little puppy, be careful," before her words could fade. Bai Nuo Cheng swiftly dodged, his agile form darting like lightning, sinking his teeth into one man's throat, who collapsed instantly. Xing'er clasped her chest in shock, her legs trembling as she stared at the gruesome scene, a wave of fear surging within her. She swallowed hard and slowly averted her gaze. Bai Nuo Cheng swiftly dispatched another man, returning to his original position, fixating on the last man with a bloodthirsty glare, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. Xing'er watched in disbelief, her heart racing. The man let out a terrified scream, dropping his club and fleeing. Xing'er stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word in protest. By the time she regained her senses, the man had already escaped, while Bai Nuo Cheng remained poised for attack. She looked up at Bai Nuo Cheng, noting the stark difference in his appearance compared to usual. His form had become more lithe and powerful. He was gazing at her with his emerald eyes, stepping closer. "Little puppy, you are so impressive," Xing'er said, fearfully regarding him, worried he might turn on her. Suddenly feeling a chill, she instinctively shrank back, only to have Bai Nuo Cheng leap into her arms, nuzzling against her. Xing'er gasped in pain. "Ouch! My arm nearly broke." Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng quickly released her, noticing her injury. He raised his paw to examine her clothing, revealing a patch of bright red on her arm. Frowning, he nudged her arm with his nose, sniffing it, then furrowed his brow. He gently lifted her arm with his paw, bringing it to his mouth to lick, and Xing'er felt a sharp pain, followed by a tingling sensation. Her arm was instantly restored to normal. After the events of that night, Bai Nuo Cheng's status in Xing'er's heart surged, as she discovered many of his hidden abilities. For instance, he could heal wounds swiftly, conjure money at will, and whisk her away to distant lands for adventure, all things Xing'er had longed for. On that morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where Xing'er and Bai Nuo Cheng lay peacefully asleep. Xing'er turned gently on her side, her brow slightly furrowed. After a while, she slowly opened her beautiful, clear eyes, and before her was the extraordinary visage of a sleeping man, his sword-like brows, starry eyes, and slightly pursed lips with long eyelashes, exuding an aura of warmth and elegance. His skin was as pale and delicate as a peeled egg, making Xing'er long to take a bite. She stared at him in a daze, pondering who this man was. Meanwhile, Liga knocked on her door, calling out, "Xing Er, it's time for breakfast." At the sound of the knocking, both Bai Nuo Cheng and Xing Er awoke simultaneously. Bai Nuo Cheng stirred from slumber, while Xing Er jolted awake. He emerged from the covers, rubbing his temples as if just awakening. Xing Er sat up straight, attempting to tame her tousled long hair, yet her thoughts remained tangled. At that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng inadvertently let out a large yawn, causing Xing Er's pupils to tremble and leaving Li Gu, who stood just outside the door, frozen in shock. How could there be a man's voice in Xing Er's room? Surely, he must be imagining things. Chapter 97. Caught in the morning. Fueling the fire, Li Gu stood at the threshold of Xing Er's door, his hands suspended in midair, unable to move. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Xing Er echoed from inside the room, startling Li Ji's heart into a rapid pace. He hastily pushed open the door, only to find Xing Er had kicked a man to the ground. Upon hearing the door open, both of them turned to look. "Li Yi!" Xing Er exclaimed, hurriedly jumping out of bed to hide behind him, appearing flustered. When Li Gu caught sight of the man on the floor, a look of alarm crossed his face. "It's him? What is he doing here?" "Of course, I told him." At that moment, Yuhua walked over from the corridor. She had been keeping an eye on Li Luo Yuan for several days and had finally caught them in a compromising situation. This wretched girl had sent people to ambush her a few days prior, resulting in the deaths and injuries of several of her men, costing her a significant amount in compensation. Now, she could let Chang Yin see her in disarray with another man, and even if nothing had truly happened, which man would not mind? She was eager to see if Chang Yin still held affection for her. "What do you intend to do?" Li Yi demanded, suspicion and anger lacing his voice. "Huh, what do I want? Cheng Yin, can't you see? This little vixen has been up to no good." Yu Hua sneered, pointing at the disheveled bed in Xing Er's room, which had been given to her due to its excellent lighting. "You're talking nonsense. I believe Xing Er is innocent." Li Gu frowned, his tone growing increasingly stern. "Innocent? Huh?" Yu Hua laughed mockingly. "Look at their current state. Does that seem innocent to you?" Li Gu fell silent. Yu Hua's words reminded him that Bai Nuo Cheng was still present, and he noticed the shifting colors on Bai Nuo Cheng's face. He didn't understand why. Despite having returned to human form, Xing Er did not recognize him. Realizing this, Bai Nuo Cheng stepped forward and grabbed Li Gu by the collar, pulling him closer to avoid frightening Xing Er. In a low, furious whisper, he demanded, "What have you done to her? Why doesn't she recognize me?" Li Gu narrowed his eyes, a cold, murderous intent radiating from him. "Let go." Bai Nuo Cheng met his gaze fearlessly. "Not until you explain why she doesn't recognize me." Li Gu clenched his fists. "What do you want? Let go of me." Xing Er, in a panic, pushed against Bai Nuo Cheng's arms, almost losing her balance. He quickly steadied her waist, and she seized the opportunity to escape his grasp and run to Li Gu's side. "Xing Er, are you all right?" Li Gu's concerned voice reached her. Bai Nuo Cheng turned to look at Xing Er, only to see her gazing anxiously at Li Gu. Was she worried about Li Gu? Did she not remember him? Why had she struggled when he had held her? His expression darkened, a surge of jealousy swelling within him, wishing to rush over and separate them. Yuan noticed, a triumphant smile curling her lips. She had known there was definitely something between Li Gu and Xing Er. "I'm fine. I didn't mean earlier. I was just too worried about you." Xing Er gently shook her head. Li Gu's expression softened slightly at her words. "Silly girl, I'm a man. I want to be bullied. Just stay here and don't worry." Xing Er obediently nodded and stepped aside. The interaction between Li Gu and Xing Er was indeed striking, causing Bai Nuo Cheng and Yu Hua to exchange glances of disdain. Yu Hua bit her lip, feeling discontented. Why was it that Cheng Yin treated Xing Er with such gentleness and care, while he barely acknowledged her, clearing her throat to mask her discomfort? She coughed a few times, attempting to regain attention. Li Gu turned his cold gaze towards Yu Hua, his demeanor icy. If it weren't for her, the happiness he had painstakingly sought would not have come crashing down so easily. He should have anticipated that a woman like her would never cease her madness. She only understood taking, not giving. Even if he had married her back then, it would not have lasted. He had foolishly mourned for her for so long, and he should have realized this sooner. "Cheng Yin," Yu Hua called out, feigning a pitiful tone. Return home. I still have matters to attend to. Li replied coldly, his eyes fixed on Bai Nuo Cheng, indicating that his business was with him. Yu Hua felt a pang in her chest, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Cheng Yin, I only cared about you, which is why I had people watch over this place. Li Gu, growing impatient, shot her a disdainful glance. Get lost. Chapter 98. Love Rivals in the Arena. Li Gu and Nuo Cheng confronted Yu Hua, trembled, tears streaming down her face as she rushed away. Li Escoufet, returning his focus to Bai Nuo Cheng as they moved to the hall, stating, this is not a place for discussion. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Bai Nuo Cheng clenched his teeth, loathing the arrogant demeanor he had to adopt. It was he who had secretly schemed to make Xing Er forget him. Yet why did he have to maintain this superior facade? He glared fiercely at Li Gu, wishing to tear him apart. But when he saw Xing Er's pure and caring face, his anger dissipated. Fine, he suppressed his ire and chose silence, stepping outside, eager to see what trick Li Gu would attempt next. Be good. You return to your room. I will come find you shortly. Li Gu's demeanor toward Xing Er was completely different, exuding a warmth that could almost be felt. Xing Er obediently replied. Li Gu exited the inner courtyard, instructing the servants to prepare tea and snacks while he led Bai Nuo Cheng to the hall. What is going on with Xing Er? What have you done to her? Bai Nuo Cheng could not help but question Li Gu as they left the courtyard, not yet reaching the hall. Li Gu chuckled derisively, casting him a disinterested glance. What do you think? Why would she forget me? Bai Nuo Cheng was filled with rage. Li Gu raised an eyebrow, leisurely responding, is it really so complicated to forget an unimportant memory? Besides, she does not love you. Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, and then, consumed by fury, he struck Li Gu with a fierce punch, exclaiming, you scoundrel, how dare you malign her? The impact caused Li Ji's cheek to swell, a testament to the force of Bai Nuo Cheng's blow. Instantly, Li Ji's expression darkened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Yet in the next moment, he subdued his emotions, adopting a calm and placid demeanor, his deep black eyes now coated with a veneer of frost. He gently touched the aching side of his face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xing Er does not love you at all. She chose to forget you. His voice was low and laced with a hint of danger. Bai Nuo Cheng glared at Li Gu, asserting, I will not allow you to defame her. We were to be wed before the incident occurred. Then why did you allow her to come to harm? Li Ji's question rendered Bai Nuo Cheng speechless. If you truly love her, why did you not protect her properly? When I first encountered her, she was beneath my wheels, on the brink of death. It was only through my plea to the Empress that she was healed. Even after her body recovered, she endured a period of immense suffering and despondency, which led her to request the forgetfulness potion. It was her own choice to forget you. Is it not your actions that caused her sorrow? As Li Gu spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Bai Nuo Cheng, watching for his reaction. In the fleeting moment of Bai Nuo Cheng's evasive glance, Li Gu perceived surprise, unease, and fear. Though they vanished almost instantaneously, he was certain of what he had seen. Indeed, she took the forgetfulness potion. Bai Nuo Cheng stood frozen, struck by the realization that Xing Er had resorted to such measures to erase him from her memory. His mind was bombarded by the weight of this revelation. He had thought her amnesia was merely temporary, but it now appeared that Xing Er was utterly disenchanted with him. No, it cannot be. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Gu scoffed derisively. Bai Nuo Cheng, do not pretend that you cherish Xing Er so dearly. In truth, your love for her is insufficient. Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing, his tone icy as he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I love her. I love her more than my own life. What do you understand? Li Gu smirked as he stepped closer to Bai Nuo Cheng, halting just 10 centimeters away. If you truly loved her, how could you bear to see her suffer? Bai Nuo Cheng fell silent for a moment before meeting Li Ji's gaze. What are you trying to convey? It is true that you have feelings for her, but she does not return them. She would rather forget you than marry you. This statement struck Bai Nuo Cheng like a thunderclap, rendering him rigid and immobile. She is happy now. Because of me, because of the life I have provided for her. She is able to feel joy. Your presence will only bring her pain. Each word from Li Gu pierced Bai Nuo Cheng's heart like sharp needles, inflicting a profound agony. In the ensuing chapter, the argument bore no fruit. Xing Er was kidnapped. You lie. Xing Er is the love of my life, and I am hers. Do you not understand? We have been together since our past lives. How pitiable and tragic you are. Li Gu remarked scornfully. Your so-called love is merely a reflection of your inability to possess her. Bai Nuo Cheng clenched his fists, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes burning with rage. Let me tell you, even if Xing Er forgets me, I will never give up. One day, she will return to my side. That day may never come. Li Gu replied mockingly, turning to leave. Bai Nuo Cheng hurriedly blocked his path, his expression resolute and stubborn. Who do you think you are? On what grounds do you presume to determine Xing Er's happiness? Do you know how much she has suffered? Do you know how lonely she has been? Do you understand her yearning for love and warmth? I tell you, I love her more than life itself, and I shall not permit anyone to disrupt our bond. Not even you. Listen well, if you dare to entangle yourself with Xing Er again, I will ensure you pay the price. Then I shall await the spectacle. Let us see whom Xing Er will accept. With that, he circumvented Bai Nuo Cheng and departed without a backward glance. Watching Li Ji's silhouette fade into the distance, Bai Nuo Cheng stood frozen in place, grappling with the turmoil within. Li Ji's every word detonated in his mind like a bomb, leaving him trembling. He could not fathom that Xing Er could forget him. She had once relied on him so deeply, trusted him so fully. How could she possibly erase him from her heart? Bai Nuo Cheng shook his head, striving to regain composure. He needed to remain calm. Otherwise, he would never uncover the truth. To discern the reality, he must first seek out Niu. Bai Nuo Cheng hastened back to the inner courtyard, determined to inquire directly with Xing Er about the matter at hand, even if she could provide only the slightest hint. He needed to confirm whether his suspicions were correct. Upon returning to the room, he could hardly contain his impatience as he flung open the door. Yet, the room was empty. Xing Er was not there. He swiftly exited, calling for a maid to inquire about her whereabouts. But the responses were all the same. She had not been seen. Li Yi. Bai Nuo Cheng stormed off to confront him again. Where have you hidden Xing Er? What do you mean? Li Gu replied nonchalantly, as if oblivious to Bai Nuo Cheng's wrath. Do not feign innocence with me. Xing Er's disappearance is undoubtedly your doing. Bai Nuo Cheng shouted in exasperation. Li Gu, taken aback, stood up abruptly from his chair. You say Xing Er is missing? His expression shifted to one of seriousness, devoid of any pretense. Is it not you who has hidden her away? You despicable scoundrel. Bai Nuo Cheng longed to tear away Li Ji's facade, yet reason prevailed. Li Gu took a deep breath. Calm yourself. We must first ascertain whether Xing Er left of her own volition or was taken by someone. Bai Nuo Cheng fed coldly. You must know that I would never harm Xing Er, and furthermore, this is my home. I have no need to hide her away. Bai Nuo Cheng shot him a cold glance, seated himself at the table, and poured himself a cup of tea, gulping it down. You start searching for her whereabouts. I'll go out to look for her. His mind was in disarray. He needed to regain his composure, or he would surely unravel. All right, I will investigate immediately. Li Gu replied without hesitation. On that day, Bai Nuo Cheng scoured the entirety of Bai County, yet found no trace of Xing Er. His eyes were reddened with desperation, and he felt as if his head might explode. Time and again, losing her, each time during moments of his greatest happiness. This sensation was driving him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Xing Er was whisked away at alarming speed, imprisoned in a secluded and desolate courtyard at the foot of a mountain. The courtyard was surrounded by trees and wild grass, providing excellent concealment. Apart from the occasional sighting of a feral cat, no other creatures were present, lending an air of desolation. Xing Er was bound beneath a withered tree in the center of the courtyard, her complexion pale and devoid of vitality, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes gently resting on her eyelids, her lips tinged with purple, presenting a picture of frailty and helplessness. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. The unfamiliar and dim surroundings felt oppressive, and having been caught in the rain outside, she now felt extremely cold. "Awake, are we?" A female voice suddenly echoed. Xing'er turned her gaze towards the sound, where a woman, elegantly attired and exuding grace and opulence, sat in the flickering light. Upon seeing this woman, Xing'er froze, eventually murmuring, "It's you? I did not expect us to meet again so soon." Yu Hua responded, gracefully taking her seat and speaking slowly. She scrutinized the girl before her, who, despite her current disheveled state, possessed exquisite features and fair, smooth skin that made her appear even more pitiable. Jealousy surged within Yu Hua, nearly driving her to madness. "You!" Xing'er opened her mouth, her throat constricted with pain, rendering her unable to speak for quite some time. She had never anticipated that her captor would be the stunning Yu Hua. How could such a beautiful woman resort to kidnapping? Xing'er looked at Yu Hua with confusion, failing to comprehend the purpose behind her abduction. "Why do you kidnap me?" She struggled, exerting all her strength to stand, but the more she fought, the more pain surged through her wrists. She glanced down at her slender, fair skin, now marred with bruises. "Do not waste your energy. The ropes binding you are crafted from special materials, making them exceedingly difficult to sever." Yu Hua's indifferent tone dripped with scorn, seemingly flaunting her arrogance and superiority. "Why have you kidnapped me?" Xing'er pressed on, suppressing her fury. "Because I want you dead." Yu Hua's voice was unervingly calm, yet her words cut like a knife, sending chills down one's spine. "We have no connection. What gives you the right?" Xing'er retorted through gritted teeth. "Because once you are dead, Chengyan Gij will belong to me." No sooner had Yu Hua spoken than a furious male voice echoed through the silent night. "You must be dreaming." Bai Nuo Cheng strode into the courtyard, his eyes bloodshot, his handsome face now contorted in rage as he glared at Yu Hua, wishing he could strangle her on the spot. How could anyone dare to bully his Xing'er? Who knew your charm was so potent? Yu Hua sneered, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. "I warn you, if you dare to harm a single hair on Xing'er, I will kill you." Bai Nuo Cheng's icy gaze bore into Yu Hua, exuding an aura of chilling menace, as if he could tear her apart in an instant. Upon hearing Bai Nuo Cheng's threat, Yu Hua scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. "With your capabilities, you hardly possess the qualification to speak to me in such a manner." With a wave of her hand, countless elite soldiers surged in from all directions, swords drawn, encircling the three of them tightly. "Do you really think a few rusty swords can stop me?" Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, his demeanor shifting abruptly from humble to razor-sharp. As he coldly regarded Yu Hua, danger flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, his palm thrust forward, a formidable force surging forth like a tempest, aimed directly at Yu Hua and her soldiers. Witnessing this, both Yu Hua and the soldiers turned pale and retreated hastily. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, filling every corner, followed by a cloud of dust. Then came a resounding crack as the sturdy iron gate was shattered. Seeing the broken gate at her feet, Yu Hua's expression turned grave, realizing that this man was indeed not to be underestimated. However, none of that mattered. Since she had brought her here today, both of them must die. "Kill them," Yu Hua commanded her subordinates, pointing at Bai Nuo Cheng. At her order, the soldiers surged forward, swords aimed at Bai Nuo Cheng. "Damn it, I will slaughter all of you bastards today." Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes burned crimson with fury. He had long suspected Yu Hua's identity was not simple, yet he never imagined she would dare to use soldiers. Such audacity. The two groups quickly engaged in a fierce battle, the clashing of swords and anguished cries intertwining, filling the room with a heart-stopping chaos akin to hell itself. Bai Nuo Cheng was skilled in combat, but he was outnumbered, and his old injuries were weighing him down. Gradually, his strength waned as he suffered several cuts, blood flowing freely from his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he fought on, cutting down a few soldiers in his desperation. "It seems you're doomed today," Yu Hua sneered coldly, waving her hand as the remaining soldiers surged toward Bai Nuo Cheng, encircling him completely. Realizing the dire situation, Bai Nuo Cheng hastily summoned his energy to defend himself, when suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the courtyard, approaching swiftly, accompanied by the neighing of fine steeds. Yu Hua's heart trembled, her expression darkening as she turned to look. A squadron of cavalry rushed in, led by a striking figure clad in blue brocade, exuding an air of elegance and authority. His features striking and his thin lips pressed into a line, his face shadowed with frost. It was none other than General Mo Lingxian, the commander of the Western Campaign. Following closely behind him were Li Gu and a group of loyal soldiers. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yue Hua's pupils constricted, her heart skipping a beat. A wave of inexplicable dread washing over her, as if her breath had been stolen. Mo Lingxian reined in his steed, landing gracefully, his gaze piercing through to Bai Nuo Cheng, his deep, dark eyes radiating a chilling menace that was suffocating. Li Gu dismounted and approached Yue Hua, his every movement exuding grace and charm, yet his expression was icy, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing Li Gu, Xinger was filled with joy and called out, "Li Gu, save me." Mo Lingxian strode directly to Yue Hua, causing her to tremble, instinctively retreating. But she forgot that behind her was a wall, and in her haste to back away, she collided with a stone lion. A dull thud echoed, pain radiating from her shoulder as her face drained of color, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. Yue Hua shuddered, her gaze locking onto Mo Lingxian, her chest feeling as if swarming with biting ants, a mixture of pain and sweetness. Mo Lingxian looked down at her, his voice cold and unyielding. "You had better return to the general's residence at once." His words swept through Yue Hua's heart like a chilling wind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Yue Hua stared at Mo Lingxian, her heart twisting painfully, feeling as though she had been pricked by needles. His demeanor was resolute and indifferent, devoid of the tenderness of the past. He never anticipated that his wife would be foolish enough to misuse military power, a crime punishable by death. Clenching her teeth, Yue Hua's hands creaked as she gripped tightly. How infuriating! She cast a reluctant glance at Mo Lingxian. General, hearing Mo Lingxian's cold, emotionless voice, a tremor ran through Yue Hua's heart, a glimmer of pleading flashing in her eyes. "General, please spare me." Chapter 101. Memories begin to stir, kindred spirits reunited upon hearing Yue Hua's words. Mo Lingxian's expression hardened further, his eyes brimming with unbridled fury. "I will not allow it." Yue Hua swayed slightly at his ruthless rejection, nearly collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. A dull ache throbbed in her chest as she took a deep breath, striving to suppress her turbulent emotions. "General, you must understand. My marriage to you was arranged by my parents. It was never my choice." Her tone was earnest, laced with a hint of humble pleading. "And what of it? I care not whether you were willing. You're already my wife, the true lady of the general of the Western Campaign." Montauk Lingxuan replied indifferently, his voice flat and cold, devoid of any warmth, seemingly lacking any inclination for compassion. Yue Hua stared blankly for a moment, taken aback by Mo Lingxuan's resolute stance. Observing the despondent expression on Yue Hua's face, Bai Nuo Cheng's anger flared. He struck out at the soldiers surrounding him, then leaped forward, aiming a blow at Yue Hua. He sought to avenge Xing. However, Bai Nuo Cheng's strike was intercepted by Mo Lingxian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he stood firm to shield Yue Hua. Yue Hua's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. He had actually protected her by standing in front. "General," as she witnessed the blood on Mo Lingxuan's lips, panic seized Yue Hua's heart. Just as she was about to speak, Mo Lingxian grasped her hand tightly, commanding, "Come. We're going home. No matter the punishment, I will bear it for you." At his words, a familiar scene suddenly flashed in Xinger's mind. A man had once spoken similar words to her, declaring, "As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Though that person did not seem to be Li Gu, Yue Hua was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she hoarsely asked, "General, is it worthwhile for you to do this?" Mo Lingxian gazed at her with deep affection, his eyes burning like flames, and he gently nodded. Yue Hua could no longer contain her tears, collapsing into Mo Lingxuan's embrace like a child. Witnessing this scene, Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily stunned. What was this? Were the villains finally united with their beloved? His wife had yet to regain her memory, while those who sought to harm her were now happily together. Bai Nuo Cheng felt a deep sense of frustration and sorrow. This feeling of helplessness was infuriating, yet he could only sigh inwardly. Mo Lingxian held the woman tightly, and in an instant, they vanished into the night, leaving Bai Nuo Cheng and the others exchanging bewildered glances at a loss for words. After Li Gu rescued Xing, he discovered she was burning with fever. Time was of the essence. He intended to sweep her up in his arms and return home, but was halted by Bai Nuo Cheng's protest. "You shall not touch my wife." Li Gu glanced down at Bai Nuo Cheng's numerous wounds, his abdomen, back, and sides were marred by several cuts. Supporting Xing, he asked, "Then you'll carry her?" Realizing his own severe injuries, Bai Nuo Cheng hesitated, ultimately relinquishing the thought of carrying Xing. Consequently, Li Gu lifted Xing in a princess carry and placed her in the carriage. Following this, Bai Nuo Cheng rode alongside Li Gu, and their carriage smoothly entered Li Luo Yuan, where Li Gu brought Xing indoors. Xing lay unconscious on the bed, her body alarmingly hot. Damn it! How could her fever be this severe? Li Ji's brows furrowed in concern. The doctor pricked Xing's fingertip with a silver needle, extracting a drop of crimson blood to apply to her wrist pulse. After a thorough examination, the doctor found no abnormalities in her body, although she was distinctly different from an ordinary person. Confused, he decided to administer another injection to reduce her fever. Just as he was about to leave, Li Gu called out, "Sir, please tend his wounds." He pointed to Bai Nuo Cheng, who sat at the foot of the bed. Despite their rivalry, he still held a basic sense of humanity. The doctor nodded and fetched a medical kit, hastily bandaging Bai Nuo Cheng's injuries while advising him to keep them dry to prevent infection. Strangely, the doctor sensed that both of these bodies seemed extraordinary. What was happening today? Why were they both so different from others? Yet he dared not speak of it, taking his reward and leaving the room. After a while, Li Gu brought a bowl of warm water to Xing, who slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the handsome face before her, she was momentarily stunned. "Li Yi, you're awake," she exclaimed. Li Gu smiled. "Xing, you're awake." Xing blinked her sparkling eyes in confusion. "Li Gu?" He affectionately teased her. "Yes. Why did it take you so long to wake up?" Hearing this, Xing abruptly sat up in bed, scanning the room warily. Not seeing anyone else, she urgently inquired, "Where's Bai Nuo Cheng?" Li Ji's dark brows knitted together. "He is injured. I sent him to rest." He disliked seeing Xing concern herself with others, especially Bai Nuo Cheng, and felt an urge to punch him. Xing's complexion paled as she grasped Li Ji's sleeve, anxious. "Where is he resting? Take me to him. He is next door." Li Yi replied. Xing sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Thank goodness he is all right. Are you so worried about him?" Li Gu asked, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Xing stared at him in confusion, feeling as though she had forgotten something important but could not recall what it was. She decided not to dwell on it. "Li Gu, thank you for saving me, but he saved me too and was injured for my sake. So I should check on him." "All right." Li Ji's attitude was dismissive. He disliked Xing showing concern for anyone other than him, particularly Bai Nuo Cheng, which left him feeling quite displeased. Xing threw off the quilt and attempted to rise, her steps unsteady. She staggered, nearly falling, but Li Gu caught her slender waist just in time. She shyly pushed against him, but he remained steadfast. Resigned, she allowed him to support her. "Li Yi, let go of me. I can walk on my own," she said, suppressing her anxiety and feigning calmness. "You're in no condition to be running about." Li Gu reproached gently, yet his grip remained firm. Xing bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Seeing this, Li Gu felt a pang of regret for his earlier rashness. He softened his demeanor, tenderly taking her hand and leading her back into the room. "I dare not let go. I fear that if I do, I will never have the reason to hold your hand again." Chapter 102. Xing's Marriage. Nuo Cheng's pain upon hearing this. Xing felt a slight pang in her heart. She looked up at Li Gu, her eyes shimmering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Xing, I'm truly delighted to know you. I'm fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. The moments we share are what I cherish most." Li Gu gazed unwaveringly into her eyes, his words resonating with sincerity. "Xing, marry me and be my only wife for life." Xing, caught off guard, spat out the tea she had just sipped, drenching the table. Li Gu furrowed his brows, quickly reaching for a napkin to wipe her lips. "Are you all right?" You're not hurt, are you? Cough, cough, I'm fine. Are you serious? She stammered. Of course. Li Gu insisted. This is my heartfelt intention. I know. Xing'er interrupted, but Li Gu continued. However, Xing'er, the only one I love is you. Please believe this. I will treat you well from now on. Xing'er fell silent, her heart racing. Seeing her reaction, Li Gu persisted. Xing'er, marry me. I promise I will never let you down. All right. Unable to withstand his insistence, she clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, agreeing. She could not bear to refuse him. If she was destined to marry him, then let it happen sooner rather than later. Wonderful, Li Gu exclaimed, embracing Xing'er excitedly. He leaned down to kiss her cherry lips passionately. After a long moment, he reluctantly released her. Xing'er, I will go arrange the wedding ceremony. We shall choose an auspicious day to marry. Without waiting for her response, he dashed out of the room to prepare for the wedding. Is there really a need to rush? After Li Gu left, Xing'er felt utterly drained, slumping over the table. Suddenly, Bai Nuo Cheng's image flashed in her mind, and she wondered how he was faring now. Considering he was her savior, she felt it was only right to visit him. Thus, she donned a coat and quietly stepped outside. Miss, this way, please. A maid guided Xing'er into the guest room. There, she found Bai Nuo Cheng resting on the couch. Clad in a dark blue robe, his bandages removed to reveal scabbed wounds. Bai Nuo Cheng, you're awake. Xing'er called timidly. At her voice, Bai Nuo Cheng slowly turned his neck to look at her. Xing'er avoided his gaze, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands. After a moment, Bai Nuo Cheng formed a cold, charming smile and spoke. Are you here to wish me congratulations on your wedding? Xing'er's face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing this, Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed. I thought you would have something to say, but it seems you're here to tell me you're marrying someone else. His words pierced her heart, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. You are about to become my wife. His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing her spine to stiffen and her cheeks to burn with shame. Sorry. Xing'er lowered her head in guilt, unable to meet Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes. Umph. Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed lightly, reclining against the pillow nonchalantly. What? Feeling guilty? Xing'er bit her lip and shook her head, summoning her courage to ask, Does your wound still hurt? Allow me to tend to your wound. She offered as she approached Bai Nuo Cheng, scissors in hand, ready to bandage the injury on his chest. Suddenly, he grasped her hand firmly, halting her actions. With a cool demeanor, he replied, I am fine. There is no need. Please, focus on your wedding preparations. But you have lost so much blood, she exclaimed. He arched an eyebrow, stating, I will not perish. With a fierce grip, he pressed the scissors against his own heart, plunging them deep. Vivid crimson blood seeped from the wound, staining the pristine white sheets. Have you lost your mind? Star, alarmed, quickly withdrew her hand, her face paling. Yet, Bai Nuo Cheng showed no sign of pain, his voice icy as he remarked, Does it hurt you? My heart resides with you, and even 1,000 tortures pale in comparison to the agony of losing you. Star was momentarily stunned, then staggered back in shock. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, pleading, No, you must not do this. Bai Nuo Cheng, I beg you, please do not harm yourself. I implore you to release yourself. Observing her distress deepened the hatred within him, but he stifled it. Perhaps realizing he had truly frightened her, he softened his tone. I am weary. You should return now. He lay back on the bed, shutting his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage further with Star. She stood frozen for a moment before turning and rushing out of the room. She ran swiftly, oblivious to the bloodstains on her gown, knocking over the maid's tea tray without a second thought. Confusion clouded her mind as she pondered why he would act this way towards her. That night, Star tossed and turned, sleep eluding her as visions of Bai Nuo Cheng, gripping her hand and stabbing himself, haunted her. The vivid image of his scarlet blood deeply etched itself in her mind. Just how much hatred did he harbor for her, willing to punish her in such a manner? Fear, worry, regret, and even guilt consumed her. Had she truly forgotten something vital? It was not until dawn that weariness overtook her. In her dreams, a sharp pain gripped her heart, causing her great distress. Her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her expression twisted as if ensnared by terror. She strained to open her eyes, but to no avail. Finally, a beam of white light shot forth from her forehead. revealing a birthmark at her brow, the mark Bai Nuo Cheng had inscribed upon her in a past life, enabling them to find one another through the ages. Her spirit drifted out the window, arriving in a misty realm blanketed in white clouds, the air fragrant with delightful blossoms. Suddenly, she heard a woman's anguished cries in the distance, drawing her attention. Following the sound, she sprinted forward, discovering a gathering of maidens beneath a colossal tree, all gazing upward as if awaiting something. At that moment, a baby's wail pierced the air, heralding the arrival of a girl, her skin translucent and radiant like fine jade. Adorably delicate, a true beauty, the maidens erupted in joyful tears, welcoming the newborn princess. After the girl's arrival, they handed the swaddled infant to a woman reclining on a soft couch. "Heavenly Empress, congratulations on the birth of the princess," they exclaimed. Taking the child, the woman, referred to as the Heavenly Empress, frowned slightly. Princess Xing'er, born with a rebellious spirit, will face 3 tribulations in the mortal realm before returning. The infant let out a loud wail. The Heavenly Empress stroked the baby's tiny head. "Sweet child, this is all for your own good. From the moment you were born, you carry responsibilities that must be fulfilled for the sake of the 4 realms." The little girl appeared to understand, nodding obediently as she lay in the swaddling cloth. Then someone cast her into the void, and she vanished. Star, witnessing this, immediately pursued, desperate to save the child. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not breach the barrier of that space. Resigned, she knelt in anguish. Though no one told her, she understood instinctively that the infant was her. She was the reincarnation of Princess Xing'er. "Father, mother, I miss you so dearly," Star sobbed, huddled in the void. Embracing her knees, suddenly, a Kunlun mirror appeared before her, projecting images of her journey from descent to trials and up to the present. She wiped her tears and absorbed the entirety of her past, ultimately seeing a familiar figure, Bai Nuo Cheng, reflected in the mirror. In every lifetime, he had protected her, nurturing her from childhood, even sacrificing his heart for her in the river of oblivion. How could she have forgotten him? Impossible, regardless of a life. He was the one she cherished. Resolute, she stepped away from the void and returned home, changing into a simple, elegant outfit. After tidying herself, she hurried out, determined to find Bai Nuo Cheng and reveal that she had regained her memories, realizing how heartbroken he must have been during her forgetful days. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sun, thunder roared, and a legion of soldiers materialized in the sky. Star, having regained her divine powers, quickly identified them as the demonic forces. With their invasion, chaos ensued. She furrowed her delicate brows, transforming into the 9 heavens goddess. Ascending into the air, she stood tall against the demons. Her eyes glimmered with authority as she declared, "Demon Lord Chang'e, I advise you to withdraw your forces at once, lest you face annihilation." Chang'e's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Ha, the goddess of the celestial realm is indeed arrogant. Let us see how you intend to destroy my army." Then behold, with that, Star leapt into the sky, engaging in battle with the demon minions. Though she had just regained her past memories and had yet to awaken her divine powers, she was the daughter of the celestial emperor and empress, her strength formidable. 2 immense forces clashed high above, dark energy and celestial aura colliding, creating a tempest that rustled the entire forest and shook the earth's flora. Nearby, the Heavenly Empress stood silently at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. A pang of anguish gripped her heart, as if someone were fiercely clutching her very soul, making it difficult to breathe. After 5 years of pregnancy, she had given birth to a princess, endowed with extraordinary talents and immense power. However, due to her rebellious nature, she was prone to falling into darkness. Thus she had no choice but to send her down to the mortal realm as an infant to endure trials, hoping she would comprehend her destiny through experience. For countless years, endless longing had robbed her of sleep, but now, Princess Xing'er was brave and powerful. As Star fought fiercely, golden light radiated from her being, her divine essence. The Heavenly Empress, from her perch, continuously channeled divine energy to bolster her daughter, enhancing the ferocity of her attacks. Soon, the demon minions were forced to retreat. In a fit of rage, Chang'e concentrated his power into a black energy sphere aimed at Star. Yet, the dark force was dispelled by a flash of white light that shielded her from harm. Chang'e, enraged, struck at the white light only to be repelled, crashing into the underbrush. With a furious roar, a man clad in white robes approached, exuding an aura of formidable power that instilled fear in all. Bai Nuo Cheng. Chang'e exclaimed in disbelief. Had it not been for the aid of the celestial emperor and empress, he would have been evenly matched with the demon king Bai Ting in the past. Bai Nuo Cheng said nothing. He merely stepped closer to Star, gripping her delicate hand tightly. Star, my beloved. His warm palm enveloped her icy little hand, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. Her gaze fell upon his hand, and a pang of sorrow welled up within her heart, prompting tears to flow uncontrollably. Bai Nuo Cheng. She threw herself into his embrace, sobbing heartily. I'm so sorry. How could I forget you? Forgive me, I was wrong. She repeated her apologies, tears streaming down her face, fully aware that she had let down too many people in this life, especially Bai Nuo Cheng. Yet she found herself unable to control her emotions. He held her tightly, soothingly declaring, It's all right, my dear, it's all in the past. You are alive, and so am I. We are both alive, and we shall never part again. She smiled through her tears, nodding vigorously. Chang'e, clutching his chest, rose indignantly, exclaiming, If you two wish to be a loving couple, then I shall slay the world to host your wedding. As his words faded, the demon army raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the mortal realm. Bai Nuo Cheng held Xing close, gently kissing her forehead, and softly advised, Xing be obedient, hide for now. Xing nodded, okay. He then released her and ascended into the air, confronting the demon Lord Chang'e. Clad in silver armor with his dark hair billowing, he appeared majestic and fierce, like a war god surveying the world. His silver sword danced through the air with remarkable precision, each thrust executed with unparalleled skill. Chang'e, refusing to yield, had spent millennia sealed within the golden pagoda of the King of Heaven, his powers having long surpassed limits, making him unmatched in this realm. Wielding a black scythe, he moved with a speed that was both uncanny and lethal. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to concede. However, with the loss of his heart, Bai Nuo Cheng had inevitably diminished in strength, losing the powers of the Demon King and the Fire Wolf. At last, Bai Nuo Cheng made a critical mistake, revealing a fatal flaw. The sharp black scythe pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. Xing cried out in panic. Bai Nuo Cheng. A faint smile graced his lips as he shook his head, saying, I'm fine. He wiped away the tears from Xing's cheek, gazing deeply into her beautiful eyes. In the next life, do not forget me. Xing's pupils dilated in disbelief, exclaiming, No, Bai Nuo Cheng, you are the war god of the four realms. My husband, you cannot die. I want to allow it. I love you, he whispered, filled with profound love. The king of three lives, the guardian of the Shumi continent. He was the man she adored. How could she permit his demise? Fem Xing turns to ash. Nuo Cheng faces tribulation. Bai Nuo Cheng, wake up. Xing wept, striving to summon the last vestiges of his spirit within him. At that moment, she noticed his beautiful green eyes gradually dimming. Bai Nuo Cheng. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the mountain range, steeped in sorrow and despair. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed overhead, casting a heavy gloom. Xing looked up at the sky, witnessing a tremendous thunderclap. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the pitch-black night. Soon after, torrential rain began to pour. The rain soaked both her and Bai Nuo Cheng. With a heart-wrenching cry, Xing lamented. She felt as though her heart had been torn asunder, nearly suffocating from the agony. She shook Bai Nuo Cheng's cold, stiff body, yet received no response. Xing let out a desperate roar. In this world, no one but Bai Nuo Cheng could restrain Chang'e. How could her frail form allow the four realms to descend into turmoil? She could not thwart Chang'e's schemes. No. Xing collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She cradled her head, screaming in despair, In that moment, she realized how utterly weak and fragile she was. She loathed her own powerlessness. She despised this damned fate. With reluctance, Xing air-kissed Bai Nuo Cheng's forehead, choking back her words, in the next life. Let me find you first. She extracted the heart Bai Nuo Cheng had given to save her life and returned it to his body, sealing away all memories of her with the last remnants of her divine power. She understood that if he knew of her departure, he would suffer immensely. Only by ensuring he completely forgot her could she leave in peace. Li Gu rushed from the crowd, witnessing Xing air disintegrate before his eyes, dissipating into nothingness. Xingye, he cried out in anguish, his eyes blazing with fury. No. White feathers fell like snow, stars falling from the sky. Li Gu wept bitterly, tears cascading down his face. He knelt upon the ground, as though his soul had been shattered, murmuring, "In this life, I was unable to keep you." Bai Nuo Cheng gradually awakened, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He had indeed returned from tribulation, his strength elevated. Before him, the heavenly emperor and empress battled against Chang Yi, hoping to delay him, granting Bai Nuo Cheng and the demon king more time. Drenched in blood, he appeared as a Shura risen from hell. Bai Nuo Cheng, you're alive again? Chang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Nuo Cheng coldly surveyed his surroundings, bellowing, "Today, I shall annihilate you all with all my might." Chang Yi's eyes glimmered with ruthlessness, replying, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you to the end." With that, he swung his scythe towards the heavenly emperor. Bai Nuo Cheng gripped his sword tightly, ready for battle. Boom! The two blades clashed together. In an instant, the winds roared and the earth trembled. A chaotic tempest ravaged the land, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. Chang Yi's power was indeed terrifying. Bai Nuo Cheng felt a hint of struggle. Gritting his teeth, Bai Nuo Cheng declared, "If you repent in time, you can return to your demon clan and continue being your demon lord." "Ha ha! Kang loghead arrogantly, Bai Nuo Cheng. I have long declared that this realm will ultimately belong to me. You shall not succeed." Bai Nuo Cheng's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, his aura surging. With a sweep of his white wings, he charged at Chang Yi. Boom! The two blades struck at each other's waists. A look of seriousness crossed Chang Yi's face. Bai Nuo Cheng's strength exceeded his expectations, yet his white wings were severely damaged and could not endure for long. Chang Yi secretly summoned the dark energy within him, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, an eerie sound reverberated throughout the area. The earth began to tremble violently, as if a dragon were rising. Bang, 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 clang. Thick iron chains erupted from the ground, slicing through the air with lethal force, ensnaring the demon clan's minions and monsters, binding them instantly. Oh! The air filled with their harrowing cries. What is happening? Chang Yi's eyes widened in shock as he surveyed the scene. Crack, crack, crack. The chains tightened relentlessly. The minions and monsters, unable to withstand the pressure, had their bones shattered, veins rupturing, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the land was littered with corpses. A horrific sight. Chang Yi stood frozen in terror, unable to move. He turned to Bai Nuo Cheng, bewildered. What is going on? White King, we have come to assist you. The ancient beasts from the depths of the Eastern Sea surged forth to lend their aid. It turned out that a final fragment of Xing air's essence had flown to the Eastern Sea to send word. With a flurry of white wings, Bai Nuo Cheng advanced toward Chang Yi, each step causing a tempest to rise, his presence overwhelming. What do you intend to do? Chang Yi swallowed hard. Retreating step by step, Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze glinting coldly. What do you think? Chapter 106. The Demon Clan falls. Nuo Cheng forgets Xing air. He swung a punch at Chang Yi and bang. Chang Yi's ribs shattered, his body crashing to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sneering. Do you really think this can defeat me? I shall never concede. Bai Nuo Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. So you believe victory is assured? Chang Yi scoffed derisively. With that frail body of yours? Don't harbor such delusions. Then I shall eagerly await the outcome. Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a faint smile. You will never understand. Throughout history, Those who possess eternal life can achieve anything. Chang Ye's eyes widened in realization, his pupils constricting as he gazed at Bai Nuo Cheng in disbelief. Bai Nuo Cheng smirked coldly indeed. I have long surpassed my limits. Immortal and indestructible, your fate is destined to be tragic. No, Chang Yi roared. I refuse to accept this. His legs began to convulse, gradually withering, skin sagging, and wrinkles multiplying. In the blink of an eye, Chang Yi appeared aged and emaciated. With a cry of despair, his demonic energy dissipated, and he plunged into the swamp. Vanishing from sight, his figure quickly sank, leaving behind only a pool of blood, starkly contrasting against the black mire. Following Chang Ye's demise, the remaining minions of the demon clan perished as well. Bai Nuo Cheng suppressed his aura, regaining tranquility. He hovered in the air, surveying the devastation below, lost in thought. Suddenly, the faint sound of dripping water reached his ears. A crystal-clear orb fell to the ground. Bai Nuo Cheng bent down to pick it up, examining it closely. The orb was a pale green, with a luminescent surface emitting a fragrant aroma. What is this? He held it in his palm for a moment, unable to discern anything unusual before soaring to the top of the palace, gazing at the vast sky. With a soft sigh, he mused, I feel as if I have overlooked something. In the aftermath of the battle, Bai Nuo Cheng returned to San Shenggu. The night was deep, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. Standing atop a high eave, he contemplated the resplendent palace, wondering if it was all merely a dream. He closed his eyes, feeling dizzy as the world spun around him. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him remained unchanged. Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Shaking his heavy head, he sought a quiet place to rest, even if just for a moment. Suddenly, as he drifted into slumber, a figure approached, wrapping him in an embrace. It was a woman, her graceful figure adorned with garments that harmonized exquisitely with her white wings. She navigated through a thicket of flowers and arches, heading toward a resplendent hall. Lifting her gaze, she revealed a delicate, ethereal face, her brows reflecting determination. Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He felt a sense of familiarity with her visage. Rubbing his forehead, memories eluded him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Nuo Cheng regained his senses. A refreshing breeze wafted by, and he looked down to find himself reclining on a soft couch by a lake. The surface of the water rippled gently, and a light breeze carried a captivating fragrance. He propped himself up, observing a small boat on the lake, and leaped down to sit at the stern. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his sculpted features. Resting one hand behind his head, he closed his eyes, listening to the soothing sounds of the water. After an unknown duration, feeling somewhat fatigued, he leaned against the boat's edge and dozed off once more. Suddenly, a splash erupted. Bai Nuo Cheng sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings warily. Who's there? A pristine lotus pod floated upon the lake, adorned with a plump, rosy lotus root, its tip glistening with droplets of water. Bai Nuo Cheng paused, reached out, and plucked the lotus pod, placing it in his mouth. Upon chewing, a refreshing, slippery flavor surged into his stomach, inducing a delightful sensation. He took another bite of the lotus root, relishing its juicy sweetness, utterly irresistible. His stomach audibly protested with a couple of growls. Bai Nuo Cheng seized the lotus root, munching eagerly while murmuring, so delicious and quite sweet, haha. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped him, jolting Bai Nuo Cheng awake. Ashu! He rubbed his nose, exclaiming, damn it, who is cursing me? In Chapter 107, the second disturbance at Yanluo Hall, entering the Underworld. Although Xing Er had used her last remnants of divine power to erase Bai Nuo Cheng's memories of her, how could such profound love be easily obliterated? In a mere few days, he recalled everything, caressing the heart within his chest that had once shared blood with hers. He felt an unmistakable, unrelenting ache. Xing Er, he murmured, how cruel you are. You know full well I cannot live without you. Yet you took it upon yourself to erase my memories? She was so charming and kind, yet she resolutely departed on that fateful morning, choosing to sever their bond forever. With Xing Er gone, His first destination must be the underworld. If he could find even a fragment of her soul, he would have a chance to save her. In the underworld, amidst the sea of red spider lilies, beside the towering He bridge, stood a small pavilion. A man clad in black robes descended from the sky. He was tall and slender, his complexion as pale as death. Even from a distance, Meng Po could sense the chilling atmosphere he exuded. As he approached, she hurried to guard her pot, wary of losing another batch of soup, which had cost her last year's bonus. Bai Nuo Cheng gazed at the dark, viscous substances before him, his brow furrowing in disgust as he stifled the urge to vomit, asking, "Has Xing'er been here?" "No." Meng Po shook her head, her fingers greasy as she carelessly stirred the pot before discarding the contents. "That girl is no ordinary person. Why bother troubling yourself with our humble underworld?" Ever since his last upheaval in the underworld, the ledger of life and death had taken a year to organize. While he had been busy living with that little girl in the underworld, later, in his wake, the black wind wreaked havoc once more, turning the freshly organized underworld upside down and injuring many of the guards. "If you refuse to let me pass, I shall seek her out myself." Bai Nuo Cheng's voice was cold and detached, yet it bore the sharpness of a blade slicing through glass, instilling dread. Meng Po hastily gestured for him to stop. No, please don't recklessly enter the underworld. If calamity ensues, who can bear the wrath of the King of Hell? I shall bear it myself." With that, he leaped off the He bridge, heading straight toward Luo Hall. Hey. Meng Po stomped her feet in frustration. Why must he be so stubborn? I told him that girl never came here, yet he refuses to believe me. Now it's all ruined. The King of Hell will surely have a hard time ahead. Bai Nuo Cheng sprinted forth, quickly arriving outside Luo Hall. He gazed up at the grandiose palace, his demeanor darkening, eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. He extended his palm, channeling energy into it, and forcefully thrust it forward. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, shattering the red lacquered doors of Luo Hall. Inside, the King of Hell's furious roar echoed. Who dares to intrude upon Luo Hall? Bai Nuo Cheng raised his gaze, fixing his penetrating stare on the solemn figure seated upon the throne, calling out with clarity and resolve, "I have come to reminisce with the King of Hell." The familiar yet terrifying voice sent a shiver through the King of Hell, who first glanced at the ledger of life and death, seemingly foreseeing the impending outcome. It's over. Indeed, as Bai Nuo Cheng stepped into the hall, his fierce gaze swept the room, finally resting upon the King of Hell. "King of Hell." Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes narrowed, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Long time no see. I trust you have been well?" The King of Hell broke into a sweat, struggling to swallow, forcing a smile. "Your Majesty, what brings you to my humble underworld today?" As the words of Yin Wang resonated through the air, Bai Nuo swiftly darted to his throne, seizing the jade teapot resting upon it. With one hand gripping Yin Wang's neck, he lifted the teapot, removing its lid, and was immediately enveloped in the rich aroma of tea. A wicked smile played upon his lips as he leisurely poured a cup, presenting it to Yin Wang, urging him to savor the flavor, assuring him that consuming it would banish his nightmares. The pressure of Bai Nuo's grip was intense, causing Yin Wang to struggle for breath, desperately twisting his neck to escape Bai Nuo's hold while attempting to swat the tea away. Yet, Bai Nuo had anticipated this move, tightening his grip on Yin Wang's arm and forcefully pouring the liquid into his mouth. The scalding hot water made Yin Wang cough violently, his throat burning with pain, his face reddening as if he were a boiled shrimp. Bai Nuo placed the teacup down, casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled Yin Wang, and said with a smirk, "Perhaps I have been absent for too long, and you have forgotten about me?" Yin Wang clutched his painfully throbbing throat, coughing uncontrollably, tears streaming from his eyes. Bai Nuo released his collar, allowing him to crumple to the ground, looking down at him with a cold, bloodthirsty tone. "Tell me, where is Xing'er?" Wiping his tears, Yin Wang lamented, "This is a sin." "Oh." Bai Nuo raised an eyebrow, knowing that Yin Wang was concealing something, evident from his hesitance. Yin Wang gritted his teeth and declared, "Bai Wang, it's not that I don't wish to speak, but that girl is beyond our reach. She is not someone I can control." "Not someone you can control?" Bai Nuo's brow arched, his voice steady yet his fists clenched tightly. He was certain Yin Wang was lying. After all souls must report to the underworld upon death. There was no escaping that fate. Indeed, Yin Wang, seeing Bai Nuo's tightened fists, hastily nodded. She is a unique being from the four realms, not bound by the six paths of reincarnation, transcending the mundane. We mere mortals cannot contend with her. Bai Nuo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Who exactly is she? After a moment of hesitation, Yin Wang stammered. She is from the Xinjia. Bai Nuo was taken aback. Xinjia? She is actually from Xinjia? Impossible. He had loved her for 2 lifetimes. Xing'er had always been an ordinary mortal, devoid of any celestial power. How could she now be of the Xinjia? I do not care about her origins. I demand to know her whereabouts today. Bai Nuo's expression hardened, each word resonating with determination. Tell me where she is. I truly do not know. Yin Wang wiped away his bitter tears, feeling cornered, and finally decided to abandon all pretenses. Bai Wang, I am the king of hell. You cannot bully me like this. Without my position, I have nothing to fear. Bai Nuo, uninterested in further dialogue, kicked Yin Wang's backside with force, coldly laughing. Are you certain? The impact caused Yin Wang to yelp in pain. When Yin Wang fell silent, Bai Nuo intensified his assault, his tone chilling. Say it again. Who is bullying whom? Yin Wang, in agony, finally relented, trembling as he said, I will tell you. Just go to the heavens and look for her. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Nuo grasped Yin Wang and prepared to throw him out of the room. However, as he turned, he was met with a pair of eyes as deep and dark as the night sky. Bai Nuo froze for a second before regaining his composure. You, he exclaimed, staring at the handsome man before him, his face reflecting astonishment and disbelief, unresolved matters from their past still looming large. Li Gu pursed his lips, remaining silent. Bai Nuo inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within him, and managed a mocking smile. You truly are like a stubborn piece of toffee, always appearing everywhere. Li Gu frowned slightly and softly asked, Are you here to find Xing? Huh? Bai Nuo scoffed, retorting, You think I came to seek you? After a moment of silence, Li Gu suddenly said, If you find her, could you deliver a message for me? Bai Nuo shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing repeatedly. Why should I help you? I owe you a life, Li Gu replied, lowering his gaze. If you can convey a message to her, I will devote my life to following you, willing to face any peril for your sake. Huh? Bai Nuo laughed. Is this your idea of humility when asking for a favor? Li Gu seemed to have anticipated Bai Nuo's reaction, slowly approaching him and stopping 3 feet away, bowing respectfully. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, he knelt on the ground, earnestly bowing his head, imploring for assistance in delivering his message. Bai Nuo stood unmoving. Unfazed, Li Gu maintained his respectful posture, repeatedly bowing. I beg you to help me convey my message. Tell her that I love her, and my greatest regret in my first life was abandoning her. Bai Nuo's face tightened, the temperature around him plummeting to a bone-chilling cold. His knuckles turned white, emanating an aura of menace. Li Ji's forehead soon broke open, crimson blood spilling forth. A shocking sight. Yin Wang, witnessing the altercation between the two, shrank back in fear, trembling. The allure of this woman was utterly terrifying, even more so than the former Queen of Heaven. As for Bai Wang, he was a force to be reckoned with. This fellow Li Gu had already troubled him for several days. Both were not to be trifled with, each a formidable presence. With such a celestial being in the Xinjia, one could only wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. After a long silence, Bai Nuo finally spoke, his voice deep and laden with warning. You had better pray that she is safe. Otherwise, I will ensure that the entire underworld pays the price. With that, he vanished from sight. Yin Wang, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Bai Nuo's departure, he rubbed his sore backside, unable to refrain from cursing. That brat, always causing trouble, truly is a lingering ghost. Muttering under his breath, he yawned and lay back in a chair, closing his eyes to indulge in a deep slumber. Under the bright moonlight, Bai Nuo sat cross-legged on his bed, staring at the intricately carved wooden beams above, his mind in turmoil, making it impossible to concentrate on his cultivation. He decided to rise, stepping outside into the courtyard, tilting his head to gaze at the luminous, radiant full moon. Tonight's moon shone exceptionally brightly, resembling a fine sapphire embedded in a dark canvas, captivating yet fraught with danger. Xinger, I believe we will soon be reunited, Bai Nuo murmured, a gentle light passing through his eyes. He calmed his thoughts and re-entered a state of cultivation, understanding that only by growing stronger could he protect those he cherished. The following morning, Bai Nuo awoke on time, completing his morning rituals before heading directly to the Xinjia. Upon arriving at the heavenly palace, he was met by a heavenly soldier who respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, what brings you to the heavenly palace?" Bai Nuo cast a glance at him, replying coolly, "Si Ming Dian, lead the way." The heavenly soldier immediately stepped aside, gesturing graciously, "Please follow me." Bai Nuo promptly followed, navigating through the lengthy corridor. Bai Nuo accompanied the heavenly soldier into a lavish courtyard adorned with an array of exquisite treasures and jewels, all glistening with opulence. Stopping before a luxurious chamber, the heavenly soldier respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the Lord of Si Ming is inside." Bai Nuo stepped through the doorway, only to find Si Ming leisurely sipping tea at a table, exuding an air of tranquility and ease, entirely devoid of the anticipated tension and anxiety. Even neglecting to lift his head, Bai Nuo raised an eyebrow, clearing his throat before raising his voice, "Is the esteemed Si Ming here? And is he willing to see me?" Finally, Si Ming set down his cup, slowly lifting his gaze. He first scanned the scenery and objects within the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Bai Nuo Cheng. "White King, you are as well as ever," Si Ming remarked with a faint smile, exuding a myriad of charms. "It has been many years since we last met, yet you remain as dashing and elegant as ever." Bai Nuo Cheng scoffed, "Enough of your flattery. Speak plainly. Where have you taken Xinger?" Si Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "She is not here. I fear you have mistaken your quarry, Your Highness. Do not deceive me. I searched every corner of the Underworld yesterday. She is certainly not there." Bai Nuo Cheng declared coldly, "Return her at once, or I shall dismantle your Si Ming palace." "Alas!" Si Ming exclaimed dramatically, "Your Highness is indeed formidable. I must say, you have quite impressed me. Cease your nonsense." Bai Nuo Cheng shot her a glare. "You would do well to be sensible, lest you find yourself in dire straits." "Ah, how ruthless you are," Si Ming sighed, shaking her head. "Indeed, you are the son of the Demon King Bai Jingting. Your temperament mirrors that of your father." Bai Nuo Cheng frowned. "Enough with the idle chatter. Where is Xinge?" Si Ming pouted, "I do not know." In the next moment, Bai Nuo Cheng indeed began to dismantle the Si Ming palace. The white walls crumbled instantly. The resplendent hall transformed into a heap of ruins, and the grand floor-to-ceiling windows shattered into countless fragments. Si Ming stood aside, her lips twitching in disbelief. After a moment, she remarked, "You truly did it. Should I not?" Bai Nuo Cheng replied matter-of-factly, "Do you wish for me to do it again?" "Hey now," Si Ming hurriedly intervened. But Bai Nuo Cheng was unyielding. "I shall ask once more, where is Xinger?" Si Ming rubbed her temples, exasperated, and raised her hands in surrender. "As I said, I truly do not know. Do you think I would believe you?" Bai Nuo Cheng retorted angrily. "You had better hand over Xing, or I shall not be kind to you." "Oh, why must my fate be so miserable?" Si Ming lamented, her face contorted in despair. "As a mere Si Ming, I endure endless vexations. The heavenly emperor and empress vent their frustrations on me, and you are no less troublesome. Woe is me." She wiped away her tears as she spoke. Bai Nuo Cheng grimaced in disgust, mercilessly exposing her theatrics. "Your acting is abysmal. I rate it poorly." With that, he turned to leave. Si Ming was left stunned, blinking in disbelief. "What? Poorly rated? I have been scorned by a mere child." Incensed, Si Ming chased after him. Bai Nuo Cheng deftly leapt, soaring through the heavenly palaces, and in an instant he appeared beside a towering ancient tree. He sprang up, landing on a branch, and settled himself gracefully upon it. The celestial soldiers looked up in shock, their mouths agape. Could it be that he truly dared to dismantle the entire realm of the immortals? They had never encountered anyone so audacious in their lifetimes. Bai Nuo Cheng, with a serious expression, surveyed the surroundings, and coldly declared, "If you are wise, you will promptly summon my Xinger. Otherwise, do not blame me for my hostility." Okay. Si Ming rushed out from the ruins of the Si Ming Palace, realizing that she could not explain its destruction. If she were to dismantle the celestial realm as well, her position as Si Ming would be forfeit. 10 years hence, I plan to send her to reincarnation. If you wish to see her again, cooperate with me, Si Ming stated. Bai Nuo Cheng's eyes flickered with curiosity. What do you mean? You will understand when you see her, Si Ming teased. But first, you must assist me with a task. What task? Bai Nuo Cheng regarded her warily. Your spiritual power is formidable. You can lend me your strength, Si Ming explained. As long as you agree to help me, I assure you that your Xinger will be safe. Why should I trust you? Bai Nuo Cheng confected. Ha! Si Ming chuckled coldly. You have no choice. Regardless of your trust, this matter is beyond your control. Bai Nuo Cheng narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, Si Ming replied slowly. I am merely stating a fact. How fortuitous. Bai Nuo Cheng mocked. Perhaps I should just dismantle the celestial realm first. Si Ming frowned. Do not be rash. We are civilized beings and cannot engage in such crude actions. She attempted to soothe him, then shifted her tone. However, you are not merely assisting me. You are aiding Xinger. What do you mean? Si Ming led him to the center of the garden, pointing at a peculiar flower. You merely need to channel your spiritual energy into it. Above the flower pot were several slender silver needles, each glimmering ominously. Why should I believe you? Si Ming smiled, enchanting, captivating all, because it is Xinger. The sooner you rescue her, the sooner she can descend and reincarnate. Bai Nuo Cheng fell silent. After a long pause, he finally murmured, What sin has Xinger committed? Why must she endure trials in the mortal realm? Once rescued, cannot she simply be an ordinary fairy? Si Ming's smile faded, and she spoke earnestly. You should know that, given her talents, the celestial realm is unsuitable for her cultivation. Enduring trials in the mortal realm offers a swifter path to ascendance. Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before finally agreeing, Very well. I will give it a try. Upon hearing this, Si Ming was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. All right, I accept your terms, Bai Nuo Cheng stated softly. I hope you remember your words. Si Ming smiled subtly. A promise is a promise. Bai Nuo Cheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt his spiritual energy surge toward the silver needles in the flower pot. The needles emitted a soft white light, gradually enveloping the flower within. Moments later, the previously wilted plant blossomed with vitality. The petals unfurled, revealing a delicate pink core. Done. Bai Nuo Cheng opened his eyes, retracting his energy. Si Ming was elated. Thank you, little demon king. With that, she plucked the silver needle from above the flower pot and covered it with soil again. In 10 days, she would be able to descend and reincarnate. Chapter 110. Reincarnation in the Third Life. Nuo Cheng's devotion 10 years later. The most esteemed princess of the Xia kingdom was born. However, this little princess did not cry upon her birth, nor did she open her eyes. She remained with her eyes shut, her long eyelashes trembling with each breath, her fair little face flushed, evoking a sense of pity. This left the palace's physicians perplexed. Clearly, the princess was in perfect health, so why would she not awaken? Unable to resolve the issue, the emperor of Xia issued a royal decree, offering a reward of 10,000 gold taels to anyone capable of restoring the princess to a normal, childlike state. With such a substantial reward, many skilled individuals flocked to the capital, eager to diagnose the princess, yet none could awaken her. Just as the emperor was losing hope, a man clad in white appeared before the crowd. He was strikingly handsome, with an icy demeanor. Are you the one who answered the royal decree? The emperor, desperate to see his precious daughter awaken, instructed the imperial guards to bring the white-clad man before him. Bai Nuo Cheng was ushered into the royal chamber, and as he entered, all eyes were drawn to him. His brilliance was simply overwhelming. His cultivation surpassed all, akin to the stars and the moon, as though he were the most perfect, radiant being in existence. Yet, he bore no arrogance, instead addressing the emperor with a grave expression, Your Majesty, I possess a method to awaken the princess. Is that true? The emperor asked, a mixture of hope and skepticism in his voice. Though he held the highest status, he was still a mere mortal, unable to sever the bond with his loved ones in the face of death. Indeed, what is the method? Blood extraction. At this, everyone present gasped in shock. Blood extraction? What does that mean? Are you suggesting we use the blood of the living to heal the princess? This is unacceptable. How could the royal bloodline be tainted? What can be done? This is absolutely out of the question. However, the next turn of events completely altered their understanding. I permit it. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor Xia, the attendees were struck with disbelief. The sovereign had acquiesced to the ludicrous proposal of a stranger. Such a preposterous turn of events. Yet, with the emperor having made his decision, further objections would prove futile. They could only marvel at the incredulity of it all. How could Emperor Xia permit anyone to place the life of the princess and the dignity of the royal family in jeopardy? The emperor's profound gaze was fixed upon his slumbering daughter, and he murmured, I believe this is the only opportunity we have left. Others may not comprehend. But how could he be oblivious? If this chance were to be squandered, the prospect of healing his daughter in the future would be akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, he must seize this moment. Turning to Bai Nuo Cheng, he inquired in a solemn tone, how much blood is required? The more, the better. Very well. The emperor nodded and added, speak freely of your needs. I shall see them met. Thank you, your majesty, Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a slight bow. After issuing a few more instructions, the emperor dismissed the court and remained vigilantly by the bedside. He gazed at his unconscious daughter, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Then, he extended his arm to Bai Nuo Cheng for blood extraction, only to be utterly astonished moments later as Bai Nuo Cheng bit into his own hand, allowing a droplet of blood to fall into the princess's mouth. The emperor was taken aback. Could this individual be a celestial being? Would his blood truly awaken the princess? Shortly thereafter, Bai Nuo Cheng produced a pill from his bosom and administered it to the princess, then drew forth a slender needle to prick her fingertip, causing a drop of crimson blood to emerge. The emperor held his breath, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the previously dormant infant opened her eyes, her sparkling orbs fluttering. She surveyed her surroundings before letting out soft coos, seemingly searching for her parents. Witnessing this, the emperor felt immense relief. He had finally awaited the moment of the princess's awakening. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out his right hand to caress the baby's delicate cheek, smilingly saying, Little one, I am your father. At this juncture, the emperor realized that amidst his fervent quest for a healer for his daughter, he had overlooked the matter of naming her. He turned to Bai Nuo Cheng, suggesting that perhaps the esteemed healer could bestow a name upon the princess, as he was her savior, making it entirely fitting. Bai Nuo Cheng glanced at the emperor with indifference before slowly uttering 3 words, Xia Qingxing. Xia Qingxing? A splendid name. The emperor exclaimed in admiration. He scrutinized the princess for a moment, murmuring to himself, Indeed, her eyes resemble stars. It is truly a fitting name. As Bai Nuo Cheng observed the emperor tenderly teasing the princess, a flicker of envy arose within him. After a decade of waiting, he had finally witnessed her reincarnation, Xing. He too yearned to cradle her in his arms and cherish her dearly. Nevertheless, he sincerely felt joy for her, having encountered a loving family across 3 lifetimes. Just as he was lost in thought, the emperor suddenly spoke. Healer, what reward do you desire? Speak, and I shall grant it. Bai Nuo Cheng shook his head, saying, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I did not come to seek a reward. Not for reward? The emperor questioned, puzzled, then why? Bai Nuo Cheng replied nonchalantly. I do not lack for wealth. The emperor furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. Bai Nuo Cheng continued, Perhaps your Majesty might consider repaying me in another manner. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily stunned. The room fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. Was he subtly proposing terms? After a brief moment, the emperor regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly. Speak. I am listening, Your Majesty. The princess is a reincarnated celestial being. Her growth will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. I earnestly request that you permit me to accompany her as she matures. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell silent. So, he had come for the princess. He did not immediately reject Bai Nuo Cheng, nor did he agree. Instead, he pondered the pros and cons in his mind, contemplating whether this arrangement was worthwhile. Your Majesty, if you are concerned for the princess's safety, perhaps you could dispatch a contingent of guards to protect her, Bai Nuo Cheng continued. I am willing to alleviate your burdens and ensure the princess's safety. The emperor looked at Bai Nuo Cheng and recognized his courage and unparalleled wisdom, deeming him trustworthy. With this in mind, the emperor nodded slightly, saying, I trust in your loyalty. However, if you wish to accompany the princess, you must serve as my national master. If you agree, I shall grant your request. National master? Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. The position of national master was indeed noble, and he was inclined to accept. Yet, this role entailed not merely a title. He would also bear the responsibility of safeguarding the princess. He feared he might be stretched too thin. Nevertheless, if it meant being by her side, he would accept the title of national master, for he needed a legitimate identity to remain close to her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a young man hastily entering the room. Dressed in splendid attire, he was handsome and upright, exuding an air of elegance, clearly a member of the royal family. Approaching, he bowed deeply, respectfully addressing the emperor as father. Raising his head, he revealed a fair and radiant face, akin to translucent porcelain. I pay my respects to you, father. The emperor gestured for him to rise, stating, Today marks the birth of your sister, and yet, as her elder brother, you have been remiss in your appearance. This is quite disrespectful. Fortunately, the princess was blessed and saved by the national master. Otherwise, you would not have had the chance to meet your dear sister. Unfazed by the emperor's reprimand, the young man smiled warmly, replying, I have just received word and hurried back, regrettably missing my sister's birth. I beg for your forgiveness, father. Very well. The emperor huffed lightly. I shall let you off this time. Thank you, father. The young man gratefully replied. This young man was Xia Qinxing's elder brother, the emperor's most cherished second son, Xia Qinlin. Because both he and Xia Qinxing were born of the empress, the emperor showered him with affection. Even when he occasionally erred in court, causing the emperor annoyance, he could never bring himself to reprimand him, let alone scold him. Xia Qinlin rose, his gaze falling upon the swaddled infant. This is my sister, a new life birthed by our mother. Overwhelmed with excitement, he stepped forward to cradle Xia Qinxing, gently caressing the infant in her wrap, murmuring, Be good, little sister. I will take great care of you from now on. Although Xia Qinxing was asleep, she could still sense this tenderness, the corners of her lips slightly curving into a faint smile. This smile only heightened Xia Qinlin's elation. He silently vowed to protect his newly born little sister. In royal lineage, the successful birth of a child does not guarantee a safe upbringing. Especially since he and Xing'er were both born of the empress, they tread a perilous path. National Master, I am deeply grateful to you, the emperor expressed. Had it not been for your healing, my precious daughter might not have survived this long. I must reward you handsomely. There is no need, Bai Nuo Cheng replied. Since your majesty has already allowed me to stay, that is sufficient. Then I shall appoint you as the national master, the emperor declared with a hearty laugh. This position has been vacant for far too long, and with the state affairs being complex, I should have filled this gap earlier. It is fortuitous that you are willing to serve me. Your majesty, you flatter me, Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a gentle smile, not attempting to decline. He understood the emperor's character. If he did not accept, it would only provoke the emperor, resulting in a loss that outweighed any potential gain. The emperor nodded in satisfaction before instructing his attendants to present treasures from the royal treasury to Bai Nuo Cheng, hoping he would impart wisdom to Xia Qinxing and Xia Qinlin in the future. After departing from the empress's Chengde palace, Xia Qinlin promptly sought out Bai Nuo Cheng, saying earnestly, National Master, from this day forth, I shall honor you as my master. Please accept this bow from your disciple. Bai Nuo Cheng supported him and said, My rescue of the princess is purely for personal reasons, not because of you. There is no need for you to act this way, your highness. You're the prince of the Xia dynasty. How could I accept you as my disciple? Master, Xia Chunlin insisted stubbornly. Since childhood, I have walked on thin ice. Cautious and meticulous. Apart from reading extensively, I possess nothing of substance. I'm not grounded at all. Nonsense. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression darkened as he admonished. You are a prince and deserve the respect of the world. Xia Chunlin shrank his neck in fear, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Observing this, Bai Nuo Cheng sighed and said, Very well, from now on, I shall be your master. Xia Chunlin was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, master. Bai Nuo Cheng rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had taken on two troublesome children. Xia Chunlin tugged at Bai Nuo Cheng's sleeve and asked, Master, when will you begin to teach me? Bai Nuo Cheng pondered for a moment and replied, After the princess has recovered. All right. Xia Chunlin pouted, aware that his skills were far inferior to Bai Nuo Cheng's. Yet, he believed that with time, his talents would allow him to catch up. After exchanging a few more casual words with Xia Chunlin, Bai Nuo Cheng took his leave. That night, he settled into the guest quarters of the royal palace. The night in the Xia residence was tranquil, with moonlight cascading down, dispelling the darkness. Bai Nuo Cheng stood by the window, gazing down at the brilliantly lit capital of the Xia kingdom, a flicker of profound light passing through his eyes. This kingdom was not as grand as it appeared, he thought, shaking his head with a light scoff. Just as he was about to close the window, a faint sound suddenly caught his attention. Bai Nuo Cheng narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing as he swiftly leaped outside. Who? He called out, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Beneath the eaves stood a familiar figure clad in purple robes, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Shun, sent by the Emperor to attend to Bai Nuo Cheng. Zhao Shun's eyes widened in surprise at Bai Nuo Cheng's sudden appearance. He had not expected someone to infiltrate the palace so silently without alarming any guards or maids. Bai Nuo Cheng fixed his gaze on him and said, Ah, Commander Zhao, may I inquire as to the reason for your late-night visit? Zhao Shun's expression stiffened as he replied, I have been commanded by His Majesty to escort the national master to see him. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brows. Why does His Majesty wish to summon me at such a late hour? I do not know, my lord, Zhao Shun said. Lowering his head, His Majesty only instructed me to arrange a meeting with you as soon as possible. Bai Nuo Cheng's pupils constricted slightly, an ominous premonition surging within him. He vaguely sensed the Emperor's intentions, but did not dare to confirm them. After a moment, Bai Nuo Cheng slowly exhaled and said, Let us go. Yes. Zhao Shun led the way, guiding Bai Nuo Cheng to meet the Emperor. Inside the royal chamber, the Emperor looked at Bai Nuo Cheng as he entered, a warm and benevolent smile gracing his face. Ah, the national master has arrived. Please take a seat. Bai Nuo Cheng slightly inclined his body and gracefully settled into a chair at the lower end of the table. He picked up a teacup and took a sip, inquiring, Your Majesty summoned me. For what purpose? First, have some tea to moisten your throat, the Emperor replied. Let's converse while we drink. Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow and set down his teacup, waiting for the Emperor to speak. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor slowly said, Alin is exceptionally gifted, a true prodigy. I hope the national master can guide him, helping him to become a formidable figure. Bai Nuo Cheng looked up at the Emperor, asking, Does Your Majesty mean for me to teach the prince martial arts? The Emperor nodded, saying, Indeed. I wish to leverage your strength to assist Alin. Once the princess matures, I hope you can also guide Xing Heir alongside Alin. Thus, the Emperor had already chosen his heir, which meant that both Xing Heir and Xia Chunlin were in greater peril. Chapter 112. Chunlin, the crown prince, Xing Heir, inebriated to dispel sorrow. 14 years later, Princess Xia Chunxing had blossomed into a young lady. Although she was no longer as delicate and lovable as in her childhood, she had grown into a graceful and charming figure, her physique exquisite and alluring. Today, she wore a soft pink dress, her hair elegantly tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Brother, she exclaimed as she ran outside to greet Xia Chunlin, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Seeing his sister like this, Xia Chunlin couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching her nose. Why do you act like a child? Because I have my brother here. As long as my brother is around, Xing Er will always be a child. You truly are a little kid. Xia Chunlin shook his head, helplessly saying, Brother is teasing me again. I am no longer a 3-year-old, and I do not act like a child. Xia Chunxing pouted, her eyes filled with grievance. All right, I know you're already a young lady. Let's hurry, or we will be late. Xia Chunlin took his sister's delicate hand and led her forward. The siblings had grown up together, sharing a deep bond and an inseparable relationship. Okay, Xia Chunxing obediently replied, her legs moving in sync with her brother's steps. Today marked Xia Chunlin's coronation as crown prince, a day of nationwide celebration according to custom. The entire Xia kingdom was bustling with excitement, with citizens gathering at the city tower to witness the ascension of their most esteemed individual to the throne. At this moment, the palace was adorned with lights and decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. The palace maids busily scurried about, preparing items for the banquet. The emperor and empress occupied the seats of honor, surrounded by various princes and their families, each displaying expressions of excitement. Besides Xia Chunlin and his fiancée, Lu Shi, numerous officials brought their families to offer their congratulations. Xia Chunxing sat beside Xia Chunlin, her status evidently noble, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed at the lively scene. Brother, do your best. Today, you are the focus of the entire nation. Do not disappoint father. Rest assured, I am here, Xia Chunlin replied confidently, his demeanor warm and refined. He believed he would fulfill his role as heir and lead the Xia dynasty toward greatness and prosperity. Yes, hearing her brother's assured tone, Xia Chunxing felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, she squinted her eyes and turned her head to the right, her brows furrowing. At the right side of the banquet table, a man clad in white sat quietly. Sunlight bathed him, casting a golden glow upon him, resembling an ethereal being. His features were strikingly handsome, his skin porcelain white, and his dark, deep-set eyes held an air of mystery. He stood there, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth, exuding an otherworldly beauty. This man was none other than Bai Nuo Cheng, the most renowned and beautiful national master of the Xia kingdom, and also the teacher of Xia Chunxing and Xia Chunlin. Once upon a time, Xia Chunxing had harbored a secret affection for Bai Nuo Cheng, a sentiment that lingered even now. However, she quickly reined in her emotions and redirected her focus back to Xia Chunlin. At this moment, the ceremonial officer had begun to read the inheritance decree, and Xia Chunxing listened intently, aware that as one of the 2 royal family members in the Xia kingdom, she bore significant responsibilities and must be prepared to assist Xia Chunlin. Once the ceremonial officer completed the proclamation, the banquet could commence. This was the part Xia Chunxing looked forward to the most. Considering the numerous ladies present, the celebration had been arranged with fruit wine, sweet and delightful, perfectly suitable for women. Throughout the feast, Xia Chunxing continuously poured herself drink after drink, showing no signs of stopping. From a distance, Xia Chunlin watched with growing concern and hurried over to stop her from drinking more. However, she completely ignored his advice, stubbornly pouring the wine into her mouth. Xia Chunlin, in a state of urgency, attempted to intervene, but she pushed him away and tilted her head back, downing another bowl of wine. Instantly, the rich fragrance of fruit filled her mouth, spicy and stimulating. Xia Chunxing felt her head spin slightly, her cheeks flushed, her body trembling, feeling a bit unwell. Yet, she gritted her teeth and held on, striving to maintain her clarity. Observing her state, Xia Chunlin could only smile helplessly. Xinger, do not drink anymore. If you do, you shall become intoxicated. He grasped Xia Chunxing's arm, endeavoring to assist her away. However, Xia Chunxing stubbornly pushed him aside, defiantly smiling as she declared, "It is fine, brother. I can still endure. You do not understand. Tonight is the night you ascend to the throne of the crown prince. I wish to present you with the most precious gift, and to demonstrate my sincerity, I must drink it all." Hearing this, Xia Chunlin shook his head helplessly. How could he be unaware of his sister's intentions? She was clearly drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Xia Chunlin cast a complex gaze towards Bai Nuo Cheng. Yet, considering her heartfelt emotions, he decided to allow her this indulgence just this once. After all, her heart truly ached. With a resigned sigh, Xia Chunlin said, "Very well. Since you are so eager to drink, I shall accompany you." As he spoke, he lifted a cup of wine and presented it to Xia Qinxing, simultaneously pouring her a full glass from the wine jar. However, the cup was swiftly seized by another, who swallowed its contents in one gulp before returning it to the table. "This cup shall count as my drink for her." Xia Qinlin raised an eyebrow, observing the suddenly appeared Bai Nuo Cheng. Their master was indeed exceedingly handsome, especially with those profound and enchanting phoenix eyes that captivated all. 14 years had passed, yet time had left no trace upon his visage. He exuded an air of aloofness, as if a deity had descended from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence and fear of desecration. "Master, master!" Xia Qinxing looked up, gazing at him with confusion. Bai Nuo Cheng offered no reply, merely standing there in silence, his gaze fixed on Xia Qinxing, devoid of words. "Xing awaken and thank master," Xia Qinlin reminded. Xia Qinxing stared blankly at Bai Nuo Cheng for a few moments before regaining her senses and lowering her head, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master. I shall take her home now," Bai Nuo Cheng stated before effortlessly lifting Xia Qinxing and turning to leave. "Xingya," Xia Qinlin called out twice, respectfully bidding farewell to his master. He sighed and shook his head, watching Bai Nuo Cheng's silhouette as he carried Xia Qinxing away, his eyes filled with deep affection and concern. Chapter 113. Qinxing's heartfelt confession. Helplessness abounds in the deep of night, within the imperial city, the palace. In the residence of Princess Qinxing, Bai Nuo Cheng gently placed Xia Qinxing upon her bed. After ensuring she was peacefully asleep, he stepped outside. The door closed softly, restoring tranquility to the room. Moments later, Bai Nuo Cheng returned to his own courtyard, entering his study to retrieve a scroll from a drawer. He unfurled the painting and scrutinized it carefully. This artwork was created during Qinxing's childhood. Although years had passed, he still appeared remarkably graceful and strikingly handsome in the depiction. Bai Nuo Cheng tenderly caressed the youthful image, murmuring, "Qinxing, I am delighted that you still remember me." A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Enter," Bai Nuo Cheng replied, his tone indifferent. A woman adorned in a purple gown stepped in slowly, carrying a teapot, and approached Bai Nuo Cheng, placing the teapot upon the table. "National Master, you have worked hard. Please have some supper and rest early." Bai Nuo Cheng cast a fleeting glance at her, asking, "What brings you here?" Ting Zhu lowered her head, softly replying, "I heard you just returned from the palace banquet and had quite a bit to drink. So I specially prepared some soup for you, hoping it may aid you." With that, she set the soup on a small round table beside him. "Please enjoy, National Master." Bai Nuo Cheng glanced at the soup, a flicker of distaste crossing his expression. The concoction contained numerous herbs, even including some aphrodisiac. How clever of Emperor Xia to know he favored innocent and demure maidens, thus sending a voluptuous woman to entice him. However, what the emperor failed to remember was that he was a physician of exceptional skill, well-versed in various toxins. Such trivial schemes could hardly deceive him. Observing his reaction, Ting Zhu leaned closer, her soft voice seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure. "National Master, how does the soup's effect seem? Would you care to try it?" As she spoke, she reached out toward Bai Nuo Cheng. Yet before her fingers could make contact, her wrist was firmly grasped by someone. In an instant, she felt herself lifted off the ground by Bai Nuo Cheng. He kicked a stool aside and threw Ting Zhu against the wall. She cried out as her body collided with the surface, the intense pain causing her to grimace. She raised tear-filled eyes to Bai Nuo Cheng's cold and handsome face, terror flooding her heart. "Get out!" Bai Nuo Cheng commanded harshly. Ting Zhu trembled in fear, scrambling to her feet and fleeing in a panic. Bai Nuo Cheng returned to his seat, gazing at the steaming soup that emitted an enticing aroma, his brow furrowed in distaste. He waved his hand, sending the remaining dishes crashing to the floor with a cacophony of shattering sounds. When Xia Qinlin arrived, he stumbled upon this scene, momentarily taken aback. "Master," he called out in a daze. At that moment, a shadow of gloom enveloped Bai Nuo Cheng, sending chills down one's spine. He did not spare a glance at Xia Qinlin, rising to leave. "Master, what troubles you? Why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Xia Qinlin inquired. concern evident in his voice as he followed closely behind. Bai Nuo Cheng halted, coldly retorting, "There is no need to ask what should not be inquired about. Return to your rest." But Bai Nuo Cheng turned around, looking down at him with an authoritative gaze, issuing a command that brooked no dissent. "Withdraw." Xia Chunlin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking, silently retreating. Bai Nuo Cheng exited his courtyard, making his way back to the princess's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard the sound of Xia Chenxing's soft whimpers, causing his heart to soften as he quickened his pace. At the threshold of her bedroom, Bai Nuo Cheng gently pushed the door open, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his anger surged. "What disgrace! How are you caring for the princess?" Bai Nuo Cheng bellowed, striding forward to seize a maid by her collar and violently hurling her to the ground. Xia Chenxing tumbled from the bed, dazed from the fall, unable to suppress a whimper as she opened her eyes. The first sight that met her was Bai Nuo Cheng's stern, pale face. "Master, how did you end up here?" Seeing Xia Chenxing in such disarray only fueled Bai Nuo Cheng's agitation. Had he not been concerned for her safety, he would have been tempted to eliminate the palace servants. Xia Chenxing, shrinking under his gaze, sobbed, "Master, I was wrong." Bai Nuo Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling anger within him, and solemnly questioned, "Xing, tell your master what transpired today." After a moment of weeping, Xia Chenxing choked out, "Master, I should not have fallen in love with you, but I cannot control myself. I truly cannot. I wish to grow stronger. I wish to marry you, yet I know I cannot. I fear my father will object. I fear the officials will object. I fear the world will object. Master, I am sorry." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. She did not understand. She truly did not grasp why love must be constrained by status and societal opinion. She merely wished to grow stronger. She merely wished to marry her master. "You." Bai Nuo Cheng sighed helplessly, bending down to assist her back to her feet, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He took out a handkerchief, tenderly dabbing at her tears. "Silly girl, do not overthink it." Xia Chenxing gazed at the man within arm's reach, suddenly throwing herself into his embrace. Bai Nuo Cheng smiled gently, patting her shoulder, allowing her to freely express her grievances and sorrow. Once Xia Chenxing's tears subsided, Bai Nuo Cheng finally spoke, "Good girl, rest well for now. Any matters can wait until tomorrow when you awaken, all right?" Xia Chenxing shook her head, tightly embracing him. "Sure Fu, I cannot lose you. I cannot leave you. I shall never depart from your side." Bai Nuo Cheng softly comforted her. After a while, he gently laid her down on the bed and covered her with a silk quilt. "Be good, sleep now." Xia Chenxing closed her eyes, gradually sinking into slumber. Bai Nuo Cheng quietly gazed at her serene face, and after a moment, he silently rose and left. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating the once dim room. Xia Chenxing rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. Upon seeing the figure standing at the bedside, she froze in place. Xiahou looked down at her, his gaze icy. "What good deed did you perform yesterday?" He gritted through clenched teeth. Xia Chenxing swayed slightly, nearly fainting. Xiahou narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Clearly, you have not recognized your errors. Instead, you have intensified your folly, daring to commit such outrageous acts, bringing disgrace upon the royal family." Xia Chenxing pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Xiahou continued, "You should count yourself fortunate. Thankfully, you did not cause a catastrophe yesterday. Or else what?" Xia Chenxing interrupted, defiantly meeting his gaze. "Are you going to dispose of me as a pawn and send me off to marry into a foreign land?" She feared not death, but she was unwilling to see her efforts and this precious familial bond destroyed. Chapter 114. Chenxing faces punishment. Nuo Cheng finds peace. Xiahou had always favored Xia Chenlin, being far more severe with his daughter, Xia Chenxing. Fortunately, she had the love of her father and brother to shield her. Otherwise, she would have been bullied to death in the depths of the palace. Apart from her closest kin, the one who treated her best was the national master, Bai Nuo Cheng, who was both a father and a friend to her. Do you believe a princess of Daxia should drunkenly misbehave at such significant occasions? Xiao's tone was frigid. "You are a princess. Do not forget your obligations and responsibilities. Marrying into a foreign land is your mission. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing sank weakly onto the bed, her complexion as pale as paper. After a moment, she asked quietly, "Should I be grateful that mother showed mercy?" Hearing such disrespectful words from Xia Qingqing, Xia Ho's expression darkened further. He scoffed, "Do not give me that mocking tone. You must accept punishment. Henceforth, I sentence you to a month of house arrest to reflect upon your actions. Should I discover you defying my wishes again, the date of your marriage will be moved forward. As you command," Xia Qingqing replied respectfully. With that, Xia Ho turned and left. Once he departed, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Xia Qingqing lay dazed upon the soft bed, the image of Xia Ho's imposing figure replaying in her mind. She clenched her fists and began to pound the bed in frustration. Why must you force me like this? Why must you let me meet him? Why must I fall in love with him? If she had not fallen for the national master, perhaps she could have accepted the marriage proposal with ease. This situation hung over her like a sword, ready to drop at any moment. Xia Qingqing felt restless, unable to find peace in her days. She was a princess, and marriage was her destiny. She could never allow herself to love Bai Nuo Cheng, or it might lead to her own demise. It seemed Xia Ho was determined to punish her, as every few days he would send someone to supervise her. "Princess, take your medicine." A palace maid approached with a bowl of medicinal soup. Xia Qingqing raised her head, glancing at the dark concoction with furrowed brows. She shook her head in refusal. "I do not wish to drink it." "Princess, you have gone several days without consuming anything. Your body cannot endure this," the maid implored. Yet, Xia Qingqing remained resolute. "I do not want to drink it." "Princess, leave," she suddenly shouted in anger. The maid recoiled, uncertain of what to do. "Get out." Xia Qingqing waved her hand. After a moment of hesitation, the maid sighed and withdrew. Once the maid left, Xia Qingqing immediately shut the door and slid down against the wall in the corner of the bed. She wrapped her arms around herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew this behavior was foolish, yet she could not control her actions, nor could she halt the uncontrollable emotions within her. She even contemplated that if she were truly to be sent off in marriage, she would rather never see him again. Holding her mouth, she sobbed. "Why must you force me?" She choked on her words, unwilling to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. Xia Qingqing paused, quickly wiping away her tears. "Who is it?" she asked, her voice laced with caution. "It is I." A familiar male voice came from outside. At the sound, Xia Qingqing shuddered, her pupils dilating in shock. "It is I." The man's voice was husky, tinged with weariness. Upon hearing him, her breath caught momentarily. She held her breath, attempting to conceal her trembling. "Xinger, it is me. Open the door." "How did you come here?" she asked hesitantly. "I was worried about you and wanted to check on you." Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to see him. She could never bring herself to turn him away. She opened the door, revealing her haggard and frail visage. "Are you all right?" Bai Nuo Cheng gently inquired. Upon seeing her in such disarray, his brow furrowed. "How did you let your body deteriorate to this state?" He reached out to stroke her hair, his warm fingertips brushing against her face. Xia Qingqing's heart raced unexpectedly, and she instinctively shied away from his touch. Noticing her subtle withdrawal, Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow. "Why are you avoiding me?" Xia Qingqing was at a loss for words. She wished to say, "I fear I will bring you trouble." In the end, she responded only with silence. Yet since he had come to her, there was no escaping the inevitable, so she decided to speak candidly. Taking a deep breath, she confessed, "Sure, Fu, I like you, but we cannot." "What do you mean we cannot?" Bai Nuo Cheng pressed. "We cannot be together." "Who says so?" "As long as I say we can." "We certainly will." Chapter 115. Bai Nuo Cheng goes to war. Xia Qingqing goes missing. We cannot be together. "Who says so?" "As long as I say we can." "We certainly will," Bai Nuo Cheng declared with an air of authority. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at him. "Sure, Fu. Do not be afraid, Xinger. Anything you desire, I will provide for you." With that, Bai Nuo Cheng entered the room, carrying a meal box. "Come, eat something. I heard from the palace servants that you have been refusing to eat." "Sure, Fu." Xia Qingqing's heart raced with joy. "Come, eat." He scooped a spoonful of rice and offered it to her. Xia Qingqing obediently took a bite, savoring the sweet flavors, her spirits lifting as she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Bai Nuo Cheng watched her with a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Sure Fu, did you come specifically to keep me company?" Xia Qinxing asked, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. If I did not keep you company, how would you survive without food?" Xia Qinxing bit her lip in a secret smile, her heart brimming with happiness. "By the way, I will be heading to the border military camp in 3 days. I may be gone for about half a month. During this time, you must not misbehave and eat well," Bai Nuo Cheng instructed. Upon hearing he would be leaving, Xia Qinxing immediately furrowed her brows, anxiously asking, "Will you return?" "I will certainly return," Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a smile. "When I come back from the military camp, I will take you away." "Sure Fu, are you really serious? You can truly take me away?" Xia Qinxing exclaimed with excitement. Yes, he had submitted himself to Daxia for her sake. Now that she had suffered in Daxia, he would take her back to Sancheng Valley. Wonderful! Xia Qinxing rejoiced immensely. At long last, she had the opportunity to fly away with her Shifu. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Nuo Cheng tenderly stroked her hair and affectionately inquired, "Xing'er, are you truly this happy?" Xia Qinxing vigorously nodded, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. "Master, thank you." Bai Nuo Cheng gently caressed her long hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Silly girl, why are you thanking me?" He then scooped up some rice and fed her with warmth, urging, "Hurry and eat while it's hot." Xia Qinxing responded obediently. In the ensuing days, Xia Qinxing lived a carefree life. As Bai Nuo Cheng brought her meals daily, fearing that the palace servants might not attend to her needs with due diligence. It was only on the eve of his departure for battle that they parted ways. On that night, Bai Nuo Cheng held her petite, fragile form tightly, whispering hoarsely into her ear, "I shall return soon. Wait for me." "All right, I will wait for your return." Xia Qinxing nestled against him, eyes closed, savoring the warmth of his robust physique, a gentle curve forming at the corners of her lips. "Be a good girl." He kissed her forehead and placed a round bracelet on her wrist, crafted from his own blood. Should anything untoward befall her, the Sanshenggu would sense it and come to her aid in time. Xia Qinxing opened her eyes, gazing longingly at his retreating figure until it faded from view, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. "Master, you must return safely," she murmured to herself. In truth, he was acutely aware that his journey to the border was orchestrated by the Empress, though he had yet to ascertain her true intent behind sending him away. The Empress had long harbored apprehension towards his existence, and with his sudden departure from the capital, it was likely she would not let such an opportunity slip by. The following day, as dawn broke and the morning light began to filter through, the princess's residence erupted in chaos. "Oh no, the princess is missing. She did not return to her chambers last night. Quickly search for her. If we cannot find the princess, we shall all lose our heads." The maids were thrown into disarray, rushing to the sleeping quarters only to discover the bed neatly arranged, devoid of any signs of having been slept in. Instantly, the atmosphere in the princess's residence became tense and suffocating. "What has happened?" A thunderous voice suddenly boomed, and the Empress, with a stormy expression, approached. The maids were startled, quickly falling to their knees, too frightened to utter a sound. "Speak! What on earth is going on?" the Empress demanded, her piercing black eyes seemingly capable of piercing souls. According to the words of the Queen, the princess was not in the residence last night. "Silence!" the Empress interrupted. "I entrusted you to watch over the princess, yet you allowed her to go missing? This servant deserves death. Please forgive me, your majesty." The Empress's expression darkened further as she coldly reprimanded, "A bunch of useless fools. Seize them and execute them. Your majesty, spare us. Please, your majesty, spare us." A chorus of pleas erupted as the maids all fainted in terror. The Empress returned to her desk, her expression shifting between dark and contemplative, deep in thought. At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached, bowing to report, "Your Majesty." The palace guards have confirmed that they did not see the princess leave the palace. Upon hearing this, the Empress abruptly stood, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How is that possible?" she gasped. "Where could a mere girl go? If Xia Qinxing had indeed left, what would she do?" Her original intention was to send her to marry into a foreign land while the national master was away at war, leaving her unprotected. The empress clenched her fists, her nails digging in her palms, crimson blood trickling forth. That wretched girl has escaped. Not only has she fled, but she has done so without a word. Send out people to search beyond the palace. Alive or dead, I want her found, she declared fiercely. Shaking with rage, the empress's teeth ground together. Soon, the imperial guards set out on their mission. Sitting at her desk, the empress rubbed her aching temples, her heart heavy with trepidation. She never imagined Xia Chunxing would dare to run away. Such a rebellious daughter could not be tolerated. As this thought crossed her mind, a cold glint flickered in her eyes, and she gripped the table with force. With a loud crack, the corner of the table splintered under her grip. Your Majesty, a maid ventured cautiously. The princess has always been close to the national master. Could she have left with him? At this, the empress's gaze shot up sharply. Repeat that, she commanded, her eyes wide with agitation. The guard reiterated, we have confirmed that there is no trace of the princess within the palace. The empress's face darkened ominously. She had meticulously searched every corner of the palace. Could it be true? Had she genuinely eloped with the national master? Just then, a palace maid rushed in, her face pale. Your Majesty, news from outside the palace. It concerns the intended prince consort. He has died suddenly. The maid stammered, her words trailing off into silence. Enraged, the empress slapped her across the face. Useless. You cannot even keep an eye on child. The maid clutched her reddened cheek, trembling on the ground. The empress pounded the table in frustration, cursing, a bunch of incompetent fools. Drag them away and have them executed. At her command, all the palace maids were left dumbfounded, hurriedly bowing and begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare us. We beg for your mercy. The empress's expression was filled with disdain and contempt. She never showed leniency towards her subordinates. With a cold flick of her sleeve, she turned and headed toward the sleeping quarters. As she stepped into the grand hall, she spotted a familiar figure standing by the window. The tall silhouette, with hair flowing like ink in the wind, exuded an air of solitude. The man donned a snow-white robe adorned with golden threads, exuding nobility and grace, enhancing his extraordinary demeanor. He turned slightly, his exquisite features shadowed with a hint of sorrow, his deep black eyes seemingly harboring boundless affection as he gazed out the window. Hearing footsteps, Xia Chunlin slowly turned to face the empress, his gaze dark and inscrutable, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Liner, you have come. She forced a smile, attempting to mask her discomfort. Quickly approaching him, she grasped his arm. Liner, do you know? That child, Chunxing. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xia Chunlin withdrew from her grasp and stepped back, distancing himself from her. His expression was somber, his demeanor cold, lips pressed tightly together, resembling an iceberg radiating an icy chill. His reaction astonished the empress. In the past, a mere touch from her would draw him close, like a spoiled child seeking affection. Yet today, she unmistakably sensed something amiss in Xia Chunlin's demeanor. What is wrong with you? The empress tentatively asked. In response, Xia Chunlin lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes icy and foreboding. After a moment, he curled his lips into a mocking smile. Mother, should you not clarify why you wish to harm Chunxing? The empress was taken aback, staring at Xia Chunlin in shock. What do you mean? She questioned, utterly confused. Liner, what nonsense are you speaking? Who wishes to harm her? Mother does not understand what you are saying. She shook her head vigorously. Xia Chunlin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You need not pretend to be ignorant. Others are more aware of your deeds than you are. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Yet, after taking 2 steps, he halted. Chunxing is also your biological daughter, he declared. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he strode out of the palace with determination, his stature upright. Watching Xia Chunlin's retreating figure, the empress stood frozen in place, unable to move for a long while. She could not comprehend why Xia Chunlin had suddenly become so cold and distant towards her. Your Majesty, do not take offense at the crown prince. He is merely sulking. A close maid could not help but console her. The empress closed her eyes, the image of Xia Chunlin's gaze flooding her mind, causing her heart to constrict painfully. "Does he hate me?" she murmured softly. "Your Majesty?" The maid called gently, as Xiaoho slowly opened her eyes. A trace of melancholy flickered within them. "Forget it, let it be," she sighed. She understood Xia Chunlin's character better than anyone else. Over the years, although he had appeared gentle and modest, he was profoundly obstinate. Once he set his mind on something, he would not rest until he had faced the wall of failure. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince will eventually comprehend your intentions," a palace maid reassured her. Xiaoho nodded, confident that Xia Chunlin would one day grasp her heartfelt concerns. After all, she was his mother, and everything she did was for his sake. As night descended, the bright moon hung high in the sky, adorned by countless twinkling stars, rendering the night both beautiful and flawless. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the entire continent. When the troops of Bai Nuo City arrived at this location, they were startled by a strange sound. "What is happening?" a deputy commander inquired. The soldiers turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, which emanated from the last wooden crate in the marching formation. "I will check it out." A soldier hurried to the crate. Upon opening the lid, a figure suddenly sprang out, gasping for breath. The soldiers immediately raised their bows and aimed at the figure. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a woman, and a remarkably exquisite one at that. "Miss, do you know where this is? How dare you trespass into the military camp?" The deputy commander reprimanded sternly. The woman coughed violently, clutching her chest, her doe-like eyes shimmering with fear and trepidation. Upon seeing the crowd, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "May I ask where I am?" she timidly inquired. "This is the military camp of the National Master. You dare invade our ranks. What punishment do you deserve?" The deputy commander scolded, his fists clenched tightly, the bones cracking audibly. "The military camp? The National Master?" the woman murmured under her breath. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she looked up abruptly. "I am Princess Chinching. Where is the National Master?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "You are a princess?" the deputy commander questioned, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Yes. Where is the National Master?" Xia Chinching replied hastily. After speaking, she began to cough again. The deputy commander scrutinized the woman for a long moment before waving his hand. A few soldiers stepped forward. "Take her to see the National Master." "Understood." The soldiers, being of lowly status, had never encountered Princess and were momentarily unable to discern the truth. The woman followed the soldiers forward, eventually stopping in front of tent. "Miss, this is the National Master's tent." One soldier respectfully bowed, seemingly convinced she was indeed the princess. Xia Chinching stepped inside the tent, while several soldiers stood guard outside. Upon traversing the corridor and pushing aside the curtain within, Xia Chinching was greeted by a sudden clarity, accompanied by a subtle, elegant fragrance. As she crossed the screen, her gaze fell upon a massive, alchemical furnace. Flames dancing atop it, heat rising and causing the temperature in the room to soar. Surrounding the furnace were rows of shelves displaying various precious herbs and medical texts, all kept tidy and pristine. At that moment, a figure clad in black sat before the furnace, long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, with a straight back exuding an air of dignity akin to a proud pine tree. "Master," upon hearing the sound, Bai Nuo Cheng slowly turned around. Dressed in flowing white garments, his black robe trailing to his ankles, his broad shoulders slightly hunched, he radiated elegance and charm. His strikingly handsome face glowed softly under the light, his narrow phoenix eyes shimmering with profound depth, as if they could easily penetrate the hearts of men. He quietly gazed at the girl standing at the door, clad in a light green dress, her dark hair styled simply, adorned with a jade hairpin. Her flawless complexion devoid of any makeup, her innocent and youthful face was enough to capture the attention of any man. "Princess, what brings you here?" His eyes were filled with excitement and surprise as he quickly stood and approached her. The two rushed into each other's embrace, holding tight and reluctant to part. "You foolish child! How could you come to such a dangerous place?" "It wasn't me." Xia Chinching lowered her head, her lips pressed into a line, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was my brother who gave me the medicine, and I woke up in the crate. She was uncertain how long she had lost consciousness, but she could sense her strength gradually returning, her awareness slowly coming back. She remembered that as soon as she had awakened, her brother had brought her breakfast and then given her a dark brown pill, after which she had lost consciousness. "Are you saying it was a Lin who brought you here?" Bai Nuo Cheng asked. "Yes," Xia Qingqing nodded emphatically. Bai Nuo Cheng fell into silent contemplation, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. "Oh, master, there is something else in the crate." Xia Qingqing suddenly remembered and clutched his sleeve. "What is it?" Bai Nuo Cheng entwined. "It's a letter from my brother." After speaking, she produced the letter and handed it to Bai Nuo Cheng. He unfolded the letter and quickly skimmed its contents. Upon finishing, his expression turned serious. "Then you must stay here. You must always be by my side and not stray even a little." Xia Qingqing was curious about what the crown prince had written to Bai Nuo Cheng that had prompted such a swift change in attitude. "Master, what did my brother write in the letter?" "The crown prince merely instructed me to take good care of you." "Oh, understood. Then I would like to accompany you," Xia Qingqing replied. Just as she was about to say more, a sudden pain gripped her abdomen. Bai Nuo Cheng immediately noticed her pale complexion and worriedly placed his hand on her forehead. "You're burning up. You're seriously ill." "Yama fine." Xia Qingqing managed a weak smile. Bai Nuo Cheng promptly assisted her onto the bed, poured a cup of warm water, and offered it to her. "I only have some fever-reducing herbal soup. Would you like to try it?" Xia Qingqing accepted the bowl and drank it, feeling warmth spread through her body, providing her with considerable relief. As she was about to lie down, a sudden, intense cramping in her abdomen struck her. "Master, I need to use the restroom," she struggled to say, suppressing the pain. The thought of being surrounded by men in the military camp made her hesitant to speak up. Yet she could no longer hold it. "Let us go. I will keep watch for you," Bai Nuo Cheng said. Xia Qingqing gritted her teeth and propped herself up, leaning on Bai Nuo Cheng as they wobbled towards the back mountain. At the back mountain, Bai Nuo Cheng found a secluded spot for her convenience, while he retreated 3 meters away to stand guard. Chapter 118. Just at the wrong time, Nuo Cheng tenderly warmed her abdomen. As soon as Xia Qingqing removed her trousers, the pain in her lower abdomen became increasingly unbearable. She pressed her hand firmly against her abdomen, using her fist to apply pressure in an attempt to relieve the pain, but to no avail. At this point, she could no longer care about modesty. The pain had caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Yet, her efforts yielded little effect. What to do? She felt frantic. Xia Qingqing looked around, noticing the vast emptiness surrounding her, devoid of any hiding places, let alone anyone who could assist her. Panic gripped her heart. Her vision began to blur, and her consciousness felt as though it might slip away. She struggled to keep her eyes wide open, tried to remain alert, but it was futile. Master ultimately, with her eyes closing, Xia Qingqing collapsed into the grass, losing consciousness. Bai Nuo Cheng waited for a long time without hearing any sounds and furrowed his brow, glancing back only to see Xia Qingqing lying on the ground, unconscious. Alarmed, he rushed over. "Princess, wake up." Bai Nuo Cheng crouched down and gently patted her cheek, but there was still no response. What was happening? He cursed silently, immediately scooping her up and sprinting back to the military camp. Quickly summoned the military doctor. He called as he hurried toward the main tent, cradling Xia Qingqing. At that moment, the soldiers had already gathered outside the main tent, seated on the ground, preparing to rest. Upon hearing the anxious voice of the guasher, no one dared to be negligent. Someone hurriedly sought out the military physician. Bai Nuo Cheng gently laid Xia Qingqing upon the bed, and upon withdrawing his hand, discovered bloodstains. Could it be? Soon after, the military physician arrived, but Bai Nuo Cheng barred his entrance, stating that it was of no consequence and that he merely required some medication to alleviate the pain. The physician hesitated and inquired about the nature of the pain. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression changed dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is the discomfort that occurs when a girl experiences her monthly cycle." Before he could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by the physician, who understood and requested Bai Nuo Cheng to wait a moment. Bai Nuo Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, the physician returned, stating, "Guasher, The medicine is prepared. You may administer it to the princess. Bai Nuo Cheng accepted it with a simple, "This is a special remedy for women's pain. I implore you to supervise the princess as she consumes it," the physician advised. Hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow, glanced at the brown concoction in the bowl, and cautiously tested its temperature at his lips. Once assured of its safety, he brought the spoon to Xia Qinxing's mouth. At that moment, she was in a semi-conscious state and was unaware of the liquid being introduced. Only when she felt it slide over her tongue and down her throat, allowing her to swallow, did Bai Nuo Cheng breathe a sigh of relief. Surely by morning, her discomfort would be alleviated. Bai Nuo Cheng reassured himself, feeling some of his anxiety abate. He set the spoon down and wiped the remnants of the medicine from Xia Qinxing's lips before turning to exit the tent. He sought out a soldier who had children and inquired how his wife managed during her monthly cycle. Although the soldier was puzzled by the question, he answered truthfully. He recounted, typically, she first drinks a bowl of warm brown sugar water, then prepares a basin of hot water. If the pain is unbearable, she simply soaks a towel in the hot water and applies it to her lower abdomen for relief. Thank you. Bai Nuo Cheng smiled at the soldier before returning to the tent. Inside, Xia Qinxing remained in a deep slumber. He soaked a cloth in hot water, wrung it out, and carefully placed it over her abdomen. After completing this task, he sighed softly, crawled under the covers, and embraced her, using the warmth of his palm to soothe her belly. The next day at dawn, Xia Qinxing awakened, feeling weak and disoriented, her body aching all over. Last night, she seemed to have dreamt of a fierce storm, an unprecedented chill enveloping her, rendering her immobile. As her memories grew hazy, warmth gradually returned to her, akin to the sun melting away snow, dispelling the cold within her. But what kind of dream was that? Xinger, how are you feeling? Are you more comfortable? The sudden voice of Bai Nuo Cheng startled her. She turned her head to see his face filled with concern, and she managed a faint smile, saying, "I'm fine now." "Ah, that is good," Bai Nuo Cheng replied with relief. "Are you hungry?" He gently ruffled her soft hair. "Yes," Xia Qinxing nodded. "Very well. Let's have breakfast." Bai Nuo Cheng rose and assisted her to her feet. Today's meal appeared bountiful and promising in flavor, he remarked mysteriously. As they approached the dining table, Xia Qinxing's eyes widened in astonishment at the neatly arranged dishes. Her stomach growled in protest of hunger. She swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the tantalizing roasted leg of lamb and roasted chicken. "You actually killed a sheep?" she exclaimed in shock. Bai Nuo Cheng's myriad lichtly. "We're not far from Rongdi, where the people are robust and accustomed to eating meat. This is a delightful indulgence." Xia Qinxing could not help but grimace. "Delightful? This is sheer extravagance." "Eat up," Bai Nuo Cheng insisted, placing a piece of lamb into her mouth for her taste. As she savored the delicious fare, she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful." "Thank you, Shifu. I'm pleased you enjoy it." Bai Nuo Cheng affectionately ruffled her hair and then placed a piece of beef into her bowl. Xia Qinxing took a bite of the beef, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she relished the moment. Observing her, Bai Nuo Cheng felt a wave of fulfillment wash over him, his gaze lingering on her. "Wisher, what are you staring at?" Xia Qinxing suddenly noticed his gaze fixed upon her. Ahem, Bai Nuo Cheng cleared his throat, a hint of crimson creeping onto his cheeks. "Xinger, I must apologize for the hardship you endured last night." "Huh?" Xia Qinxing blinked in surprise. Bai Nuo Cheng lowered his head, his handsome face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "I was unaware of your monthly cycle, and after the fact, I failed to care for you properly." Xia Qinxing blinked, nodding in understanding, a strange sensation bubbling within her. Unbidden, images of the previous night resurfaced in her mind, accompanied by an odd sound. Lost in thought, her ears flushed a delicate shade of red. "Xinga, what is the matter? Your face is so red." Bai Nuo Cheng observed her with curiosity. "In nothing," she stammered, shaking her head. "Very well then, let us eat." Xia Qinxing nodded, quietly resuming her meal. Bai Nuo Cheng periodically served her dishes with utmost tenderness, resembling a doting father. After finishing breakfast, Bai Nuo Cheng conferred with the deputy commander regarding the forthcoming battle strategy. Ultimately, They resolved to exploit the enemy's vulnerable defenses to launch a cavalry raid on Rongdi. Although the plan was fraught with risk, it was deemed prudent. Given their superior numbers against the enemy's forces, despite the formidable cavalry of Rongdi. Xinger, you must stay close to your Shifu and not fall behind. Bai Nuo Cheng, do not worry, Shifu. I promise to keep up. Xia Qinxing assured him with a pat on her chest. Bai Nuo Cheng and the deputy commander silently departed the main camp with a handful of elite soldiers, making their way toward the enemy's position. Meanwhile, in the tent of the Rongdi prince, Bai Minghan sat with his eyes closed, attempting to find solace. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart had been racing inexplicably in recent days, leaving him restless and nearly sleepless. This night was no different. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze piercingly focused ahead, unwavering. At some point, a voice called from outside the tent. Furrowing his brow, Bai Minghan commanded, "Enter." The tent flap opened, revealing his trusted aide, Mo Feng, who quickly entered and bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." Bai Minghan collected his thoughts and inquired, "What is it?" Mo Feng paused before respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, I have just received news from our scouts that Bai Nuo Cheng is stealthily leading a small contingent of elite soldiers away from the main camp." Upon hearing this, Bai Minghan's dark eyes narrowed. Bai Nuo Cheng's departure with such a small force suggested an impending ambush against the Rongdi army. Mo Feng shook his head. "It does not seem like that. It appears he is aiming to eliminate something significant. Continue to monitor the situation. Report any developments immediately," Bai Minghan commanded. "Understood." Mo Feng nodded and withdrew. Leaning back against his chair, Bai Minghan's expression turned ominous. The supply of provisions for the Rongdi army was currently insufficient, necessitating their protection. Bai Nuo Cheng's clandestine departure, accompanied by elite soldiers, raised suspicions. If not careful, it could be an assault on their supplies. Yet, regardless of the outcome, should they dare to approach, they would not escape his grasp. With this thought, a sinister smile crept onto Bai Minghan's lips. In the depths of night, Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Qinxing led 30 elite soldiers, stealthily infiltrating the vicinity of the Rongdi military camp. Xia Qinxing concealed herself within the thicket, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings as she observed the movements of the enemy forces. "Master, why do I feel that the Rongdi army camp is so poorly guarded?" she inquired softly of Bai Nuo Cheng. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Nuo Cheng replied with a faint smile, "The soldiers in the Rongdi army are newly recruited, lacking in combat experience and therefore naturally lax in vigilance." "Ah, I see." Xia Qinxing nodded in realization, yet her brow furrowed with concern. "But what if they are deliberately feigning weakness to lure us into a trap?" Bai Nuo Cheng chuckled reassuringly. "You need not worry, Xinger. I have arranged for our people to lie in ambush nearby, ready to respond at any moment, unless there is a traitor among the ranks." "Indeed, Master, you have thought of everything." Xia Qinxing admired, clasping her hands in a playful manner, her respect for the man before her deepening. "No wonder he has captured my heart. Very well, let us conceal ourselves and await the opportune moment." With that, Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Qinxing nestled into the underbrush, patiently biding their time. After a while, Bai Nuo Cheng suddenly exclaimed, "We have movement." Xia Qinxing quickly peered out, spotting Rongdi soldiers transporting supplies. "Master, what should we do?" "According to our plan, we will split into 2 groups and launch a surprise attack from different directions," Bai Nuo Cheng instructed quietly. The deputy commander immediately took his orders, signaling to a group of elite soldiers to follow him. Thus, the 2 teams stealthily emerged from the thicket, flanking the Rongdi soldiers. Bai Nuo Cheng was the first to strike, thrusting his sword into the chest of one Rongdi soldier, sending him crashing to the ground. Xia Qinxing followed suit, severing the head of another enemy soldier. Her martial skills, honed under Bai Nuo Cheng's tutelage, were fierce and decisive, yielding surprising victories. The battle raged on for an extended period, both sides suffering significant losses. It was not until the following afternoon that the Rongdi army retreated in disarray. Watching the panicked enemy flee, a satisfied smile graced Xia Qinxing's lips as she gazed at the distant Rongdi camp, her face alight with triumph. "Master, you are truly formidable." She praised earnestly. Bai Nuo Cheng humbly responded, Xinger, your praise is unwarranted. Without your assistance, I could not have captured the Rondi camp. Indeed, it is your exceptional intellect and well-crafted plans that have led us to victory. They exchanged a knowing smile, their mutual understanding palpable. As evening approached, Xia Chenxing and Bai Nuo Cheng shared a spirited ride on a swift steed, journeying towards the outskirts. Having obliterated the Rondi's supplies, only a heap of broken armor and fragments of iron remained, utterly useless. As night fell, under the dim light of a crescent moon, Xia Chenxing and Bai Nuo Cheng supported each other, standing together. Xinger, are you injured? Bai Nuo Cheng asked anxiously, noticing the bloodstains on her attire. Master, I am fine. However, as she spoke, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Bai Nuo Cheng caught her. Xinger, rest for a moment to regain your strength before we move on. All right, she replied softly. Bai Nuo Cheng fetched a blanket for her to sit upon, then draped his cloak over her shoulders. Under the night sky, Xia Chenxing nestled in the crook of Bai Nuo Cheng's arm, drifting into slumber. She appeared exhausted after a long day of combat, her breathing steady and deep, a faint smile gracing her lips as she dreamt sweetly. The gentle night breeze stirred their hair, while the radiant moon cast a silvery glow upon them, creating a serene and beautiful scene. The following day, as dawn broke, Xia Chenxing stirred awake. Master, good morning. She stretched lazily, greeting him. Bai Nuo Cheng smiled warmly. Xingye, today we shall not travel. Let's take a moment to rest. After a long night of travel, it is not suitable to continue today. That's wonderful. I was hoping to have a few more days of fun, she exclaimed excitedly, sitting upright. Bai Nuo Cheng chuckled affectionately as he adjusted her clothing. Are you hungry? His voice was soothing, like a babbling brook. Xia Chenxing giggled, patting her stomach. I suppose I'm a bit. Bai Nuo Cheng retrieved provisions from their pack and offered them to her. Eat while it's warm. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, she dug in heartily. Only in his presence could she indulge in her childish nature freely. Bai Nuo Cheng watched her devouring the food with amusement, shaking his head with a smile. Once they were well fed, Xia Chenxing and Bai Nuo Cheng set forth again, preparing to return to the military camp. Their journey was filled with laughter and camaraderie, the atmosphere harmonious. Suddenly, Bai Nuo Cheng halted, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Startled, Xia Chenxing asked, Master, what is it? We are being watched, he replied with a calm demeanor. Xia Chenxing's expression changed instantly. By whom? At present, it is still unknown, he murmured. Master, what should we do now? Should we shake them off? No need. Since we are being targeted, we cannot flee. We must confront them. With a determined nod, Xia Chenxing pressed her lips together, accepting the course of action. Do not fear. I will handle everything, Bai Nuo Cheng reassured her, patting her shoulder firmly. He swiftly mounted his horse, bow in hand, ready to shoot at the hidden assailants. An arrow whizzed through the air, striking a large tree with a resounding thud, vibrating with indignation as if protesting its master's fury. Another arrow sped toward them from the depths of the forest, glinting ominously. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression sharpened as he drew back his bow, aiming at the incoming projectile. The arrows clashed, sparks flying as they collided. In an instant, the arrows redirected, continuing their assault. Bai Nuo Cheng dodged to the side, gripping the reins as he urged his steed into a gallop, with Xia Chenxing holding tightly to him. They raced along the rugged terrain, their speed breathtaking. More arrows came flying from behind, and although Xia Chenxing attempted to fend them off with her sword, the sheer number was overwhelming, and she began to tire. Xingye, you must go, Bai Nuo Cheng urged, his voice low. Master, no, she protested vehemently. Just ensure your safety, and I shall be content. Ignoring her protests, Bai Nuo Cheng firmly grasped her arm and forcibly pulled her away from danger. Master, please no, I beg you, she cried, struggling on horseback. With a stern expression, Bai Nuo Cheng commanded, Be obedient. I will catch up to you. He then released her, striking the horse's rear, sending her galloping away. As Xia Chenxing watched Bai Nuo Cheng grow increasingly distant until he vanished from sight, she could not help but let out a heart-wrenching cry. No, master. Tears streamed down her cheeks. This horse had been trained by Bai Nuo Cheng himself. She trusted it to carry her safely. Xia Chenxing wiped her tears, her gaze resolute. She needed to gather her strength, survive, and seek out her master once more. Otherwise, she would not know how to face him in the future. With a determined grip on the reins, she halted her steed. After a brief pause, the horse resumed its pace. Xia Qinxing dismounted and ventured into the depths of the forest. Since they had fallen into an ambush, this path was no longer safe. After what felt like an eternity, she spotted a solitary thatched hut in the distance. Cautiously, she approached, her senses heightened. Upon reaching the hut, she was astonished to discover it was a temple. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and a serene atmosphere seeped through the thin wooden doors. With a gentle creak, she slowly pushed the temple door open. Before her stood a colossal statue of the Buddha, adorned with an array of offerings on the altar. The fragrance of sandalwood incense wafted gently through the air, enveloping the entire meditation room in an ethereal haze. To her astonishment, there were indeed people residing here. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xia Qinxing stepped into the meditation room. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice interrupted her thoughts. "Please, donor, pause." Startled, Xia Qinxing turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a monk, approximately 50 years of age, seated cross-legged on a mat. His expression was solemn, with eyes gently closed, exuding an aura of dignity and kindness. "May I inquire if there is anything you require assistance with?" the monk asked with compassion. Regaining her composure, Xia Qinxing politely replied, "To be candid, I wish to seek lodging for the night." "Ba," the monk intoned, then gestured, "Please follow this humble monk." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Qinxing followed the monk out of the meditation room. The temple was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the cool autumn breeze carrying a subtle fragrance. Behind the meditation room lay a quaint guest chamber, simply furnished with only a bed and a cabinet, along with a stone table and a few wooden stools. Surveying her surroundings, Xia Qinxing remarked, "Master, you possess remarkable skill to have discovered such a secluded abode in the mountains. Please do not jest at this humble monk. This place was found during my travels long ago," the monk replied, his voice still radiating benevolence. Xia Qinxing clasped her hands in gratitude. "Master, thank you." The monk raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "If the donor has no further matters, this humble monk shall take my leave." "Wait, master. I wish for your guidance in divination." The monk halted, uncertain of what divination she sought. "Master, I wish to inquire about my romantic fate," Xia Qinxing ventured tentatively. Perhaps it was the recent events involving Bai Nuo Cheng that had left her feeling anxious, prompting her to seek insight. The monk joined his hands in prayer, murmuring Ba, before asking, "Do you wish for a harmonious marriage?" "Yes." Xia Qinxing nodded fervently. The monk pondered briefly, then wrote a note, handing it to her. "This is my oracle. Remember to keep it confidential. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may present this oracle to me," he instructed. "Thank you, master." Xia Qinxing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The monk smiled and nodded, "May you rest well." As he departed the courtyard, Xia Qinxing examined the oracle closely, revealing the words, "The red phoenix stirs. The phoenix undergoes rebirth. 3 lifetimes of ascension, blessings everlasting." The oracle was profoundly enigmatic. Xia Qinxing couldn't help but exclaim. She tucked the oracle into her bosom and lay down on the bed, her mind filled with thoughts of the master. In the dead of night, as she drifted into a hazy sleep, she dreamt of her master being pursued by a group of men in black. "Help, master!" Xia Qinxing abruptly opened her eyes. The moonlight spilled into the room, casting a dim, hazy glow. Sweat trickled down her forehead as her chest heaved with anxiety. She touched her heart, still trembling at the thought. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. Had such a fate truly befallen him, she would have been consumed by regret. "Master, please do not come harm." She resolved to remain here for the night, to recuperate and await Bai Nuo Cheng. If he did not arrive by dawn, she would return to seek him, no matter the circumstances. She would spare no effort to rescue him. "Master, you must remain safe." The following morning, after bidding farewell to the master, Xia Qinxing hurriedly rode back to the military camp, following the monk's guidance. However, she was met with the grim news. Bai Nuo Cheng had been captured by the Rongdi. How could this be? Xia Qinxing stared incredulously at the adjutant, her voice trembling. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely true." Around 3 o'clock yesterday morning, Rongdi soldiers sent us a message, along with the national teacher's personal belongings. And where are they now? Xia Qinxing's complexion drained of color as she recalled her dream and the recent intelligence. Her mind buzzed with confusion. Currently, they have not yet left the western frontier, as they have already seized several of our cities. However, I do not know their exact location, the adjutant replied, equally concerned. Immediately dispatch a hawk to gather intelligence. Furthermore, notify all soldiers to prepare for battle at once. Xia Qinxing commanded decisively. Though her heart was heavy with worry for Bai Nuo Cheng's safety, she understood that the most pressing matter was to locate the enemy commander, the leader of the Rongdi, and either behead him or defeat him. Otherwise, the situation would turn dire for their side. Soon, Xia Qinxing ordered all soldiers to assemble in the training grounds, ready for battle. Yet by 8 in the morning, she had not received any news from the hawk and decided to personally ride to the border to investigate the situation. Xia Qinxing galloped to the town at the edge of the western frontier, where the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Rongdi soldiers and civilians were everywhere, armed and moving with urgency, their expressions grave. Xia Qinxing reined in her horse, dismounted, and swiftly dashed into an alley, only to unexpectedly encounter a squad of Rongdi soldiers. The two sides locked eyes for a brief moment before engaging in combat. Proficient with her sword, Xia Qinxing fought fiercely, fueled by her concern for Bai Nuo Cheng's safety. Within mere seconds, 2 Rongdi soldiers lay lifeless in pools of blood. However, the remaining 7 soldiers, evidently well-trained, quickly surrounded her. Frowning deeply, Xia Qinxing shot them a cold glance and declared, "Stand aside." "Ha, little girl, you have quite the audacity." One soldier mocked. As his words fell, he suddenly lunged at her with his sword, while his companions drew their weapons to assist. Faced with 7 opponents, even Xia Qinxing's prowess was insufficient. Suddenly, a dagger struck her shoulder. Pain surged through her, and she grunted, retaliating with her blade. Unfortunately, the overwhelming numbers proved too much, and she was soon overwhelmed. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she fought valiantly. Her wound bled profusely, yet she remained oblivious to her condition. In such a life-or-death struggle, the first to falter would surely perish. She was determined to protect her loved one. She vowed to rescue Bai Nuo Cheng. With fervent resolve, Xia Qinxing battled fiercely. Yet, out of nowhere, her wrist was struck painfully, causing her sword to fall from her grasp. She found herself unarmed. Gritting her teeth, she desperately evaded her attackers, seeking an opening to turn the tide, but success eluded her. In a sudden turn, her garment was torn, exposing her fair skin to the enemy's gaze. At that moment, a soldier gasped, "Wow, a beauty." One of the Rongdi soldiers was so mesmerized that he forgot to act. Disgusting. His companions erupted in laughter, clearly captivated by Xia Qinxing's beauty. "Hey, beauty, how about having some fun with us?" One soldier leered, reaching for her shoulder. This brazen act ignited Xia Qinxing's fury. Without hesitation, she kicked the soldier between the legs, leaving his face pale. The others were taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, she struck the stunned soldier unconscious, retrieved her sword, and continued the fight. Alas, she was still outnumbered, and soon she was struck down, blood gushing from her chest. "Ha! Old 4 is done for. Indeed, this girl is fierce. No wonder she caught our brother's eye. A woman so beautiful is worth playing with for years." "Bah, Old 7, don't speak nonsense." The 6 soldiers swarmed, binding the injured Xia Qinxing tightly. Xia Qinxing lay bound on the cold ground, her body trembling slightly. With great effort, she managed to rise, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of her lips. "You worthless scum dare to tarnish me?" she scoffed. "Huh, you certainly have quite the fiery temper." The leader of the group grinned wickedly, then commanded the soldiers beside him, "Hold her down." In the next moment, a tearing sound echoed as Xia Qinxing's upper garment was violently ripped away. Lowering her gaze, her eyes blazed with intense, murderous intent. "Impudent. This foul woman is rather defiant. Let us all go for it." 6 rugged men of Rongdi cheered, as if Xia Qinxing were a piece of meat on a chopping block, ready for them to slice without a thought for the consequences. However, just as they were eager to devour their prey, the sound of galloping hooves approached from the distance. Soon after, a man clad in armor rode in, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness, with sword-like brows and a sharp nose that defined his striking features, emanating an aura of cold dominance. He gracefully dismounted, scanning the surroundings with a gaze filled with frosty menace. His eyes were as dark and deep as a frigid pool, brimming with a thirst for blood, as if they could consume everything in their path. Prince, presenting the prince. Greetings to the prince. The 6 soldiers knelt in reverence, their faces a canvas of admiration and respect, treating the man before them as a deity. At that moment, one of the soldiers pointed at Xia Chunxing and declared, "Your Highness, this person is a spy. How should we deal with her?" Hearing this, Xia Chunxing turned to look at the man beside her, who was strikingly handsome, tall, and exuded an air of nobility. Clad in silver-gray armor and cinched at the waist with a jade belt, he appeared as though he had descended from the heavens. "Reporting to your highness, she is the princess of the Daxia kingdom," Ma Feng, standing behind Bai Nuo, reminded him. "Oh." The man cast a disdainful glance at her and slowly walked towards Xia Chunxing. She remained indifferent, her eyes betraying no emotion, save for a flicker of vigilance. "What is your name?" he inquired, his tone icy. Xia Chunxing bit her lip in silence. The soldiers at the prince's command began to speak, but he silenced them. "You all leave," he commanded. The 6 soldiers exchanged glances, realizing the opportunity had slipped away, but they complied with his orders. After they departed, Bai Nuo looked down at her from his elevated stance, his lips parting slightly. "The princess of the Daxia kingdom. I never expected you to dare venture alone into the western regions. Who are you?" Xia Chunxing did not express gratitude for her life being spared. Instead, her wariness intensified. They called him Prince. He was certainly no benevolent figure. He was undoubtedly a Rongdi, an enemy, an adversary. Bai Nuo curled his lips into a mocking smile. Drawing closer to her, his voice cold and unyielding. "I am Bai Nuo, the Prince of Rongdi." Bai Nuo. Xia Chunxing repeated the name in her mind, searching for information. It was rumored he was a god of slaughter on the battlefield, valiant and indomitable, having led armies to conquer Dongling and Nanyue, forcing the barbaric tribes to flee in disarray. It was said that the people of Rongdi revered Bai Nuo as a divine messenger sent to save the world, and indeed, he had fulfilled that role. Since his birth, disasters had been rare in Rongdi, and upon reaching maturity and taking command of the military, the territory expanded under his leadership. However, the Rongdi were known for their brutality, valuing strength and indulging in their desires. The very group that had just accosted her was a testament to that. Xia Chunxing had not anticipated that her entrance into the western regions would lead to a Rongdi abduction. "What do you want?" she asked, furrowing her delicate brows. Her tone frosty. Bai Nuo's gaze darkened, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. Then, he smirked wickedly. He extended his long arms and directly lifted Xia Chunxing into his embrace, subsequently tossing her over his shoulder. "What are you doing? Let go of me," she protested furiously, struggling in vain against his overwhelming strength. Bai Nuo threw her into the carriage, following suit, while Ma Feng mounted another horse and drove the carriage towards the city of Shijiang. Inside the carriage, Xia Chunxing curled up in a corner, her bloodied form evoking pity. Bai Nuo sat opposite her, his cold gaze fixed on her. "What is your name?" he asked. Xia Chunxing shot him a frosty glance, remaining silent. Noticing her defiance, Bai Nuo scoffed, picking up a jar of ointment from the table and proceeding to tend to her wounds. "Ah!" she gasped in pain, glaring at him with fury. "Could you not be gentler? Are you deliberately seeking to torment me?" Silence. Bai Nuo huffed coldly. He continued to treat her wounds, whether by design or accident, each stroke intentionally grazing her skin. The Rongdi truly were lecherous. "It seems the rumors were true. You scoundrel, I will never let you touch me again." Bai Nuo's gaze hardened as he replied, "Then I wouldn't mind letting you experience a fate worse than death." Xia Chunxing, upon hearing this, suppressed her fury and attempted to steady her breathing. After a moment, she suddenly recalled something. "I want to see Bai Nuo Cheng." "Not in a hurry," Bai Nuo replied coldly. pulling out a small porcelain vial from his robe and pouring 2 dark pills into his palm, extending them towards Xia Qingxing. Take these. Xia Qingxing sneered and refused to take the medicine. Do you think I would be foolish enough to take poison? Ungrateful. Bai Mingan snapped. He seized her delicate chin, forcing her to open her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Unexpectedly, the 2 pills slid down her throat, causing her to cough violently. What did you make me swallow? Are you insane? She exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Bai Mingan remained non-committal, taking a sip from his teacup, seemingly unwilling to offer any explanation. Hey, let me tell you, you better keep quiet and not attempt any tricks. Xia Qingxing gritted her teeth, her hands regaining feeling, seizing the opportunity to push against the man's chest with all her might. However, Bai Mingan remained unmoved, allowing her struggles to be in vain. She collided with his solid chest, the impact causing her to wince in pain. What do you really want? She panted, glaring at him in anger. I only want you. Bai Mingan replied, his gaze fervent, his voice low and hoarse. If you obediently stay and serve me as my maid, I might consider sparing Bai Nuo Cheng. In your dreams. Xia Qingxing clenched her teeth, spitting defiantly at his feet to demonstrate her resolute stance. At this, Bai Mingan's expression darkened. He raised his left hand, pinching her neck with his thumb and forefinger. If you refuse, then I shall kill you first, and then him. Let you 2 lovers join in the afterlife. With that, he swung his right hand, a fierce wind slicing towards Xia Qingxing. Her pupils constricted in terror, her beautiful eyes widening in horror. In a split second, Bai Mingan's attack abruptly ceased. How amusing! He retracted his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Xia Qingxing touched her burning neck, her heart racing, struggling to regain her composure. He was toying with her? Was she truly so entertaining? Just then, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the face of an old matron. Your Highness, we are approaching Shijiang City. Shall we rest there tonight? Hearing this, Xia Qingxing let out a sigh of relief, realizing she had finally endured to this point. Shijiang. Bai Nuo Cheng is in Shijiang. Isn't. However, who exactly was Bai Mingan? Doubts lingered in her mind as she pondered, when Bai Mingan suddenly dismounted. Xia Qingxing was taken aback and hurriedly followed suit. Bai Mingan stood beside the horse, his gaze fixed on the carriage. Bring her down. Subsequently, a soldier approached, leading the horse, and Xia Qingxing was roughly dragged down from the carriage. Xia Qingxing secretly furrowed her brow, pondering what mischief this fellow was up to again. Bai Mingan turned and walked away, stopping several meters ahead before glancing back and beckoning to Xia Qingxing. Hurry up and catch up, he urged. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Qingxing stepped forward but maintained her distance. Observing her blood-soaked appearance, Bai Mingan's brows knit together, and he subsequently entered the inn. Following him inside, Xia Qingxing was led to an opulent room upstairs, adorned with exquisite murals on the walls and an expensive wooden floor. Bai Mingan sat upright in a soft chair, exuding an air of nobility. As Xia Qingxing surveyed her surroundings, astonishment welled within her. This place hardly resembled a typical traveler-esque lodgings. Come here, Bai Mingan commanded, extending his hand. On what grounds? Xia Qingxing retorted with a cold smile, her eyes narrowed in caution. I am injured and unable to serve you. Do not expect me to do anything for you. Bai Mingan sighed. Is your life limited to only Bai Nuo Cheng? Do you believe everyone else is wicked? Come here. Let me see where you are hurt. Chapter 124. Bai Mingan's healing attempts. Frustration ensues. Bai Mingan's voice softened unexpectedly, a rare hint of gentleness lacing his tone. Xia Qingxing frowned, hesitating for a moment before approaching. However, as she took a step, she felt her body sway, her legs weakening, and dizziness overwhelmed her. Bai Mingan swiftly rose to support her, his expression changing dramatically. What is happening? Instinctively, Xia Qingxing glanced at her abdomen. During her earlier skirmish with the Rombi soldiers, one had stabbed her twice. The wound on her shoulder was not the most fatal. It was the one on her abdomen that posed the greatest threat. She had managed to endure this long solely due to the 2 pills Bai Mingan had given her. At that moment, Xia Qingxing felt utterly drained, her head spinning, her breath becoming rapid, her body increasingly stiff and uncomfortable, as if she had lost the strength to stand. "Xia Qinxing, how are you?" Bai Mingyan, noticing her pained expression, panicked. Xia Qinxing clenched her teeth, suppressing the pain, and forced out a fierce tone. "It's nothing. I want to die." Yet, as the words left her lips, she succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed into Bai Mingyan's arms. He swiftly lifted her and strode to the bedside, wrapping her in a thin blanket to prevent her from losing heat, holding her close, his heart racing. He pressed against her wound, losing all composure. "Damn it! Go find a doctor. Quickly!" Bai Mingyan shouted towards the door. The guards outside, hearing his call, hurried off to summon a physician, while Bai Mingyan gently laid Xia Qinxing on the bed, continuously applying pressure to her wound, though he could not stem the flow of blood. "Your Highness, this young lady's injuries are severe. Please prepare for the worst." The doctor, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he spoke, unable to meet Bai Mingyan's gaze. "Prepare for the worst? Huh. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable." Bai Mingyan's eyes turned icy, his voice dripping with menace. The doctor trembled uncontrollably. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and bandage her." "Your Highness, I cannot handle such wounds. If I mishandle them, she may lose her life on the spot." Bai Mingyan narrowed his eyes, his dark irises radiating a terrifying aura, causing the doctor to kneel in fear. He lowered his head, pleading for mercy, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After a long moment, Bai Mingyan finally restrained his fury. He pressed his lips together, his gaze sharp. "Go summon a maid to prepare hot water and bandages." "Yes, I will obey." The doctor wiped his sweat, relieved, and quickly exited the room. Bai Mingyan removed his outer garment and carefully lifted Xia Qinxing's clothing. Her left shoulder was severely bloodied, the crimson staining her delicate skin, a stark and distressing sight. "Xia Qinxing, hold on," he urged gently, fearful of causing her pain. He delicately tore the bandage, cleaning the area around her wound with fresh water before reapplying medicine and wrapping it again. Throughout the process, Bai Mingyan's fingers trembled violently, his every digit white with exertion, veins bulging. By the time he finished bandaging her, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Xia Qinxing lay silently on the bed, her pale face devoid of color, her tightly shut eyes fluttering slightly. "Xia Qinxing," Bai Mingyan murmured, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, his voice thick with emotion. The once proud man found himself unprepared for such a challenging situation, momentarily at a loss. He had never loved a woman, let alone cared for one. Bai Mingyan was unaware of how to help her regain her strength, yet he understood the perilous nature of Xia Qinxing's predicament. "Xia Qinxing, hold on," he whispered, pressing her hand against his handsome cheek. This phrase seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually bringing Xia Qinxing back to consciousness as she opened her bleary eyes. Before her stood the striking profile of a man, with a noble nose and thin lips subtly curling into a hint of a smile, both alluring and captivating. "Did you save me?" Xia Qinxing rasped. "Yes," Bai Mingyan nodded, his dark pupils fixed on her pallid face, his heart tightening. "Does it still hurt?" "It hurts." Xia Qinxing furrowed her brow, tears threatening to spill as her voice choked. "It hurts so much." Hearing her cry in pain, Bai Mingyan's heart constricted, wishing he could endure the pain in her stead. "Shall I administer more pain relief?" he asked tentatively, reluctant to act too hastily. He had never touched a woman before and was unsure how to properly tend to a wound, but he wished to alleviate her suffering. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Xia Qinxing's eyes. Administer more medicine? Would he truly be so kind? "No need," she insisted, forcing herself to rise, swaying slightly as she steadied herself before turning to leave. "You saved me, and I thank you, but it was your people who injured me. We owe each other nothing henceforth." "Xia Qinxing." Bai Mingyan grasped her arm, anxiety etched across his features. "Do not be stubborn. Do you realize how serious your injuries are? Are you planning to take a stroll to the gates of death?" Xia Qinxing wrenched her arm free, defiantly declaring, "You need not concern yourself. I do not require your help." "Xia Qinxing." Bai Mingyan, infuriated, stepped forward, seizing her slender wrist. "Do you think you are made of iron? Your current condition is dire." The pain made Xia Qinxing's brows furrow even tighter, yet she remained silent, defiantly glaring at him. Do not be stubborn. You need treatment, Bai Mingyan urged patiently. No need for that. I will handle it myself, and I will certainly rescue my master, she retorted, pulling her arm away and heading towards the door. Xia Qinxing, do not force me to take drastic measures. Bai Mingyan's expression darkened, teetering on the edge of an outburst. He loathed her stubbornness and obstinacy, especially for a delicate princess such as herself. Perhaps you should return to your dungeon. Xia Qinxing shot back, her expression cold, a glimmer of sharpness in her gaze. Bai Mingyan's eyes gleamed with menace. Xia Qinxing. The door slammed shut with a resounding crash, startling Bai Mingyan. He stood rooted in place, his fists clenched, rage and threat radiating from his gaze. He vowed that one day he would surely clip this girl's wings. Regaining his composure, Bai Mingyan called towards the door, "Bring me someone." Upon finishing his command, the door swung open, and a guard entered. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" "Immediately dispatch troops to guard her. No one is to approach her," Bai Mingyan commanded fiercely, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. "Yes, we will attend to it at once." The guard obeyed, swiftly exiting. Chapter 125. Xia Qinxing's recklessness. Bai Mingyan's frustration. Bai Mingyan gazed at the closed door, his brows furrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, sharp as a leopard's gaze. His jawline was taut, defined, exuding a resolute aura. "I have stated before that we are destined to be entangled, Xia Qinxing, and there is no escaping it." Bai Minghan spoke with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Xia Qinxing, do not blame me for being ruthless. After all, it was you who provoked me first." With that, Bai Minghan left the guest room, leaving behind a desolate and chaotic space. The following day, sunlight poured in, casting a golden glow over the entire palace. In the main hall of the prince's residence, Bai Minghan sat at the head of the table, his long legs crossed, exuding an air of cold authority. He had spent the night sleepless, his mind consumed by the pale visage of Xia Qinxing. "Where had she gone?" Bai Minghan asked in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. The attendant promptly responded, "Your Highness, our men have been following her closely and have now reached the outskirts of the capital." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyan's lips curled into a mocking smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Continue following her," he commanded indifferently. "Ensure her safety. If she attempts a prison break, stop her and bring her here." "Yes," the attendant replied, bowing before departing. Bai Minghan leaned back his chair, gazing up at the ceiling. He was well aware of Xia Qinxing's stubbornness and defiance, so her actions did not surprise him, yet he remained uneasy, particularly about her safety. It was imperative that the Rongdi king remained unaware of her existence. In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the capital, Xia Qinxing leaned against the wooden wall, her face ashen, her breath feeble, her body devoid of strength. A raging fire seemed to burn within her chest, and she gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, her eyes glimmering with crimson. "Master," she managed to utter, her words slurred, "wait for me. I will save you." With a muffled groan, she pressed her right hand tightly against her abdomen, crimson liquid seeping through her fingers. The intense pain engulfed her, making her feel as though her bones were being crushed, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her body could hardly withstand any further strain. After trekking for dozens of kilometers, her energy was entirely depleted. Xia Qinxing forced a bitter smile, her abdomen twisting painfully. Unfortunately, there was no turning back in this world. Slowly, she moved her weary body to the wall, picking up a wooden stick as her support, determined to continue her journey to rescue her master. Suddenly, she heard faint footsteps behind her. Xia Qinxing's instincts kicked in, and she turned around abruptly. A group of well-equipped guards was quickly surrounding her. "Bai Minghan, S-men." Xia Qinxing's expression changed instantly. What did Bai Minghan intend to do? "Imprison her? What do you want?" she shouted, brandishing the stick defiantly. The guards remained indifferent, closing in around her. "What are you doing? Let me go." Xia Qinxing struggled fiercely, attempting to escape. "Princess, please come with us peacefully, or we will have no choice but to take forceful measures," the lead guard warned in a deep voice, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Xia Qinxing paused momentarily before scoffing. "Bai Minghan actually sent you to capture me? How amusing. What was he thinking? Take her back." The lead guard raised his hand, and the guards surged forward, overpowering Xia Qingqing. Despite her desperate resistance, she was forced into a carriage. As she was taken away, Xia Qingqing's mind was in a daze, her heart racing, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The intense pain coursing through her body made her feel as if she were on the brink of death. Yet she dare not cry out. Clenching her fists, she dug her nails into her flesh. She was unwilling to be imprisoned, especially not to watch her master suffer in captivity. You had better treat me with respect. Xia Qingqing gritted her teeth, reminding herself. Princess, the prince has a message for you, the lead guard said. The prince hopes you will recognize your situation. You are the enemy's princess, and if discovered by other forces on the land of Shijiang, you will undoubtedly perish. Were it not for the prince's protection, you would not have survived to this day. Xia Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils dilating. So what? She demanded. What was Bai Mingan's true intent? Why treat her this way? Xia Qingqing no longer wished to speculate. Her identity had been exposed as an undeniable fact, and she had no choice but to accept it. But why did Bai Minghan presume she would yield? His arrogance was infuriating. News of Bai Mingan's actions quickly reached the queen's palace. Upon hearing it, the Rongdi queen furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before speaking. According to the prince's wishes, we must first stabilize the situation, treat her well, and ensure she is unharmed. Yes, your command will be followed, the subordinate replied. In the prince's study, Bai Minghan stood by the window, gazing at the distant scenery. Clad in a black brocade robe that accentuated his robust and upright figure, his remarkably handsome face bore sharp, chiseled features, emanating an air of aloofness. With one hand in his pocket and his thin lips pressed together, he wore a stern expression. Your Highness, the princess from the Daxia kingdom has been brought back. She is severely injured. Upon receiving this report, Bai Minghan withdrew his gaze and strode out. Take me to her. Yes, the guards responded, swiftly opening the door to the adjoining room. Bai Minghan entered, scanning the room until he spotted the girl curled up on the bed. Under the dim light, Xia Qingqing lay weakly on the bed, motionless, as if she had already lost consciousness. What has happened to her? Bai Minghan quickly approached, towering over the pale, sweat-drenched woman. Furrowing his brow, he felt a pang of regret as his heart tightened. The subordinate is not quite sure. When she was brought in, she was already unconscious and began to vomit blood. Hearing this, Bai Minggan's gaze darkened. His eyes fixed on Xia Qingqing's ghostly face for a long time before he finally sighed. You may leave now. As you command. The guard exited. Bai Minghan bent down to examine Xia Qingqing's injuries, noticing her chest was stained with bright red blood. Damn you, foolish girl, he cursed, a wave of unexplainable frustration surfacing within him. He took a cloth, soaked it in water, and began to clean the blood flowing from her wounds. Xia Qingqing winced, her body shuddering, her throat hoarse. Sensing something was amiss, Bai Minghan paused for a moment before discarding the cloth and reaching for her pulse. A flicker of surprise crossed his normally calm eyes as he froze. Her pulse was chaotic. Frowning, he placed his hand on her forehead, feeling an alarming heat. Damn it, woman, are you playing with fire? Bai Minghan cursed, his voice filled with anger. In the following chapter, Xia Qingqing compromised, and the situation in Bai Nuo City became dire. With a pale face and tightly closed eyes, Xia Qingqing appeared utterly unconscious. Hey, wake up. Bai Minghan pinched her cheek, trying to rouse her. Wake up. Can you hear me, Xia Qingqing? He felt a twinge of fear that she might never awaken again. Xia Qingqing, you must wake up. If you do, I will take you to see your master. Xia Qingqing's brows furrowed tighter, seemingly struggling as she waved her arms in resistance against Bai Minghan. She let out a weak sound, her cheeks flushed, her breathing growing rapid, her body trembling. No, don't touch me. I want to see my master. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had endured unbearable torment. After uttering those words, she fell silent, her body still trembling slightly, as if enduring unimaginable pain. Bai Minghan stood in shock, staring at Xia Qingqing's tear-streaked face, an inexplicable surge of anger swelling within him. He released his grip. Xia Qingqing, you will wake up. If you dare to die, I will pull you back from hell and ensure you are bound to me for eternity. 3 hours later, after the physician's treatment and various specially formulated medicines were administered, Bai Minghan truly pulled her back from the brink of death. Xia Qinxing suddenly screamed in agony. Her eyes flying open, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She then realized she was lying in bed, surrounded by an atmosphere that was both strange and familiar. A dull ache throbbed in her head as she lifted her left hand to massage her temples. Her gaze swept across the room's furnishings. It was spacious and exquisitely decorated, with all the furniture crafted from genuine leather, embodying a minimalist yet luxurious style characteristic of a typical masculine bedroom. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she felt a stabbing pain radiate from the wound on her shoulder, akin to being cruelly sliced by a blade. Lowering her eyes to her abdomen, she saw her clothes in tatters, exposing her fair skin, marred by numerous wounds, bloodied and ghastly. Xia Qinxing gritted her teeth, consumed by a desire to eliminate those savage Rongdi creatures. But at that moment, she was also engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear. In this foreign land, amidst perilous crowds, each person eyed her with predatory intent, and even her master's fate was uncertain. "You're awake?" A cold voice suddenly echoed, laced with mockery and derision. "I thought you might not make it." Bai Minghan stood beside the bed, his handsome face shrouded in frost, looking down at her pale and haggard countenance. Xia Qinxing forced a smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. "If you don't let me see my master, I'll die right here for you." Her expression was resolute, her tone unwavering, as though she truly meant to follow through. Upon hearing this, Bai Minghan raised an eyebrow, his pitch-black eyes dark and brooding, emanating a dangerous glint that pierced through her like two icy daggers. "Do you think you can die? Xia Qinxing, you'd better behave and stay alive, or I assure you, you will never see your master again." His words were delivered with chilling certainty, his demeanor frigid, and a bloodthirsty aura flickered in his eyes. A jolt echoed in Xia Qinxing's heart as she grasped the reality of who held the power. To see her master, she had no choice but to yield. "You bastard, Bai Minghan," she cried, clenching her fist and striking his chest with minimal force. Yet to him, it appeared almost endearing. "Tell me where my master is. Please, I beg you." "Worried about your master's life?" Bai Minghan seized her wrist, applying a slight pressure. Xia Qinxing winced in pain, forcing herself to shake her head. "Then I plead with you, please let me see my master." Her voice was filled with urgency as she prayed for his safety, hoping he remained unharmed. Bai Minghan narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the woman before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance, though rage prevailed. This wretched woman would rather perish for another man. "Fine," he finally relented. "Tomorrow night at 9, I will take you to see your master." "Really?" Xia Qinxing's face lit up with gratitude, her smile radiant and pure, captivating the eye. Bai Minghan smirked, reaching out to caress her soft hair. "You'd better remember, if you cause any trouble, I will make you wish you were dead." "I won tea." Xia Qinxing shook her head, feeling as if she had been reborn. As long as she could save Bai Nuo Cheng, she would willingly sacrifice her life. Bai Minghan scoffed at that expression. "Just remember not to pull any tricks, or I won't hesitate to ensure you lose your master." He turned on his heel, departing with a dismissive flick of his sleeve. With a clang, the door closed behind him, and Xia Qinxing's smile vanished entirely. "Bai Minghan." She clenched her fists, her eyes flickering with complexity and hatred. She would never submit to an enemy. For now, she needed to ascertain her master's condition before making any plans. A bitter smile crept across her face as she realized how foolish she had been to trust the devil. The following night, at 9 o'clock, in the Rongdi prison, Bai Minghan fulfilled his promise, leading Xia Qinxing to Bai Nuo Cheng. The iron door creaked open, releasing a wave of acrid smoke. Xia Qinxing instinctively pinched her nose and stepped inside. This was a prison for the most dangerous criminals, typically fortified with multiple layers, and the environment was exceedingly grim. The dim space was filled with a damp, decaying odor, occasionally pierced by chilling screams. "Master," Xia Qinxing called out toward the corner, then hurried forward. Bai Nuo Cheng, clad in tattered prison garb, huddled in the corner, his face gaunt from hunger, hair disheveled and unkempt, appearing utterly disheveled. Xia Qinxing rushed to him, crouching down and embracing him tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "Master," Her voice trembled, tears spilling down her cheeks, soaking Bai Nuo Cheng's prison attire. Chun, Chin Xing. Bai Nuo Cheng raised his hand to wipe her tears, whispering weakly, "How are you? Are you all right?" His murky eyes studied Xia Chunxing with concern. "I'm fine, master. What about you?" She clung to him, sobbing. "Don't cry, my dear child. You'll look less beautiful if you do." Bai Nuo Cheng gently patted her back, striving to muster a faint smile. "See, I'm still alive and well, aren't I?" Xia Chunxing continued to weep, her sobs intermittent. "I'm sorry, master. Foolish girl." Bai Nuo Cheng sighed, tenderly stroking her face. "It's I who owe you an apology. I failed to protect you." Guilt flickered in his eyes. In the first life, he had failed to safeguard her, allowing her to be harmed by her own father. In the second life, it was again his failure to protect her from being deceived and bullied by NIU. Now, in this third life, he faced the same issue once more. He had no idea what methods they were employing to diminish his powers, compounded by severe injuries, rendering him unable to summon even a fraction of his abilities. Bai Nuo Cheng watched Xia Chunxing dissolve into tears, his heart aching, yet he felt powerless in the moment. "My little fool, please stop crying. It pains me to see you like this. I will think of a way to rescue both of us." He comforted her. Xia Chunxing nodded, wiping her tears. "Master, just take care of yourself. This time, let me protect you. Child, listen to me. Don't do anything foolish. Don't agree to any conditions they offer. Prioritize your safety first. My life is not important." Bai Nuo Cheng urged, nodding at Xia Chunxing, his gaze shifting to the man who had accompanied them. "Who is he?" "He is Bai Ming Han, the Prince of Rongdi," Xia Chunxing introduced. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng raised an eyebrow. "So you are Bai Ming Han? I have heard of your reputation. You are said to be valiant and strikingly handsome. Meeting you today is indeed more impressive than your fame suggests." Bai Ming Han dismissed him with a cold glance. "Spare me the flattery. You have only a few days left to live. Do you have anything else to say?" With this proclamation, the atmosphere in the dungeon thickened with tension, both Xia Chunxing and Bai Ming Han turning their attention to Bai Nuo Cheng. Xia Chunxing was anxious, while Bai Ming Han's expression was inscrutable. What was he hiding? "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Chunxing exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. "You promised to release my master." Bai Nuo Cheng narrowed his eyes. "What have you threatened her to make her agree to?" He demanded, anger flaring. "You coward. Bullying a young girl is no feat." Bai Ming Han snorted dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Bai Nuo Cheng's words. "Enough of the chatter. You are in corner now. Your only option is to cooperate with me for a way out." Bai Nuo Cheng fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Bai Ming Han, I'm already bound here. What more do you need from me? Although you are a captive now, you were captured by the Rongdi king, not by me. If you seek retribution, do not come to me." Beaming untaunted, Bai Nuo Cheng's expression darkened, the surrounding air thick with malice. But Bai Ming Han met his gaze unflinchingly. Xia Chunxing stood by, heart racing. She had never witnessed her master exhibit such a terrifying demeanor. Bai Ming Han scrutinized Bai Nuo Cheng for a long while before a smile slowly crept across his lips. He raised his hand, summoning a flickering green flame at his fingertips, and brought it close to Bai Nuo Cheng, gently swaying it. "Bai Nuo Cheng, what do you think of this flame?" The flame was a brilliant shade of blue, captivating in its beauty. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Nuo Cheng replied, "Not bad. It's spiritual fire." He had lost all his magical powers, and it turned out to be due to their use of Linghua. "How could you possess Linghua?" Bai Nuo Cheng asked in astonishment. He remembered clearly that Linghua could only be possessed by refined spirits that had cultivated for over 1,000 years, and its power was immense. The quality of Linghua depended on the resentment it absorbed. The stronger the resentment, the mightier the product. Although he did not understand the origins of this Linghua, it must have been formed from a millennium of resentment, which explained why it had caused the disappearance of his magical abilities. This prince informs you that this Linghua belongs to the Rongdi king. If you do not wish to meet your demise, you shall obediently cooperate with me, or else both of you, especially Xia Chunxing, will face a particularly grim fate. Beaming unvaunted fiashidi. Upon hearing this, Xia Chunxing trembled, her eyes filled with despair. Was there truly no room for resistance? However, Bai Nuo Cheng instead smiled at Bai Ming. You are still too naive? Do you think I would fear such trivial? But you have lost your powers and are no different from an ordinary person, Bai Ming coldly reminded him. Oh, is that so? I seem to have forgotten that this Linghua is formed from a millennium of resentment, and you, as the sole son of the Rongdi king, would genuinely wish for my cooperation? I fear that the cooperation is a facade, while your true intent is to eliminate me. Bai Ming's pupils widened in realization, clearly grasping this relationship. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her master was unharmed. Bai Nuo Cheng approached once more, his gaze directly fixed upon Xia Qingqing's face. Child, you should swiftly distance yourself from him. Do not let him deceive you. Xia Qingqing bit her lip, lowering her head and remaining silent. Bai Ming, feel free to unleash any further tricks you possess. Should I even furrow my brow, consider it my defeat. Bai Nuo Cheng declared with pride. Bai Ming's expression darkened, his fists cracking ominously as he suddenly lunged forward to attack Bai Nuo Cheng. Bai Nuo Cheng swiftly dodged, raising his arms in defense. The two engaged in combat, while Xia Qingqing watched anxiously, silently praying for their safety. Meanwhile, the Rongdi queen, accompanied by palace maids and guards, finally arrived at the dungeon, only to be intercepted by the guards. On what grounds do you block me? I have come to see the prisoners. The Rongdi queen said displeased. Apologies, your majesty, but the prince has commanded that no one is permitted to enter. The guard coldly refused. Nonsense. The Rongdi queen, furious, immediately produced her badge for them to see. Are you blind? You dare to obstruct me. Do you believe I will flay your skin? The guards remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Your majesty, please return. This is the prince's order, and we dare not disobey. The Rongdi queen took a deep breath, understanding Bai Ming's ruthless nature. Had the guards not been instructed, they would never have blocked her. Since Bai Ming had spoken, she had no choice but to withdraw. Very well, in that case, I shall report this to the emperor and return to seek an explanation. Leaving behind her harsh words, the Rongdi queen hurriedly departed with her entourage. Within the dungeon, Bai Ming was engaged in combat with Bai Nuo Cheng. Although Bai Ming was powerful, Bai Nuo Cheng was equally formidable, and with his profound magical abilities, he was not easily subdued. Xia Qingqing sat anxiously to the side, her heart racing with concern over her master's safety. As Bai Nuo Cheng noticed Bai Ming's increasingly fierce moves, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Bai Ming was incredibly skilled. Had he not lost his powers, he would have been no match for him. Bai Ming struck with a palm, and Bai Nuo Cheng hastily evaded. With a loud thud that clashed palms, causing Bai Ming to stagger back 3 steps, while Bai Nuo Cheng remained firmly in place. You weren't injured. How is this possible? Bai Ming's eyes flickered with confusion. That strike should have been lethal to any ordinary soldier. Yet he emerged unscathed. What cultivation technique have you practiced to possess such formidable power? Bai Ming slid. Even with Linghua, he could not overpower him. This is none of your concern, Bai Nuo Cheng replied coldly. Did you not wish to negotiate cooperation? Then speak. Very well. Bai Ming observed Bai Nuo Cheng's softened demeanor and did not delve deeper. Instead, he got straight to the point. Assist me in ascending to the throne of the Rongdi king, and I promise that the great Xia kingdom will never wage war against you in this lifetime. Bai Nuo Cheng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Bai Ming's proposition. The throne of the Rongdi king? He was indeed bold. However, if Bai Ming could ascend to the throne, the great Xia kingdom would enjoy decades of peace. After all, Bai Ming was a man driven by self-interest and reason, unlike the current Rongdi king, who was ruthless. Deal. Bai Nuo Cheng readily agreed. But what do you mean by that? He glanced at his battered body. Though he had protective spiritual energy, these injuries were hardly appropriate for a host. Is this how a prince treats a partner in cooperation? Bai Ming paused for a moment before nodding. He stood and approached Bai Nuo Cheng, adjusting his clothing. Rest assured, it was the Rongdi king who imprisoned you. I will find a way to rescue you. Bai Nuo Cheng's expression shifted. He did not expect Bai Ming to remain calm even after 10 days of his imprisonment. Thank you, Prince, Bai Nuo Cheng said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Since we have already allied, there is no need for such formality, Bai Minghan replied with a smile. Prepare yourself for tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng furrowed his brow, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, before nodding. Understood. That night, under the dark moon and howling winds, Bai Minghan arrived early at the cell, awaiting his time. As moments passed, finally, he heard footsteps approaching. Bai Minghan looked up to see a man leading several others through the doorway, two of whom were carrying someone resembling Bai Nuo Cheng. What are you doing? Let me go, the man shouted in anger. Bai Nuo Cheng's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Bai Minghan would dare to take such action. The group, upon hearing the man's cries, unceremoniously threw him to the ground. Bai Minghan approached, scrutinizing the individual for a moment before smiling slyly. He truly resembles him. The man, having landed painfully, glared fiercely at Bai Minghan. Bai Minghan sighed lightly. I apologize, but I forgot to inform you. From this moment onward, you are no longer someone else, but the national master of the great Xia kingdom, Bai Nuo Cheng. The man's pupils constricted. What is the meaning of this? Was I not just captured? Why has my identity suddenly changed? He soon realized he might have been brought in to take the fall. Well, Bai Minghan feigned mystery. I beg you, please let me go. I have an elderly parent and young children who cannot go on without me. The man pleaded desperately, blood dripping from his forehead. Bai Minghan chuckled. The conditions are simple. As long as you obediently serve my interests, I will ensure no harm comes to your family. The man clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Bai Minghan, and after a long moment, he gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, I hope you keep your promise. Bai Minghan nude din satisfaction, naturally. As long as you serve loyally and do not betray me, your loved ones will remain unharmed. The man closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was resolute. I agree. Excellent. Bai Minghan laughed heartily, clapping his hands as a guard brought forth a cup of poisoned wine for the man. The man took the poisoned chalice and drank it down in one go. I have finished drinking. I hope you will keep your word, he said firmly, as if resolutely committed. That is a certainty. Bai Minghan turned to the guard, signaling for him to escort the man away. Subsequently, the real Bai Nuo Cheng followed the two guards out. To confirm, Bai Nuo Cheng has truly departed. Bai Minghan then turned to the two men and said, You two may withdraw for now. As you command. The two bowed respectfully and retreated. Master, why did you choose to assist that lad from Xia? Montauk feigned question in confusion. He had initially thought Bai Minghan intended to leverage Bai Nuo Cheng's status to coerce the Xia into retreating. Yet to his surprise, the master was aiding the Xia instead. He is not a fool, Bai Minghan replied with a faint smile. On the contrary, I sense that his potential is immense. Perhaps I can utilize his capabilities to achieve my desired outcome. Indeed, Master is wise. Chapter 129. The Master and Disciple Escape Danger. A bathroom misunderstanding Bai Nuo Cheng was escorted to the prince's residence, where Xia Qinxing had been anxiously awaiting at the door. Upon seeing the carriage approach, she exclaimed, Master! Bai Nuo Cheng stepped down, gazing at the young girl before him. Dressed in exquisite garments, her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and concern, as if fearing for his safety. However, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at him, causing his heart to flutter. Master has returned. Master, how are you? Is your injury better? Xia Qinxing grasped his wrist, inspecting him closely, worried that he might have been harmed again. Bai Nuo Cheng gently stroked her silky black hair and smiled slightly. Silly girl, I am fine. And you? Is your injury still severe? Xia Qinxing shook her head. I am unharmed. As long as Master is safe, that is all that matters. Hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng felt deeply moved and embraced her tightly, whispering, Did you miss me? At that moment, Xia Qinxing had no time to ponder the ambiguity of his words, and quickly replied, Of course. When Master is away. I miss you greatly. Such a good girl. Bai Nuo Cheng kissed her forehead. Xia Qinxing, her face flushed, stepped back a few paces, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Master, please come inside with me. Bai Nuo Cheng nodded slightly and followed her into the inner courtyard of the prince's residence. The inner courtyard was adorned with opulent elegance. with various rare and precious trees planted on either side, creating a lush green ambience. Walking through, one could feel a refreshing sensation akin to the arrival of spring. Xia Chengxing held Bai Nuo Cheng's hand as they walked towards the main hall, encountering many servants along the way. Seeing Bai Nuo Cheng return safely, they all approached to offer their congratulations, to which Xia Chengxing politely nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Nuo Cheng allowed her to lead him toward the main house, unable to tear his gaze away from her figure. "Master, look, your room is over there." Suddenly, Xia Chengxing stopped, pointing to the left. Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng raised his head to see a magnificent arched door, intricately carved and painted in vermilion, standing before him. "Master, please go in and take a look. You haven't rested in a long time and must be exhausted." Xia Chengxing linked her arm with Bai Nuo Cheng's, gently urging him inside. Bai Nuo Cheng allowed her to pull him along, his eyes fixed on her face, a fond smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Once inside, Xia Chengxing released Bai Nuo Cheng and hurried to the dressing table to tidy up his recent attire. Bai Nuo Cheng stood at the door, quietly watching the busy little girl. At that moment, he suddenly felt that even a life of solitude was not an unbearable fate. Because of her presence, the world felt more complete, more like a home. After a flurry of activity, Xia Chengxing finally paused, glancing back at Bai Nuo Cheng. "Master, you should wash up and rest." Saying this, she turned to the wardrobe and retrieved a new nightgown. Bai Nuo Cheng replied softly and turned toward the screen. As Xia Chengxing approached the screen with the nightgown in hand, ready to set it down, she was startled to see a tall, dark figure reflected upon it. She froze, her gaze fixated on the screen, unable to blink for a long while. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the silence. "What are you doing?" Xia Chengxing snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She hurriedly dropped the nightgown, awkwardly explaining, "Oh, it's nothing at all. I was just putting this down and leaving." With that, she fled the room in a panic, leaving Bai Nuo Cheng standing in place, lost in thought as he watched her retreating figure. After a long while, he slowly walked toward the screen, his gaze lingering on the silhouette imprinted upon it, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Xia Chengxing dashed back to her own room, collapsing on her bed with a thud, covering her face in despair. Just moments ago, she had inadvertently spied on her master bathing. "Master, please forgive me. I will train diligently from now on and will not make such mistakes again." Chapter 130. Bai Nuo Cheng departs. Xia Chengxing reluctant the next day. The sun shone brightly. It was the happiest day for Xia Chengxing since arriving in Rongdi. She did not rise early but lingered in bed, tossing and turning, her mind replaying the scenes from the previous night. The fair, long legs, the strong waist, the solid chest, each detail was deeply imprinted in her mind, refusing to fade. She covered her face, feeling a mix of annoyance and confusion. What has gotten into me? She knew he was her master, yet it still dared to sneak a peek while he bathed, which felt utterly outrageous. However, there was a thrill to the experience as well. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Chengxing couldn't help but smile secretly. "Xia Chengxing." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, startling her into a shiver. She scrambled upright, glancing around in fear of angering the speaker. Standing there was Bai Han, his handsome face darkened. "Are you looking for me?" Xia Chengxing asked timidly, her eyes darting around anxiously. Bai Han's piercing gaze locked onto her face as he harshly inquired, "What are you doing hiding here?" I was just sleeping in," she replied. "Is that a problem?" "Huh, I thought you were scheming something. Turns out you're just napping." Bai Han replied with a sardonic smile, his eyes growing sharper. Xia Chengxing pouted, muttering, "I wasn't scheming. It's just a nap. Is that such a big deal?" At her words, Bai Han's brow furrowed sharply as he warned in a stern voice, "Do not forget your identity." Xia Chengxing pouted silently, choosing to lie back down. Seeing her defiance, Bai Han's expression hardened as he questioned coldly, "What are you throwing a tantrum about?" Xia Chengxing shot him a glare, turning away in a huff. Observing her demeanor, Bai Han sighed in frustration and softened his tone. "Your master is leaving soon. Shouldn't you hurry and see him off?" At the mention of Bai Nuo Cheng, Xia Chengxing instantly sat up, disregarding her appearance as she rushed out. Bai Ming Han watched the empty room and shook his head in resignation. It's just your master. Yet he means that much to you? Bai Nuo Cheng was reclining on a soft couch, meditating, when he opened his eyes upon her entrance. Master, Xia Qinxing called out joyfully. Bai Nuo Cheng smiled at her and gently nodded. Come here. Xia Qinxing dashed to Bai Nuo Cheng's side, snuggling into his embrace and gazing up at his handsome features, feeling warmth spread through her. Xinger, I have watched you grow up. I know everything about you better than anyone else. Xia Qinxing blinked. Master, are you going to leave? Although she was reluctant to admit it. It was an undeniable truth. Bai Nuo Cheng stroked her silky hair and chuckled softly. Yes, I will soon return to the Xia to muster troops. Xia Qinxing's gaze fell, her eyes dimming. Bai Nuo Cheng leaned down and kissed the top of her head. I will return to take you away once I finish my business. Xia Qinxing nodded. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. Master, you must come back soon. Bai Nuo Cheng smiled, affectionately saying, silly girl. Changing the subject, he continued, Chener, if I leave this time, it may be a long while before we can meet again. No matter when or where, take good care of yourself, and if you encounter danger, prioritize your safety. He retrieved several elixirs from his bosom and presented them to her, stating that should her life encounter peril, these potions would assist her. Xia Qinxing nodded obediently, accepting the elixirs. 2 days later, she departed from Jingdu aboard a carriage, returning to Daxia. As she watched the carriage fade into the distance until it vanished entirely, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze, her spirits dampened as she turned to walk back. A cool breeze brushed against her face, scattering the loose strands of hair from her forehead. Instinctively, she reached up to smooth them, only to collide with a pair of profound eyes. Xia Qinxing. The familiar voice rendered her momentarily stunned. She glanced sideways and beheld a tall, imposing figure standing before her, clad in a dark brocade robe, with a jade crown elegantly perched atop his head. His handsome features emanated an aura of regal authority, reminiscent of a monarch surveying his realm, noble, graceful, and seemingly untouched by mortal affairs. Bai Minghan, are you trying to frighten me? Xia Qinxing stammered, momentarily taken aback, as she involuntarily called out his name. Bai Minghan's gaze, deep and unwavering, fixed upon her. What did you just call me? Xia Qinxing hesitated, then quickly corrected herself. Your Highness. Noticing her respectful demeanor, Bai Minghan slightly furrowed his brows. Why do you not address me by my name anymore? Xia Qinxing pressed her lips together in silence. After all, she was not familiar with him enough to use such a casual address. Seeing her reaction, Bai Minghan's frown deepened. Are you resenting me? Resenting my decision to keep you from returning with your master? At his words, Xia Qinxing shook her head and softly replied, No. Then why do you not call me by my name? Xia Qinxing bit her lip, lowering her gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned the courage to meet his eyes. You are a prince of noble birth. How could I dare to address you so casually? Bai Minghan's brows relaxed, a wave of uncontainable joy surging within him. Between us, must we adhere to such formalities? I have refrained from allowing you to leave with your master because this journey is fraught with dangers. You shall remain by my side, ensuring your master's peace of mind. It matters not whether you keep me here as a hostage or genuinely care for my safety. I will leave once it is all over. We shall never meet again in this lifetime. Bai Minghan chuckled softly. You think too far ahead. Let us first await the resolution of this matter. Xia Qinxing chose to ignore him and walked away, while Bai Minghan's eyes glimmered with intent, contemplating using her as leverage for a century of peace between Daxia and Rongdi. This was not the time to discuss such matters. Seizing control over Rongdi was paramount. With it, he would claim both the empire and its beauty. After parting ways with Bai Minghan, Xia Qinxing returned to her empty chamber, feeling an unsettling heaviness in her chest, as if something were lodged there. She was acutely aware of Bai Minghan's feelings toward her. Grabbing a cup of water from the table, she took a few sips. The icy liquid slid down her throat but failed to alleviate the bitterness within. Suddenly overwhelmed, her eyes welled with tears, her nose tinged with red, as if she were on the verge of crying. Xia Qinxing sat in a chair, her fingers gripping the tablecloth tightly, curling herself into a small ball. In recent days, the mere thought of this matter left her breathless, her heart feeling exceedingly heavy with suppression. She had never realized how deeply her dependence on her master had grown. Yet, was this truly acceptable? Her master was the national teacher of daxia, significantly older than she. How could she harbor feelings for him? Such emotions were a breach of ethics. Utterly impermissible. She urged herself to remain calm and clear-headed. Unlike Bai Nuo Cheng, she was a princess of daxia. She could not indulge her whims, but must bear responsibility, overcoming any obstacles that arose. She forced herself to contemplate her next steps. First, she must ascertain Bai Minggen's true intentions. Second, she needed to contact her master as soon as possible. If she could reach him, that would be ideal. Otherwise, she would have to seek alternative solutions. Lastly, her master's return would coincide with the day daxia and Rongdi signed a peace treaty, so she needed to rest and gather her strength. Upon returning to the prince's estate, Bai Nuo Cheng immediately summoned the high-ranking officials to discuss how to oust the king of Rongdi and address the peace treaty. After extensive deliberation, all parties agreed that first, Bai Nuo Cheng should assist him in seizing the throne before they could sign the treaty. Exhausted, Bai Nuo Cheng lay on his bed, gazing at the faint moonlight filtering through the window. Yet another face occupied his mind, Xia Qingxing. In just half a month of their acquaintance, he had become utterly captivated by her, especially when she relied on him with such vulnerability. Her stubborn yet endearing demeanor was indelibly etched in his memory, rendering her unforgettable. Even in dreams, her image haunted him. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest, he decided to rise and take a stroll to clear his thoughts. However, as he opened the door, he stumbled upon a figure standing by the window. Upon hearing the noise, the figure turned to reveal none other than Xia Qingxing, the one he had been longing for day and night. "What brings you here? It's freezing outside. You might catch a chill," Bai Nuo Cheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and genuine concern, oblivious to the subtle affection woven into his words. "Oh, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come out for some fresh air," Xia Qingxing replied nonchalantly, attempting to turn away. Bai Nuo Cheng reached out to grasp her hand. "Since you cannot sleep, why not keep me company for a while?" "All right," Xia Qingxing agreed with a slight nod. They walked side by side toward the study, with Bai Nuo Cheng observing Xia Qingxing's expression and finding her demeanor calm and untroubled, which eased his worries, and a faint smile graced his lips. Upon arriving at the study, they took their seats, and Bai Nuo Cheng personally brewed a pot of tea for her. Xia Qingxing cradled it in her hands, staring ahead as silence enveloped them. "Have you ever considered staying?" Bai Nuo Cheng attempted to lighten the mood, initiating conversation. Xia Qingxing lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea, her voice clear. "Bai Nuo Cheng, you know I have no interest in Rongdi and am not skilled in political maneuvering. Why are you so insistent on having me stay? Although our acquaintance is brief, we have forged a solid friendship. Even without a marriage contract, we could remain friends in the future. You misunderstand my intentions." Bai Nuo Cheng quickly gestured for her to continue. "What I mean is, if you choose to stay, I will ensure you are well taken care of. You are an astute individual. You should comprehend what this entails." At his words, Xia Qingxing paused, fully aware of the implications, yet unwilling to remain, finding no merit in doing so. "I admit I do not understand much about this, but I know that staying in Rongdi would inevitably entangle me in conflicts, which would be detrimental to my situation. I do not wish to wade through such murky waters. I prefer a simpler life." Xia Qingxing spoke with sincerity, devoid of pretense, prompting Bai Nuo Cheng to fall into silence. "Have you truly made this decision?" Bai Nuo Cheng raised his gaze to her, as if hoping to persuade her otherwise. "Yes," Xia Qingxing affirmed resolutely. Rising from her seat, she declared, "It is getting late. I must take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away, her steps firm and unwavering. Bai Nuo Cheng watched her retreating figure disappear beyond the door, his brow furrowing deeper. "Your Highness, I have a word that I am unsure whether I should speak." Bai Nuo Cheng averted his gaze. "Speak." The guard hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I believe you're overly fond of this foreign princess. She is merely a displaced royal. Yet she dares to reject your overtures. Such audacity is truly reckless. Moreover, how could someone like her be worthy of sharing the same hall with the king?" At these words, Bai Minggen's pupils constricted suddenly. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at the subordinate. "Who gave you the audacity to speak such words in front of me?" The guard fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I am at fault. I should not have speculated recklessly. I implore your highness to forgive me." Bai Ming Han's face was clouded with displeasure as he enunciated each word. "What I have said remains unchanged. Remember this well. Xia Qinxing will always be under my protection." The guard, terrified and trembling, hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "I obey. I will ensure the princess is safe and will not allow anyone to lay a finger on her." Only then did Bai Ming Han smile contentedly, patting his shoulder in reassurance. "Rise." "Thank you, your highness." The guard stood up, bowing respectfully as he remained by the side. Bai Ming Han approached the table, sitting down with a steaming cup of tea in hand, savoring its aroma with deliberate slowness, his eyes glimmering with inscrutable brilliance. Chapter 132. Two kingdoms discuss cooperation. Mutual disdain. 3 days later, Bai Nuo City returned with a great army of Xia, accompanied by Xia Chenlin. The queen had initially opposed her son going to battle, attempting to thwart him at every turn. However, Xia Chenlin understood that if he did not come this time, he might never see his sister again. In the past, his mother had disdained Xia Qinxing, intending to secretly marry her off during his and the national teacher's absence. Fortunately, he had always maintained connections near his sister, allowing him to save her life. Xia Chenlin was acutely aware that only his master could protect his sister for a lifetime. Thus, his purpose in this venture was to assist his master and sister in safely departing from Rongdi. After all, as the crown prince of Xia, and with a formidable army at his back, neither the king of Rongdi nor Bai Ming Han dared to act against him. Standing atop the city walls, Bai Nuo gazed at the cavalry approaching, his expression filled with excitement. Although he did not lead an elite force this time, it was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the Rongdi nation. The Bai family army, which he had meticulously cultivated, was of the same age as Xia Qinxing, their strength evident. "Your Highness, we can already see the Rongdi army ahead. Please proceed with caution," a guard cautioned. Xia Chenlin nodded and turned to address the generals. "Esteemed generals, remember what I have just said. Do not let your guard down. If you notice any unusual movements from the Rongdi nation, report immediately." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. "What did you say? The reinforcements from Xia have returned?" The king of Rongdi's face changed drastically, the wine cup in his hand shattering on the ground. Nearby, a minister quickly knelt, pleading for mercy, fearing to be caught in the crossfire of the king's wrath. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." "Calm my anger? How can I calm my anger? My 2 brothers have died unjustly, and I cannot swallow this bitterness. Do you expect me to endure this? You traitorous wretch, begone." The king of Rongdi erupted in fury, kicking the minister aside before storming off. The other ministers, terrified, scattered in panic, unwilling to become collateral damage, as this matter concerned the fate of the entire Rongdi. Xia Chenlin charged ahead, leading the way into Rongdi territory. "Halt!" Upon hearing the command, everyone came to a standstill. "Your Highness, ahead is the palace of Rongdi. I suggest we rest for the night and attack the palace in the morning." A deputy reported. Xia Chenlin furrowed his brow in thought before waving his hand to signal the halt. "Relay the orders. All troops remain stationed," he declared loudly. Just as night fell, Bai Ming Han entered the military tent of Xia Chenlin to discuss strategies for usurping power. Xia Chenlin brimmed with confidence, believing the plan would surely succeed. "Your Highness, our Xia army is strong and well prepared. With your internal support, we can take Rongdi in a few days. Once you ascend to the throne, there will be no more wars between the Xia and Rongdi," Xia Chenlin proclaimed with a smile. Bai Ming Han narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of greed shining through. "Indeed, your Highness speaks wisely. Once I am crowned, I shall not forget your great kindness." Bai Ming Han nodded with a smile, adding, "In that case, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Safe travels." Xia Chenlin replied with a smile. As soon as Bai Ming Han departed, Xia Chenlin's expression darkened. How utterly hypocritical. For the sake of a mere throne, he would not even spare his own father, feigning an alliance with me. Xia Chenlin scoffed, feeling disgusted at the thought of Bai Ming Han's treacherous visage. Suddenly, a young maiden clad in red appeared at the doorway, carrying a basin of hot water. Xia Chenlin's eyes brightened at the sight. The maiden was indeed quite beautiful, her figure alluring. "Your Highness, I come at the behest of the queen to assist you with your bath and change," the maiden said shyly, her head bowed. "Oh, so it was a messenger from my mother?" Xia Chenlin's gaze flickered with calculation as he grasped the maiden's wrist. "Come along." He led her to a secluded courtyard, desolate and devoid of scenery, appearing rather forlorn. "Your Highness, why have we come here?" the maiden asked, confusion etched on her face. "Speak. What is your true purpose in being sent by my mother?" Xia Chenlin's tone was cold and domineering. The maiden was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. "I do not know, Your Highness. I was merely commanded by the queen to serve you. Such a silver-tongued little thing. In that case, I see no need to keep you alive," Xia Chenlin sneered, his hands tightening around her delicate neck. The maiden struggled helplessly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fear gripping her heart, she regretted provoking such a devilish figure. Had she known, she would not have sought glory and wealth that led to her demise. "I only said," the maiden managed to choke out. Upon hearing her plea, Xia Chenlin released her, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Speak quickly," he commanded. The maiden shivered, then caught her breath to reply. "The queen instructed me to take the opportunity to eliminate the princess." Xia Chenlin's fists clenched tightly, his eyes aflame with rage as he ground his teeth. "Indeed, my dear mother." Tears welled in his eyes, bitterness coursing through him. He had once held his mother in the highest regard, treating her as a true mother. Yet, she had continually exploited his emotions for her own gain, forcing him to marry numerous wives over the years. Now that he was the crown prince, she still would not relent. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chenlin endeavored to suppress his hatred, saying, "Very well, I understand." The maiden was taken aback, seeming unable to gauge Xia Chenlin's attitude. "You may leave." She was innocent in this matter. It was undoubtedly her family that had been coerced by the queen, so there was no need to unduly punish her. However, Xia Chenlin had long pondered one question. Why did his mother despise his sister, who shared the same blood, while treating him with such kindness? Xia Chenxing had always been cautious and demure, never provoking trouble. By all rights, she should not be so disliked. Chapter 133. The Usurpation Successful. Greed consumes having reached an agreement with the Prince of Rongdi. Bai Minghan, Bai Nuo City, and Xia Chenlin initiated an offensive. Bai Minghan was tasked with the internal affairs, aiming to dethrone the king of Rongdi in one fell swoop. This time, Bai Minghan's plan was to first deplete the king's loyal forces and then use his own military strength to suppress the king, forcing him to abdicate. Ultimately, with Bai Nuo City and Xia Chenlin as the fulcrum, they would work in tandem, allowing him to seize the throne without a single casualty. A scout galloped in with a report. "Your Highness, the king of Rongdi has dispatched 30,000 elite soldiers to the North Gate." Bai Minghan was overjoyed upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Excellent! I shall immediately gather 50,000 troops ready for battle." He then commanded his officers to select 5,000 brave warriors. Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Chenlin were already prepared outside the city, awaiting the command from Bai Minghan to engage in battle. "Your Highness!" Suddenly, a messenger rushed to Bai Minghan, kneeling on one knee. "What is it, Your Highness?" "There is unrest at the southern gate." "What do you mean?" "The king of Rongdi has dispatched 20,000 troops to guard the southern gate, seemingly on high alert to prevent our approach." Bai Minghan snorted coldly, declaring, "Ha-mpeha." The king of Rongdi must realize he has no chance of victory and is merely fighting like a cornered beast. His actions are nothing but a desperate struggle, utterly meaningless. After speaking, he turned to Mo Fong and ordered, "You two take 5,000 men each and force an attack from the eastern gate." "As you command." Upon hearing this, Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Chenlin simultaneously led their forces towards the northern gate. The northern gate had been deliberately designed by Bai Minghan to trap the commanders of the king of Rongdi. Hence he did not station heavy troops there. Bai Minghan and a few trusted aides watched from the western gate. Seeing that the commanders of the king of Rongdi had been lured away, Bai Minghan issued the order to attack, instantly opening the northern gate and charging in. "Kill!" A chorus of battle cries echoed through the skies. With the northern gate wide open, hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged into the palace of the king of Rongdi. Standing at the western gate, Bai Ming Han clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the northern gate with a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had already foreseen his victory. Observing Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Chunlin's forces successfully break through the defenses of the Rongdi soldiers and rush towards the southern gate. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai Ming Han's face. Moments later, Xia Chunlin and Bai Nuo Cheng also defeated the troops under the king of Rongdi. The king of Rongdi was captured, and Bai Ming Han ascended the throne, becoming the emperor of Bai Ming. That evening, he hosted a banquet for his ministers, celebrating their victory. Amidst the clinking of cups and the jovial atmosphere, the guests gradually departed after a hearty meal. Alone in the imperial study, Bai Ming Han surveyed the grand hall. Suddenly feeling a twinge of pain in his eyes, he raised his head to rub them, only to see Xia Chunlin and Bai Nuo Cheng entering the hall side by side, approaching him. They bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Emperor Bai Ming." Bai Ming Han set down his brush and raised his gaze to the two before him. Xia Chunlin and Bai Nuo Cheng were impeccably dressed today, standing tall and exuding a heroic demeanor, with resolute determination evident in their brows. Bai Ming Han nodded and inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "We have fulfilled our agreement with Emperor Bai Ming and shall take our leave tonight," Bai Nuo Cheng replied, sincerity evident in his tone. Xia Chunlin concurred. "The national master speaks truly. We ask for your understanding, Emperor Bai Ming." Bai Ming Han narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Since you have made your decision, I shall naturally respect your choice." Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Chunlin clasped their fists in farewell and departed. Bai Ming Han watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Chapter 134. All three perish, no one wins. Prince's Mansion. Bai Nuo Cheng and Xia Chunlin came to escort Xia Chunxing away. She awaited them inside her room and hurriedly approached upon their arrival. Bai Nuo Cheng said, "Xinga, you need not bring anything. I shall take you away this instant." Xia Chunxing nodded joyfully, exclaiming, "Master, that's wonderful." Bai Nuo Cheng added, "Silly disciple, your brother has already returned to the great Xia kingdom ahead of us. You shall accompany me back to San Shanggu. The two quickly packed their belongings. The night was deep, and silence enveloped the surroundings. With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled, followed by a torrential downpour. Inside a horse-drawn carriage, Xia Chunxing and Bai Nuo Cheng raced towards the city gate. Suddenly, a blaze erupted behind them. Billowing smoke filled the air, illuminating the dark night sky and revealing two indistinct figures. "This is bad." Bai Nuo Cheng's expression changed. "What should we do?" Xia Chunxing asked. "It's Bai Ming Han. Run." "Master, what about you?" "I have my ways." With that, Bai Nuo Cheng seized Xia Chunxing and leapt onto the rooftop, using the moonlight to propel himself forward. Arrows whizzed through the air, narrowly missing Xia Chunxing's garment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows came raining down, and Bai Nuo Cheng dodged desperately. Yet two arrows grazed his left arm and right leg. Xia Chunxing anxiously supported him, asking with concern, "Master, are you all right?" "I am fine. Quickly find a safe place to hide. Do not worry about me." Bai Nuo Cheng pushed Xia Chunxing away, suppressing the intense pain. "Bai Ming Han, you are untrustworthy. I only promised to let you leave, not to allow you to take her with you." Bai Ming Han approached with a sinister expression, his gaze filled with bloodlust. Bai Nuo Cheng glared furiously at Bai Ming Han. "Bai Ming Han, you despicable scoundrel." Bai Ming Han sneered coldly, "You have no chance left." With that, he waved his hand, signaling the archers to fire. Instantly, a hail of arrows shot towards Bai Nuo Cheng. Xia Chunxing desperately tried to shield Bai Nuo Cheng, but was struck in the left shoulder by a stray arrow, blood immediately soaking her garment. In a panic, Xia Chunxing cried out for her master, but at that moment, Bai Nuo Cheng could no longer hear her pleas. "Xinger, you must live well," Bai Nuo Cheng declared, throwing Xia Chunxing away from the arrow's path, then grasping a long sword to block the incoming arrows. Charging in the opposite direction to divert Bai Ming Han's attention and create an escape opportunity for Xia Chunxing, Xia Chenxing fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "No, master!" Arrows rained down like a locust swarm, dense enough to cause one's scalp to tingle. Bai Nuo Cheng fought valiantly, carving a bloody path, but he was grievously wounded, drenched in blood, his strength waning, on the verge of collapsing. Bai Minghan struck out with his palm, landing a blow to Bai Nuo Cheng's chest. Bai Nuo Cheng let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Bai Minghan raised his sword, pointing it at him, looking down with disdain. "Bai Minghan, I curse you. In this life, you will lose everything you hold dear." Bai Nuo Cheng uttered a vichos surse. Bai Minghan's expression remained impassive as he coldly replied, "Is that so? Then I shall send you on your way." With that, the sword's tip severed his throat. Xia Chenxing sat on the ground in shock, unable to believe what had just transpired, her heart in agony. Bai Minghan walked towards her, towering over the crumpled figure of Xia Chenxing. "Do you hate me?" Bai Minghan asked softly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Xia Chenxing gritet hartit, sitting, "Bai Minghan, I hate you." At this, Bai Minghan chuckled lightly. He reached out to caress Xia Chenxing's cheek, speaking softly, "Hate all you want. From now on, your hate, your resentment, your entire life will be forever intertwined with mine." As he finished, Bai Minghan suddenly grasped Xia Chenxing's neck, exerting force. Xia Chenxing's eyes widened, her pupils dilating, the sensation of suffocation compelling her to struggle, yet she was utterly powerless, allowing Bai Minghan to have his way. Images of her master's death flooded her mind, igniting a raging hatred within her. She longed to drain Bai Minghan's blood, devour his flesh, and tear his bones asunder. Suddenly, Xia Chenxing revealed a dagger she had stealthily taken from the prince's mansion, thrusting it into Bai Minghan's throat, blood staining his pristine robes. Bai Minghan's lips curled into a mocking smile, coldly laughing as he released his grip on Xia Chenxing's throat. With a crunch, Bai Minghan crushed Xia Chenxing's throat. Her body went rigid and collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open in death. In this war, no one emerged victorious. Chapter 135, the final chapter, 3 lives and 3 worlds concluded. After the 3 perished, the earth underwent a tremendous upheaval, yet tranquility returned almost instantly. For Bai Nuo Cheng's spirit had returned. After enduring trials across 3 lives, he had transcended to the level of Saint Emperor, capable of effortlessly tearing through space to depart this realm, a domain belonging to true deities. However, there remained many matters for him to attend to in reality. Firstly, it is essential to realign the beings of this world, guiding them back onto their destined paths, and secondly, to find one's own celestial star. The physical forms of Xia Chenxing and Bai Minghan have long since vanished. The soul of Xia Chenxing has returned to the Xianzhu, while Bai Minghan's spirit has descended to the Yinfu. After 3 lifetimes, it is time to concede, is it not? The Yinmong observed Bai Minghan, who returned resembling a frostbitten eggplant, and offered words of comfort. "Old Yin, why am I so unfortunate? Not only did she not come to love me, but she even took my life, leaving my heart shattered into pieces." Bai Minghan exclaimed, his visage contorted in anguish. "Ah, I find this rather amusing. Perhaps you will finally let go?" The Yinmong chuckled. "If you truly wish to pursue this further, I do not oppose granting you another chance. However, what? However, the 2 of them are a pair destined by the heavens, already burdened by 3 lifetimes of tribulations. Now that 3 lives have passed, they have completed their trials, and you shall not encounter them in your next reincarnation. Forget it. I shall relinquish this pursuit." Bai Minghan sighed deeply. "It is clear that I am fated to have no conclusion with her. Since I cannot alter the course of destiny, why should I force the issue?" Hearing this, the Yinmong nodded in agreement. "If you have resolved to let go, then do so. This is the wisest choice for your well-being." Bai Minghan inhaled deeply. "By the way, Yinmong, might I remain here to serve as your advisor? After all, we are old acquaintances, and collaborating would be quite seamless." The Yinmong replied, "I cannot afford to maintain you. It is entirely beyond my means." Meanwhile, in Sanqinggu, Bai Nuo Cheng stood in the valley's center, utterly astonished, eyes wide with disbelief and shock. What on earth has happened? Why has this place transformed so drastically? As Bai Nuo Cheng sensed the surrounding atmosphere, both unfamiliar and familiar, he pondered whether Sanxing Gu had been converted into a marketplace by the little demons. Ah, boss, you have finally returned. Please lend a hand. I am overwhelmed with tasks. At that moment, dozens of little demons emerged, each clad in coarse linen garments, their dirty faces brimming with joy. All these little demons gathered outside Sanxing Gu, seemingly awaiting something. Boss, just now, a person from Xianzhu came to relay a message, instructing us to prepare for the wedding of the Xianzhu princess. A young demon exclaimed excitedly. What nonsense is this? Marrying a princess from the Xianzhu? Who? Bai Nuo Cheng asked, utterly bewildered. Boss, do you not recall? The only princess of the Xianzhu, the one with whom you were betrothed at birth. The little demon replied. Get lost. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Xing. Bai Nuo Cheng roared. An annulment. Upon his declaration, hundreds of little demons echoed his sentiment in unison. Bai Nuo Cheng exclaimed, Oh, my dear boss, can we truly annul this marriage? The young demon swallowed hard. You may proceed to convey the message. Understood. Moments later. The young demon dashed into the house, exclaiming, Boss, the Xianzhu princess has arrived. She wishes to hear your declaration of annulment in person. What? The Xianzhu princess is coming to my home? And I must personally tell her I wish to annul the engagement? Is she out of her mind? Bai Nuo Cheng was nearly rendered speechless with shock. Boss, the princess truly has come, and she stated that if you do not declare the annulment face-to-face today, she will have you bound and taken to the Xianzhu tomorrow, the young demon timidly inquired. Bai Nuo Cheng, on the verge of tears, lamented. What kind of situation is this? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate for long, leaping through the window and hurrying towards the grand hall. What audacity to purposely seek out trouble. As Bai Nuo Cheng arrived at the grand hall, his face darkened with displeasure. The hall was teeming with people. Most notably, seated at the highest point was an extraordinarily beautiful girl. This girl possessed an exquisite appearance, her every smile and frown captivating the soul, resembling a celestial being. Exquisite. Bai Nuo Cheng felt dizzy, nearly fainting, his eyes brimming with tears. He had never anticipated that Xing was the very princess of the Xianzhu, betrothed to him from birth. Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? This princess is speaking to you. Xing pointed at Bai Nuo Cheng, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I did not hear clearly. Could you please repeat that? Bai Nuo Cheng stammered, swallowing hard. I asked whether you still wish to annul the engagement. Exquisite reiterated. I will not annul it. I shall not. That is more like it. Exquisite hoofed. This princess has endured so much for you. Do not be ungrateful. I understand. Thank you, Xing. I shall not let you down. Bai Nuo Cheng exclaimed passionately, trembling hands caressing Xing's face. My wife is truly beautiful. You are quite handsome yourself. No wonder you're my fiancé. Fiancé? No, call me husband.